Chapter 1. The World of Martial Arts. The World of Magic. England. Mount Snowdon. The moon hangs high in the sky. In a tranquil clearing within the mountain forest, a robust man sits upon a large rock. The man is meditating, his body subtly rising and falling in harmony with the gentle rhythm of the bright moon, from which a muffled sound emanates faintly. The moon seems to respond to the man, releasing its silvery light in a rhythmic breath, akin to that of the man's own inhalations and exhalations. In this moment, the man and the moon, or perhaps the man and his world, achieve an exquisite balance of profound intricacy. Suddenly, the man opens his eyes, revealing a gaze as clear and sincere as that of a child. Fixed upon the distance, from afar, a rustling sound can be heard, as if some wild beast is drawing near, concealed by the trees. The man's name is Qinggong, an ordinary individual from the Blue Star Huaxia Kingdom, an aficionado of martial arts. Though not particularly skilled, merely daring that he had practiced the meditative and breathing techniques imparted by a bald, middle-aged neighbor who claimed to be a lay disciple of Shaolin Temple. Later, he even found a remedy for body tempering in ancient texts, concocting a pill using an electromagnetic stove and consuming it in one gulp. This place appears to be an unfrequented mountain forest, where he was taken in by an elder who was a hunter. The elder had a somewhat irritable temperament, a product of enduring years of hunting and the ailments that tormented him from his battles with prey. 3 years after Qinggong arrived in this world, the elder could no longer withstand his afflictions and succumbed to eternal slumber. Alone, one night while hunting, Qinggong was struck by a falling star, which lodged a shattered golden pill into his mind. This golden pill contained a plethora of martial arts inheritances from Huaxia, encompassing techniques both familiar and entirely unknown to him, including internal and external martial arts as well as various training methods. Since it was all about martial arts, he referred to it as the Martial Dao Golden Pill. Furthermore, this golden pill itself constituted a miniature world filled with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was these treasures that enabled him to transcend from the acquired to the innate realm in a mere 3 years. Having directly broken through the master realm, he now seeks to forge his own Martial Dao Golden Pill. However, the treasures within have been depleted, compelling him to venture out into the world. Thus far, based on the judgment of the old hunter, this world seems to be quite ordinary, akin to the blue star he knew before his traversal. Even the historical processes appear to be remarkably similar to those of his previous existence. The current year is 1991, and the Cold War rages on with fervor. This could be termed a chaotic era if the Soviet Union follows the patterns of his past. It may very well disintegrate this year, perhaps allowing him to explore the land of the old Russians and witness whether the so-called fighting nation truly treats brown bears as pets. With a snort, a colossal creature emerges from the forest, confronting Qinggong. Beneath the moonlight stands an eerie beast, nearly 6 meters in length and 5 meters in height, its gaze fixed intently upon him. The creature's shoulder blades and spine are pronounced, cloaked in a layer of iron-gray, armor-like skin. The exposed skin appears abnormal, of a simple, grayish-purple hue. The beast possesses an odd physique, its long tail reminiscent of a dinosaur's, adorned with fleshy, tumor-like protrusions resembling a meteor hammer. Above its fierce, glistening eyes, a row of horns glimmers with golden light, particularly the 2 central horns, sharp and straight. What kind of world is this? Why does such a bizarre creature exist? More importantly, why did that old man never mention it to me? Qinggong locks eyes with the giant beast, a surge of combativeness rising within him. In this place, the fiercest predators are the golden eagles soaring above. On land, only herbivores akin to red deer and long-haired cattle reside, alongside a few wildcats. Now he is determined to defeat the beast before him, eager to assess the results of his training. Over the past 3 years, he has gained a basic understanding of most heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This beast appears to be a treasure trove itself. Its horns, skin, and peculiar grayish-purple hide are all valuable materials. He lets out a low shout, casting aside the upper half of his garment to reveal a physique as solid as steel. The creature seems to sense his combative spirit, unleashing a roar akin to a dragon's, charging at him with ferocity. Come at me. Witness my Taizu Long Fist. The Taizu Long Fist is characterized by its interlocking techniques, emphasizing practical offense and defense, exuding a simplicity that belies its profound essence. Qinggong bellows, executing a high leap akin to a sprouting seed. Swiftly appearing behind the beast, a straightforward yet powerful punch lands on the beast's hind leg, resulting in a muffled thud as the flesh and skin abruptly indent. Roar! The beast howls in anguish, its tail resembling a meteor hammer whipping through the air towards Qinggong. Qinggong leaps high once more, evading the creature's assault. The tail, missing its mark, now finds itself at the cusp of exhaustion. With swift reflexes, Kong Nuo seizes the tail and hurls the beast toward a distant section of the forest. Boom! With a resounding crash and the beast's dragon-like wail, vast swathes of trees fall in the distance, stirring clouds of dust. This beast is intriguing. Its hide would surely make excellent armor. Kong Nuo shakes his right hand, having felt the recoil from striking the creature's hide. The beast's skin exhibits formidable defense. Even with his hidden strength, he could only penetrate its flesh to a limited extent, failing to harm its internal organs. Noticing the beast's cries weaken, he surmises it may be contemplating retreat, and he begins to pursue. Indeed, the creature now appears significantly diminished in spirit, howling as it attempts to escape on unsteady limbs. Observing this, Kong Nuo performs a sliding kick beneath the beast's belly, launching a kick upward. The creature emits a piercing shriek, propelled into the air, its limbs flailing helplessly. Even the softest part of its abdomen is so resilient. Kong Nuo realizes that the beast's hide has absorbed much of his hidden strength, with only a fraction penetrating its vital organs. The impact causes the beast to expel a mouthful of congealed blood, which carries an unusual fragrance. A mere whiff confirms to Kong Nuo that the creature's blood contains extraordinary energy. That I have changed my mind. He adopts a stance akin to the Bawang Juying, directly catching the beast. Once it steadies itself, he unleashes a series of punches to its neck until its eyes roll back and it loses consciousness. This technique, learned from the Golden Pill, is the sunflower pointing hand, effectively restraining the enemy's movements using hidden and subtle strength. He now intends to raise the beast, seeking methods for its care, so that he may daily benefit from its blood to nourish his body. Put down your wand. You're under arrest. Illegal hunting of protected magical creatures. Prepare for imprisonment in Azkaban. Azkaban? Is this really Harry Potter? A beam of red light hurtles toward him, and he experiences an odd sensation of dizziness. Is this magic? He decides to fall to the ground, closing his eyes. Chapter 2. The Injured Horned Beast. A series of sharp sounds echoed as several wizards materialized beside the horned beast. I have rendered it unconscious. First, seize its wand. Exercise caution. We cannot dismiss the possibility of other wizards lurking nearby. The staff of the Magical Beast Management and Control Division harbored such concerns for good reason. The Horned Beast, a perilous and aggressive magical creature, presents a formidable challenge for any solitary wizard. Historically, hunting this creature has necessitated the collaboration of multiple wizards. The beast's skin exhibits a remarkable resistance to magic, and its immense stature renders it exceedingly difficult to confront. Facing a horned beast alone, akin to an ordinary person wielding a handgun against a tank, is nothing short of absurd. The two wizards, working in tandem, patiently and cautiously employed tracking spells, centering their search around the location where the beast had fallen. The wizard who had attacked the horned beast turned to assess its injuries, while his partner sought to ascertain the identity of the enigmatic individual nearby. Blood at the corner of the mouth suggested internal injuries. The skin bore minimal external wounds, but two bruises on the abdomen indicated the likely source of the internal damage. A bruise also marred one of the hind legs, and there were conspicuous signs of tearing at the base of the tail. The connection between the horned beast's tail and body exhibited clear lacerations, as though someone had grasped the tail, attempting to forcibly separate it from the body. Listen up, he bellowed, clutching his throat to ensure the amplification spell conveyed his voice to all present. Be vigilant. Giants may be involved in this operation. Giants? What giants? Kano, utterly oblivious to the entirety of the Harry Potter universe, found himself in a state of confusion. A martial arts enthusiast rather than a fervent fan, his understanding of the 7 Harry Potter novels was but a vague impression, gleaned from a college roommate who was an ardent admirer of the series. It was during that time that he had watched the 8 Harry Potter films in a cursory manner. Were it not for the third book's title, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, he might not have been able to recognize that he was in the world of Harry Potter. Creaking footsteps reached his ears. To avoid alarming any potential threats, Kano kept his eyes tightly shut, his muscles tensed. As a master of martial arts, his body had reached a certain pinnacle, with only the cultivation of the martial arts golden core allowing for further breakthroughs in physical strength. Analyzing the current situation, he deduced that the spell that had struck him was likely a stunning charm, which had induced his disorientation. He sensed a calloused hand probing his trousers, seemingly in search of something peculiar. Where's his wand? Why was it missing? What wand? He mused internally. I am a martial arts master. Do I require those 2 sticks to enjoy a hot pot? He thought to himself that if this individual continued to fumble about aimlessly, he would retaliate with vigor. Some matters pertain to one's integrity, especially since he harbored no peculiar inclinations. Luke, How fares your situation? At that moment, several voices emerged. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 individuals, or rather, 5 wizards. The horned beast seemed to have sustained internal injuries. It would likely require assistance from the logistics department for a potion. The horned beast? Wasn't it just mentioned as a protected magical creature? If it were as rare as a giant panda, would I not find myself in Azkaban? Surely, no one would truly wish to visit a prison, would they? Kano mused inwardly, preparing to depart from this place. Mr. Scamander should be arriving soon. He is the rightful owner of the horned beast and likely possesses a solution. While those wizards continued their discourse, Kano executed a swift maneuver, flipping upright and delivering a sweeping kick that toppled them all. The force of his kick sent debris flying, and seizing the opportunity, he grasped several stones, aiming precisely as he flicked them with both hands, shattering the wands held by the wizards before launching himself into the air, ready to escape. Suddenly, a peculiar sound reverberated through the air, instilling a sense of urgency within Kano, prompting him to hasten his departure. This was the world of Harry Potter, a realm of magic. He recalled from the films that wizards could perform spatial teleportation, a spell known as apparition, allowing instantaneous travel at will. The fallen wizards gritted their teeth, exclaiming, "Mr. Scamander, it was him. He broke our wands. Quickly, apprehend him." Newt Scamander appeared momentarily bewildered. First, he ascertained that the horned beast still exhibited vital signs before crouching down. Was the individual perched in the treetops the assailant who had harmed the creature? Yes, it is he. I had already incapacitated him, but I did not expect him to recover so swiftly, exclaimed the one named Luke. Well, it seems he is a formidable wizard, Newt remarked, opening his portable suitcase, from which a niffler deftly climbed onto him. Where are you, Bowtruckle? Come forth at once. A massive, butterfly-like reptile emerged from the suitcase, its skeletal wings flapping vigorously as it quickly pursued Kano, who had taken to the treetops. What manner of creature is this? Kano evaded the creature's eerie, blue membranous wings by leaping to another tree. However, the beast's speed was astonishing, akin to that of a fighter jet. Having missed its initial strike, it swiftly veered around to attack him again. How intriguing! Kano leaped to another tree, tearing countless leaves from the canopy. At the masterful level, even falling leaves can inflict harm. Employing the art of throwing hidden weapons, he cast the leaves forth. Naturally light, the leaves would hardly make a sound as they drifted down. With the addition of his technique, they transformed into silent, lethal projectiles. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless leaves shot forth, slicing through the niffler's skin, and blood erupted forth. He addressed the wizards beside him, urging them to keep their distance lest they suffer injury. The staff of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures understood the implications of losing one's wand and promptly scrambled to their feet, wisely retreating to the sidelines. Newt extended his wand, pointing it forward, causing the tree that served as the landing spot for Kono to tremble violently. Kono, realizing that he must first deal with the newly arrived wizard, descended directly to the ground, knowing that without addressing him, he would be unable to leave unscathed. Chapter 3. The Magizoologist versus the Martial Arts Master. Newt was somewhat taken aback, observing that the man before him appeared significantly younger than he had anticipated. The man seemed to be no older than 25, his muscular physique radiating strength. With a chiseled face and deep-set, clear eyes that conveyed a sense of resolve, he was a formidable presence. Newt raised his hands, signaling that he would not cast any spells at that moment, and attempted to reason with him. Kono gazed at the elderly man with a head of white hair, yet his heart raced with an undeniable sense of danger emanating from him. It was not merely the wand he held, but also the suitcase resting at his feet. He recalled the creature that resembled both a butterfly and a bat, which had emerged from that very suitcase. Despite the distance of several dozen meters between them, he shouted, "Why should I trust you? Moreover, it was that beast that intruded upon my territory and attacked me first. Its survival is merely a testament to my generosity." Newt, feeling a headache brewing, found it peculiar that he could not sense any magical fluctuations. However, he could hear every word with startling clarity. Even when the man had been soaring through the trees moments earlier, he had not perceived any magical energy. Only during the attack on the curled-winged creature did he experience an odd sensation of power. Reluctantly, he continued to plead, "They have already memorized your appearance. If you resist capture, the Ministry of Magic will soon issue a warrant for your arrest." How troublesome, Kono thought to himself. His cultivation method, known as the Supreme Induction Sutra, required him to cease malevolence and promote goodness, focusing on altruism and the concept of karmic retribution. If he treated human life as inconsequential, he risked falling into madness. Although there were numerous teachings within the martial arts canon, Only this particular method could lead to the formation of the golden elixir. At this juncture, his best course of action seemed to be incapacitating everyone present, ensuring they could not pursue him, and then fleeing with them in tow. He could not bring harm to their lives, but he could render them foolish, keeping them by his side until their natural demise, thus not breaking his vows. After all, he was no demon. Suddenly, Newt felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, causing him to shiver. As he tightened his wizarding robe, Kono had already made up his mind and charged towards him without hesitation. It seems this is the only way. Newt let out a sigh, gently waving his wand. Pickett, assist me. Suddenly, a great tree beside him transformed into a treant, standing guard before Kono. From the treant's chest pocket emerged a slender, elusive creature, Pickett, who leapt out and deftly used its sharp claws to unlock all the copper locks on the suitcase. 6 curled winged spirits burst forth from the suitcase, instantly lunging towards Kono, while Pickett also jumped into the suitcase. As the treant's arm came crashing down, it produced a whistling wind, relentlessly striking towards Kono on the ground. The tremendous impact stirred up a cloud of dust, obscuring his vision. However, this did not daunt him. Discerning sound and position was a fundamental skill of a master. With his eyes closed, Kono seized an opportunity, soaring into the air and delivering a straightforward punch, using his inner strength to sever the treant in half. The treant splintered and flew apart, countless cracks appearing on its body, and upon hitting the ground, it shattered into numerous wooden fragments. From a distance, Newt sensed that the treant he had conjured had been utterly destroyed, sending a shiver down his spine. Until that moment, he had not felt any magical fluctuations, and amidst the swirling dust, he could not discern how Kono had managed to fell the treant with a single blow. When the treant was destroyed, he felt that peculiar force once again. What could it be? So strange. Squeak! The guardian beetle Pickett hopped onto his shoulder, holding 2 blue and white teapots. Thank you, Pickett. He grasped one of the teapots and swiftly lifted the lid. The 6 curled winged spirits coordinated perfectly, swirling before Kono, occasionally snapping their beak-like mouths at him. Clearly, the spirits were well prepared, their cooperation flawless. He also noticed that the spirits bore sharp fangs, glinting with a greenish hue, indicating they were venomous. Faced with these unknown creatures, he prudently chose to evade. Even with his own skills, he had no desire to test the sharpness of the spirit's teeth, as he could easily be bitten and poisoned. Just as he gathered a handful of stones and leaves, intending to ensnare the spirits, they suddenly scattered in unison. From a distance, a massive blue stone came hurtling towards him. What on earth is this? Kono raised an eyebrow, narrowly dodging the incoming projectile. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was not a stone, but rather another fantastical beast. This creature boasted luminescent blue feathers, its head resembling that of an eagle, while its body was a long, robust serpentine form akin to a titanoboa. Utilizing his skill once more, he flung the stones and leaves from his hand, akin to bullets from a shotgun. Such a colossal beast would surely be riddled with holes from his barrage. However, he failed to strike the avian serpent. It rapidly condensed in size, transforming into something as small as a cauliflower snake, causing his attack to go awry. The serpentine bird expanded once more, its colossal head lunging towards him. Kanyuo, with fingers poised like eagle talons, crushed a large stone from the ground and hurled it once again at the creature. The bird snake, adapting by shrinking, had nonetheless fallen into his trap. Seizing the opportunity, unimpeded by the bird snake or the curled winged demons, he propelled himself forward with great force, charging straight towards Newt. What madness is this? Newt understood that this was not the time for astonishment. He swiftly cast a shield charm before him and began to retreat hastily. Kanyuo felt an invisible barrier materialize before him, a jolt of resistance emanating from where his fist had struck, thwarting his assault. Get away! He heard the flapping wings of 6 curled winged demons. With a deft eagle claw strike, he inflicted grievous wounds upon 2 of the creatures lunging at him. Yet, he soon felt something ensnaring his waist. Looking down, he was startled to find a second bird snake had appeared unbeknownst to him. Chapter 4. Within 7 steps, fists outpace wands. The bird snake's movements were swift, wrapping around Kanyuo entirely in an instant. The immense constriction rendered him incapable of escape for the moment, leaving him to watch helplessly as Newt raised his wand. A barrage of crimson light surged towards him. Kanyuo twisted his head to evade, yet still found himself struck by the spells. Now somewhat prepared, the effects of the stunning spells merely induced dizziness. This was no viable strategy. Fatigue was beginning to set in. Perhaps it was time to feign defeat. If he were captured and taken to the Ministry of Magic, he could gauge its true nature. Resolving firmly, he pretended to be caught unawares, allowing the red glow to strike his forehead directly, and exaggeratedly cried out as he closed his eyes. Newt felt a sharp pang at his temples. It was the first time he had encountered someone capable of withstanding so many stunning spells. Yet at last, he had rendered Qinggong unconscious. The two bird snakes had also sustained minor injuries, with the one that had ensnared Qinggong still squawking in protest to Newt. I see. You two have suffered internal injuries. Tonight, I shall treat you to a midnight snack. Plenty of field mice, for all. You may indulge without concern for your weight this evening. Mr. Scamander, what should we do? Inquired an employee from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. The employee could not help but exclaim, is he truly that dangerous? Are you truly unaware of the danger? Newt rolled his eyes, gesturing towards the devastated woodland ahead. Fallen trees lay scattered, and the two deep craters created by the bird snake bore witness to the ferocity of the recent battle. Within the dimly lit stone chamber, the flickering, faint candlelight struggled to emit warmth and illumination. A menacing voice echoed. Name. A languid voice responded. Qinggong. Where do you reside? On the heights of Sagrada. How many people are in your household? Just myself. Do you know what crime you have committed? I have committed no crime. This was merely self-defense. Lumos. A visage of an Auror suddenly emerged, his dark circles beneath the eyes resembling those of a panda. The Auror menacingly inquired, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Qinggong shrugged nonchalantly and replied, I do not know. Upon hearing his words, the Auror's teeth clenched in frustration, feeling a sense of despair wash over him. This was not the first day he had interrogated this peculiar wizard. Paradoxically, while he was meant to question others, he felt as though he was the one being tormented. The wizard named Qinggong seemed utterly unperturbed. Despite his youthful appearance, he exuded the demeanor of a seasoned trickster. If no substantial results emerged from the interrogation, he feared the repercussions from those ineffectual higher-ups might result in a month's salary being docked. For instance, confining the suspect in a dark room would be ideal. Yet the Auror himself had to enter the small chamber to facilitate immediate questioning. While one rested, the other would continue the interrogation, and this process would alternate. Generally, with the assistance of certain mind-disrupting potions. Under such conditions, confessions would typically emerge within 3 days. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he felt more like a prisoner, while Qinggong appeared to be on a vacation within the confines of the dark room. Days passed, and he found himself mentally drained, even resorting to elixirs of euphoria to maintain his spirits. Conversely, Qinggong seemed utterly unfazed, his demeanor as buoyant as when he first entered, if not more so, akin to a child who had stumbled upon a novel discovery. From the shadows of Williamson, another Auror emerged, suggesting perhaps a few days in Azkaban would temper his demeanor. Williamson raised an eyebrow, pacing the room while murmuring, Azkaban? But he merely unintentionally harmed a bicorn. Such an offense cannot warrant imprisonment. The Auror continued. Then we could claim he assaulted you. Attacking an Auror is a sufficient charge to secure his incarceration. Plout? Williamson uttered ominously, contemplating whether it would be more prudent to allow the strategist to take a hit instead. Do you wish for me to embarrass myself before my colleagues? Plout scratched his head, proposing another idea. What if we remove his restraints and then alert others that he is preparing to escape? That would justifiably land him in Azkaban. Williamson glanced at the now snoozing Qinggong and then at the door at the end of the room, slowly nodding in agreement. Very well, let it be so. The two exchanged knowing smiles as they prepared to exit. At that moment, they suddenly heard a languid voice from behind. I've overheard you. However, I prefer the first proposal. Regrettably, within 7 paces, fists are swifter than wands. Bang, bang. The unadorned pressure point technique struck their slumbering spots. And as they slid to the ground, backs pressed together, Qinggong genuinely chuckled. I hold you both in high regard. I personally favor the first proposal. Yet, I shall also comply with the second. Kono twisted his neck, stretched his limbs, and then forcefully kicked the door open. He sauntered out and approached a young witch. Greeting her with, hello, I just escaped from there. What should I do? The witch appeared remarkably youthful, as innocent as a recent university graduate. Suddenly, her hair turned a ghastly white at a visible pace, followed by a scream that reverberated through the corridor. Ah, someone has escaped from the interrogation room. Chapter 5, From the Ministry of Magic to Azkaban. Dumbledore, do you even understand why this thestral lies in such a deep slumber? Newt knelt on the ground, stubbornly scanning the creature with his luminescent wand. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Newt, you are the world-renowned magizoologist, while I am merely the headmaster of school. After a thorough scan yielded no results, a disheartened Newt, with Dumbledore's assistance, slowly rose to his feet. But you're Albus Dumbledore, universally recognized as the greatest wizard. Dumbledore casually reached into his pocket, retrieving a lemon drop which he began to chew slowly, mumbling indistinctly. There's a saying that the one who tied the knot must undo it. Why don't we pay a visit to that wizard named Kono? Perhaps he may have a solution. Newt shivered at the thought, glancing at the bruises on the Thestral's abdomen and the 3 curled-up Akami healing in the distance. I truly wish to avoid him. His presence makes me question my very existence, and I cannot discern his magical lineage. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with interest. A wizard whose methods elude, even you? Now, I'm even more intrigued. Furrowing his brow, Newt paced in the courtyard, first observing the Akami and then the Snidget, circling around before kneeling to stroke the Thestral's grayish-purple skin. Finally, he resolved to place the Thestral into his suitcase, muttering, well, with you by my side, if trouble arises, you shall handle it. On the 8th sublevel of the Ministry of Magic, the Grand Hall served as the main reception area for Ministry employees and visitors. This bustling space was perpetually alive with the comings and goings of countless individuals. In addition to the telephone booth above ground, visitors could also opt to use the Flynn network, entering the Ministry through the gilded fireplace to the left of the Grand Hall. Newt, clutching his trusty suitcase, walked alongside Dumbledore to the reception desk at the center of the hall. Dumbledore smiled warmly at the immense fountain statue before him, popping another lemon drop into his mouth. Newt gently tapped the desk, clearing his throat. Excuse me, I would like to inquire about something. Yes, sir. Please proceed, replied the lethargic witch at the desk, her eyes widening in recognition upon realizing it was Newt Scamander. Oh, Mr. Scamander, what would you like to ask? I am at your service. Newt scratched his head, coughed again, and finally said, I need to check on the status of a suspect. I believe his name is Kono, and it's a case overseen by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Just a moment. I will assist you right away. The feather quill before the reception, which began to write swiftly, and soon a paper airplane, meant for conveying messages, took flight from her bosom. Shortly thereafter, another paper airplane landed in the reception witch's embrace, prompting her to nervously inquire, Mr. Scamander, may I ask what your relationship is with him? It was I who subdued him on the night of his offense, and now I have a matter that requires his resolution. The reception witch, initially tense, relaxed her demeanor and said, Oh, I sincerely apologize. Mr. Kono is currently not at the Ministry of Magic. He was incarcerated in Azkaban 3 days ago for assaulting an Auror and fleeing the interrogation room. Azkaban? Scamander echoed the reception witch's words, incredulous. You mean to say he was sent to Azkaban for his crimes? The reception witch wiped the sweat from her brow, nodding vigorously. Yes, if you have an urgent matter. We can expedite the process for you to obtain a visiting permit to Azkaban. Turning back, Dumbledore could not help but grin. Newt, it seems Mr. Kono is far more intriguing than one might have imagined. At that moment, Newt was hardly in the mood for jesting with Dumbledore. He earnestly nodded to the reception witch, insisting, Please expedite the process. I need the permits at once. I require 2, one for myself and one for Dumbledore, as we intend to visit Mr. Kono in Azkaban. Upon uttering these words, he quickly ducked to avoid the hastily departing paper airplane. Half an hour later, in the northern seas, on a magically concealed island that could not be charted. This was a small isle perpetually shrouded in ominous clouds and thick fog, described by words such as eerie, terrifying, and fearsome. It was a veritable nightmare for all wizards, known as the Wizarding Prison of Azkaban, guarded by Dementors that watched over countless wizarding criminals. Dementors are among the most loathsome entities in existence, scarcely deserving the title of beings. They emerge from the darkest, filthiest corners of the world, existing in decay and despair, feeding off peace, hope, and joy. Within Azkaban, Dementors are free to absorb the happiness and hope of the inmates. Deprived of these, the criminals are engulfed by negative emotions, ultimately succumbing to a tragic demise within the prison's confines. Newt and Dumbledore traversed a path lined with gravestones belonging to the condemned, where 2 grim-faced wizards intercepted them at the end of this road of death. Mr. Scamander, Mr. Dumbledore, please present your visiting permits. 2 letters bearing the Ministry of Magic's seal flew into their hands. They produced their wands and lightly tapped the seals, which emitted a soft glow as the letters opened automatically. Inside was a series of details regarding the visitors, concluding with the handwritten signature of Minister Fudge. The 2 wizards exchanged glances, and one, adorned with a gray wizarding hat, gestured invitingly. Very well, please follow me. Azkaban is a tower that has been subjected to a seamless stretching charm, its sharp spire piercing the clouds, obscuring its summit. From the tower's apex, One can occasionally hear cries for help and maniacal laughter, while the base remains eerily silent, as if no prisoners existed within its depths. Newt rubbed his nose and inquired, "Are you the ones responsible for clearing out the lower levels, specifically detaining Kono?" The gray-hatted wizard shook his head with an expression of perplexity. "The situation is somewhat unique. Please follow me this way." Before they could even pass through the prison's entrance, the first sound that reached their ears was that of chanting, as if reciting from some ancient tome, the pronunciation exceedingly obscure. It bore resemblance to Chinese. Newt scratched his ear. During his previous travels, he had known a few friends from Huaxia who would chant in a similar tone. Chapter 6. The Heart of Tranquility in a Magical World. As they opened the prison door, the anticipated chill did not manifest. Instead, it felt somewhat desolate. Apart from the sound of chanting, there was not a single Dementor patrolling the lower levels of the prison. Newt turned to the gray-hatted wizard and asked, "Where are the Dementors?" The wizard offered a wry smile. "They are in the middle and upper levels." "Why is that?" Newt inquired. "I do not quite understand either. Ever since the inmate named Kono arrived, the environment of this lower prison has undergone some changes." Seeing the gray-hatted wizard's helpless expression, Newt nodded, refraining from further questioning, and began to listen to the murmuring chants within the prison. The old master said, "The way is comprised of clarity and turbidity, stillness and motion. Tranquility is the essence, while turbulence is the end. Hence, the sun is clear and the moon is turbid. The sun is in motion and the moon is still. The masculine is clear and the feminine is turbid. The masculine is in motion and the feminine is still. Descending from essence to manifestation gives rise to all things. The clear is the source of the turbid, and the still is the foundation of motion. If one can remain tranquil, the world will hold them in high esteem." Dumbledore was also listening intently. He leaned closer to Newt and asked, "What are your thoughts? Can you discern what it is?" "I have no expertise in Chinese," he confessed. Newt rubbed his brow. "I surmise it resembles some classical text. The magical system of those Huaxiao wizards diverges somewhat from ours, and that is all I can ascertain." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore turned his gaze to the gray-hatted wizard. "Mr. Fur-Eyed, could you kindly lead us to Mr. Kono?" The wizard's expression brightened. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I did not expect you to remember me." Dumbledore smiled. "Of course, I remember every student who graduated from Hogwarts." They discovered that the iron bars used for isolation in the prison had all been smashed open, as if struck by a massive hammer. Dumbledore pointed at the marks and asked, "Did Kono do this?" Fur-Eyed smiled wryly. Indeed, he believed that having more people would be more lively, so he smashed open the prison doors. Newt was somewhat astonished. Were there no protective spells on these iron bars? How did he achieve this? Fur-Eyed gestured slightly. He simply punched down, and then the locks broke. As they ventured deeper into the prison, the chanting grew louder, compared to the earlier desolation. This area seemed far more inviting. It was a comfort that could only be felt with attentive awareness. Such solace was found within the confines of a prison. Kono sat on the bed of his cell, his body gently rising and falling as he engaged in meditation. Upon closer inspection, a series of English letters were carved into the walls. Yet, to any normal Englishman, the sight of these letters would be utterly bewildering. The letters in question cannot be arranged to form meaningful words. They are merely a haphazard collection of syllables such as Lao, Jun, Yu, and Fu, appearing with slight spacing. Should a traveler from a land of Huaxia fortuitously find themselves in Azkaban, they would instantly comprehend the letters inscribed upon the walls. To the left of Kono are phonetic symbols, familiar to the children of Huaxia, who encounter them in kindergarten or primary school. If one can accurately articulate the sounds, the phonetic version of the Heart Sutra on the right can be smoothly recited. To an ordinary wizard like Fully, Kono's every action upon arriving at Azkaban can only be described as peculiar. However, Dumbledore, universally acknowledged as the greatest wizard of the contemporary era, perceives Kono as remarkably natural. This is Dumbledore's initial impression. It seems as though Kono has seamlessly integrated into the prison. It becomes difficult to ascertain whether Kono exists within the confines of the prison or if the prison itself has become a part of Kono. According to his vast knowledge, such a unique ability to assimilate with the surrounding environment is typically observed only among centaur tribes or the long-extinct druids. He began to recite the Heart Sutra according to the phonetics on the wall, and before he knew it, he felt a profound tranquility enveloping his heart. Each breath seemed to bring forth a sense of peace, and the trivial worries from his school life appeared to diminish significantly. A warm sensation filled his heart, and the painful memories from his long life no longer felt so piercing. This was not mere forgetfulness, but rather a release, a liberation concerning both himself and others. Abruptly, Kono opened his eyes, sensing an extraordinary surge of faith flooding into his mind. akin to a martial arts elixir. The purity of this faith effortlessly eclipsed the beliefs of the lowly prisoners within Azkaban, much like the sun dwarfs the light of a flashlight. Since entering the magical realm, he discovered that it not only harbored treasures capable of enhancing his abilities, but also an abundance of gifted wizards. The Heart Sutra, which embodies the essence of tranquility, serves to diminish one's worldly aspirations. Although the martial arts elixir he obtained was shattered, under the influence of this faith, it surprisingly exhibited signs of gradual restoration. While he remained uncertain about the amount of faith required for a complete recovery of the elixir, it was certainly preferable to being unable to restore it at all. "May I inquire as to who you are?" Kono asked the two elders before him, adding respectful honorifics out of deference. Dumbledore chuckled softly. "Newt, it appears he is not as impolite as you suggested." Newt felt a familiar throbbing at his temples as he gazed at Kono. "I am Newt Scamander, a magizoologist. The horned beast you harmed previously was one I raised." Dumbledore cleared his throat and began his introduction. "I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." From the moment Newt began to express his grievances, a profound curiosity regarding the exceptionally unique individual he spoke was ignited within him. Upon finally encountering Kano, he discovered that this enigmatic figure remained an enigma. He sensed no trace of the magical aura emanating from Kano, yet he could discern the astonishing potential concealed beneath the taut confines of his prison garb. If he were to articulate his initial impression using his existing knowledge, Kano appeared to embody a fusion of a fire dragon and a unicorn, dangerous yet serene. It was unfathomable to him how someone described by Newt as so ferocious could exude such tranquility while seated before him. Chapter 7. The Collision of Martial Arts and Magic. Not only was Dumbledore assessing Kano, but Kano was equally scrutinizing Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. His ability to recall Dumbledore's lengthy, full name was solely attributed to his fervently devoted Harry Potter enthusiast roommate. In the series of Harry Potter books, Dumbledore was the epitome of admiration for his roommate, gifted, benevolent, gentle, possessing exceptional insight and wisdom. Numerous laudatory adjectives were employed to characterize him. Now, Kano had to concede that merely encountering Dumbledore allowed him to feel the warmth of the latter's charismatic presence. This charm likely stemmed from Dumbledore's formidable magical prowess and his richly woven tapestry of life experiences. "You appear to be quite extraordinary, Mr. Kano," Dumbledore remarked, exuding no air of dominance, akin to conversing with an old friend. "Shall we step next door for a more in-depth discussion? We wouldn't want to disturb them." Kano stretched leisurely, his hands nestled in his pockets as he ambled towards the adjacent cell. He settled cross-legged on the ground, while Dumbledore mirrored his posture, and Newt perched upon his portable suitcase. Furley had a great deal on his plate, needing to keep an eye on the chanting prisoners while ensuring Dumbledore's group safety. "You may leave," Kano stated. "Those prisoners pose no threat." In response to Furley's inquiring gaze, Dumbledore nodded gently. After Furley secured the prison door with a lock, Dumbledore initiated the conversation. "Mr. Kano, I find myself with certain perplexities that I hope you might elucidate for me." "Speak freely," Kano invited. "I am curious as to why I cannot perceive any magical fluctuations emanating from you. Furthermore, regarding the characters on the wall, how are they inscribed? And what accounts for their remarkable effects?" "The characters are quite simple. Just inscribe them as such," Kano replied, extending his index finger to begin writing on the ground. The hard stone surface felt as pliable as fine sand beneath his touch, and Dumbledore and the others felt no resistance from Kano's finger. Pointing to the characters he had inscribed in Chinese, he explained, "This is how it works. As long as you master the subtle force and practice diligently, you can achieve such results." At the mention of subtle force, Dumbledore suddenly grasped the source of the headache that Newt had described to him. He had devoted his entire life to the study of magic, only to discover the existence of such an unprecedented power. Let me clarify with a simpler analogy. Kono absorbed a substantial amount of faith energy from Dumbledore and, feeling quite elated, was eager to elucidate matters for the centenarian. With a flick of his right hand, he deftly extracted a sizable stone slab from the ground, then gently placed his left hand upon it before positioning the stone before the two astonished elders. "This slab has been compromised by my dark energy. You may sense its nature. A mere step upon it will elucidate everything." "Is that so?" Dumbledore murmured, following Kono's instruction and stepping down. He anticipated a solid sensation beneath his foot, yet to his surprise, he found himself stepping into an empty void. A hollow appeared in the slab, revealing a powdery substance within. Dumbledore concluded dark energy, then, is capable of disrupting internal structures? Partially correct, Kono nodded. The applications of dark energy are manifold. It resembles the injury I inflicted upon that creature. What was it called? Finally encountering a familiar domain, Newt interjected, the Alchemy, a rare and precious magical creature. Indeed, I comprehend now, and it is quite nourishing, Kono acknowledged, explaining that the Alchemy's thick hide necessitated the use of dark energy to inflict harm upon its innards. Otherwise, it would prove impervious to defeat. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. You can indeed utilize dark energy to disrupt even the internal structure of living beings? Naturally, Kono replied. Internal injuries, after all. One can easily sustain internal damage from a vehicular collision. Dumbledore collected his thoughts before asking, Mr. Kono, may I interpret this correctly? Your dark energy, along with the characters inscribed using it, constitutes your magical heritage, correct? Kono nodded, stating, if one must elucidate, then this interpretation suffices. Both bright and dark energies are components of martial arts, necessitating the integration of mental disciplines. Mental disciplines? Are they the inscriptions upon the wall? Dumbledore inquired, gesturing towards the distant wall. Precisely, Kono affirmed. The primary function of these mental disciplines is to cultivate tranquility and diminish material desires, colloquially termed as letting go. Moreover, it appears that the heart of tranquility possesses a deterrent effect on dementors. Those ghostly entities were quite bothersome, and I ultimately banished them using the heart of tranquility. Incredible, Dumbledore's voice turned husky. The concepts of martial arts and mental disciplines profoundly impacting him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Newt's mind buzzed with excitement, yet his focus remained steadfast. He yearned for Kono's assistance in healing the Alchemy. Mr. Kono, have you indeed injured the Alchemy with your dark energy? Could you assist me in its recovery? Its condition is deteriorating rapidly. The Alchemy had not eaten for several days, thus its state was understandably dire. If you're willing to agree to a few conditions, I would be more than happy to help alleviate its afflictions, Kono stated. Conditions? What do you mean? Dumbledore transformed into a curious child, intrigued by the new terminology emerging from Kono's lips. Newt quickly interjected, Mr. Kono, please assist me in relieving the Alchemy's afflictions first. I am willing to agree to any terms you set forth. He opened his suitcase, leading Kono to the hidden habitat concealed within. Upon emerging from the shack, they beheld the collapsed figure of a horned camel beast sprawled upon the sandy ground. After days of unconsciousness, its feeding tendrils had withered, and its once modest grayish-purple skin had grown even more dim. Where can I find such a creature? I desire to raise one. Konyo half-squatted beside the massive beast, feeling around its neck. Only within my breeding facility can you discover one. Newt's face radiated pride, for the horned camel beast had once teetered on the brink of extinction. It was through my meticulous nurturing that their population had begun to flourish once more. That is indeed impressive. It is evident that you have cared for it well. Konyo remarked as he located the acupressure point and gently pressed down. The previously unconscious horned camel beast coughed and opened its eyes, seemingly awakened by the familiar yet fearful presence of Konyo. In a flurry of panic, it collided with Newt's shack and sought refuge inside. It is clear that it fears me. Perhaps you should gift it to me? I shall treat it with utmost care, Konyo suggested, pointing toward the collapsed shack. Chapter 8, Deception. Upon hearing this, Newt instinctively positioned himself in front of the shack, shouting at Konyo, you truly are a heartless poacher. Do you covet its horns? Its flesh? Or its blood? Clenching his fist, Konyo thought to himself, I desire all of it. However, he refrained from uttering such thoughts aloud, instead clearing his throat and saying softly, in truth, I feel a deep connection with it and wish to adopt it. Newt remained on high alert, his posture resembling that of a mother hen protecting her chicks. You wish to adopt it? So you injure it, causing it to go days without sustenance? From the direction of the shack came the sound of munching, accompanied by a whiff of blood that wafted into Newt's nostrils. He understood that the horned camel beast was undoubtedly famished, feasting on the meat he had prepared in advance. Konyo stroked his chin, contemplating how to persuade this so-called magical zoologist. According to Newt's introduction, the horned camel beast was an exceedingly rare magical creature, and Newt was the sole zoologist to have achieved successful artificial breeding. This implied that Newt might possess more than just the few magical creatures he had encountered. There could be many others within the breeding facility that could augment his own strength. What vulnerabilities might a magical zoologist possess? Konyo surveyed the entire space within the suitcase, discovering that each habitat was distinctively unique. There was a bamboo grove teeming with several avian species unseen on Blue Star, joyfully flitting among the bamboo. Beneath a grand tree lay a burrow, beside which gleamed shiny gold coins. A small creature resembling a platypus seemed to sense Kanyuo's gaze and swiftly darted into the burrow. There was also a habitat resembling a tropical rainforest, where, amidst the dappled shadows of the trees, Kanyuo spotted a leopard adorned with fleshy tumors, growling ominously in his direction. Among all the creatures, the large leopard captivated Kanyuo the most. Whether it was the seemingly toxic growths or its robust physique, it encapsulated one word: enhancement. He resolved to establish a favorable rapport with Newt, perceiving him not merely as a magizoologist but as a veritable treasure trove. He believed that a significant portion of his aspirations to transcend into the realm of martial cultivation could be entrusted to Newt. In light of the necessity to befriend such an essential individual, resorting to deceptive tactics was utterly inadvisable. Firstly, engaging in discussions about magic with this group of wizards was out of the question, given that he was merely an ordinary university student, having acquired only martial prowess, which bore little relevance to spells or enchantments. To earn Newt's trust, he needed to draw him into his own perspective, employing the wealth of knowledge from the 21st century to persuade Newt of his fabrications. Thus, he resolved, "Newt, it seems you harbor some preconceived notions about me." Qinggong donned an innocent demeanor, his unwavering dedication to martial arts rendering his eyes as clear as those of a child. "In truth, I have never harbored any ill intentions." Upon hearing Qinggong's words, Newt took a deep breath, striving to embody the persona of a world-renowned magizoologist. More importantly, with Dumbledore by his side, what was there to fear? "It is your demeanor that leads me to suspect malice." He endeavored to avoid gazing into Qinggong's transparent eyes, suppressing the guilt that stirred within him. "Moreover, your words are perilous. Such statements are typically uttered by poachers." "I can empathize with your feelings," Qinggong replied, feigning enlightenment. "First and foremost, I must clarify that I have suffered from amnesia, which is of utmost importance." "Amnesia?" Newt blinked, leaning closer to Dumbledore and whispering, "Is Qinggong lying? Could you employ legilimency to discern the truth?" "I know you excel at that," Newt added. Dumbledore offered a wry smile, raising his hands in resignation. "When I first encountered Qinggong, I attempted it. What do you suppose I witnessed? What did you see?" "I cannot ascertain whether it was the sun or the moon. In any case, it was a large luminous object akin to a golden sphere." "Did you truly apply yourself?" Qinggong found this peculiar. He was convinced that he could not be subjected to mental intrusion, for he felt no trace of magical disturbance. Perhaps it was indeed his martial cultivation that rendered him impervious to legilimency. As a martial arts master, Qinggong was acutely aware of Newt and Dumbledore's whispered exchange, and the weight of anxiety within him dissipated. He had previously heard from his roommate about legilimency being a wizard's mind-reading technique, and he had indeed worried that his rhetoric might be unveiled by Dumbledore. Now that Dumbledore had explicitly acknowledged his inability to perceive Qinggong's thoughts, all apprehensions evaporated in an instant. With the power of discourse firmly in his grasp, even if he spun an elaborate tale about being the disciple of Voldemort, it was likely that Dumbledore would need to devote time to verify it. "Thank you, martial prowess. Thank you for that meteor shower." Qinggong's heart swelled with elation, though he still needed to maintain a facade. He feigned confusion and exclaimed, "What are you discussing? Do you not recognize that I am the true victim here?" Alone in the depths of the mountains, I found myself confronted by a monstrous creature that launched an unprovoked attack, causing me to forget a multitude of thoughts. As a person of kindness, I merely retaliated in self-defense, targeting only its pressure points, yet I was unjustly imprisoned. Is there no law, no sense of justice? At that moment, both Newt and Dumbledore felt a simultaneous throbbing at their temples. Kano's words, upon first hearing, seemed remarkably reasonable, devoid of any apparent flaws. Newt, who was never particularly adept at social interactions, took the initiative to apologize, expressing his regret. "I truly did not anticipate that the erumpent would inflict such significant harm upon you. What compensation do you seek? I would be willing to accommodate your request." Dumbledore remained silent, observing Kano closely, intrigued to discern his ulterior motives. Kano chuckled softly, placing an arm around Newt's shoulder. "Ah, Newt, there's an old saying, no fight, no acquaintance. It appears we've been brought together by the erumpent." Faced with this intimate gesture, Newt furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that the rationale was not on his side. Yet he allowed Kano's action to persist. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of reluctance and continued, "What exactly are your intentions towards the erumpent? If you desire its horn, I can provide you with another pair." Chapter 9. The Art of Deception. Kano's actions were not without purpose. He was a forthright individual, devoid of any peculiar notions toward his own gender. His intention to make physical contact with Newt stemmed from a desire to gauge the emotional shifts within him through subtle changes in bodily functions, such as blood flow, respiration, and heart rate. In essence, while a wizard may employ legilimency to read minds, a martial arts master can discern thoughts through bodily sensations. At that moment, Kano sensed that Newt's resistance had diminished, prompting him to press forward. Do you not find this cruel? If I am not mistaken, the erumpent's rarity has escalated due to the multitude of functions its horn possesses, leading to rampant hunting. Newt regarded him with a strange expression, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. How did you know that? I have spent considerable time investigating to reach this conclusion. Fortunately, I managed to protect the remaining erumpents in time. Of course, after all, I'm a university student. How long have you wizards been hiding away? Kano mused inwardly, while maintaining a facade of innocent cheerfulness. I have a deep understanding of these magical creatures. In fact, I am a druid. Are you familiar with druids? At this, Dumbledore could not resist interjecting. Mr. Kano, are you suggesting that you are a druid? I recall that druids ceased to exist by the late Middle Ages. They were innate animagi. What is that? Kano inquired, momentarily taken aback by the term. Animagi, a magical ability to transform into animals, is a trait possessed by every druid. Dumbledore elucidated. Kano promptly began to retract his pores, attempting to prevent beads of sweat from forming on his forehead. He never anticipated the existence of druids within the realm of Harry Potter. The druid he had just mentioned is, in fact, a profession from World of Warcraft. No matter. Dumbledore cannot discern my thoughts. The advantage lies with me. Kano encouraged himself inwardly. As a martial arts master, controlling one's body is fundamental. Even though he felt a tempest of anxiety within, his exterior remained an expression of sincerity and tranquility. Professor Dumbledore, you mentioned that they are medieval druids. Kano pondered as he paced, ultimately crafting a coherent narrative. Druids were indeed renowned for their formidable magical abilities. However, as you are aware, the witch hunts were rampant during the medieval era. Many druids who transformed into cats and dogs met their demise. Thus later druids ceased the practice of becoming animagi, discovering a more valuable knowledge instead. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore was already persuaded by Kano's account. Firstly, Kano's expression was genuinely sincere, and secondly, it was indeed true that many wizards faced persecution during the medieval period. Therefore, it was not surprising that druids would alter their traditional lifestyles. He was also curious about the new knowledge Kano mentioned, speculating, could it be martial arts? Indeed, you are astute. Kano gave a thumbs up, praising the erudition of the headmaster of Hogwarts. It is martial arts. Only by strengthening the body can one thrive. Dumbledore chuckled. You flatter me. The historical records of druids are scarce, and I am elated to hear these secrets from you. Newt, listening to their exchange, found himself increasingly convinced of Kano's identity. Druids, much like the centaur tribes, were guardians of nature. The dwindling number of druids has led to a decrease in many magical creatures. Much of his knowledge regarding the breeding of magical creatures was derived from druidic texts that still exist in other countries. Could you refrain from discussing this? Newt interjected, positioning himself between Dumbledore and Kano. Mr. Kano, given your extensive understanding of the horned beast, how should we resolve this situation? Quite simply, Kano coughed lightly and continued. You believe the horns of the horned beast are non-renewable, thus you only harvest them once. Am I mistaken? Newt nodded vigorously. This is indeed a misconception. How barbaric! Kano feigned a sorrowful expression. Even if you do use them, you merely grind them into powder. If that is the case, why not grind directly on the living horns of the horned beast? Grind directly on the horns? But that would still wear them down. Newt began to seriously consider the feasibility of this approach. The reason the horns of the horned beast are so magnificent is that they serve as tools for courtship. Should they lose their horns for any reason, the horned beast would choose to end its life. How frightful! Kano mused inwardly. He then asked Newt, what do you usually feed the horned beasts? Do you only give them chunks of meat? Newt nodded thoughtfully, affirming that it was indeed an omnivorous creature, primarily feasting on various cuts of livestock, while in the evenings, an assortment of fruits and vegetables would be prepared. You must have conducted the experiment of filing down the creature's horns. During this process, did you continue to feed the horned beast solely the same diet? Newt nodded again, stating that he would prepare a greater variety of meats and select higher quality fruits and vegetables. Kano seized the opportunity, displaying a feigned look of dismay. Therein lies your error. There's a saying among druids, you are what you eat. Since the horns have been filed down, how can you continue to provide it with the same sustenance? Newt, momentarily taken aback, inquired, what else should I feed it? Consider shrimp shells, bone broth, and such. You have acknowledged its omnivorous nature. If that proves insufficient, you can supplement it with calcium tablets and vitamins. Newt scratched his head in confusion. Calcium tablets and vitamins? What are those? It seems you have been out of touch with the common world for quite some time to be unaware of such beneficial items, Kono lamented. Individuals of your age ought to consume more calcium and vitamins. As one ages, the loss of essential nutrients becomes more pronounced and requires replenishment. Dumbledore interjected. Are you suggesting that these calcium tablets and vitamins are concoctions of muggles? Kono nodded affirmatively. Indeed, you should be able to procure them at a muggle pharmacy. They are calculated according to body size. Chapter 10. Master, I have attained enlightenment. Unbeknownst to him, Newt had squatted down, placing his notebook on his lap and fervently jotting down notes. Kono glanced at the content of the notebook and realized that although Newt appeared somewhat shy, his efficiency in tasks was truly exceptional. In such a short span of time, Newt had already drafted a table and designed a series of experimental plans, detailing the duration of the experiments and the appropriate dosages of vitamins and calcium tablets for each feeding session. Noticing Kono's silence, Newt looked up eagerly. Have you finished? Will you not add anything further? Your insights have significantly broadened my perspective. I am profoundly grateful. Kono found himself momentarily speechless. In that instant, he genuinely perceived the generational gap between the youth of the 21st century and the elders of the last century, as well as the distinctions between ordinary individuals and wizards. It was akin to a modern individual attempting to teach Neanderthals the art of wearing shoes. It was simply unfeasible, just as Neanderthals were born with feet designed for walking. Requiring no assistance from footwear, wizards operated on a similar principle. They could resolve many matters directly through magic, seldom contemplating alternative methods. I believe you should proceed with your attempts. After all, the horned beasts of this era differ significantly from those of the medieval period. Only through practical experience can one uncover the truth, Kono advised. Kono gestured dismissively. Correction, I am now a martial artist. I have not identified as a druid for many years. Understood. Newt nodded earnestly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Sensing the opportune moment, Kono half-squatted to converse with Newt. Newt, do you recall our previous discussion outside the box? At that time, you promised to fulfill a few conditions if you could cure my crumplehorn snorkack. Newt did not look up, but he remembered. Connor smiled slyly and said, That's splendid. My requests are rather simple. Firstly, your crumplehorn snorkack caused havoc in my home. Thus, you must assist me in finding a place to reside. Not an issue. How about Dorset? I reside there, and you can choose a place you fancy. Is this the audacity of a magizoologist, or merely the swagger of a farmer? Connor pondered within. To him, Newt's so-called breeding facility could be likened to the numerous landowners within the borders of the Blue Star Moldy Country, possessing vast tracts of land, free to pursue their desires. Well, I shall decide on the residence later. Connor nodded, standing up to propose further conditions to Newt. Initially, he presented insignificant demands, such as various requirements for his accommodation or how his daily meals would be arranged. Once Newt appeared almost numbed by his nodding, Connor finally revealed his true intention. Oh, by the way, it would be splendid if you could prepare a cup of that crumplehorn snorkack blood for me each day. All right, no problem. Wait, Newt suddenly froze. Raising his voice, what do you want that for? I cannot agree. TSK. Such high vigilance. It seems I must engage in some persuasive work, Connor thought to himself. He gazed meaningfully at Newt, sighing as he patted him on the shoulder. Newt, you truly do not comprehend. I am doing this for the sake of the crumplehorn snorkack, and even for all the magical creatures within your breeding facility. His ambitions surely extended beyond just that one crumplehorn snorkack. His sights were set on Newt's entire breeding base. Newt scratched his head and inquired humbly, What benefits does this bring? Newt, do you believe there is a difference between the magical creatures in your breeding facility and their wild counterparts? This is a visible aspect. I speak of the essence. Do you understand the essence? Newt shook his head. Have you ever contemplated that if the magical creatures you raise were to encounter their wild counterparts, would they emerge victorious in battle? Newt's eyes widened, and his voice trembled slightly. How did you know I once arranged for them to be placed with their wild kin? I do not understand why they seem incapable of triumphing in combat. After all, he was a world-renowned magizoologist, and such matters were somewhat embarrassing. Hence he had never mentioned them to anyone. Newt gasped, Indeed, you are a druid. No, a martial artist. You truly are the most knowledgeable about magical creatures. Of course, Connor shrugged slightly. We refer to this practice as rewilding. Ultimately, they belong to nature, do they not? No matter how much effort we expend, we merely construct a cage for them. Nature is their true home. Exactly. Newt murmured, his eyes sparkling. I must jot this down. Rewilding. Nature is their true home. Please, Continue. Consider this. What distinguishes wild creatures from those bred in captivity? Newt inquired, twisting his neck as he spoke uncertainly. Perhaps it is because the magical beings in the wild endure various struggles, rendering them stronger? Precisely, Kano exclaimed with a grin. Through these trials, they sustain injuries and bleed, which naturally compels them to grow more resilient. Newt trembled with excitement, interrupting him. I understand now. No wonder you insist on a daily cup of blood. While a cup may seem modest, it can replicate the sensation of injury. This prompts their bodies to recognize external threats and instinctively fortify themselves. How ingenious! Is this the wisdom of the druidic martial artist? Not only that, you must incorporate a myriad of elements to simulate their natural habitat, much like that bamboo grove. Kano pointed out, such a dense thicket, yet devoid of any threat. In the wild, myriad predators abound. Thus, when we release them back into the wild, aside from causing them to bleed, we must also heighten their vigilance and enhance their flight capabilities, among other skills. Allow me to demonstrate. He scooped up a handful of soil from the ground and, employing a typical throwing technique for concealed projectiles, hurled it forth. Do not harm them. Newt, though largely convinced, felt a pang of compassion. Fear not. I am a professional. Kano reassured him with a slight smile. The clumps of earth transformed mid-air into a cloud of dust, causing no harm to the birds dwelling within the bamboo grove. However, the sudden noise and inexplicable haze startled the birds, prompting them to soar upwards, alighting at the grove's pinnacle, chirping incessantly. With his head raised slightly and eyes closed, Kano calmly asked, Do you understand? Newt, witnessing the once dreaded birds, now soaring high and swift, felt his eyes moisten. He pressed his palm to his chest, nodding solemnly, Master, I comprehend. Chapter 11. The layers of Kano and Dumbledore's intricacies. The series of dialogues between Newt and the peculiar man named Kano stirred a sense of unease in Dumbledore. Despite Kano's demeanor exhibiting no flaws, Dumbledore, having lived for over a century as a wizard, instinctively sensed an underlying disquiet. This apprehension stemmed from the unknown. Lacking the simplest spell to penetrate another's thoughts, he found himself perplexed by Kano's ultimate intentions. If his need for blood was the sole motive, then Kano's true identity might very well be that of a dark wizard, and a formidable one at that. One thing he could ascertain was that Kano was certainly no druid, as he initially failed to even recall the names of those magical creatures. While Newt was wholly engrossed in his fascination with magical creatures, he overlooked these inconsistencies, remaining blissfully unaware. As Newt's friend and mentor, Dumbledore felt compelled to prevent him from being so easily led by Kano. This truly is troublesome, Dumbledore murmured, rubbing his brow in contemplation. Clearing his throat, he addressed Mr. Kano, expressing his apologies for interrupting the conversation with Newt. I can discern that you are an exceptionally talented wizard and martial artist. Might I have the honor of inviting you to join Hogwarts and become a member of our esteemed institution? His reasoning was straightforward. Since Newt was so invested in Kano, it would be prudent to keep him close. This would not only allow for continued observation of Kano's true intentions, but also serve to protect Newt. Should both Kano and Newt reside in Dorset, one could not predict when Kano might assume control of the breeding grounds. Newt, being inherently pure-hearted, would go to great lengths to assist magical creatures without hesitation, dedicating himself entirely to their welfare. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Kano furrowed his brow and pondered. What does this mean? Is he suggesting I return to my studies? At over 20 years of age, does it not seem inappropriate to learn magic alongside 11 or 12-year-olds? Thus, he waved his hand dismissively and stated firmly, I refuse. Dumbledore, upon hearing Kano's response, became even more convinced of his earlier conjecture. Newt Scamander, you remain my student and friend. I cannot allow you to become a destitute recluse. To safeguard Newt and ensure he enjoys a peaceful retirement, his mind raced with thoughts on how to incorporate Kano into the school for the purposes of monitoring him. Returning to the essence of the matter, Kano's objectives were indeed clear. He sought materials from magical creatures. Dumbledore felt a twinge of frustration, as his earlier attempt to probe Kano's background by engaging him in discussions on druidry had inadvertently led to his inability to counter Kano's fabrications, unless he could find a contemporary druid to disprove Kano's claims. Since Kano yearned for materials from magical creatures, might he also have a desire for other substances? Perhaps this avenue warranted exploration. Mr. Kano, there is no need for haste in declining my offer. As a modern druid, I believe you possess considerable knowledge of herbology. It is worth noting that Hogwarts offers the most comprehensive array of herbs in all of Europe. You could conduct your research here, and we would be most delighted to welcome someone of your caliber. Newt chimed in enthusiastically. Indeed, Mr. Kano, Hogwarts is the finest school of magic in the world. You must experience it for yourself. Concerning the remedies you mentioned for magical creatures, the herbs at Hogwarts are indeed remarkable and certainly worthy of your consideration for research. Kano stroked his chin, contemplating. I must admit, I am somewhat intrigued. After all, a nourishing diet cannot consist solely of meat. It must include vegetables as well. Or how could it be deemed medicinal? Moreover, it seems Hogwarts frequently encounters a variety of oddities, providing an excellent opportunity for practice. This could indeed prove to be a favorable choice. With a piercing gaze, he turned to Dumbledore and inquired, So, what is the price, Headmaster Dumbledore? If I desire to utilize those herbs, what price must I pay? Dumbledore chuckled heartily, his demeanor amiable as he replied, Mr. Kono, at Hogwarts, we merely provide a platform for you. There is no need to employ such a stark term as price. I sense your proficiency in druidic arts. The lineage of druids has long been lost, which is why I wish to extend an invitation for you to become a professor at our school, specifically to teach courses related to druidism. The legacy of druids? What could I possibly teach? Teach students the power of bears? Kono mused inwardly, feeling a twinge of insecurity. The so-called druidism was a mere fabrication of his own, and if pressed to instruct, he feared he might easily be exposed. Yet, there was a glimmer of opportunity. Dumbledore had previously mentioned that the druidic lineage had been interrupted during the Middle Ages. Moreover, the fact that Dumbledore did not refute his earlier fabrications suggested that he, too, was not well versed in druidic knowledge. The martial arts of Huaxia are vast and profound, capable of not only strengthening the body, but also nurturing the spirit. Surely, this far surpasses druidism. In time, I could elevate the heart of tranquility and continue to nourish my martial arts golden elixir through faith. What a bountiful endeavor. With this contemplation, it became imperative for me to venture into Hogwarts. Resolute, Kono clasped his hands behind his back and stepped forward, casting a long sigh at the magical canopy within a box. You speak truthfully. The loss of heritage is indeed a frightful matter. For the sake of all living beings, it is essential that I propagate my tradition. So, you are in agreement? Dumbledore inquired. A twitch of Dumbledore's lips signaled his thoughts. Did you truly perceive Hogwarts as so terrifying as to liken it to hell? How lofty! How remarkable! Kono, oblivious to Dumbledore's inner musings, continued. However, let us refrain from mentioning the title of Druid. I shall enter Hogwarts as a martial arts professor. Dumbledore smiled with satisfaction. Of course, that is perfectly acceptable. I shall liaise with the Ministry of Magic to approve this martial arts curriculum. Indeed, Kono nodded, then shifted the conversation. By the way, it seems I was imprisoned in Azkaban by the Ministry. So will I be the first professor to have ever been confined in Azkaban? That sounds rather thrilling. Chapter 12. Well done, Headmaster Dumbledore. Ultimately, Kono's ambition to join Hogwarts as a rogue was thwarted. The trio exited the box, yet the chanting of the Azkaban prisoners persisted. Kono clapped his hands and called out, Everyone, I am preparing to leave. During my absence, you must continue your chants, and upon your release, strive to be good individuals. Dumbledore and Newt exchanged glances, both astonished by the other's expression. Within Azkaban, magic is suppressed. Even they must wield their wands in unison to cast spells. Kono's voice did not emanate from in front of them, but rather appeared in their ears, suggesting the use of an amplification spell or a similar form of magic. However, Connor neither produced his wand nor uttered a spell. How then did he conjure the amplifying charm? Dumbledore could not help but inquire, Mr. Connor, might I ask what magic you just employed? The whispering charm, indeed, is an advanced art, with but a mere intention. I can convey my voice to whomever I wish to hear. Connor cleared his throat, as if to suggest as much. Dumbledore heard Connor's clear and resonant voice beside him. Headmaster Dumbledore, does Hogwarts provide meals? Are there midnight snacks? I tend to eat quite a bit. Newt took a step back, his voice tinged with confusion and alarm, asking, Dumbledore, who are you speaking to? Connor chuckled lightly, precisely. If I do not consciously control it, you all can hear my voice in its utmost clarity. If I wish for a specific individual to hear, then the others will remain completely oblivious to my words. Remarkable. Dumbledore felt a genuine admiration. Newt even applauded, exclaiming, Indeed, Mr. Connor, the druidic legacy is extraordinarily powerful. The chanting had ceased, and the prisoners approached the trio's cell. Master, what shall we do if you depart? Connor replied with a tone of reassurance. Fear not. As long as you persist in your chanting, those dementors cannot harm you. He patted the shoulder of the speaking prisoner, of course. You must also strive to reform yourselves and work towards leaving this place soon. Azkaban cannot be without Mr. Connor, just as we cannot be without Jerusalem. Connor tentatively suggested. What if I simply do not leave? I could stay and accompany you for a few more days. The formerly weeping prisoners fell silent in an instant, while the one who spoke of Jerusalem was dragged to a corner, surrounded by others. Unintelligible murmurs arose, and the remaining prisoners shook their heads vigorously, asserting, Mr. Connor, you must hasten your departure from this place of troubles. We shall thrive here. Indeed, in the future, we will spread your sutra of tranquility beyond these walls, ensuring your brilliance illuminates the world. We shall forever remember your teachings, and we will diligently recite the Sutra of Tranquility every day. Safe travels, Mr. Connor. Remaining here would only hinder your grand future. Amidst this fervent atmosphere, Connor exchanged handshakes with each prisoner before leisurely departing Azkaban. Newt echoed, truly, Mr. Connor, it is my first encounter with such restorative magic. Dumbledore felt a wave of melancholy. Newt's admiration made him reflect on his own teaching career with a sense of failure. Newt was indeed excessively kind, perhaps to a fault. He asked Mr. Connor, why do I sense that the prisoners harbor a certain fear of you? Connor stood with his hands clasped behind him, exuding the demeanor of a master. They initially perceived me as easy to intimidate. Thus, I revealed a small fraction of my prowess, and henceforth, we could engage in meaningful discourse. Dumbledore was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a familiar throb at his temples. This was perhaps the moment he regretted most, having brought Connor to the school and appointed him as the martial arts professor. Otherwise, should we seize the opportunity to dismiss him, then recommend him to Booth Barton or Durmstrang, or perhaps to Ilvermorny across the ocean, allowing him to wreak havoc upon those institutions? He inquired, massaging his temples. Mr. Kono, may I ask what knowledge you intend to impart to those children? I'm quite curious. With an air of calm assurance, Kono replied. The realm of martial arts is vast and profound. However, such esoteric concepts may be beyond the grasp of these children. I have decided to guide them into the world of martial arts through 5 fundamental aspects. Dumbledore pressed further. What are those 5 aspects? Kono extended 5 fingers, stating benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith. If they can grasp these 5 principles during their academic journey, their future should be bright. Newt interjected, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith? That appears to be a concept from the East. Mr. Kono, what textbooks do you intend to use to teach these students? Will you need to order them from the East? Kono raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the existence of a nation known as the East. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sensation that now was not the time to venture there. Setting aside these convoluted thoughts, he declared, I plan to compile my own instructional materials, which will provide them with a foundational understanding of martial arts. Newt's interest peaked. Creating textbooks and publishing them requires a publisher, correct? I am well acquainted with the Mermorian Publishing Company. I can assist you in making the necessary connections. The 2 wizards tasked with guarding Azkaban had long awaited their return outside. Feely inquired, Headmaster Dumbledore, are you preparing to depart? Dumbledore nodded gently. Indeed, we have clarified matters concerning Mr. Kono. There has been some misunderstanding with the Ministry of Magic, and I will accompany him to resolve the issue. Even in the dismal weather outside on the island, the 2 wizards' complexions visibly brightened. In unison, they exclaimed, Really? You're taking Mr. Kono with you, correct? Dumbledore cast a complex glance at Kono, who remained remarkably composed, feeling a throbbing at his temples intensify. The 2 wizards eagerly nodded, expressing their righteous indignation. This is only proper. No innocent person should be confined to Azkaban. Well done, Headmaster Dumbledore. At that moment, the previously ominous clouds parted ever so slightly, allowing golden sunlight to cascade down upon Kono, adorning him with a radiant sheen of light. Chapter 13, Practicing by the Sea. In the seaside cottage of the Newt estate in Dorset, the brief moments just before dawn are often the darkest. Kono awoke, his eyes snapping open in the depths of slumber. With agility, he leapt from his bed, donned his robe with remarkable speed, and vaulted through the open window to the ground below. He moved as silently as a cat, swiftly making his way to the beach. Having resided there for a week, he had memorized the route from the cottage to the shore, capable of navigating it even with his eyes shut. Kono arrived at the beach like a gust of wind, propelling himself forward with the grace of a seagull taking flight, landing lightly upon the largest and highest rock at the water's edge. He promptly settled into a meditative posture, transitioning from extreme motion to profound stillness, resembling an immovable mountain as he sat cross-legged, eyes firmly shut, his chest rising and falling rhythmically, releasing a long sigh of stale breath. A colossal wave surged suddenly, crashing against the rocks with a thunderous roar. Yet, Just as the ocean's might could not sway the rocks, it could not disturb him either. A faint blue hue began to emerge on the previously pitch-black horizon. Before this delicate blue could stretch further across the sea, a vibrant red glow quietly made its appearance. Kono keenly sensed the subtle shift in temperature at that moment. Abruptly opening his eyes to gaze at the crimson sky, the expanse of red began to widen, its brilliance intensifying. It was only at this moment that he commenced inhaling, allowing the thoughts swirling in his mind to be consumed by the nascent dawn. He inhaled deeply for over 2 minutes, his entire being seeming to swell, as if an unseen force were inflating him like a balloon. This was the sun and moon return method employed in martial arts to harness the essence of celestial bodies. Before dawn, one must sit cross-legged upon the ground, expelling the stale air accumulated during slumber, and then hold one's breath in tranquil anticipation of the sunrise. Once the sun emerges, one must begin inhaling according to the technique, thereby absorbing the essence birthed by the rising sun into the body. Moreover, this simple act of inhalation and exhalation can cleanse the body, purging it of impurities. In that moment, Kono resembled a balloon, appearing as though a gentle lift could send him soaring into the sky. After fully inhaling, he commenced exhaling, his breath resonating as if amplified by a megaphone, producing a sound that echoed like a tiger's roar. The enormity of his exhalation overshadowed even the thunderous sound of the crashing waves. Another massive wave approached, but Kono's exhaled breath formed an indomitable air shield, parting the wave with ease. With a triumphant exhalation concluded, he pressed his hands into the ground and exerted force, effortlessly springing onto the sandy beach. He leapt up the rugged cliffside, utilizing the protruding stones to swiftly ascend to the summit. Kono noticed a massive stone at the cliff's edge, sensing a fleeting awareness as if someone were observing him from that spot. Dismissing the fleeting thought, he hummed a tune and sprinted towards the distant estate, faint wisps of smoke rising from its chimney. Dumbledore observed Kono's gradually receding figure, instinctively rubbing his temples. It baffled him. Why could he not detect a hint of magical energy? Could he truly be a druid, capable of casting spells without a wand? No. I must attempt to test him again. A being devoid of magical resonance, yet possessing such formidable power, is undeniably perilous. Kono's emergence had nearly upended Dumbledore's understanding of the world. This world could be simply divided into 2 categories of people, one being wizards, who wield magic to accomplish various feats that appear incredible to muggles, the other being muggles, who utilize technology to achieve various feats that may seem peculiar to wizards. Kono is unexpectedly a third type of individual, capable of performing various astonishing feats without relying on magic. In his eyes, Kono's current level of danger is only slightly lower than that of the hidden Voldemort. Although he appears to be essentially harmless at present and can even assist Newt in leading a more idyllic life, there is no guarantee that should Kono ever develop troubling thoughts, he could indeed take actions that might upend the magical world. It would be prudent to write a letter to Newt. It seems that Kono has always been wandless, and it would be intriguing to test whether he possesses any magical abilities. Once Dumbledore resolved this in his mind, his form began to warp, and with a crisp sound, he vanished from the spot. Newt's estate, which also serves as his breeding ground, has seen a variety of magical creatures that Kono has become familiar with over the past week, thanks to Newt's book, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. The estate is divided into various habitats, with creatures from different countries and regions residing in environments most suitable for their survival. For instance, the bamboo grove nearby is home to a host of magical beings, including bird snakes, fall birds, tree guardians, and invisible beasts. Walking along the secluded path through the bamboo grove, one arrives at the main body of Newt's estate, a rather magnificent British-style villa. A large pumpkin sits there, and when it is sliced in half, the whimsical saying goes, "You may take your half, but I shall not accept yours. Thus, let us keep both halves." Newt is in the clearing before the villa, practicing Tai Chi, while an elderly woman, somewhat flustered, attempts to follow along. This lady is Newt's wife, Tina, a former Auror from the United States. In Kono's understanding, Aurors are wizards who are somewhat tougher than those employed by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Newt struggles to grasp the formal 24 forms of Tai Chi, so Kono teaches him the simplest and most memorable movements. Sharing a smile with Tina, Newt reflects on the wonders of martial arts, exclaiming how invigorated he feels compared to before his practice. The essence of martial arts lies in perseverance. Only through steadfast dedication can one reap substantial rewards. Kono encourages Newt, saying that once he masters the movements, he will share the deeper principles for him to practice alongside. Suddenly, a diminutive house elf with a long nose, bulging eyes, and bat-like ears appears, bowing respectfully to the trio. Esteemed master, esteemed mistress, honorable Mr. Kano, breakfast has been prepared for you. Chapter 14. The Culinary Delights of Huaxia conquer Newt and Tina. In his past life, as a Chinese individual, Kano had long heard tales of the culinary offerings of England. Previously, living in the mountains, he was accustomed to meals prepared by an old hunter using ingredients sourced from the wilderness. Thus, he never had the fortune of tasting the legendary stargazing pie. Later, when he found himself alone and faced with limited ingredients in an unfamiliar place, he primarily subsisted on roasted meats. Consuming grilled meats alongside herbs used for potion-making provided him with a sense of indulging in a feast of stolen culinary delights. The flavors of various herbs differ, adding a certain richness to daily life. Upon arriving at the estate, Kanyuo's meals are entrusted to a house elf named Rolex. Trained at Hogwarts, Rolex is considered one of the finest house elves in all of England. Regrettably, England itself is a culinary desert, with cooking methods that are not only simplistic but also rather crude. Techniques such as boiling, stewing, roasting, frying, and steaming encompass nearly the entirety of English cuisine. Their pursuit of gastronomy remains equally unadorned, striving to minimize additional ingredients and preserve the original essence of each dish. A warm glass of milk, a small bowl of oatmeal porridge, a plate of fried eggs and bacon, accompanied by a slice of buttered toast. This constitutes the daily breakfast of the Newt couple. It is a humble breakfast ensemble, quite in line with Newt's dietary customs as an Englishman. However, Kanyuo, as a connoisseur of fine cuisine from China, naturally finds little interest in such Western breakfasts. Rolex placed a steamer and a cup of peanut soy milk before Kanyuo. Mr. Kanyuo, here are your 5th iteration of soup dumplings. As per your instructions, the filling includes jelly, and the pleats number precisely 36. Observing the steaming, plump, fist-sized dumplings, Kanyuo nodded in satisfaction. Rolex, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. But have you managed to procure that Italian balsamic vinegar? Indeed, Rolex replied, summoning a bottle of Italian balsamic vinegar, similar in packaging to red wine. The vinegar possessed a texture akin to red wine, but with a deeper hue. Its acidity complemented by a hint of grape aroma. There exists a fundamental difference between balsamic vinegar, crafted from a blend of wine vinegar and concentrated grape juice, and the Chinese aged vinegar made from sorghum. However, this is the best substitute one can find in Europe. With a steamer containing 4 soup dumplings, Kanyuo grasped a pair of rough chopsticks and delicately lifted one onto his plate. Gently slicing through the translucent skin, amber broth flowed forth, its rich aroma gradually permeating the air. He instinctively blew on the dumpling to cool it, despite no longer fearing the heat of freshly made soup dumplings. As he took a sip of the broth, its exquisite flavor danced upon his palate, lingering enticingly. This delightful essence compelled Kanyuo to open his mouth wide, drawing the entire dumpling in. Without pausing for reflection, he picked up another resilient dumpling. After slicing the skin, he drizzled a few drops of balsamic vinegar over it before directly inhaling the steaming dumpling. Mr. Kanyuo, do you believe there are any areas that require improvement? Rolex inquired from the side. Kanyuo raised an eyebrow. The meat filling was still somewhat lacking. European pigs are not castrated, and thus, despite careful attention, there's invariably a hint of gaminess in the cooking. Setting aside the gaminess, under a scoring system out of 100, these soup dumplings would merit at least 85 points. Truly remarkable. Absolutely splendid. He marveled at the delightful flavor achieved with such simple ingredients. Truly a testament to the finest house elves of England. Upon hearing these words, Rolex was moved to tears, bowing repeatedly in gratitude before presenting the remaining 4 baskets of soup dumplings to Kono. Just as Kono was about to launch an assault on the 3rd basket of dumplings, Newt's voice suddenly broke the silence. Kono, why do these soup dumplings smell so exquisite? Kono looked up to see that the plates of the 2 elderly gentlemen remained untouched, their eyes fixed on the steaming steamer beside him, their mouths watering. With a twinge of concern, Kono placed a basket of dumplings before the Newts, urging them to give it a try. Indeed, tasting would be more persuasive than anything. However, caution was advised due to the heat. The Newt couple attempted to spear the dumplings with forks, yet hesitated, fearing the aromatic broth would escape. After a series of trials with forks, knives, and spoons, they finally drew out their wands, casting a levitation charm that successfully deposited the dumplings onto their plates. Mimicking Kono, they gingerly sliced open the dumplings, blowing gently until the steam dissipated completely before savoring the broth, their faces lighting up with sheer delight. By Merlin's beard, exclaimed Newt after finishing one dumpling. I once encountered a similar dish in Huaxia, but alas, I was too rushed to savor it. Now, tasting this dumpling, I finally comprehend why my friends from Huaxia lamented my missed opportunity to indulge in them. Huaxia? Kono set down his chopsticks, recalling that Newt had mentioned it before. Do they also wield wands, or is there another means by which they cast spells? Perhaps Peach with swords? Do they inscribe talismans? Newt shook his head, exhaling a deep sigh. That was so long ago. By the time I wished to travel to Huaxia again, it had already been dubbed the Mysterious Eastern Realm. Mysterious Eastern Realm? Pray, elaborate. Kono's curiosity was piqued. Do you enigmatic wizards also employ mysterious as an adjective? Indeed. Newt chuckled. It's quite remarkable. Suddenly, access was denied. It seems the area was secured under the effects of a loyalty charm. While trade continued, the channels for dialogue and exchange were abruptly severed. Do you grasp my meaning? We can still barter for goods, yet they refuse to divulge more. No one knows what truly transpires within. Indeed, that is rather mysterious. Kono stroked his chin, that peculiar sensation resurfacing. He felt an undeniable urge to journey to Huaxia, though he sensed the time was not yet ripe. Such matters were not his immediate concern. After all, this world was not his former reality, and he resolved to let things unfold naturally. Should any unusual occurrences arise in this world as Huaxia, he would contribute to that realm once he achieved his martial prowess. Regaining his composure, he cheerfully inquired of Newt, "How does it fare? Surely, these dumplings surpass your eggs and bacon? I dare say that even the exquisite French cuisine pales in comparison to these dumplings," Tina remarked as she dabbed her mouth. "Rolex, how is such delectable fare created?" Rolex hurriedly approached his mistress, gesturing animatedly while recounting the intricate process of making soup dumplings. Given the complexity of the steps involved, even the household elf's magic could not produce such exquisite dumplings. Fortunately, the household elf is a dexterous magical creature, and after 5 days of diligent attempts, Rolex finally presented Kano with the most satisfactory finished product. Coo! Coo! A flurry of sounds suddenly alerted Kano, who was sipping peanut soy milk, prompting him to hurl his chopsticks toward the source of the noise. Newt, witnessing this, gasped in alarm and shouted, "Don't harm it. That's an owl. It's a messenger. Don't kill it." Chapter 15, A Peculiar Letter. Upon hearing Newt's words, Kano nonchalantly flicked his fingers, and with a soft whoosh, an invisible force shot forth. This force stirred a gentle breeze, lifting Tina's shoulder-length, silvery hair and darting towards the owl with the swiftness of sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The brown-feathered owl, narrowly escaping, gracefully landed on the table, nuzzling Newt's hand. In contrast to the bewildered owl, the reactions of Newt and his wife were much more pronounced. They simultaneously took a sip of warm milk from their cups, glanced at the chopsticks in Kano's hand, and couldn't resist taking another sip of warm milk to calm their nerves. Ahem. Tina adjusted her slightly disheveled hair and asked Kano, "What kind of magic was that you just used? How does one employ it? Can you teach me?" Kano scratched his head, finding it difficult to explain. "Considering your current age, being able to jump around is the extent of my magic's capabilities. If one wishes to perform such finger-flicking feats without external aids to directly unleash their energy, they would have to start life anew." Tina nodded, implying that this so-called martial arts magic was exceedingly challenging to master to such a degree. Kano twirled the chopsticks in the air with confidence, declaring, "Absolutely. Martial arts is the best in the world." Coo! The brown owl gazed up at Newt with large, pleading eyes, gently pecking at the back of his hand with its sharp beak. "Apologies. Apologies." Newt broke off a small piece of the uneaten egg and offered it to the owl. The owl, nibbling on the morsel, then extended its claw to place a letter it had been gripping onto the table. Newt set down the parchment letter in his hand and smiled at Kano, saying, "Good news. The Mermorian Publishing Company has notified me that they have begun printing your introduction to martial arts manual." Coo! After bidding farewell to the first owl, a second one arrived in quick succession. This owl was notably larger than the brown one, with speckled white feathers. It circled the ceiling before dropping a package and then flew out the window. Curious, Newt furrowed his brow as he unwrapped the parcel. What kind of message could I possibly receive so early in the morning from such a large owl? Inside the package, he discovered a parchment envelope accompanied by a small pouch that rattled with a clink. "This is a letter from the Ministry of Magic," Newt said, pushing the entire package toward Kano. "Furthermore, the two Aurors would personally visit to apologize and would even take you to purchase a new wand. Is such a thing truly possible?" Koner glanced at the letter before hastily opening his coin pouch. Upon inspection, he discovered over 30 gold coins, from which he could distinctly sense an unusual aura. He sighed, exclaiming, "How antiquated." Why do you still use gold coins? Don't you find it rather cumbersome? Even if scanning payments isn't an option, surely paper currency would suffice? Newt rubbed his nose, acknowledging that Muggle currency was indeed more convenient. However, he explained that such paper notes could be easily replicated with a copying charm, while galleons were crafted by goblins and possessed a unique magical essence, thus eliminating concerns of counterfeit currency. That holds merit, Connor said, transferring all the coins into the small realm of his martial arts golden elixir. Yet, I have a question. If you wizards replicate Muggles' banknotes, do the numbers get copied as well? Certainly, Newt replied with a proud smile. I assure you, the replicated notes are indistinguishable from those printed by Muggles, though there is the risk of penalties from the Ministry of Magic. Wizards generally adhere to the laws of secrecy, striving to avoid any magical interference in the Muggle world. The act of creating counterfeit currency via a copying charm, once discovered, would lead to accountability from the Ministry. The greater the sum replicated, the more severe the consequences, with potential incarceration in Azkaban for further education. Newt's expression shifted awkwardly, prompting him to change the subject. By the way, I need to go administer medicine to the Snallygaster this morning. The two Aurors should arrive at your seaside cottage after 2 o'clock. As the afternoon unfolded leisurely, Connor held the so-called Ministry of Magic apology letter, examining it repeatedly. It wasn't the presence of any extraordinary magic that intrigued him, but rather the letter's stark simplicity. It resembled the demeanor of a researcher wholly absorbed in their work, indifferent to the intricacies of social interaction. This very reason led Newt to overlook the plainness of the ministry as correspondence. There were no official seals or excessive enchantments. As if to avoid drawing any attention to potential clues, striving for utmost simplicity. Surely, no one is attempting to test me? Connor murmured to himself, recalling his roommate's comments about the characters in this novel who were particularly cunning. It mostly discusses how cool magic is in the real world, or why no owls delivered letters when one turned 11. Poor child, you never received your acceptance letter, yet I was invited by Dumbledore to teach. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. Could it be Dumbledore? He appears quite amiable. However, my roommate mentioned that his intellect far surpasses that of Voldemort. Surely, he would test whether I am truly a druid, would he? I have already stated that my studies are in martial arts. Does he truly wish to ascertain my ability to wield magic? Otherwise, why would he suggest I buy a wand? A series of knocks echoed through the air. A familiar voice called out, "Is this Mr. Connor? We are Aurors from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and today we have come to personally extend our apologies to you." Outside the door, Williamson and Plout, clad in the official robes of the Ministry of Magic, stood tall, exuding an air of vitality. They bowed deeply and in unison exclaimed, "Mr. Kono, we sincerely apologize for our previous discourteous behavior." Chapter 16, The Night Bus. Compared to their menacing demeanor in the interrogation room, Williamson and Plout now appeared as two amiable gentlemen. They seemed a bit undernourished, as if they had recently been ill, their faces pale and wan. Yet, their expressions were earnest and their tones rich, truly reflecting a heartfelt apology. Before his journey, Kono was not only a martial arts enthusiast, but also a diligent worker for 5.5 years. If a once fearsome Auror could experience such a dramatic shift in attitude in just a few days, it was likely due to the burdens of life. How unfortunate you both are, Kono mused as he gently patted their shoulders. The two exchanged puzzled glances. How much of your salary has been deducted? A month or two. Their cheeks twitched. Your sincerity in apologizing moves me greatly. Since we are all on the same side, we can speak freely. Otherwise, I shall lodge a complaint with the Ministry of Magic. They silently protested within, ultimately conceding to the reality of their circumstances. I had 6 months' wages docked, while Plout had 3 months taken away. That sounds quite severe. Are internal punishments so stringent? Kono expressed his surprise. Not just internal punishments, Williamson replied, somewhat irate. I don't know how the Daily Prophet obtained those photos, but they claimed that as Aurors, we were overpowered in the interrogation room, which severely tarnishes the Ministry's reputation. Plout echoed his indignation. If the pass rate for Aurors weren't so abysmally low, those old fogies at the Ministry would probably have dismissed us by now. It seems that we are all facing hardships, Kono reflected. How shall we procure our wants? Shall we apparate there? The two nodded with difficulty. Diagon Alley is over 100 kilometers away. We will need to apparate several times to reach it. Then let us set off, Kono nodded. With a sudden pop. And pop. The two Aurors twisted and vanished from sight. Kono noted the almost imperceptible wave of spatial distortion. If I were to encounter an opponent capable of operating, I would need to remain vigilant. The complexities of magic are indeed challenging to guard against, he contemplated. Currently, He was at the pinnacle of martial arts mastery, possessing remarkable physical strength and keen reflexes, yet he was limited to merely pulverizing opponents with his fists. To shatter the void with a single blow and traverse space, as these wizards do, he would need to forge his own martial arts golden core. Suddenly, with another pop, the two aurors reappeared. Witnessing this, Kono instinctively leaped back a significant distance. Both aurors promptly bent over, retching uncontrollably, even expelling the acidic contents of their stomachs. Such severe side effects? Kono raised an eyebrow from a distance, inquiring, is the reaction to apparition always this intense? Williamson waved his hand dismissively, gesturing with his wand towards the acidic liquid on the ground, vanished without a trace. This exemplifies the wondrous nature of wizards. Even if their bodies are split in two, they can receive treatment in their magical hospitals and fully recover. Kono recognized the limitations of apparition. It could not be performed multiple times in quick succession, and its range appeared to be restricted. Plout, supporting Williamson's shoulder, gasped for breath and asked, Mr. Kono, why aren't you keeping up with us? Kono shrugged, I cannot apparate. Last time, it was Newt and the others who brought me here. The two aurors exchanged glances, realizing the predicament they faced. Williamson forced a smile. We've already taken a leave of absence today. Our holidays are exhausted. Plout, appearing disheartened, sighed, well, it doesn't matter. I've already had 3 months' wages docked. Why say a few more days? Kono, puzzled, remarked, didn't you say we could take the night bus? Newt informed me it travels quite swiftly. The two aurors exchanged awkward looks, turning their pockets inside out, and replied in unison, we currently lack even a single canute. Wizarding currency is categorized into 3 types. The most precious is the gold galleon, followed by the silver sickles, and the least valuable is the bronze canute. 1 galleon can be exchanged for 17 sickles or 493 nuts. Since you're assisting me in purchasing a wand, allow me to cover the expenses, Kono declared. You go hail the bus. Once aboard, you may elaborate on Diagon Alley. They approached the roadside, and Williamson raised his wand. With a resounding bang, a purple, 3-tiered double-decker bus from the 1980s appeared before them. The doors swung open, revealing a grumpy old wizard in a purple uniform, who mumbled, welcome aboard the night bus. Speak your needs once on board. After the trio boarded, the doors promptly closed. The old wizard scanned them with a peculiar expression, muttering to himself. Aurors need to take the night bus too? A sickly flush appeared on the pale faces of the two aurors, and as they prepared to protest, Kono interjected, enough chit-chat. How much for a trip to Diagon Alley? The old wizard quickly replied, for 3 individuals, it's 12 sickles each. Pay an extra 3. And I'll throw in a chocolate. Add 4 more, and we'll provide hot water bottles and toothbrushes. Kono tossed 3 gold coins, saying, no need for change. Just add more chocolate. Very well, esteemed guest. The old wizard's face lit up with a smile, reminiscent of a wilted chrysanthemum. Please find a bed to sit on. We shall arrive shortly. Inside the bus, aside from a vertical ladder, there were only 6 copper-framed beds, their surfaces tarnished with a layer of greenish-black rust, and the bedding appeared yellowed. Kono stood by the bed, turning to the 2 men. I have been practicing in the mountains under the druidic martial arts branch. Please enlighten me on the purpose of Diagon Alley. As the night bus roared to life, an immense inertia caused 2 aurors to lose their balance, their heads striking the brass fixtures. After their recent ordeal, the sight of Kono's eyes, clear and innocent as a child's, alongside his steadfast demeanor, instilled in them a belief of at least 80% in what he had just articulated. Williamson clung tightly to the brass railing, aware that Diagon Alley was the most bustling commercial thoroughfare in England, where virtually anything one could desire could be procured. Plout added, indeed, the sole wand maker in England resides within Diagon Alley, and his craftsmanship is undoubtedly the finest across all of Europe. Chapter 17. The Little Hammer and the Great Wall. The night bus, a marvel conjured by wizards, exhibited astonishing speed. The magically modified vehicle squeezed into a narrow alley, allowing Kono and his companions to disembark from the bus, which had been reduced to a width barely accommodating 1 person. The 2 aurors staggered aside, leaning against the wall as they began to retch. Unfortunately, having emptied their stomachs, they could only dry heave in an attempt to alleviate their dizziness. Mr. Williamson, his eyes vacant, gazed at Kono. Why are you unaffected? It is simply due to my robust constitution, Kono replied, producing 2 sheets of parchment on which he had transcribed the phonetic version of the Tranquil Heart Sutra during the ride. Study this heart method according to my annotations, and once you have memorized it, purchase the textbook I authored. In time, you too shall be able to sit as still as a bell and stand as firm as a pine. Williamson recalled Kano's astonishing display from earlier. Could one truly reach a state of being impervious to drowning without the use of magic? Kano waved his hand dismissively, stating that it depended on individual aptitude. However, it would certainly enhance your reflexes beyond your current capabilities, allowing you to adapt to adverse environments more swiftly than others. He was not one to generously distribute the secrets of martial arts to others without cause. The Tranquil Heart Sutra's primary purpose is self-cultivation, and it only proves effective against creatures such as Dementors. More crucially, he needed to propagate this knowledge, disseminating the Tranquil Heart Sutra far and wide. The more individuals who chant it, the greater the strength of belief he could accrue. Having previously absorbed a substantial amount of belief energy from Dumbledore, he now found the prospect of these small contributions somewhat lackluster. Aurors, being the elite among wizards, should also be capable of providing significant belief energy. Furthermore, as he was soon to commence teaching at Hogwarts, the faculty and students there would undoubtedly contribute a wealth of belief energy. The two men treasured the parchment, tucking it carefully into their breast pockets as they led Kano out of the alley. Across the street stood a dilapidated two-story structure, a relic of 16th century British architecture, wedged awkwardly between a large bookstore and a record shop. The sign of the inn flickered to life beneath a tattered image of a cauldron, proclaiming its name, the Leaky Cauldron. The bar maintained a consistent aesthetic of decay, with the exterior at least permitting some sunlight, while the interior was dimly lit by a few flickering candles. In the shadows, a man sat, drowning his sorrows in drink, a bottle rolling to the floor with a dull thud. Gathered beneath the flickering candlelight were several men and women, cursing as they tossed a few copper coins atop a pile of playing cards. The atmosphere was far from inviting, and the individuals within appeared equally unwelcoming. Williamson, proud. What brings you here? A bald man emerged from the shadows, his long, withered fingers delicately polishing a goblet. The expressions of the two Aurors grew tense as they swiftly maneuvered the bald man into a corner. In a hushed tone, audible only to their small circle, Williamson scolded. Old Tom, keep your voice down. Haven't you seen how the Daily Prophet slanders us? Old Tom, understanding the gravity of the situation, covered his mouth, his voice escaping through his fingers. My apologies. I still believe in you. If that woman Skeeter spoke the truth, I wouldn't be bald by now. You been duped by her too? Proud inquired curiously. Old Tom snorted. I have no idea how she obtained a photograph from my kitchen. At that time, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures had entrusted me with a few dragon eggs, and she had the audacity to claim I was engaged in illegal dragon trading. I remember that incident. Proud exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. I was sent here to investigate. They all spat onto the ground in unified disdain. Kono yawned and asked, can we head to Diagon Alley now? Old Tom looked at Kono and inquired, is this your friend? Williamson lowered his voice again. Yes, no further questions. We have a mission today. Oh, understood. Old Tom nodded, leading them toward the back door of the pub. The courtyard behind the pub was desolate, with only a trash bin huddled in a corner. Williamson raised his wand and tapped the brick wall, which revealed a small hole that gradually formed an archway, leading to a wide cobblestone path. Count 3 bricks up from the trash bin, then 2 bricks across. Kono committed the method to memory, though he still had a question. He turned to Old Tom and asked, what if someone unaware of how to enter Diagon Alley simply try to break through this wall? Old Tom's toothless grin erupted into laughter. Some students may have muggle parents, and those muggles would be escorted by wizards. So there's never been a case of violent wall destruction. No one has ever attempted it? Kono asked, furrowing his brow. Old Tom finally ceased his laughter. This is the magical world. Who would think to use brute force to break down a wall? Kono raised an eyebrow. Shall I give it a try? Williamson quickly stepped in front of Kono. No. There's no need to do that. We can simply go by a wand. As they conversed, the archway reverted to a solid brick wall, having had no visitors pass through. Williamson, let this gentleman give a try. Tom wiped away the joyful tears from his eyes. I must admit, I'm quite curious if this wall can withstand brute force. What if it breaks? Will I have to pay? No. Are you sure? As the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, I assure you that regardless of your actions, I shall bear the consequences myself. Well, that is indeed your proclamation. I swear by Merlin's name. Tom extended his wand towards the heavens. Is that enough? Plout frowned slightly. Kono relaxed his wrist, inhaled deeply, and assumed a standard horse stance before delivering a powerful punch. Just as Tom was poised to utter something, an inexplicable gust of air from Kono sent him crashing against the wall. Thud! Kono's fist lightly made contact with the wall, as if it merely grazed the surface. Once Tom regained his balance, a smile graced his face, accompanied by the sound of crackling. From the vicinity of Kono's fist, spiderweb-like fissures began to unfurl, quickly spreading across the entire wall. With a gentle puff, Kono blew away the original wall, reducing it to a cloud of dust. As the wall vanished, a vast, ethereal blue luminescent shield materialized before the group. Where Williamson had previously struck the bricks, a magical rune quietly floated in the air. Chapter 18. The fully automatic hot pot of a certain magic. So this was the mystery of the wall. Williamson leaned closer, scrutinizing the rune. It was a portal spell. As expected. In fact, I pondered this question in my youth. If one were to shatter the wall, could one still access Diagon Alley? It appears that as long as this rune remains intact, it would pose no issue, even if something else were to obstruct the entrance. Williamson tapped the rune with his wand, causing the blue shield to begin spinning, coalescing into an illusory archway, leading to a wide cobblestone path. He gently patted the bewildered old Tom, assuring him that all was functioning well, and suggested, "See if you can find a restoration spell. We have matters to attend to." The Patchy Cauldron Shop, the closest establishment to the Leaky Cauldron, featured a sign prominently displayed outside its immaculate premises. All sizes, pure copper, brass, tin, silver, automatic stirring, expandable. Kono suddenly found himself intrigued. This cauldron resembled a hot pot. A well-dressed wizard with spectacles opened the shop door, beaming with an enthusiastic smile. "Welcome to Patchy Cauldron Shop. We offer the cleanest cauldrons in all of England, complete with an automatic cleaning charm. You must know that a clean cauldron prevents potions from turning toxic." Quite tempting. Kono stroked his chin. "Do you support custom cauldrons? One that can be shaped to my specifications?" The dapper wizard beamed, even brighter. Grasping Kono's hand and pulling him into the shop while introducing himself. "I am York Patchy. May I inquire your name, sir?" "Kono. York produced a sketch pad. Excellent. Mr. Kono, what kind of cauldron do you desire?" "I can provide anything you require, including any specific features." Drawing upon his memories from a previous life, Kono illustrated a circular hot pot with a diameter of 1.5 meters on the sketch pad. York took the sketch pad, adjusted his glasses, and exclaimed, "It seems I have a discerning customer. I have never encountered such a uniquely designed cauldron before. Is it unfeasible? Certainly not. We are the finest cauldron shop in England. What features do you require? What is your delivery address? Once the cauldron is crafted, we will deliver it directly to you." York adjusted his glasses with trembling hands, his voice somewhat strained. This functionality can indeed be realized, but it comes at a considerable cost. Money is no object. Kono waved his hand dismissively. An automatic stirring function? Can it agitate the bottom of the pot to prevent scorching? York exhaled deeply, nodding vigorously. Of course, that is feasible. This feature is a patented magic of our Patchy Cauldron Shop. It took York quite some time to comprehend Kono's requests, and he began to pinch the frame of his glasses, stating, "Certainly, that is possible, but it will require additional funds and time." "Time is not an issue. Winter is still far off," Kono replied nonchalantly, emphasizing that an automatic cleaning function is essential. "Furthermore, there should be a timing function. Once I set the time, it should automatically pour the contents into my bowl when the time arrives." York felt as though he might shatter his glasses from the pressure of the situation. This was the first time he encountered a client with such an array of peculiar demands. He forced a smile and inquired, "Mr. Kono, do you require a cauldron or a stock pot? Is there a distinction?" "Both are for cooking, and I believe my requests are not unreasonable." Kono raised an eyebrow, questioning whether the Patchy Cauldron Shop should not be the preeminent cauldron establishment in all of England. York's expression faltered, and he could only smile apologetically, assuring him that it was indeed necessary. "I roughly calculated that a completely customized cauldron with so many features would cost at least 100 galleons. 100 galleons. Williamson, who had just entered, exclaimed, "Are you purchasing a golden or silver pot? Is it guaranteed?" York noticed that Williamson was wearing Auror attire and instinctively recoiled. Turning to Kono to ask, "Mr. Kono, do you prefer a silver or gold pot?" Upon hearing Kono's swift agreement, York's spirits lifted once more. As he nodded and bowed while escorting Kono and his companions out of the cauldron shop, Plout expressed his concern. "Mr. Kono, are you truly prepared to purchase such an expensive cauldron? Do you have expertise in potion making? This perfect hot pot must be mine." Kono stretched and replied, "However, I currently lack sufficient funds. Do you have any profitable ventures available?" Williamson stammered, 100 galleons is no small sum. It's nearly a month's salary for us." Kono looked at Williamson with surprise. "You Aurors should belong to a high-income bracket, correct? It indeed seems rather extravagant. It seems you have no concept of money." The two Aurors silently ridiculed. Plout sighed, stating, "Yes, a standard cauldron suffices for potion brewing. Even cauldrons with additional features typically cost no more than 30 galleons. This hot pot must be perfect." Kono asserted, "I will acquire it. Do you have any avenues that yield quick profits?" The quicker, the better. Are you referring to legitimate opportunities? Williamson thought he was experiencing some discomfort. Of course, I mean the quickest way to earn, the less reputable kind. Kono raised his eyebrows. Plout rubbed his temples, knowing well that illicit methods of earning were outlined in the penal code. After all, we are aurors, tasked with apprehending these unscrupulous wizards. Williamson nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, we have received professional training, and under no circumstances shall we transgress our moral boundaries. Kono cast a disdainful glance at the two aurors and leisurely remarked, in truth, having known each other for quite some time, we ought to be considered brothers. I had initially contemplated sharing a portion of my earnings with you. What a pity, as two aurors whose salaries have been docked for several months. Even their rigorous training could not deter them from the allure of wealth. Williamson, maintaining a serious demeanor, stated, recently, we have caught wind of some intelligence. Gringotts is rumored to harbor an illegal den. Perhaps we should investigate. Plout vigorously nodded in agreement, declaring, indeed, as aurors, it is our duty to eradicate such potential evils. Chapter 19, The Underground Casino. Kono smiled, excellent. We are here to combat crime, not to pursue extra income. I must recalibrate my mindset. Beyond the reputable shops in Diagon Alley, various magical stalls offered an array of trinkets displayed on tattered cloths. Since they intended to conceal their identities, acquiring masks was of paramount importance. They paused at a small stall where Kono procured 3 masks capable of altering their appearances at will. Once adequately prepared, they proceeded along the main thoroughfare of Diagon Alley until a towering edifice of pristine white marble came into view. This structure was remarkably conspicuous, its glaringly white marble starkly contrasting with the style of the surrounding shops. They stood before a tattered poster, the original content obscured, now merely a canvas for various graffiti. At the top of the poster, a shimmering gap caught Williamson's attention. He pointed to it, stating, to enter, one must pay an admission fee, 3 galleons for an hour. When time's up, the bartender will seek you out for renewal. Plout, filled with trepidation, inquired, Mr. Kono, are you certain you wish to proceed? The 3 of us will amount to 9 galleons. Kono confirmed once more. Are you certain that the activities offered by those goblins inside are akin to those enjoyed by ordinary folk? Williamson nodded emphatically yes. Many of the games favored by muggles emerged only after the fall of the mysterious ones, and the goblins have since developed new ventures. Then we shall proceed, Kono declared, tossing 9 coins, which were swiftly absorbed by the glittering gap. He reiterated, you may call me Akon, Williamson will be Asen, and Plout shall be At. Understood? The 2 aurors promptly affirmed. The graffiti on the poster was swiftly erased, revealing a resplendent grand doorway that soon opened slightly ajar, with a sharp-nosed figure peering out. As the door swung wide, a goblin resembling a house elf slightly bowed, exclaiming, welcome, esteemed guests. Please do come inside. The 2 aurors adjusted their masks, once more, before following Kono through the entrance. The fairies' eyes lacked the prominence of house elves, their mouths lined with sharp teeth, exuding an air of both cunning and malevolence. Upon entering the room, 2 additional fairies emerged, wielding a stick and incessantly prodding at the 3 intruders. Surrender your wands, and upon your departure, they shall be returned to their rightful owners. One of the fairies directed at the 2 aurors. Reluctantly, the aurors handed over their wands, only to receive 3 uneven iron plates in return. The fairies instructed, place the iron plates upon your robes. Should you employ magic, these plates will turn red. Any wizard attempting to cheat here will face the harshest repercussions from us. Furthermore, they proclaimed, all our entertainment devices are crafted from the materials of the horned toad and fire dragon, ensuring no magic is employed in deceitful practices. May you enjoy your time here. The interior was a vast hall, teeming with individuals, permeated by an acrid, peculiar aroma. Disheveled figures stood at the periphery, calling out, while others at the forefront engaged in games of chance, gradually revealing their cards. Young attendants in uniforms appeared somewhat evasive, bowing their heads to deliver cocktails to the card players. This establishment was a clandestine venue jointly established by Gringotts and certain wizarding families. Kono meandered through the hall, initially dismissing traditional wizarding games such as gobstones and exploding snap. He also opted out of games like blackjack and poker, as they required both strategy and luck, elements ill-suited for a player of his technical prowess. Ultimately, he halted before a roulette table, where the crowd was abundant and the rules straightforward, aligning perfectly with his preferences. Nonetheless, for prudence's sake, he sought clarification on the game's mechanics. It is merely a matter of betting on which number the ball will land, correct? The fairy responsible for spinning the ball nodded, her slender fingers releasing a marble into the roulette. Guests may also opt to guess the color, red, or black. A wager of 10 gold coins on color yields a return of 12 coins upon a correct guess. Should one bet directly on a number, the stakes double if guessed correctly. Williamson grasped Kano's hand, advising, "Hey Con, let us stick to guessing colors for now. It is a more cautious approach. There's no issue. You are here to accompany me in procuring wands. I will set aside funds for one wand, while the rest may be used for amusement." Kano retorted, shaking off Williamson's grip. Plout pressed his hand down with a wry smile, suggesting, "How about starting with a galleon to play with? Don't be so impulsive." "Ah, truly devoid of ambition," Kano sighed. Then, with a swift motion, struck acupressure points on both their bodies. "Observe and learn. These points will automatically release in half an hour. Exercise moderation. Enjoy but do not overexert." The two aurors could only implore him with their eyes and words. "Akon, refrain. You cannot outmatch them. Silence. Do not provoke me to seal your voices too," Kano retorted, producing 5 gold coins and placing them directly on the number 20. "The bet is placed." The fairy spoke with a teasing tone, tossing out the rolling ball. The players were invigorated, as it had been a long time since anyone dared to guess a number directly. Clink! The ball landed on the vibrant, contrasting roulette, spinning around while gradually sliding towards the center. The fairy's slender fingers gently nudged the wheel, causing it to whirl, rendering the numbers a blur. Kono closed his eyes, attempting to sense the entire wheel, and discovered that it indeed possessed no magical vibrations, as the fairy had initially claimed. However, even so, this highly skillful game made it exceedingly simple to manipulate outcomes. The fairy's finger lifted slightly, and the wheel's rotation slowed dramatically, while the ball bounced among the colorful segments. Red, 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 black, black, black. The surrounding players shouted hoarsely, blood vessels in their eyes becoming increasingly pronounced. In contrast to the complexities of blackjack, this straightforward and transparent gameplay stirred the players' emotions even more profoundly. The ball struggled, leaping to the position of number 1. Yes, victory, victory. Those calling out for red began to cheer. Suddenly, the roulette trembled imperceptibly, and the ball seemed to gain renewed momentum. Nudging forward with a thud to land on the adjacent black segment, marked 20. 20, black, the fairy announced with a pained expression. Her gaze fixated on the pockmarked iron plate on Kono's chest. Chapter 20, 11 consecutive wins. Kono held his head high, unflinching under the fairy's stare. The iron plate on his chest remained gray, showing no signs of turning red. This was the triumph of skill. He had subtly tapped the wheel, altering the ball's destined landing spot. The technique of striking from a distance, combined with the martial art of fingertip mastery, essentially rendered him invincible in a game of roulette. The fairy's earlier technique also bore a semblance of skill. Otherwise, how could the ball have landed precisely on one? It was clear that the fairy sought to take advantage of Kono's presence. The two stunned aurors, their eyes wide, began to cheer. "By Merlin's beard. This must be a miracle. Today is a day favored by Merlin. This is just the beginning." Kono pushed the 10 coins he had just won back into play, this time wagering on the number 5. Locked in. The fairy's voice turned sharp as she squinted at the iron plate, simultaneously launching the ball. The wheel slowed further, and the bouncing ball approached its final destination, struggling to traverse each interval, seemingly poised to settle on the black segment marked 8. Yet, it sluggishly rolled over each division until it finally came to rest in the red segment, marked 5. "By Merlin's beard. By Merlin's beard." Plot murmured incessantly. Williamson appeared dazed, gasping as he stared at the number 5. "The galloping Gorgon. Surely, I'm not seeing things?" They soon realized that their eyes were not deceiving them. In the subsequent 8 rounds of the roulette, Kono accurately predicted the number each time, amassing over 5,000 gold coins. While they were somewhat numbed by the astonishing events, Kono leisurely selected a number, pushing the mountain of coins piled on the table towards a specific digit. This time, he chose the number 36, the highest on the roulette wheel. A few players, influenced by his luck, gritted their teeth and wagered all their coins on 36. Some players opted to forego betting altogether, their gaze fixated on Kono's chosen number. Meanwhile, a few skeptical players decided to bet against Kono, placing all their coins on the black squares. The fairy officiating the game was sweating profusely. If the number was hit again, it would mean they had to pay out 12,240 galleons. Although this was not a significant sum for Gringotts, if Kono continued his winning streak, the establishment could potentially face losses instead of profits that day. Players from other tables caught wind of the excitement, and nearly half the hall gathered before the roulette table, eagerly awaiting the next round to commence. Inside the establishment, a well-dressed fairy was vociferously reprimanding and directing the waitstaff bustling at the tea table. "Why are you so slow? How could you spill the red tea I prepared? Do you wish for me to find someone more competent?" he exclaimed, sounding as if he were scolding a troll. The clock on the wall chimed loudly as the fairy kicked the waiter, bellowing, "Get out! Leave at once!" After the waiter hurriedly scrambled away, the flames in the fireplace suddenly turned a vivid green. Lucius Malfoy, with his platinum blonde hair cascading over his shoulders, emerged from the hearth. The fairy hastily approached him, exclaiming, "Welcome, Mr. Malfoy. Good afternoon. Why didn't you inform us a day in advance? It has been exceedingly busy today. We hardly had the chance to attend to you." As he spoke, the fairy bent deeply, his long nose nearly grazing the floor in a profound bow to Lucius. The Malfoy family was not only wealthy, but also had extensive connections with other affluent families, making them one of the most significant patrons of Gringotts. For the establishment, Lucius was the true mastermind, having gradually built the casino scale with family funds. The fairy merely provided a portion of the magical items and services utilized within the fairy community, as well as assisting in recruiting staff. He relished the feeling of controlling galleons, and his inability to gain entrance to Gringotts remained his greatest regret. Thus, he and Lucius could be seen as conspirators, a perfect match in their endeavors. "Good afternoon, Crabbe," Lucius said casually, glancing at the fairy as he settled into an armchair. Having just finished afternoon tea with Fudge, he decided to stop by and see how things were faring. Crabbe continued to bow, showering Lucius with praise. "You are truly remarkable. Managing this business, even amidst such busyness, is truly admirable. Of course, it is no trouble at all." Crabbe took 2 steps back before straightening his back and hastily ran to the desk to grab a speaking tube, instructing Bitter to compile today's revenue statistics for his review. Regarding the Malfoy family, a saying has long circulated. One often hears that one will never find a member of the Malfoy family at a crime scene, even if the wand used in the crime bears their fingerprints. The identity of Lucius as the owner of the entertainment establishment is known only to Crabbe. Should the Ministry of Magic ever change its leadership, even if they dispatched individuals to investigate the establishment, the Aurors could only uncover Crabbe, the goblin responsible for its operations, without finding any connection to Lucius. Bitter was dealing with an unexpected situation on the other end of the speaking tube when a sharp voice stammered. Crabbe was filled with displeasure. If someone at the establishment was unable to afford their losses, let the giant handle it. Was Bitter's role to deal with such matters? The voice on the tube continued to stutter. There was a disturbance. 3 wizards just came in, and they've been playing roulette, winning over 10,000 galleons. Over 10,000 galleons. Crabbe bellowed. He won that much at the roulette? How long has he been here? A few hours? Why was he thrown out sooner? He had barely been there an hour. The voice on the speaking tube grew fainter. He only guessed numbers at the roulette. This is the 11th round. Crabbe finally comprehended what was being conveyed, which only fueled his fury. "Damn it. You need tea come to work tomorrow. Get out. The farther, the better." Lucius had approached his side, his voice as gentle as a soft breeze. "What is happening, Crabbe? Did I hear that a player merely playing roulette walked away with 10,000 galleons?" Crabbe felt as if he were beset by a cold wind atop a mountain peak. Trembling as he bent low again, his nose nearly touching the floor. "Mr. Malfoy, I shall resolve this issue at once. Bitter has already taken action." Lucius squinted slightly, and the malice emanating from his partially opened eyes sent shivers down Crabbe's spine. "Crabbe, how many times have I instructed you? First, ascertain who the player is before deciding on how to handle the situation. Go check their wands. Determine which wizards have come to cause trouble." Chapter 21. The thrill of commitment. The goblin stubbornly clung to the counter, striving to maintain his proud posture. Alas, the puddle of sweat before him, and his uniform soaked through with perspiration, betrayed the facade of calm he attempted to uphold. "Hurry up. Isn't the next round about to begin? Do you goblins truly lack the ability to lose such a small amount of galleons? If you can't afford it, this establishment should close down. You have no credibility." The onlookers and active players at the roulette were jeering, eagerly awaiting the goblin's humiliation. Most players in the establishment had lost more than they won, and they relished witnessing the goblin's misfortune. As for how Kono managed to win such a considerable sum, as long as the iron plate on his chest remained unblemished, they were indifferent. "Come on, will it not begin?" The relentless urging caused the fairy's complexion to turn pale at a visible rate, and suddenly, her eyelids fluttered before she lost consciousness. Just as the fairy was about to hit the ground, another fairy appeared, deftly avoiding the falling body. The newcomer spoke with an indifferent tone. "Take her away. I will continue with the roulette below. Is that Bitter? I never expected him to show up himself. Indeed, it seems there must be something dubious about this individual. Should we still proceed? Perhaps we should reconsider. Have you forgotten the 2 individuals from the Cursed Nation who came last time? Is it not the incident reported by the prophets daily?" The two cursed fellows and their experiment with the invisibility beast's transformation magic, which resulted in irreversible damage. That account was penned by the newspaper's journalist. In truth, Bitter saw through the two cursed individuals using the invisibility beast to predict the outcomes. Exactly. Those two cursed individuals even desperately argued that if they truly cheated, they would consume the invisibility beast. Your words remind me. Bitter even lent them 10,000 galleons for another round, with the stipulation that if they lost, they would have to merge half of their bodies with the invisibility beast. Is this the very matter? My friend works at St. Mungo's. He once told me about two patients, one with their upper body transformed into that of the invisibility beast, and the other with their lower body changed. Should we still proceed? Bitter's presence indicates that person must have cheated. Why not continue? I bet 10 galleons. At worst. It's just a matter of rummaging through trash for half a month. What is there to fear? Amidst the heated discussions, Kono glanced at the fairy, who was likewise scrutinizing him. Very well, Kono said with a slight smile, counting out 240 gold coins, which he slowly placed atop the numeral 8. Only wagering a trifling amount. Are you not being excessively reckless, my lord? Bitter maintained his cheerful demeanor. Kono twisted his neck and nonchalantly replied, your capabilities are evidently on a different level than that earlier fairy, so naturally, I must test the waters first. The two Aurors leaned in, advising, perhaps it is best to leave it be. We've already won 20,000 galleons. Let's know when to quit. Just look for yourselves. Do you truly think they will allow us to leave so easily? Kono shook his head, gesturing for them to observe the doorway. A grim fairy had already positioned himself at the entrance, flanked by several wizards. The somber fairy had a portion of his pointed nose severed, and his robust arms were riddled with scars. Is that Goliath? I cannot believe he is working here. Williamson gasped in surprise. Kono inquired, who is Goliath? Is he formidable? Plot explained, Goliath was once a fairy from Gringotts, tasked with taming fire dragons. The scars he bears are all from burns inflicted by dragons. Williamson rubbed his temples. This is troublesome. I have heard the office elders mention this fairy. Goliath possesses extensive combat experience. During the Fairy Rebellion 5 or 6 years ago, he single-handedly faced off against 3 Aurors. Could it be that your Aurors are simply too weak? Kono jested. If you two represent the average standard, your reflexes and physical prowess do seem somewhat lacking. I'm not jesting. Williamson's tone was exceedingly grave. Their magic diverged from ours, allowing them to cast spells without the aid of wands, and they did so with remarkable speed, making it nearly imperceptible. At that moment, the cold voice of the fairy, Bitter, rang out, number 30, red square. The entire hall erupted in astonishment. The rolling ball landed squarely beside number 8, as if mocking Kono's audacity. Bitter slightly lifted his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at Kono. Sir, shall we proceed? How thrilling. Absolutely thrilling. Kono exclaimed, promptly wagering half of his gold coins. Eager to continue. Number 4. The wheel spun on, all eyes fixated on the bouncing ball. It danced like a child playing hide and seek, hesitating to settle between the numbers 11, 30, and 8. Other players noticed the bizarre scene, quickly shifting their focus to Kono and Bitter's expressions. Kono's demeanor grew serious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his fingers gently tapping the table. Bitter appeared in a worse state, a fine sheen of sweat covering his brow, his fingers drumming on the table with greater intensity. Finally, the ball gradually came to a stop, quivering on number 30, but refusing to move further. Bitter, with a voice laden with reluctance, announced, number 30, red square. By Merlin's beard. How exhilarating. By Merlin's undergarments. This is more thrilling than taking the test for my apparition license. The surrounding players erupted once more, realizing the intense rivalry between Kono and Bitter. Previously, number 30 had been Bitter's playful jest at Kono's expense. Now, it was Kono's turn to deliver a resounding blow to Bitter's pride. 20,000 gold coins appeared on the table, a small mountain of gold nearly obscuring Kono's figure. Bitter, helpless, braced himself against the table, his eyes flickering with anxiety. Startled, Bitter nearly lost his grip on the table, stammering, Guest, you may take these galleons and leave. If we are to pursue excitement, let us do so wholeheartedly. Kono swept the coins aside, revealing a broad smile. Could it be that your esteemed establishment is intimidated? Are you attempting to expel us? Indeed, is this not tantamount to ejecting patrons? It seems you cannot bear to lose. How can we ever dare to return if I win such a fortune? Only to be cast out? Bitter cautiously leaped down from the table, producing a pristine handkerchief to wipe away the sweat. I must consult the owner. Please wait a moment. Chapter 22. Life is all about performance, Part 1. In the shadows, a furious Krabi observed Bitter's approach and scolded. How could you fail so miserably? Did you not use magic? Bitter, who had previously appeared pale and sweating profusely, regained his composure. His skills were commendable, though somewhat naive, as he intended to play with Kono. Facing Bitter's confident expression, Krabi queried, "Was that all an act? You didn't actually fail?" "Of course not." Bit shrugged, employing the common tricks of muggles, ensuring that the iron disc remained unlit. "Soon, I shall compel him to concede utterly." Upon hearing Bit's assurance, Krabi suddenly conceived a notion. Could this individual be retained? To forge a contract, I desire him to divulge all his techniques, and then let him toil here until his last breath. No problem. I shall take care of it. Bit pounded his chest confidently, embracing the spirit of spectatorship. The onlooking players began to applaud, eagerly anticipating the next round of the game. 30 is a splendid number. Shall we commence? Kanyuo propped his head up with one hand and yawned deeply. Nearby players were eager to join in. The timid ones cautiously placed their bets on the red squares, while the audacious ones boldly wagered their gold coins on the number 30. Clang! The ball once again danced upon the roulette, heralding the onset of a new round of wagers. This time, both parties were utterly focused, beads of sweat resembling pearls cascading down their foreheads. The server beside the fairy Bit began to wipe his brow, while two aurors swiftly grabbed the handkerchief offered by the server to dry Kanyuo's sweat. The ball clattered incessantly, meandering before each square, prompting the majority of onlookers to hold their breath in anticipation. Kanyuo's situation was particularly dire. He needed to ensure the ball landed on the number 30, while the fairy Bit had the ability to direct the ball to any position. Snap! A fragment of the roulette was sent flying by the ball, which ultimately came to rest on the number 27, just a few steps away from 30. Damn it! Damn it! I should never have placed my bets. It's all gone. Everything. Merlin, help me. Thankfully, it landed on the red square. No loss, no loss. Are you in collusion with the casino? Intentionally causing me to lose all my gallons. Even an enraged player approached Kanyuo, only to be restrained by two aurors. Hith. The fairy Bit, supported by two servers, offered a weak smile, saying, "What a pity, sir, but my skills clearly surpass yours." How infuriating. Kanyuo's face twisted with regret as he watched 3 mountains of gold being whisked away, continually pounding the table, his gaze fixated on Bit, exclaiming, "So close. This cursed roulette is of abysmal quality." "Sir," the fairy Bit raised an eyebrow, "I truly admire your tenacity. If you are willing, we could certainly play another round. Would you be so generous?" Kanyuo immediately donned a wary expression. "Your kind is not well regarded. That is merely a misunderstanding on their part. We are the most trustworthy of races," the fairy Bit replied with a sincere smile. "As long as you consent, we can engage in another game." Kanyuo's eyes gleamed with a spark, interjecting, "Do I still have those 30,000 gold coins? Can I place another bet?" The fairy Bit nodded indeed. "But consider this a loan of 30,000 from us. Should you lose, you will be required to work for us for a lifetime to repay it." "And if I win?" Kanyuo inquired, still somewhat hesitant. The fairy Bit seemed to grasp his unspoken thoughts, replying, "If you win, it shall all be yours. We have a contract to affirm it." Thus, Kanyuo wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze flickering as he asked, "Could we switch to a different roulette? This one has been used for far too long. Otherwise, I would never lose." The fairy Bitter smacked his lips, casting a sidelong glance at Kono. "Sir, your two friends have made some astute observations. Indeed, there lies considerable risk involved," he continued, his voice dripping with feigned regret. "However, I shall surely remember that last round for a long time, as it was the most exhilarating experience I have ever encountered in this establishment. Did you hear that? I am not necessarily doomed to lose." Kono, shaking off the hands of his companions, slammed his palm onto the table, declaring, "Change the roulette. I shall play one more round." Bitter raised his eyebrows in astonishment. "Of course, but to ensure the validity of our agreement, we must formalize a magical contract." With his eyes gleaming crimson, Kono sprang to his feet, slamming his hand on the table and bellowing, "Sign it. Of course we must sign. Hurry." As the new roulette was set up, a piece of yellowed parchment lay on the table. The composed Krabi stood opposite Kono, stating, "I'm the manager of this establishment, and I shall be the one to sign this contract with you." With that, he leaned forward, grasping a quill, and elegantly inscribed a flourish upon the contract. The document was presented to Kono, as the two aurors leaned in closely to scrutinize its contents. "Is this for real? Is there a hidden catch?" Kono inquired, eyeing the indecipherable script on the contract. "As they mentioned, you shall receive a wager of 30,000 galleons, should you lose. You are bound to work here for a lifetime," Williamson affirmed with a nod. "What is this script?" "It looks so ugly," Kono remarked, picking up the quill. "It is runic, a form of magical script. Such contracts are typically inscribed in this manner. The magic ensures the agreement's enforcement, Williamson explained. Williamson nodded again, adding, indeed. If you lose, your entire life will be forfeited here. I am aware of my limits. You cannot best me. I was merely careless before, Kono retorted, his eyes still glowing red as he brushed aside Plout's hand and signed the contract. Despite his bravado, when Bitter prepared to release the ball, Kono interjected, wait. I must inspect the ball and the roulette. I cannot allow you to tamper with them. At this point, the two Aurors could only assist. Krabi and Bitter exchanged glances, their faces breaking into smug smiles. If Kono had not insisted on checking, they would have been concerned about potential tricks. Kono's insistence on inspecting indicated his underlying anxiety about the possibility of defeat. It is notoriously difficult for wizards to cast spells without the use of wands, particularly while circumventing the scrutiny of iron plates. Such feats are nearly impossible. Conversely, as inherently magical beings, fairies cast spells without wands as a matter of course. After an extensive examination of the ball and the roulette, the gathering players began to cheer, prompting Kono to finally halt his scrutiny. Is there an issue? He inquired. The two Aurors shook their heads, replying, no issues detected. There are no traces of magic. Let's begin. Let's begin, Kono exclaimed, somewhat impatiently waving his hand. I am still betting on the number 30. I am firmly set against this number. Chapter 23. Life Relies on Performance. Part 2. The sound of clattering echoed as the ball was cast into the roulette, tracing a delightful arc. The fairy Biter had one hand elegantly clasped behind his back, while the other gently spun the wheel. The roulette whirled with fervor, the distinction between the red and black squares fading into obscurity, a rush of wind emanating from the spinning wheel that enveloped the otherwise serene casino hall. For the first time, all eyes were fixated on the roulette, breath held in anticipation of the ball's silvery trajectory. The stakes were unprecedented. Should the casino lose, a staggering 60,000 galleons would be forfeited, while a loss for Kono would condemn him to a lifetime of servitude within these walls. These are fairies, a cunning and merciless race. The history between wizards and fairies was fraught with tension, marked by numerous rebellions wherein fairies had ruthlessly slaughtered wizards and made insatiable demands. The players, fully aware of the grim fate that awaited Kono should he fall into the fairies' clutches, envisioned the torment he would endure, drained of all his roulette skills. Subjected to abuse while laboring for the casino, the fairies possessed a keen intellect, and within their ranks were tales of torturous punishments that would make even wizards shudder. As the onlookers observed the tension between Kono and the fairy, they noted an unexpected similarity in their expressions. Both appeared supremely confident of victory. Biter, with one hand behind his back, exhibited an air of both gentlemanly poise and strategic cunning, his long fingers never once touching the table. Kono mirrored this stance, his arms crossed and his right leg trembling slightly, yawning as if already privy to the outcome, exuding an air of disinterest like a prophet weary of the predictable. Biter, rather than hastening the roulette's descent, seemed to relish the anticipation, the wheel gradually slowing its furious spin. The surrounding players dared not blink, holding their breath as they focused on the now discernible shape of the ball, eager to see where it would land. Clabby leaned closer to Biter, whispering, "Has it begun?" His confidence surged, convinced that even if Dumbledore were present, as long as the wizard refrained from wielding his wand, he would be utterly powerless against the fairies' magic. Fairies, born with the innate ability to cast spells, did not require wands like the frail humans to perform most of their sorcery. With a flourish of mischief, Biter continued to toy with Kono as the ball slowed, hopping from square to square before finally settling on the number 11, mere inches away from 30. Game over. The corners of Biter's mouth curled into an exaggerated smile, poised to feign regret with his words. Suddenly, as Kono yawned, a sound akin to a lion's roar reverberated in his ears, the immense noise nearly shattering his eardrums. A scream escaped him as he tumbled to the ground, the magical aura he had been maintaining abruptly dissipating. Meanwhile, the marble that had settled in the square, marked 11, suddenly stirred once again, playfully landing within the confines of square 30, quivering ever so slightly, as if to boast. As the marble trembled, the players anticipated a resurgence of rivalry, ready to applaud. Alas, my ears! A piercing scream, akin to chalk scraping against a blackboard, echoed through the air. Turning to behold the scene, they found the fairy Krabby sprawled on the ground, desperately clutching his ears and writhing in agony. They swiftly redirected their gaze towards the marble. The one nestled in the red square was so conspicuous that realization dawned upon them instantly. Square 30. They erupted in jubilant cheers, even though the recipient of the 60,000 galleons was not one of them. For this was not merely a victory. It represented yet another round of strategic contest between wizards and fairies. And the outcome of this gambit was resounding triumph for the wizards, who had secured victory in the most impeccable manner. You cheated. You rigged the game. Krabby shrieked. How could you possibly win? Damn it, Krabby. You've ruined the casino. Kano, with an air of arrogance, puffed out his chest and remarked, Look at your token. It hasn't turned red. Shall we have another round? This time, let us all wear tokens. Krabby, consumed by rage, was beside himself. The galleons he cherished most dearly were now slipping away from him. This was utterly intolerable. It felt like a fate worse than death. Those are my galleons. My coins. You cannot take away my galleons. He howled in hysteria. They're all mine. All mine. Stone. Stone. Have everyone here killed. Suddenly, Krabby fell backward, the contract still resting on the table emanating an eerie blackish-purple glow. The luminescence morphed into a chain, binding Krabby and beginning to constrict around him. Countless droplets of green blood seeped from his skin, the excruciating pain jolting him into clarity. Little did he expect that the contract intended to enslave Kano would transform into chains that now confined him. Should he meet his demise due to a breach of the contract, he would lose any chance of continuing to amass coins. Krabby's mind raced, and after countless thoughts, he could only utter one bitter compromise. Stone, open the door. Let that accursed wizard leave. And don't forget our wands. Kano stood up, stretched leisurely, and addressed one of the waitstaff. 6 large bags brimming with coins had been delivered to the entrance, appearing quite magnificent. Kano brazenly gathered all the coins into his martial arts golden pill, cheerfully bidding farewell to the gasping Krabby seated in the chair. Goodbye. I shall return to play again. Roll, roll, roll. Krabby raved, frantically waving his fingers as various props around him levitated and hurtled towards Kano. Yet, the contract emitted its ominous blackish-purple light once more. And another chain ensnared Krabby's form. Krabby writhed on the ground in agony, unable to sustain his fairy magic any longer, as several beads fell upon his forehead, leaving behind a few crimson welts. The sun, nearing the horizon, cast a warm glow upon Kano and his companions, its rays no longer harsh. The 2 Aurors were still enveloped in the surreal sensation of having acquired 60,000 galleons, despite the fact that those coins were not rightfully theirs. Kano, however, appeared relaxed, beginning to reflect on his performance. His nervousness was evident, and he had convincingly portrayed the recklessness that often accompanies players caught up in the heat of the moment. The beads of sweat on his forehead appeared at just the right moments, devoid of any excessive strain. Additionally, the slight air of guilt as he pretended to check the wheel added to the authenticity of his act. He patted the 2 Aurors and inquired, What do you think of my performance? How would you rate it? Chapter 24. Confucius said, Having come, one should be at ease. Indeed, Kano smiled, remarking, This is hardly a grand occasion. How could I lose my composure so easily? Yet, it seems my acting is quite commendable, or else you wouldn't be so cooperative. Plout laughed heartily. Those fairies must never have suspected you were feigning it. Those cunning little creatures have long been an annoyance. It's delightful to see them humbled this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are quite a few people here, Kano murmured, squinting. Williamson scratched his head and asked, What are you saying? Kano shook his head. Nothing much, just that I suddenly have a bit of a stomachache. Do you know where the restroom is? Plout pointed toward a nearby refreshment shop, not far from Gringotts, saying, There should be a restroom over there. Well, could you assist me in settling the payment of the Calder shop first? Kano handed the 2 Aurors a sack, containing both the address and the galleons, adding, You can keep the remaining change for yourselves. With that, Kano dashed away, leaving the 2 Aurors bewildered in the wind. Is he truly unwell? Williamson questioned, pulling open the sack, only to be momentarily blinded by a cascade of gold. Plout leaned in for a closer look, his eyes watering from the brilliance. Merlin's beard. How many galleons do you think are in there? After weighing the sack, Williamson determined it must contain at least 2,000 galleons. It couldn't possibly weigh this much otherwise. The last time I helped Mr. Lucius with a delivery, I carried a pouch of similar heft. He genuinely intends to share those galleons with us. Plout pinched his cheek in disbelief, grinning widely. He is truly generous. Indeed, Williamson mused, though it is but a mere drop in the bucket, these funds should suffice for our expenses for several months. Plout excitedly rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, Let us go. First, let us take care of his affairs. Then we'll split the rest. Kano navigated through the crowd, the presence of the 6 individuals never wavering as they maintained a distance of approximately 10 meters. For an ordinary wizard, remaining undetected while being followed at this distance would be quite challenging. However, the pursuer was met with a martial arts master, confirming the existence of a tracker. Kono turned into a dilapidated alleyway, walking until he reached a dead end before finally halting. The dead-end alley was cluttered with debris, including a severed wand, tattered robes, and shards of glass, all discarded in this forlorn space. Even the surrounding walls appeared dilapidated, suggesting a long absence of human activity. 6 pursuers silently blocked the entrance, their silhouettes elongated by the dying rays of the setting sun, resembling harbingers of doom emerging from the depths of hell. Kanyuo squinted, discerning the features of the speaker, a fairy named Gushi who had once obstructed his path at the door. According to 2 aurors, this fairy was a legendary figure, renowned for his ability to tame fire dragons. With a mischievous grin, Kanyuo remarked, "I hear you were previously responsible for dog training at the bank? One impressive dog trainer to have brought so many hounds to hinder me." Ha ha ha. Gushi's expression darkened, teeth clenched as he retorted, "I tamed fire dragons at Gringotts, not dogs. Are you courting death?" Undeterred, Kanyuo maintained his composure, reciting, as the sage said, "Since you have come, find peace in your arrival. Since you are here, let us entomb you." Gushi, recognizing Kanyuo's defiance, waved his hand and commanded, "Attack." The wizards and fairies surrounding him, having grasped the mockery in Kanyuo's words, surged forward at Gushi's command. A cloud of acrid powder erupted from the wands of 2 wizards, emitting a scent reminiscent of quicklime. Just the initial powder assault indicated to Kanyuo that this group frequently engaged in such underhanded tactics. Against those with less experience, this cloud alone could blind and incapacitate them. With a roar, Kanyuo unleashed the lion's roar technique, the force of his voice sending the powder back towards Gushi and his cohorts. Shield charm! Shield charm! Gushi, seasoned in battle, instinctively directed his subordinates despite being unaware of Kanyuo's abilities. All shields up! The 2 wizards who had unleashed the quicklime hastily cast their spells, creating translucent barriers resembling eggshells that repelled both the powder and the sound waves. However, before they could revel in their success, the outer shield shattered, and cracks began to form in the inner barrier. The resonance of the lion's roar penetrated through the fissures, striking their eardrums. Fortunately, the shield charm had mitigated much of the impact, leaving only the sound without a sonic assault. Kanyuo seized several tattered robes with his foot. Twisting them into a makeshift whip, he struck the barrier twice with a sharp crack. Thud! Thud! The whip lashed against the barrier, which bore the brunt of the blows, appearing on the verge of collapse. What magic is this? Panic flickered in Gushi's eyes as he pointed a long finger forward, sending a green bolt of light hurtling toward Kanyuo. Unfazed, Kanyuo deftly sidestepped the incoming green light, continuing his assault on the barrier with his whip. He suddenly twisted his arm, his muscles tensing with a cracking sound, then thrusting forward. The once limp whip transformed into a lance, piercing through the barrier and striking Gushi's arm. Capture the thief by seizing the king first. Although he yearned to further explore the wonders of the magical realm, it was imperative to address the most significant threat at hand, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. The boulder emitted a wretched cry as its arm was violently torn apart, green blood gushing forth in torrents. Hurry, administer treatment. Where's the transmutation spell? Use animals to restrain him. The boulder commanded while retreating. 2 fairies dashed to his side, producing a vial from which they dripped a few drops of transparent liquid onto the wound. With a flick of their wands, the 2 wizards transformed the whip in Kanyuo's hand into a massive python, completely ensnaring him. Such power was far superior to that of a mere bird or serpent. Kanyuo trembled, unleashing a series of crackling explosions, then suddenly extended his arms to push the python away, under the control of the 2 wizards. The python morphed into an elephant, once again subduing Kanyuo. After receiving treatment, the boulder's wound emitted billowing green smoke, and as the mist dissipated, the bleeding ceased, with a fresh layer of skin covering the injury. Well, this potion is quite effective. Kanyuo exerted his strength, utilizing the technique of the Overlord's Cauldron to hurl the elephant towards the boulder. Damn it, is he a monster? What kind of strength is this? The boulder cursed, utterly perplexed by how someone who had yet to wield magic could unleash such formidable power. Chapter 25. The master said, "Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar?" The boulder, accompanied by his 5 subordinates, charged once more. Although the wound on his arm had been temporarily healed, the shattered bones within required treatment at St. Mungo's, leaving him unable to unleash potent fairy magic and relegating him to directing the remaining 5 to continue their assault. Cancel the transmutation spell at once. Are you trying to let the elephant crush us? The boulder ordered in a sharp, hoarse voice. And the shield spell. Do not stop. Absolutely do not stop. The elephant vanished from the air, transforming into two broken wands, as a transparent, eggshell-like barrier enveloped them once more. Fire tongs. Create a puddle beneath his feet. Hammer. Freeze the water created by the fire tongs. Cut off his escape routes. The two fairies hastily complied, and a large puddle suddenly appeared beneath Kanyuo's feet. Just as he leaped onto the wall, he discovered that the ground had turned into a smooth sheet of ice. Magic is truly wondrous. Is there anything else? Show me more diverse spells. Kanyuo jested, his fingers probing the crevices of the wall. The boulder cursed vehemently. Damn it. Damn it. Jack, cast the silencing spell on him. I do not wish to hear him speak. Whispering, a subtle wave of energy enveloped Kanyuo, and he suddenly found himself unable to produce any sound. Not even a lion's roar. Witnessing Kanyuo's mouth move without a sound, the boulder's expression brightened. I understand now. Indeed, abandon all targeted spells. Bombard him with fireballs. I refuse to believe he can evade them all. A torrent of fireballs, a deluge of water orbs, and a whirling tempest of winds surged toward Kanyuo. An array of area of effect spells unleashed upon him. Kono continued to nimbly navigate the walls of the dead end, his expression growing increasingly exhilarated. A myriad of spells surrounded him, many of which could directly counter his martial arts techniques. The air shield unleashed by Newt, impervious to brute force, and a magic that could render his lion's roar ineffective, made him realize that this magical world was far more intriguing than he had anticipated. He suddenly felt akin to a formidable boss, while the 6 individuals opposite him were akin to players attempting to conquer him in a raid. Alas, they ought to have chosen a less challenging adversary instead of confronting him head-on. How amusing! A smile blossomed on Kono's face. Though silent, this smile instilled a sense of dread in the 6 opponents before him. They had exerted every ounce of strength in their attacks, but could not even graze the hem of his garment. The 2 wizards shook their heads in unison. Damn it! He cursed again, a retreating sentiment taking root in his mind. To him, Kono now seemed even more terrifying than a fire dragon. At least the fire dragon, large and cumbersome, was not as swift, allowing for various spells to restrain it. In contrast, Kono was astonishingly agile. Even with the ground frozen, he could deftly evade magical assaults by scaling walls and leaping between rooftops. Ah, someone is approaching. It appears I must conclude this. Kono sighed with a tinge of regret. Propelling himself off the wall, using the momentum, he struck a pose reminiscent of the Iron Mountain lean and crashed against the barrier. Silence erupted. The barrier was forcefully breached, creating a massive opening. Neither the boulder nor his companions anticipated Kono's rapid approach, their faces instantly reflecting panic. Kono wore a radiant smile, akin to a child who had just relished a slice of cake. As Confucius said, "Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar?" With friends arriving for practice, how could he not feel elated? My dear friends, I have thoroughly enjoyed myself today. Magic is indeed fascinating. The word fascinating was bellowed in the manner of his lion's roar, sending a shockwave reverberating throughout the barrier. The already cracked barrier ultimately succumbed to the force of the roar, shattering into pieces. The boulder and his subordinates crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony as if subjected to torment. The sound is there. Hurry! Several anxious voices called from the end of the alley. Kono bowed to those sprawled on the ground, bidding farewell. Until next time, let's play again. The boulder clutched one ear, struggling to rise as he looked towards Kono. There, he witnessed Kono springing upward, leveraging the wall to ascend to the pinnacle of the rooftop, and after a single leap, he vanished from sight. The boulder lay on the ground, eyes wide and mouth agape, gradually losing its luster as a few pairs of polished shoes came into view. The setting sun heralded the emergence of the full moon. Kono cradled a cup of chocolate hazelnut peanut sundae, stirring it while observing the passers-by. Kono! Williamson collapsed onto the table, drenched in sweat. Thank goodness you are here. You scared us to death. Cloud's condition was scarcely better than Williamson's. As he slumped on the bench, breathless, exclaiming, "Just now, we passed through an alley. Can you guess what we saw?" "I don't know," Kono replied, continuing to stir his sundae. "I just bumped into 6 friends and got caught up in reminiscing, so I didn't notice anything unusual." Plout lowered his voice. "I just witnessed the security wizards enter the alley and carry out the giant." The scene was absolutely horrifying. They were unaware they were being attacked by some wizard's mental magic, blood streaming from their ears. It was the first time I saw the giant in such a frenzied state. He kept screaming about monsters. "That is a monster." He flew away. He vanished. A monster. Such words were uttered. And then, Kano spooned a large mouthful of sundae, his words somewhat muffled. "I suspect they will be sent to St. Mungo's." Fairies can cast spells without wands, so it is unlikely they would sustain such severe injuries. Moreover, The giant is capable of taming fire dragons. Kano dismissed this with a wave of his hand. My assessment is that it is all superficial. The scars on his hands may not have been from a fire dragon's burn, but rather from accidentally igniting himself while baking cookies. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Mr. Kano, are you indeed a member of the Hogwarts faculty? Well, sort of, Kano replied, extending his finger to begin tallying. The books of the martial arts class are ready and currently being printed. I just need to purchase a wand, and preparations before the term should be nearly complete. Martial arts class? Williamson leaned forward, shifting his chair closer to Kano. Are you the martial arts professor for the newly established course at Hogwarts? Chapter 26. The Mysterious Wizard Kano. Tap, tap, tap. To the fairy, Crabby, the sound of handcrafted leather shoes striking the marble floor reverberated like a hammer against his heart, each blow profoundly stirring. Having narrowly avoided a breach of contract and suffered magical retribution, he bore numerous scars. The internal and external pressures combined made him long to simply lie down and sleep. Crabby, Crabby. Lucius called his name in a low voice while holding the magical contract. 60,000 galleons, a full 60,000 galleons, exchanged for a mere piece of paper. Oh, and Yorin Biter's injuries must be treated at St. Mungo's, which adds another considerable expense. Crabby was acutely aware of the implications. 60,000 galleons could purchase a plot of land in Diagon Alley, or if one were frugal, it could sufficiently cover a person's lifetime expenses. He hurriedly bowed, resembling an acute triangle. Mr. Malfoy, we have indeed been careless this time. Crabby was elated. As if ascending to heaven, Mr. Malfoy, you are truly magnanimous. Indeed, a great wizard. Yet, in the next moment, he plummeted back to hell. Lucius coldly declared, this time I shall not punish you, but I will deduct this loss from your commission. Crabby's voice sharpened. Mr. Malfoy, it seems you are somewhat dissatisfied with this outcome. Lucius raised an eyebrow. You were dismissed from Gringotts for embezzlement. It was I who took you in. If I were to dismiss you from this position, what do you think you would face? Crabby shuddered, cursing Lucius's treachery inwardly for daring to threaten him with such a pretext. Simultaneously, his resentment towards the wizard who had absconded with 60,000 galleons intensified, to the point where he wished he could tear that wizard apart. The gravest mistake you have made is to break your promise, publicly proclaiming your intent to kill them. Lucius sighed. In this entertainment venue, trust is paramount. Crabby inquired, should I arrange for someone to erase the memories of these players? Unnecessary. Lucius waved his hand. This is the only entertainment establishment in Diagon Alley, and our offerings are far more diverse than those elsewhere. For now, they cannot do without us. As Crabby exhaled slightly in relief, Lucius shifted the conversation, asking, have you dispatched someone to deal with those 3 individuals? Crabby glanced up at Lucius, catching the glint in his gray eyes, and bowed again, saying, yes, I've sent Goliath personally to handle it. There will be no traces left behind. At that moment, the flames in the fireplace suddenly surged, turning a vibrant green. A charred piece of parchment slowly emerged, drifting down into Lucius's hand. The parchment contained the results of an investigation regarding wands, sent by a friend within the Ministry of Magic. Williamson and Proudfoot, those 2 freshly appointed Aurors? Lucius scoffed coldly. I thought them merely foolish. It appears they possess a talent for courting death. Crabby queried, Mr. Malfoy, what of the player who took the 60,000 galleons? Is he also an Auror? Lucius crumpled the parchment in his hand and tossed it into the fireplace as fuel, stating, that individual is wandless. Let Goliath prioritize his elimination. At that moment, the speaking tube emitted a clear sound. As Crabby picked up the tube, the flames in the fireplace changed once more to a vivid green, and a new parchment flew out, gently landing on the desk. It seems they have uncovered that individual's identity. Lucius grasped the parchment. Kono, the enigmatic wizard appearing in the deep mountains, currently residing near Newt Scamander's estate. Albus Dumbledore has appointed Kono as a professor at Hogwarts, and he has passed the Ministry of Magic's review. Lucius's gaze flickered. Dumbledore? And Newt? This Kono seems to be someone of considerable significance. Crabby had already set the speaking tube down, and his expression was a tapestry of resentment, conflict, fear, and astonishment. Mr. Malfoy's subordinate informed me that those dispatched were injured, and it seems Goliath is exhibiting some mental distress. Your hired thugs were easily dispatched by 3 wizards? Lucius's voice took on a chilling softness. That individual who won the 60,000 galleons, he single-handedly incapacitated those thugs, Crabby replied, trembling with trepidation. Huh. Lucius let out a scoff. Well done indeed. Those thugs earned commissions that surpassed the salaries of Aurors, and now they are all injured? Crabby, what do you think I should do? Mr. Malfoy. Crabby's body trembled like a sieve. Please grant us another opportunity. This time, we have discovered an infallible method. Lucius inquired. An infallible method? Is his magic particularly unique? Have you never encountered it before? Crabby nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking a grain. Yes. Yes. A recently awakened subordinate interjected. That individual emits a lion's roar and can breach the shield charm directly, moving with the swiftness of a golden snitch. Druid? Upon hearing Crabby's description, Lucius instantaneously conjured images of the medieval druids still in operation. It would be illogical for Dumbledore to suddenly recruit such a mysterious sorcerer to Hogwarts without possessing some extraordinary abilities. Crabby, as if clutching at a lifeline, clamored, "Indeed, it is a druid. Next time, we shall surely capture him. He will return all that he has taken. Unnecessary. This wizard is of no concern for the time being. I shall administer a minor punishment to those two Aurors." Lucius slowly approached the fireplace and grasped a handful of flue powder. When the flue powder met the flames, it transformed into a vibrant emerald green. As Lucius stepped into the fireplace, he remarked, "Your commission will be reduced by 5%. Be more astute in the future." Upon hearing this, Crabby immediately cried out, "Mr. Malfoy! Mr. Malfoy!" He recklessly attempted to lunge at Lucius, but Lucius was quicker and vanished within the verdant flames. The scorching fire impeded Crabby's advance, and at that moment, his resentment surged to its peak. He noticed a crumpled piece of paper on the ground and hastily unfolded it. Chapter 27. Ollivander's Wand Shop. While Kono was finishing a sundae made of chocolate, hazelnut, and peanut crumble, an owl descended from the sky, delivering a letter of employment from Hogwarts to him. "Dear Mr. Kono, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted permission to serve at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The term is set to commence on September 1st. Please make the necessary preparations for your journey to Hogwarts. Sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall." "Mr. Kono, you are indeed a teacher at Hogwarts," Williamson remarked, gazing at the fiery sunset, seemingly assessing the authenticity of the letter. Though merely a simple wax seal, the magical essence contained within it was irrefutable. The two Aurors exchanged glances, bemused. Kono had originally been their suspect during an interrogation, and now he had transformed into a professor of martial arts at Hogwarts. Notably, they had recently won 60,000 galleons from an entertainment establishment together, an endeavor scarcely befitting that of a professor. Kono furrowed his brow, expressing his dissatisfaction with their tone. "What do you mean by granted permission?" "It was Dumbledore who invited me. It should read we are honored to inform you." "That would be more appropriate. Mr. Kono, being able to teach at Hogwarts is an extraordinary achievement." Plout interjected. "Among the staff are Professor McGonagall, an expert in animagus transformations, the youngest master of potions, and a former dueling champion. They are all remarkably powerful wizards. Let us not forget the esteemed headmaster Dumbledore." Williamson gazed with admiration. He is universally recognized as the mightiest wizard in existence, the man who vanquished Grindelwald. Grindelwald? That name rings a bell, mused Kono, scratching his head as he recalled his roommate's frequent lamentations about GGAD and similar phrases. Once the most formidable dark wizard in the world, he single-handedly ignited the global wizarding war, remarked the two Aurors in unison, though that was over 50 years ago. Kono and the two Aurors engaged in light conversation, and after spending an afternoon together, particularly after their shared excursion to the entertainment venue, the barriers between them had considerably diminished. Not to mention that Kono had generously bestowed over 2,000 galleons upon them. Such wealth was surely a catalyst for reconciliation. One must say, money truly does speak volumes. By the way, is this the wand shop? The fabled best wand shop in England, or even the entire world? Kono furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the small, shabby establishment before him, contrasting it with a nearby rubbish shop that emitted an unpleasant odor, making it hard not to suspect that this shop was merely a branch of the junk store. "Mr. Kono, you mustn't speak so recklessly." Williamson hurriedly tugged at Kono's sleeve. "This is the pride of our English wizards. It is indeed the finest wand shop in the world." Plout nodded in agreement. "Do not be deceived by its unassuming appearance. I assure you, you will find the most satisfactory wand here." As the light on the street dwindled, the sun completely dipped below the horizon, and the magical light bulbs sensed the fading twilight, promptly illuminating their glow. A beam of light fell upon the sign above the door, the gilded letters of which had already begun to peel. Ollivander, established in 382 BC, crafting wands of exceptional quality. It indeed appeared quite ancient, boasting a history of over 2,000 years, rather impressive. Kono stepped into the diminutive wand shop. The interior was cramped, with shelves lining both sides filled with wand boxes, nearly stacked to the ceiling. A solitary, well-worn wooden bench rested against one wall, offering a place for rest. Upon entering, An elderly man with a mane of silver hair suddenly appeared before them. His eyes were striking, with irises of a silvery hue, reminiscent of two luminous moons. His manner of greeting was equally unique. He first assessed the two aurors before reciting in a manner akin to a bard. Williamson, redwood, unicorn tail hair, 9 3/4 inches, plout fur, also unicorn tail hair, 10 inches. I still remember your wands. Before the two aurors could respond, he began to appraise Kono, his silver eyes revealing a profound curiosity. You, sir, are unfamiliar. I presume you have not purchased a wand from me before? Kono scrutinized the seemingly eccentric elder while simultaneously elevating his esteem for the Ollivander wand shop. The dilapidated exterior and the faded sign, etched with a long history, formed a stark contrast, providing him with a rationale in his mind. So this shop is indeed ancient. No wonder it appears so worn. These are not mere relics. They are the imprints of history. The displays within the wand shop embrace simplicity, with only a resting bench alongside an array of carefully arranged wands, evoking a sense of profound subtlety. Upon the arrival of a customer, the proprietor promptly emerges to greet them, effortlessly recalling the wand details of returning patrons, thus cultivating an atmosphere steeped in professional craftsmanship. It is undeniable that, even when disregarding the skill involved, the owner possesses an astute understanding of customer psychology, which is remarkably on point. Following this meticulous process, any visitor would undoubtedly leave with a lasting impression of the establishment. It is no wonder that two aurors speak of this shop with such pride, as if it were their own venture. This led Kono to ponder how the elderly gentleman would react to customers who do not adhere to conventional norms. Half seriously, Kono remarked, "Indeed, I have been in seclusion in the mountains, unaccustomed to using a wand, and have only recently descended." The elder nodded, recognizing a diligent practitioner. Such wizards are rare. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Garrick Ollivander. May I inquire your name, sir?" "Kono. Mr. Kono, as this is your first visit, I must take some measurements of your physical characteristics. Which hand do you prefer?" "I am ambidextrous, so I am adept with both." Ollivander cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment, acknowledging the presence of a nimble ascetic. A tape measure flew from his waist, extending itself automatically to encircle Kono's form and gather his measurements. The data seemed to transfer directly into Ollivander's mind. As the tape began its work, he weaved through the shelves, retrieving box after box of wands. Chapter 28. A sword opens the heavens. Although Ollivander wobbled slightly under the weight of numerous wand boxes, he approached Kono with untroubled grace. Some knowledge is essential for even the most novice wizard wielding a wand. With great ceremony, he slowly drew forth a wand box, his slender fingers deftly curling, and the wand was soon cradled in his palm. Due to the variety of materials used for the wand's body and core, as well as the diverse craftsmanship and lengths, no two wands in existence are identical. Try this one. Your physique is quite robust, making you an excellent match for this formidable combination. Made of birch, with a dragon heartstring core, it is 14 inches long and possesses extraordinary power. As Kono reached for the wand, an inexplicable sensation washed over him, as if touching it would unleash dire consequences. This was the first time he had experienced such a peculiar intuition since attaining mastery in martial arts, causing his hand to hesitate, refraining from immediately grasping the wand. "Do you find it unsuitable?" Ollivander blinked. "I am the finest wand maker in all of England, and I believe Mr. Kono should trust my judgment." He gestured toward the myriad of wand boxes. "There are many more options here. I am confident that within Ollivander's wand shop, you will discover the wand of your dreams." It was not Kono who blinked, but rather the thought that we should venture outside to test this wand, lest something unfortunate occur. "No worries. You possess remarkable foresight. Novice wizards often encounter unforeseen mishaps on their first encounter with a wand, yet such incidents typically pertain to 11-year-olds. However, a wizard like you, who has diligently honed their craft in the mountains, must surely be capable of controlling the magic within you, especially since you have been invited by Dumbledore to join Hogwarts." Dumbledore? A familiar name resonated within Kono as he heard it from Ollivander's lips, leading him to believe that matters had become decidedly more complex. The Ministry of Magic had dispatched two aurors to accompany him in procuring a wand. If Ollivander were to address this situation, it would likely revolve around the Ministry's directives rather than mentioning Dumbledore. The mere fact that this elderly gentleman referred to Dumbledore implied one thing. Dumbledore had likely already conferred with Ollivander, perhaps seeking to uncover certain information. Kono's mind raced, suddenly recalling a matter he had long overlooked. Did he truly belong to the realm of non-magical muggles, as spoken of by the wizards, or was he indeed a wizard? His 5.5 years of experience as a corporate employee taught him never to underestimate any employer. The peculiarities of their imaginations were often beyond the comprehension of their subordinates. Was Dumbledore curious about his magical abilities? Or had the Elder seen through his ruse, understanding that his identity as a druid was mere fabrication? Seeking to ascertain whether he truly possessed the powers of a wizard, Ollivander once more extended the grayish-yellow wand of birch towards him. "Mr. Kano, give it a try. Time is of the essence." A slow smile crept upon Kano's face as he echoed Ollivander's words. "Give it a try. Time is of the essence." Why the haste? Ollivander, with his silver-white eyes, dared not meet Kano's gaze, instead glancing nervously in other directions. "I've always been this way. The arrival of a new customer signifies that a wand will soon illuminate the magical world. A truly delightful prospect." The two Aurors chimed in indeed. "Mr. Ollivander has always embodied the spirit of craftsmanship." "Very well," Kano shrugged. "Let me state this in advance. I am currently testing the wand indoors. If anything occurs, do not come seeking trouble with me." Trusting his instincts as a martial arts master, he felt it prudent to clarify this with Ollivander to avoid any misattribution of blame later. "Of course," Ollivander nodded. "Please proceed, Mr. Kano." Birch, with a dragon heartstring core, 14 inches in length, possessing a firm texture. Whoosh! The moment Kano grasped the wand, he sensed a surge of energy emanating from within him. A sound akin to the wind rustling through treetops resonated from the wand, accompanied by a violent tremor. The distinctive gray-yellow wood grain of the birch began to shimmer, its radiance intensifying, the gray hue becoming more pure, while the yellow patterns grew increasingly resplendent. The interplay of gray and gold intertwined, endowing the wand with a metallic essence in that fleeting moment. Kono felt a sense of astonishment as the wand seemed to awaken a dormant power within him. The closed shop began to stir with a gentle breeze, which swiftly escalated into a tempest swirling around him. The wand in his hand trembled violently, as if sifting through grain, prompting an instinctive forward flick to unleash this newfound force. A fierce aura materialized, slicing through the air like a blade, cleaving forth from the wand. With a single stroke, the sky was rent asunder. The silvery beam, tinged with crimson, surged forth unimpeded, diagonally cleaving through the corner of Ollivander's shop. The sword-like light burst through the walls, echoing like a dragon's roar throughout Diagon Alley. As night fell, the foot traffic in Diagon Alley had diminished, and pedestrians lifted their gazes skyward, drawn to the diagonal beam ascending into the heavens. The brilliant light shot upwards, vanishing into the celestial canvas. In the distance, Ollivander's wand shop erupted with a resounding roar, engulfed in a cloud of dust. A fierce gale erupted from within the shop, followed closely by a cacophony akin to a thunderous roar. The walls and ceiling of the shop scarcely had time to collapse before being shattered by the shockwave of the lion's roar, scattering debris in all directions. The security wizards of Diagon Alley arrived promptly, with the captain directing his subordinates to commence repairs on the damaged structures. He then entered the shop, exclaiming, "Mr. Ollivander, what has transpired here?" Two Aurors and a wand maker turned their heads in unison, their expressions vacant as they regarded the newly arrived wizard. Kono had already set aside the wand, stealthily concealing himself in the shadows of the shop's corner. The captain, who had likely just been dining, bore remnants of fried potatoes in his beard and a few drops of ketchup on his clothing. "By Merlin's beard," he exclaimed, staring at the disheveled trio, "Mr. Ollivander, do you require our assistance?" He clearly recognized the two Aurors, waving a hand in greeting. "Williamson, what brings you here? What exactly happened?" From his hidden corner, Kono flicked his fingers, sending forth a subtle force that struck the two Aurors on the back of their heads. "Ouch!" they yelped, rubbing their sore spots. Williamson hastily shook his head. "It was merely an accident. The power of a wand exceeded our expectations." Plout looked somewhat uneasy, glancing at Ollivander, who remained in a daze, managing only a nod in agreement with Williamson's words. The captain could not help but regard Ollivander with admiration, exclaiming, "Truly, Mr. Ollivander, your wand-making skills have reached new heights." Finally recovering, Ollivander shivered and gritted his teeth, saying, "Do not mention wands any further." Chapter 29. The Wand Summons the Aura. Kono remained shrouded in shadow, disregarding the conversation between the two Aurors and the security captain, intently examining the wand in his grasp. Originally a seamless piece, it was now marred with cracks, revealing glimpses of its inner core, a substance akin to a rubber tube, roughly the thickness of a pinky finger. The substance resembling a rubber tube must be the dragon heartstring that Ollivander just mentioned. He gripped both ends of the wand and effortlessly split it in two, revealing the dragon heartstring within. The semi-transparent heartstring was a vivid crimson, exuding a slight warmth in addition to its bounciness. He could sense the energy it contained, which could be succinctly summarized in one word: nourishment. The reason Kono entered the magical realm was to use the myriad wondrous creatures of this world to bolster his own physique and solidify his foundation. Despite having reached the mastery level, he found himself utterly unable to harness his inner energy. Inner energy was the hallmark of one who had achieved the pinnacle of martial arts, yet he had only ever been able to wield dark energy, as if the inner energy lay dormant within him, completely elusive. However, in that fleeting moment when he grasped the wand, a blade of energy erupted outward from his body. This was his inner energy. Only when it transcended the body could it inflict substantial damage, thus qualifying it as true inner energy. Moreover, he discovered another intriguing detail. Within his inner energy resided a flicker of fiery power. Thus, he surmised that the wand's core, being the dragon heartstring, must have imbued its own strength into his inner energy. Would a wand crafted from other cores perhaps infuse different magical creatures' powers into his inner energy? Merlin's beard. What have you done? Ollivander suddenly shrieked. The security chief had already departed, and two aurors were busy collecting the damaged wands scattered across the floor. Only Ollivander remained before Kono, trembling as he pointed at the dragon heartstring Kono held. It broke due to poor quality, Kono replied calmly. He surveyed the nearby wand boxes, preparing to draw another to test his earlier hypothesis. The two aurors picked up the wands littering the ground, cradling the damaged ones in their arms. That Mr. Ollivander has damaged over 100 wands, Williamson stammered. Ollivander nearly rolled his eyes back in disbelief, fainting at the thought. Merlin's floral trousers. Merlin's thong. What in the world have you done? Why am I facing such calamity? Plout looked up at the ceiling, his voice tinged with disillusionment. Mr. Ollivander, be mindful of your reputation. You are a craftsman. Must you be so exuberant? I can hardly endure your vivacity. 700 galleons. Ollivander's voice erupted through clenched teeth. 700 galleons. Can you compensate me? Kono had already found 2 appealing wand boxes, each hand grasping a wand that twisted like branches. He once again channeled his inner energy into the wand in his right hand. Whoosh! The same sound of a blade resonated. And at the moment Ollivander sensed the commotion and prepared to intervene, another silvery blade imbued with red light shot forth. The blade soared like a streak of light, heading straight for a wall, seemingly on the brink of causing havoc among the wands displayed there. Whoosh! An even more urgent blade sound emerged, as a silvery beam, tinged with orange light, rushed forth, intercepting the previous blade. Armored protection. 2 aurors dropped their wands and swiftly cast the shield charm to protect themselves, bracing against the tempest generated by the clash of 2 sword-like beams. Ollivander, intent on preventing Kono from wielding his wand, had no time to react and was swept off his feet by the fierce wind, his back perilously close to colliding with the wall. Fortunately, the 2 aurors acted with remarkable speed, each grabbing Ollivander and pulling him into the protective barrier of the shield charm, sparing him from harm. Dark Lord. This is the Dark Lord. Ollivander seemed to teeter on the brink of collapse, his gaze unfocused and devoid of its usual brilliance, repeatedly muttering these words. Crack! As expected, the 2 wands shattered once more, though this time the breakage was considerably less severe, necessitating some effort from Kono to extract the core within. Alongside the heartstring of a fire dragon, there lay a feather that flickered like flames. Kono, holding the warm feather, scratched his ear and inquired, Mr. Ollivander, what is this feather? It is rather extraordinary. Phoenix feather. Ollivander swallowed hard. Can you leave? I have no one suitable for you here. Kono withdrew a wand box and extracted a milky white wand. Relax, I am controlling my inner power. I find this wand truly remarkable. I quite like it. The wand in his hand once more emanated a beam of light, the silvery glow more pure, possessing a quality reminiscent of moonlight. This time, Kono expertly controlled his inner power, condensing a beam of light just an inch long without damaging the wand. Interesting, it seems unsuitable for this type of offensive energy. Perhaps I should try a technique for invigorating the blood? Kono mused, and as the beam at the wand's tip dissipated, a swirling mass of energy reappeared at its end. He executed the 8 steps to chase the cicada, instantly arriving beside the overly startled Ollivander and pressed the energy point between Ollivander's brows. Kono's movement was so swift that the 2 aurors had barely begun to shout before the energy at the wand's tip had already touched Ollivander's forehead. This will calm your mind. I am a professional. No need for concern, Kono reassured him. Ollivander blinked, the fear and confusion in his eyes visibly fading. Rubbing his eyes, he discovered that the wand in Kono's hand remained intact, exclaiming, Merlin's beard. At last, a wand has survived unscathed. Kono raised the wand in his hand and asked, Mr. Ollivander, What core does this wand possess? Now fully alert, Ollivander showcased his expertise. Elder Wood, unicorn hair, 12 and 3/4 inches. Elder Wood is the finest match for unicorn hair. Kono, gripping the tip of the wand, began to bend it. Indeed, Elder Wood is a splendid material, strong yet flexible, perfectly suited for crafting a wand. Mr. Ollivander, your craftsmanship is truly commendable. This piece of wood has remarkable elasticity. The hardness is just right. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The spark returned to the now revitalized Ollivander's eyes. Mr. Kono, it is astonishing. Why is this? Why does it seem that every wand is willing to accept you? I have never encountered such a phenomenon. Chapter 30. The Collapse of Ollivander's Worldview. Kono continued to toy with the wand in his hand, seemingly indifferent to the words of Ollivander. Ollivander, growing increasingly restless, casually drew several wand boxes, presenting them to Kono. Mr. Kono, do give this one a try. Made of beechwood, with a phoenix feather core, 13 inches. Kono waved the wand, and a beam of vibrant energy manifested at its tip. A silver-white aura illuminated with a hint of orange. Intrigued, Ollivander handed him another wand, crafted from vine wood, with a unicorn tail hair core, 9 and 3/4 inches long. Kono flicked the wand, producing a swift whooshing sound. The vine wood, being notably more supple, resembled a soft whip. As Kono wielded it, the wand was enveloped in a gentle, silver-white aura. Something felt amiss. Ollivander's brow furrowed as he urged, "Try this one, a pine wand with a dragon heartstring core, 11 inches. Kono unleashed a sharp blade of energy, which silently pierced the floor, leaving a slender, elongated gap. Astonishing. Ollivander wiped the sweat from his brow, his pupils appearing to lose focus. And this one? Made of hornbeam, with a unicorn tail hair core, 13.5 inches. Once more, Kono sent forth a blade of energy, which again vanished silently into the ground, mirroring the shape of the previous gap perfectly. These wands are quite remarkable. With a pleasing heft, Kono remarked as he returned the straight wand to Ollivander. How many types of wood do you have for crafting wands? Please pack a few of each for me. Ollivander remained ensconced in his own world, oblivious to the significant business Kono had just mentioned. Each wand he had presented to Kono was purposefully chosen. For instance, the beechwood wand seeks out more exceptional individuals as its master and resists those who are narrow-minded and intolerant. Conversely, the vinewood wand possesses a greater spirit and is more discerning, actively choosing visionary and accomplished wizards as its owner. The straight pine wand tends to gravitate towards unconventional wizards, quickly adapting to newly invented spells. Hornbeam would also exhibit preferences in its choice of master, favoring those who possess a singular and pure passion for their pursuits, while showing aversion to indecisive wizards. It is precisely because each type of wood carries its own inclinations that Ollivander was profoundly astonished after Kono's experimentation with various wands. Each wand is unique with differing lengths, materials, cores, and creators, all influencing the final product. Wand lore is a complex and arcane discipline, studied by every wand maker. For them, the truth lies in the notion that a wand chooses its wizard, an axiom that Ollivander has steadfastly adhered to. From the moment a wand finds its master, a mutual journey of growth begins between them. Different species of fish thrive in specific water conditions, much like the relationship between wizards and their wands. A freshwater fish cannot venture into the sea, just as a saltwater fish cannot endure the river's environment. However, the emergence of Kono appears to challenge the ultimate truth of wand selection by wizards. Ollivander, as a wand maker, can sense the feedback that occurs when a wand is held by a wizard, whether it be joy, resistance, calmness, or other emotions. Through the wands clasped in Kono's hands, Ollivander perceives an astonishingly harmonious emotion, complementarity. It seems that Kono and each wand do not require a period of adjustment. Upon contact, their rapport reaches an optimal state. The most terrifying aspect lies in the intense preferences of each wand, which upon encountering Kono, collectively choose to disregard their own inclinations. These wands, ignoring their inherent tendencies, instinctively adapt to assist Kono in casting spells. The presence of this individual threatens to shatter the worldview that Ollivander has painstakingly built over a lifetime, delivering a significant blow to the truth that wands select wizards. Unbeknownst to Kono, Ollivander's mental storm has already begun as he instinctively selects wands. Ollivander's wands are of exceptional quality, impeccably polished, gleaming, and devoid of any unpleasant odors from varnish, which simplifies his requirements. Firstly, the wand must be perfectly straight, the straighter, the better, for ease of varied use. Secondly, wands made from the same type of wood should ideally form pairs, to avoid misplacing one of the wands. He seeks wands with a similar appearance, ensuring that an alternative wand can be readily available. Williamson, standing nearby, advised Mr. Kano, "The notion that wands choose wizards is a principle that Mr. Ollivander has steadfastly upheld. You should choose the one you prefer most." Kano tilted his head to glance at Williamson. "Isn't this a wand shop? As a customer, I should be able to make requests, especially since I find every wand appealing." He then gently tapped Ollivander, who was lost in contemplation. "Mr. Ollivander, is it permissible for me to purchase several wands?" Williamson scratched his head, continuing to persuade. "Previously, I accompanied some wizards from the United States to Diagon Alley, and they were also captivated by Mr. Ollivander's wands, wishing to make bulk purchases. However, as a craftsman, Ollivander does not wish for his wand to be placed in the hands of unsuitable wizards, so he declined." "No, I accepted," Ollivander interrupted Williamson, gazing upwards at a 45-degree angle towards the ceiling, letting out a long sigh. "Choose the wands you desire." He seemed to age a decade in an instant, his once vibrant demeanor now tinged with weariness and signs of age. Ollivander elongated his voice, commencing his introduction of the materials used in wand making, while his eyes, reminiscent of a radiant moon, dulled to a grayish hue. Connor briefly articulated his requirements, prompting the wand maker to commence his swift navigation through the shelves on either side. What was most astonishing about Ollivander was his prodigious memory. The shop housed thousands of wands crafted from 40 distinct types of wood, yet he was able to retrieve precisely the wands that met Connor's specifications, never faltering. Before long, a small mountain of wand boxes had formed in the center of the shop. Chapter 31. A slightly altered Diagon Alley. Ollivander wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes sweeping over the mound of wand boxes before him, muttering incessantly as if counting. There were a total of 40 varieties of wand bodies, each comprising 20 wands. At 7 galleons per wand, the total amounted to 5,600 galleons. "So inexpensive?" Connor exclaimed, astonished that the most essential tool of a wizard could be procured for merely 7 gold coins, a price even lower than that of a cauldron. It suddenly dawned on him why that establishment sought to hire thugs to confront him. At this rate, 60,000 galleons seemed an immense fortune. 2 aurors could not restrain themselves from slapping their faces, the sharp sting a stark reminder that they were not ensnared in a dream. For them, 5,600 galleons represented a considerable sum, sufficient to sustain an individual for 3 to 5 years. The expenses for such a comfortable existence had been earmarked for the purchase of 800 wands. Unbeknownst to Connor, the 2 aurors were formulating their own schemes. He pondered the possibility that, just as cauldrons could be customized, wand might also be tailored to individual preferences. He mused whether flying broomsticks, which wizards rode with such ease, could also be personalized. Considering the gold coins at his disposal, which seemed barely dented even after his purchases, he placed a hand on Ollivander's shoulder and inquired with fervor, "Mr. Ollivander, do you accommodate custom wand requests? These wands appear somewhat slender. Could you assist me in creating something more elaborate?" Connor departed from Ollivander's wand shop, accompanied by the 2 aurors, intent on exploring more of Diagon Alley to discover which shops offered customization options. After today's adventures, he felt a burgeoning excitement for this magical world, which appeared to be far more captivating than he had initially anticipated. As midnight approached, accompanied by the warm summer breeze, the bustling Diagon Alley gradually settled into tranquility. Dumbledore, having concluded his day's work, arrived at the leaky cauldron. He stood before the shimmering blue luminescence of the magical barrier, lost in contemplation. The proprietor, Tom, wore a sorrowful expression as he stammered, "I apologize, Headmaster Dumbledore. An unforeseen incident occurred today, and I have already scheduled a repairman to come tomorrow." "Was it Connor's doing?" Dumbledore sighed deeply, feeling a familiar throb at his temples. "I do not know." Tom sniffled, but he was an exceptionally tall and robust wizard. "I cannot fathom what magic he employed, but he shattered the wall with a single punch, leaving hardly any debris behind." Dumbledore nodded gently, drawing his wand as he spoke. "Tom, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused. The repair costs must be quite considerable, I presume?" Old Tom nodded, replying, "Indeed, I have seen no revenue this month." Dumbledore patted Old Tom's shoulder and with a flick of his wand, restored everything to its original state. A gust of wind swept through the courtyard of the leaky cauldron, conjuring a formidable whirlwind that gathered the imperceptible dust around and encapsulated it within a shimmering barrier. In but a few breaths, the familiar brick wall, known to every English wizard, appeared before Old Tom. "My goodness!" Old Tom ceased his sobbing, exclaiming, "I'm immensely grateful to you, Professor Dumbledore. You are truly the greatest wizard of our age." Dumbledore offered a slight smile, remarking that it was a mere trifle. and advised old Tom to cancel his appointments to prevent any second thoughts from arising. Of course, old Tom replied, leaving unsteadily, while Dumbledore gently tapped the bricks and stepped through the archway. The Owl Emporium opened its doors, releasing the owls that had been confined in their cages all day, allowing them to soar into the countryside in search of prey. The grand wooden door of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions had already closed, while the occasional meows and barks could still be heard from the magical menagerie. The staff at Flourish and Blots had just locked the front door. However, today, Diagon Alley seemed less tranquil than usual, with several shops still open. The lights in the apothecary were still aglow, and the proprietor's voice could be heard discussing brass cauldrons with automatic heating, stirring, and cleaning functions. The Quidditch shop was also still illuminated, and from within the tightly locked premises, a raspy voice erupted by Merlin's beard. What on earth was he thinking? The design of a broomstick is so iconic. Why would he commission it to be shaped like a sword? And it cannot be a wooden sword. It must be crafted entirely from goblin silver. The hilt must be wrapped in dragonhide. Why does it need a tassel at the end? Another, somewhat youthful voice interjected soothingly. Boss, calm down. Don't let it get to you. The raspy voice continued its tirade. Those goblin silvers need to be enchanted. The sight of those greedy goblins makes me nauseous. The youthful voice timidly countered, but that customer did offer 15,000 galleons. As long as we meet the specifications, the rest is our tip. The raspy voice fell silent for a moment before pondering. He has offered far too much. Let's call it a day for now. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to contact those wretched goblins. The doors of Gringotts had also closed, and only a few security wizards patrolled the cobblestone paths. The captain of the wizards led the way, turning to his subordinates with a warning. Today has been filled with odd occurrences. You must remain vigilant. That injured goblin has certainly been a victim of foul play, but if Gringotts is compromised, we shall face dire consequences. Dumbledore approached them, illuminating the tip of his wand, and inquired, "Good evening, what has transpired today? Did you mention an injured goblin?" "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore," they responded. The captain of the wizards removed his hat and saluted. "Yes, do you recognize the wizard known as the Rock?" "Indeed, a formidable fairy who once specialized in taming fire dragons in the underground vaults." "That's him." The Rock later departed from Gringotts and became a bouncer at an entertainment venue. Today, it seems he has encountered some tough opposition. When we found them, those individuals had blood streaming from their ears and nostrils. It was truly a gruesome sight. Were they dark wizards? Do you have any idea what kind of magic assailed them? This is rather unclear. After all my years in this profession, I have never encountered such magic before. It does not resemble that of the Dark Lord. It seems more akin to a repelling charm or something similar. Bidding farewell to the security wizard, Dumbledore could already see the Ollivander wand shop, which had yet to close for the night. He took out a lemon sherbet and slowly began to chew it. The unique sweetness and fragrance of the lemon sherbet filled his mouth, slightly alleviating the throbbing pain at his temples. Chapter 32, Dumbledore's Headache. In the dimly lit shop, Ollivander sat on a long bench, his back turned to the door. The entire shop was suffused with an oppressive aroma, accompanied by a plume of white smoke rising from Ollivander's direction. "Cleanse the air." Dumbledore waved his wand, and the stifling scent dissipated, though the white smoke continued to rise gently. "Good evening, Ollivander." He observed Ollivander holding a large pipe, within which some emerald green herbs were being ignited. His tone immediately grew serious. "You would do well not to smoke that. Over time, you may become dependent on those herbs. These herbs, akin to the tobacco produced by muggles, can soothe emotions, alleviate anxiety, and sharpen the mind. However, such effects do not come without a cost. Though the herbs do not harm the body as tobacco does, they can erode a wizard's soul. Once dependency develops, if the herbs are not regularly consumed, a wizard's thoughts will slow, and their emotions may become irritable and agitated. The Ministry of Magic has long since enacted regulations concerning these herbs. Each wizard is permitted to carry no more than 10 ounces. Exceeding this amount risks imprisonment in Azkaban. I do not comprehend. Ollivander's dull gray eyes blinked. I was born into a family of wand makers. My life has revolved around learning magic and crafting wands. I merely wish to challenge myself and explore the use of materials from the nightmare to create a wand. Why must you bring such a wizard to torment me?" Dumbledore, feeling a slight dryness in his throat, was unsure whether it was due to Ollivander's weary appearance or the candy he had just consumed. "Dumbledore, do not speak yet. Allow me to finish." Ollivander's right hand gripped the pipe tightly, veins bulging on his hands. What sort of wizard is he? Why does his thinking seem so peculiar? Why would he desire such an unwieldy wand? What is this Chimay staff he speaks of? From his feet to his eyebrows, he exceeds 6 feet. He dares to request that I craft such a large wand for him. I have never fashioned a wand of such scale before. Such an object, even without the application of magic, could likely cause fatal harm. Kono, rendered Dumbledore momentarily speechless. He too was struggling to grasp the situation. However, he has now come to understand two crucial matters. The first is that Kono is indeed capable of wielding a wand to perform magic. And the second is that Kono desires to have a wand custom-made by Ollivander. "Listen to me, Dumbledore," Ollivander exclaimed, clenching his pipe, drawing a deep inhalation of the herbal smoke, and exhaling a slightly murky cloud through his nostrils and parted lips. He retrieved a piece of parchment from his pocket, requesting not only a wand, but also an item that could channel magic. Ollivander took another puff, expressing his wish for the wand's shaft to be crafted from leather or a similar material, with a core composed of hair inserted within its layers. A brilliantly ingenious notion. I had previously contemplated similar magical implements, but had never found the opportunity to bring them to fruition. "Dumbledore, where on earth did you unearth such a treasure?" Dumbledore, with a wry smile, admitted, "I too am curious about where Newt discovered such a gem. Was there anything unusual when he grasped the wand?" Ollivander shivered, expelling irregular puffs of smoke, utterly astonished. I had never witnessed such a spectacle. The moment he touched the wand, it wreaked havoc in my shop, damaging many wands. It was nothing short of a nightmare, an embodiment of chaos. "Destroyed?" Dumbledore surveyed the surroundings, noting the significant reduction of wand boxes on the shelves. No wonder the security wizards remarked that today was particularly peculiar. "Ollivander, can I interpret this as him being unable to control the power within him, thus necessitating a more formidable wand for restraint?" "Absolutely not," Ollivander replied emphatically, shaking his head. "On the contrary, the initial incident was merely accidental. He later managed to control the wand with remarkable precision. He could even carve two identical and parallel cuts." Dumbledore glanced down and observed the twin sword marks left by Kono. Crouching to examine them closely, his brow furrowed deeply in contemplation. He could sense the magic. It was of a uniquely unprecedented nature, defying his ability to articulate the sensations it invoked. The most critical point, Ollivander tapped his head with his pipe, is that he resonates harmoniously with every wand. Every single wand. Ollivander's free hand grasped Dumbledore's shoulder. "Dumbledore, where did you procure such an anomaly?" "I merely sought materials from the nightmare for research." "Why did you allow him to torment me?" Dumbledore's temples throbbed with increasing intensity, facing the agitated Ollivander, whose eyes widened. Flushed with desperation, embodying a sense of surrender. With no other recourse, Dumbledore seized Ollivander's pipe and stuffed it back into his mouth. "Calm down, Ollivander." Had he not already departed? Ollivander took a sharp inhale, until the herb within turned to a grayish ash, and the exaggerated expression on his face finally relaxed considerably. "I apologize." Ollivander exhaled deeply, feeling a surge of excitement. "Could you enlighten me on the true identity of this wizard? My curiosity is piqued." Dumbledore found himself in a quandary. If he were to directly inform Ollivander that Connor is my primary suspect and I wish for your assistance in probing him, would Ollivander lose his composure and succumb to madness, perhaps even harming himself with his wand? To safeguard Ollivander's mental state, Dumbledore merely cleared his throat, placing his hand in his pocket, and spoke in a somewhat nebulous tone. "He is a druid discovered by Newt in the mountains, likely the only druid to date. As for other details, I am not particularly well informed. He is soon to teach at Hogwarts, instructing on martial arts. We shall see then how much of the druidic legacy he possesses." "Martial arts?" Ollivander scratched his ear, finding the term rather peculiar in conjunction with druidism. Yet, if Connor were indeed a druid, many things could be elucidated. No wonder he devised such extraordinary magical equipment. It seems that when the time comes to gather materials together, one could witness the heritage of the druids. Gathering materials together? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "Are you both to collect wand-making materials?" "The wand he aspires to create is beyond my personal capabilities. Therefore, once I receive information about the materials, I shall inform him to join in the search." Dumbledore silently nodded, relieved to see Ollivander regain his composure. Nonetheless, the thought of Ollivander embarking on this venture with Connor rekindled his concerns for Ollivander's mental state. Chapter 33. The Dragon Capture Levitation Charm. Truly, it is the bus of the magical world. In but a short while, he found himself standing on the path beside the seaside cottage. This time, his acquisitions in Diagon Alley were plentiful, ordering many items that had previously existed only in his imagination. Considering he was to report to Hogwarts in just over a month, he made a substantial purchase at the Leaky Cauldron. Hogwarts required materials from 1st to 7th year, and with the assistance of 2 aurors, he procured all the books necessary for these 7 years. Once the wand had summoned the ambient energy, he was filled with curiosity about this entirely new world, recognizing that reading was a splendid means of understanding it. According to the two Oris accounts, during their time, Hogwarts offered a total of 15 subjects. Among these, alchemy and apparition were only available to 6th-year students and above. The most essential subjects among these 15 were transfiguration, charms, herbology, history of magic, astronomy, potions, and defense against the dark arts. Essentially, mastering the knowledge of these 6 disciplines and obtaining a certificate known as the OWL would suffice to ensure a stable existence within the magical realm. Thus, Connor resolved to focus primarily on these 6 subjects, intent on grasping their essence to gain a comprehensive understanding of the magical world. A week swiftly elapsed, during which he diligently perused the various tomes. The results were markedly significant. He had indeed garnered a fundamental understanding of the magical realm. The subjects of magical history and astronomy were akin to hidden gems, serving as a boon for insomniacs. All one needed to do was cradle one of those books and softly articulate the text within. In less than 10 minutes, these restless souls could comfortably drift into slumber. The sentiments evoked by these 2 disciplines reminded Kano of the class meetings from his previous life, a rather trivial and time-consuming elective. In stark contrast, transfiguration proved to be far more engaging, allowing for the transformation of various entities through magic. One could interchange between living and inanimate forms, akin to metamorphosing a chicken into a chair into a chicken, or a chicken into a snake, and vice versa. Among the myriad of transformations, Kano found himself particularly intrigued by an advanced form of transfiguration known as animagus. This transformation bore a hint of the mythical 72 transformations, albeit it could not quite rival the prowess of Sun Wukong. Generally, upon mastering animagus, a wizard could only transform into a single animal. Charms could be perceived as a blessing for the indolent. Utilizing various spells, one could compel enchanted objects to perform tasks. For instance, the levitation charm, a first-year lesson, essentially commanded an object to float. By continuously channeling magical energy through the incantation Wingardium Leviosa, the bewitched item would rise and fall in accordance with the wizard's will. A plethora of domestic charms could also be found within this discipline, designed to enable various furnishings to fulfill their designated roles. Herbology and potion making were 2 complementary subjects. The process of concocting potions involved a diverse array of herbs. To identify and cultivate these herbs, one needed to engage in the study of herbology. Among the compulsory subjects was also the defense against the dark arts, the most formal combat-oriented course. This curriculum introduced techniques to withstand dark magical entities, curses, hexes, and jinxes, as well as the art of dueling. Despite its ominous title, Kano perceived this course as a lesson in combat. As one gazes into the abyss gazes back. To learn to resist various dark magics, one must first be acquainted with them. Typically, mastering the defense against dark arts would also grant one insight into the dark arts themselves. With less than a week remaining before his journey to Hogwarts, Kano grasped a straight wand, uttering the somewhat awkward incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. He felt a slight surge of energy emanating from within, connecting through the wand to the massive stone before him. Newt, who was nearby learning to absorb sunlight, concluded his meditation and, upon noticing the towering stone, which stood at least 2 meters high, could not help but advise, "Ahem, Mr. Kano. It is generally uncommon for wizards to employ a basic levitation charm to move such a large object. You may first employ transformation magic to reduce it to a smaller object before moving it." Kano understood Newt's earnest intentions, yet he perceived that the latter was merely testing the distinctions between spell casting and martial techniques. "Do not rush. Perhaps this incantation is not entirely suitable. Allow me to attempt my own spell." Newt paused, pondering whether there existed other levitation spells, perhaps a more potent variant. Dragon grasping technique. Kano, channeling his inner energy from his dantian through the 3 yang meridians of his arm, ultimately released it through his wand. Boom! A burst of brilliance emanated from the wand, and a divine dragon, composed of golden mist, leapt forth. The golden dragon emitted a hissing sound, coiling around the boulder and gradually lifting it. Kano sensed his inner energy swiftly depleting. Once the boulder ascended 3 meters above the ground, he relinquished it, retracting his aura. "What do you think? Is this spell reasonable?" Newt's gaze appeared somewhat dazed, prompting a twinge of sympathy from Kano. Should I not be providing him with such stimuli? Kano mused internally. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Newt's spirits revived as he began to applaud. "It is no wonder you possess the heritage of a druid. I have never witnessed such a formidable levitation spell before. Kono stroked his chin, realizing that the acceptance of such phenomena among these wizards seemed to surpass his expectations. Newt, let's change the stone. I shall instruct you on how to properly execute this dragon-grasping levitation spell. Newt nodded eagerly. I am immensely honored to learn the magic of the druids. Correction, it is martial arts. The name has been changed, Kono reiterated emphatically. While the title of druid was indeed a splendid entry point, it was essential to swiftly establish the concept of martial arts. He was a genuine master of martial arts, not a mere relic of the long-lost druidic practitioners of the medieval era. He approached Newt, placing a hand on his shoulder. I must first assess your capabilities before deciding the size of the stone. Understood. Newt nodded vigorously. What you wish to know? The material of my wand? Or shall I demonstrate a few spells for you? Chapter 34. The commonality of magic and martial arts. Kono extended his index finger, shaking it gently. No. This examination is to assess the capacity of your meridians. Newt nodded in comprehension, adopting the initial posture of Tai Chi. Mr. Kono, I am ready. Kono raised his wand, channeling his inner energy into Newt's body using acupoint techniques. With the wand's aid, the strand of inner energy he released flowed through Newt's meridians without inflicting harm. After a complete circulation, he was astonished to discover that Newt's physical condition rivaled that of individuals in their 30s or 40s from his past life. It was no wonder that, despite being 94 years old, Newt could chase after various magical creatures around his estate with the vigor of a robust farmer. Moreover, the strength of Newt's meridians had reached the pinnacle of acquired mastery, suggesting that with further cultivation, he could transcend into the realm of innate mastery. It was indeed a paradoxical sensation. According to Kono's understanding of martial arts, if Newt possessed the pinnacle strength of acquired meridians, his physical prowess should transcend that of an average middle-aged individual. Subsequently, he directed a thread of internal energy into Newt's dantian. Within Newt's dantian, there resided a reservoir of internal energy, which, in Kono's comprehension, could be equated to the magical power recognized by these wizards. The expanse of Newt's dantian was at least of innate caliber, yet the magical energy contained within was precisely at the peak of acquired strength. This revelation intrigued Kono even further, as he began to discern the commonalities between wizards and martial artists. Newt, why not attempt to cast a more enduring spell? An offensive type or any other would suffice. Very well, Newt nodded. Tempestuous whirlwind. A surge of magical energy roiled within Newt's dantian, subsequently splintering into countless streams that surged forth, instantly traversing his meridians and ultimately converging in his right hand, which gripped the wand. A tempest ensued, crashing directly into the massive stone that Kono had previously employed to demonstrate the dragon capture technique, causing the stone to sway violently under the force of the gale. After several breaths, the tempest persisted, while the magical energy from Newt's dantian continued to emanate outward, prompting the stone to begin rolling slowly. Kono, awestruck, inquired, "Are you able to maintain this spell while conversing with me?" Newt shook his head. "I must concentrate to ensure the successful casting of the tempestuous whirlwind. I cannot sustain this tempest while engaging in conversation." Kono pressed on. "Is this the case for every spell?" After a moment of contemplation, Newt replied, "Not necessarily. For spells that require sustained maintenance, it is indeed so. However, for transformation magic, one must merely conjure a concept in their mind, and once successfully cast, it does not require ongoing maintenance." "Fascinating, utterly fascinating," Kono exclaimed with a joyful laugh upon hearing Newt's words. Through their brief exchange, he discerned an intriguing pattern. The utilization of magic, while indeed invoking the internal energy within the body, merely serves as a catalyst. Magic necessitates a harmonious interplay between mental focus and the internal energy, which is channeled through the wand as a medium to manipulate the magical essence present in the environment. This is a complex process to elucidate. In essence, after a mechanism akin to leverage is employed, a wizard can successfully cast a spell. Conversely, the dragon capture technique operates on a different principle. It requires Kono to channel his internal energy through fixed meridians, releasing the amassed force through the wand. The act of a wizard casting a spell resembles an individual utilizing a lever to move a stone. While leverage may conserve effort, reliance on it invariably limits the speed at which spells can be cast. In contrast, Kono's method of circulating internal energy through the meridians and subsequently releasing it via the wand bears a closer resemblance to employing firearms, swift and powerful. Each method possesses its own merits. Wizardry is not solely an instrument of offense. A multitude of wondrous spells can be executed through the leverage of magical principles. Certainly, this can merely be regarded as the application of a wand. Under the current circumstances, free from the constraints of these slender sticks, Kono is able to unleash his full combat prowess. Contemplating this, he begins to ponder the wand maker Ollivander, reflecting on when Ollivander might summon him to seek materials for crafting wands. He longs to experiment, to see if creating a wand that aligns with his desires would alter the sensation of channeling his inner energy. "Mr. Kono, how do you intend to teach me that spell?" Newt interjected, interrupting Kono's train of thought. "Now, focus on perceiving the changes within your body." Kono did not withdraw his wand, continuing to manipulate the trace of inner energy still residing within Newt. This energy propelled the magical force from Newt's dantian, following the flow of the 3 yang meridians, ultimately manifesting through the wand. The dragon-holding technique he assisted Newt with did not exhibit the same grandeur as when he performed it himself. It merely evoked the presence of a serpent, incapable of ensnaring the considerable boulders. However, it sufficed to deal with the bamboo cultivated by Newt. A golden, serpent-like aura emanated from the tip of Newt's wand, soaring toward a modest bamboo stalk, uprooting it effortlessly. Newt gaped in astonishment, a sense of disbelief washing over him. "How marvelous!" he exclaimed, touching his right hand, feeling a distinct difference from his previous magical experiences, akin to the sensation of his own body unleashing power. "It truly is wondrous. I can only feel the flow of energy in my arm. It is astonishing, and this is a spell that requires no incantation. Its speed surpasses that of ordinary levitation charms by a significant margin. Practice diligently," Kono encouraged, patting Newt on the shoulder with an air of mystery. "If you commit to daily Tai Chi practice and absorb the essence of the sun and moon as I taught you, I believe you have the potential to reach even greater heights." Newt smiled serenely. "I have no further aspirations in this regard. I find great contentment tending to magical creatures here with Tina." Chapter 35. Do not presume to apply a wizard's peculiar notions to the attire of ordinary folk. On September 1st, all students at Hogwarts prepared to return to school, marking the day Kono was set to embark on his new role. With the existence of a small world of martial arts and golden elixirs, Kono found himself unburdened by the need for luggage. "No, I cannot part with him. I rely on him for every meal and midnight snack. I have no further aspirations in this regard. I find great contentment tending to magical creatures here with Tina." Kono mimicked Newt's tone, shaking his head. "At that moment, I truly believe you were a remarkable magizoologist. You have disappointed me greatly." "Ah, is your shoulder not a bit too stiff? Have you enchanted it with iron armor?" "That is muscle. Thank you very much." Kono rolled his eyes. "You should exercise more." Among the elder crowd, you are quite the robust figure, at least more so than Dumbledore. "Well, that is not too bad." Newt's face creased into a smile, resembling a blooming flower, then glanced at the clock, realizing that time was running short. "If we delay, we shall miss the Hogwarts Express." I know. Newt waved at Kono, a hint of melancholy in his gaze. "Your theories are invaluable to the future of magical creatures, and we shall all be grateful for your contributions. Let's not make this feel like a sorrowful farewell." Kono tossed a handful of flue powder into the flames, and as the orange blaze transformed into a vibrant green, he stepped into the fireplace, proclaiming, "The Leaky Cauldron." The proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron met Kono with little warmth. Upon exiting the establishment, Kono donned his invisibility cloak and soared through the steel jungle of London. Observing the bustling traffic below, he was suddenly struck by a sense of disconnection. Since his journey began, he had spent 6 years in the mountains, followed by a brief confinement in Azkaban. Apart from a few visits to Diagon Alley, his activities had largely revolved around Newt's secluded estate, where human presence was sparse, save for him and his wife, along with a variety of magical creatures. His choice to traverse the rooftops of London stemmed from having forgotten to exchange his currency at Gringotts, leaving him with only gleaming gold coins. It was the early 1990s, and the streets of England were alive with traffic, shrouded beneath a thin veil of smog. Having lived in the refreshing natural surroundings of the mountains and the estate for so long, he found himself momentarily unaccustomed to the acrid scent of exhaust fumes. King's Cross Station, situated in the heart of London, had long served as a transportation hub. The station underwent renovations in the 19th century, significantly expanding its footprint. Meanwhile, wizards from the magical world seized the opportunity during the ordinary renovations to quietly claim a railway line and a steam train for themselves. To successfully pilfer the fruits of Muggle labor, these wizards had to employ considerable cunning, utilizing 167 Obliviate spells along with a large-scale concealment charm to ensure that the Muggles forgot about the missing railway and train. In truth, Kono preferred the experience of traveling by the night bus, yet his former roommate often spoke of the Hogwarts Express. Thus, he felt compelled to experience the magical train that had captured his roommate's imagination. As he approached the entrance, he was abruptly halted by two individuals, one sporting a chicken hat and the other a horn cap. Both donned traditional Scottish kilts, yet their upper attire consisted of shirts layered beneath vibrant quilted jackets, creating an exceedingly bizarre spectacle. Wait a moment. Adult wizards must undergo inspection to enter. Remove your invisibility cloak. Kono complied, shedding his cloak and gazing at the oddly dressed figures, only to realize they were familiar faces, Williamson and Plout. What brings you two here again? Mr. Kono, Williamson sighed deeply. It's a long story. I can only guess someone reported us to the Auror office, which is why we've been reassigned here. Plout added, indeed, overseeing the safety of students as they return to school is a task meant for the most junior of wizards. Now, two Aurors are actually being dispatched. Kono pointed at the absurd hats atop their heads. What are you wearing? Are you cosplaying some mythological figures? Shouldn't muggles dress like this? These are common garments, typically worn by muggles. Williamson, perplexed, even turned around in a circle. Even clad in wizard robes, and a pointed hat would appear more normal than your current attire. Kono sighed, urging them to act like ordinary people. Just step into any clothing store and request a complete outfit. Refrain from employing your peculiar wizarding mindset to speculate on what normal individuals should wear. Foolishness. Plout bowed gratefully, expressing immense gratitude. Thank you so much. You have always been so helpful. In less than half an hour, the Hogwarts Express will depart. Mr. Kono, you should hurry inside. Kono tossed a couple of gold coins to the two Aurors. Do you have any pounds on you? I forgot to exchange my currency. Of course. The two rummaged through their pockets and managed to gather 10 pounds. Heeding my advice, do not use your bizarre reasoning to determine how ordinary people dress. Go procure some decent clothing before you resume your posts. Kono earnestly advised before hastening towards the ticket counter. As a professor at Hogwarts, he possessed a magical train ticket. Yet to enter the station, he still needed to purchase a ticket through the proper channels. Upon reaching the platform, he began searching for the name of the platform indicated on his magical ticket. Platform 9 3/4, so this is where it is. His roommate had reiterated the method of entering the station countless times, so he was well aware of the approach without needing to inquire. Seizing the moment while the surrounding travelers hurried along, Kono heightened his senses and abruptly collided with the pillars situated between platforms 9 and 10. He felt himself enveloped by a peculiar force, one that even elicited a response from the martial arts essence within his mind. However, in the blink of an eye, a train station unique to the magical world materialized before him. Chapter 36. On the Hogwarts Express. Numerous parents, sending their children off to school, crowded the bustling platform, exchanging farewells. The platform itself bore no novel design, yet the train named the Hogwarts Express indeed exuded a steampunk aesthetic. In his past life, transportation in Huaxia was remarkably convenient, with subways and trains interlinking every city. However, the high-speed trains Kono had witnessed were characterized by a strong modern sense, emphasizing speed and stability with their streamlined carriages. In contrast, the Hogwarts Express was a quintessential product of the last century, a vibrant red steam locomotive belching forth large plumes of white smoke. Yet, this smoke seemed merely decorative, devoid of the acrid scent that typically accompanied burning coal. According to Newt's description from that era, although this train resembled a steam locomotive, its propulsion was entirely powered by magic, rendering it a wholly natural and pollution-free mode of transport. However, once he selected a compartment in the middle of the train and settled into his seat, his assessment of this locomotive diminished significantly. The seating installed within the carriage was far from the comfort of the high-speed trains of his previous life in Huaxia. The overall seating experience was rather rigid. It would indeed be quite a challenge for ordinary people to undertake long journeys here. It appeared that the wizards had merely focused on the exterior modifications of the train, neglecting improvements to its interior. After a while, the sound of the train's whistle signaling its imminent departure filled the air, accompanied by a chorus of cries, both from parents and children. The compartment he occupied had already welcomed several students, whose chatter indicated they were not first-year novices, as they animatedly discussed their fascinating experiences from the summer holidays. Was White Island enjoyable? I heard there are many wizarding ruins there. The assignments for magical history were overwhelming. We hardly had time to play, but my parents seemed to have a splendid time. Later, my father gifted me a quill said to have been used by ancient wizards. That was quite nice. My father took us to Ilvermorny for vacation and to catch a glimpse of that mad muggle. A mad muggle? Yes, the one whose memory wasn't fully erased. Indeed, ISNT, they're an essay topic in this year's summer assignments about the Ilvermorny incident. My father took me there. Jordan, Why don't you share what you did during the summer? Right? Jordan, you seem to have gotten even darker, like a piece of charcoal. Did you travel to Africa? Haha. I hadn't noticed until now. It's true. Jordan is quite dark. If we went out at night, we might not even recognize him. Sweetheart, is that the bag you're holding? What's inside? Show us. Open it. You're the ones urging me to open it. I'm not forcing you. Just don't go complaining to Professor McGonagall later. How could anything scare a wizard? The sound of a cord being pulled was heard. Ah, don't come over. Get away. Damn it. Take it away. It jumped onto my nose. The two boys who had initially spoken erupted into screams. Jordan burst into laughter. Don't worry. It only has a little venom. At most, it will just take off your nose. Go away. The two boys continued to scream. Hey, don't drop my treasure. I still need to show it to George and Fred. The compartment gradually fell silent, the boys' screams fading into the distance until they vanished entirely. And they say I'm as black as coal. What kind of black person wouldn't he be dark? Jordan continued to amuse himself with the tune. The train clattered into motion. The sliding door of the compartment pushed open. Hey, I heard Fred mention you brought back a huge spider. Let me see. Another boy's voice chimed in, exuding mischief. Jordan grinned proudly here. This is a fantastic specimen. I went to great lengths to bring it over from Africa. Those inspecting wizards wouldn't allow these creatures to escape to other countries. Oh, and it's a lady. Look inside your bag. It has laid numerous eggs. George, show me. I want to see too. Another voice, similar to George's but slightly deeper, chimed in. It was undoubtedly Fred, as George had mentioned. With excitement, George inquired. You mentioned that if we could hatch the little spiders, we would have a sufficient number of toxin samples, correct? That fat-tongued toffee? Jordan asked. That should suffice. I've heard from the locals that the venom of these spiders isn't lethal, making it quite suitable as a raw material. The trio launched into a vigorous discussion, filled with topics related to potion making, which soon had Connor feeling drowsy. Jordan, who is that person lurking in the corner? Do you know him? George suddenly queried. I encountered him when I entered this carriage. He appears to be a professor of some subject, Connor replied. A professor? Perhaps he is the new defense against the dark arts professor or the instructor for the newly introduced martial arts course, Fred speculated. He must be the martial arts professor. Just look at his physique. He resembles those fitness enthusiasts among muggles. George analyzed. Speaking of the martial arts course, the required textbooks are quite numerous, totaling 3. And they aren't cheap. I haven't even bought new clothes this year. Fred lamented. With so many children at home, it must be challenging for you. Would you like me to lend you some clothes? Jordan chuckled. My attire from the African natives would perfectly cover your backsides. Get lost. George retorted. Should we release that spider? Fred suddenly whispered. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, he is a professor. Jordan hesitated. Regardless, the defense against the dark arts professor changes every year. We only need to endure for a year at most, Fred said nonchalantly. If he is indeed the martial arts professor, wouldn't it be an excellent opportunity to test his skills? Let us see if he is truly fit for the role. Jordan remained uncertain. What if we simply toss the spider behind him and make a quick exit? Fred continued to propose. We can observe the situation from outside the carriage. If he appears frightened, we could rescue him, which would change the nature of the event. Connor, sensing the trio closing in on him, felt a surge of energy. It seemed there were mischievous youngsters intent on playing tricks on him, and he was determined to engage with them. He could feel one of them reaching into the bag, preparing to extract the spider, intending to place it upon him. Chapter 37. The Recidivist Trio. Connor abruptly opened his eyes to find a large, fluffy black spider poised in midair, its legs flailing menacingly. He quickly turned his head to avoid being ensnared by its furry appendages, using his agility to execute the sunflower pressure point technique, immobilizing all 3 of them in their tracks. Ah, good afternoon. He grinned, observing the trio frozen in place, already attempting to prank a professor before arriving at school. Promising prospects lay ahead. The 3 individuals resembled children of approximately 13 or 14 years of age. 2 boys, with vibrant red hair and freckled faces, towered half a head above the darker-skinned boy, exuding a strikingly handsome appearance. Not only that, but the 2 red-haired boys were twins. As if sculpted from the same mold, their expressions of panic identical. Teacher, we were mistaken. It was all an accident. Please spare us. The sudden opening of Kono's eyes had startled them, leaving their mouths slightly agape in terror. The only parts of their bodies that could move were their tongues and throats, drool dripping from their mouths onto their robes. Let us proceed with the formalities. Kono crossed his arms and, with one leg crossed over the other, scrutinized the 3. Names: Percy, Charlie, Lee. Oh, a hint of a smile appeared on Kono's face. Do you understand the gravity of your actions? One of the red-haired boys inhaled sharply. Why you sound like an Auror interrogating a dark wizard? Kono raised an eyebrow, noting that the twins seemed rather knowledgeable. These inquiries aligned with those posed during Williamson's interrogations. Indeed, I am a retired Auror, he fabricated, and I sense the presence of deceit among you. Let me guess. One of you is lying. How could that be? They all laughed nervously in unison. We are exemplary Slytherin students. We would never lie. Kono stroked his chin, effortlessly dismantling the calculations within their minds with a single statement. Ho intriguing. You're habitual offenders, aren't you? He pointed at the two red-haired boys. You are Fred, and you are George. What relation do Percy and Charlie have to you? Fred and George exchanged panicked glances, exclaiming in unison. How do you know us so well? Have you seen us before? Are we not meeting now? Kono flashed a mischievous grin, teasing the retired Auror. Perhaps I should contact my colleagues and have you all confined in Azkaban? Please. No. The three were rendered immobile, their faces paling at an observable rate. Although the boy named Jordan displayed no visible change in his complexion, his thick lips turned a noticeable shade of ashen gray. Ah, Kono relished their expressions. Shall we engage in an earnest conversation now? Your names. Full names. Fred Weasley. George Weasley. Lee Jordan. And which house do you belong to? Kono blinked, realizing that Slytherin appeared to be their adversary. Most of his knowledge regarding Hogwarts came from Newt. According to Newt, while the four houses competed, their relationships were generally amicable. However, it seemed that at least Gryffindor and Slytherin were at odds, making it prudent to extract some insights from these students. You are not a native wizard of England? George inquired. Indeed, I hail from abroad. Professor, could you please lift the enchantment binding us? This is quite exhausting, Fred implored. You wouldn't want us drooling while conversing with you, would you? That is a valid point. It is indeed rather undignified. Kono pointed his wand, deftly tapping the three individuals. As their bindings were released, they collapsed into their seats, each drawing their wands to aim at one another, swiftly erasing the saliva stains from their robes. George sat upright and inquired, Professor, may I ask your esteemed name? How should we address you? I am Kono. You may call me Professor Kono, he replied, casually adjusting his cross legs. Fred, less composed than George, leaned forward from his chair, eagerly asking, Professor Kono, what magic did you just perform? It doesn't seem like a wandless spell, yet it has the effect of a full-body bind curse. How did you accomplish that? Kono chuckled. You understand martial arts, I presume? It is a profound discipline, and in due time, you shall come to understand it better. Oh, the three exchanged glances, realizing he was the instructor of that intriguing new subject. What a pleasure to meet you. In that case, you have come to the right people. We could be considered among the most knowledgeable about Hogwarts. Fred and George animatedly recounted the happenings at Hogwarts over the past few years, joined by Jordan. Before they knew it, afternoon had arrived and a food cart passed by. Had Fred and the others not intervened, Kono would have purchased every morsel available. Professor, we should only have a little. We need to save room for the welcome feast. That's where the real delicacies lie, Fred said, his words slightly muffled as he bit into a cauldron cake. George thumped his chest, proclaiming, indeed, I can assure you, the cuisine at Hogwarts is the finest in all of England. Absolutely, especially the lamb chops. They are exceptionally delicious. Jordan's eyes sparkled with longing. Is it really that exaggerated? Fred and George exchanged glances, bemused at Jordan's fervor, as if he had never eaten before. With teary eyes, Jordan lamented, You simply don't understand. I traveled to Africa, and there, whether among muggles or wizards, the diet consists of insects and lizards. The first few days were novel. But when you eat the same thing every day, just insects and lizards, you can imagine my plight. Fred and George patted Jordan's back, offering comfort. You've endured much, brother. We shall not forget your contributions to the fattening toffee. With snacks bridging their camaraderie, the three students felt at ease before Kono, revealing their lively and playful true selves. In a culinary desert, what could be deemed appetizing? Kono sighed inwardly, reminiscing about the Rolex. It was all Newt's fault for being so stingy. He merely wished to borrow the Rolex for a few days, yet it was steadfastly refused. He unwrapped a chocolate frog, a treat that required little culinary finesse but still delighted the palate. As the rich flavor and smoothness danced upon his tongue, Kono cleared his throat and remarked, Allow me to summarize your earlier evaluations of the four houses. Pointing at Fred and his companions, he continued, You are members of Gryffindor, symbolized by the lion, where only the most courageous students are permitted to enter. Is it not the finest house at Hogwarts? Indeed, they replied in unison. The three nodded in agreement, and Headmaster Dumbledore was well known. He is indeed one of the greatest wizards of our time, having graduated from Gryffindor. Connor raised an eyebrow, responding with a tone laden with skepticism. So your notion of bravery is to place a spider on a professor's face on the very first day of school? Fred and George's faces flushed crimson, and even Jordan, despite his darker complexion, exhibited a deepening hue on his cheeks. It was merely an accident. We intended to jest. Fred chuckled. After all, Gryffindor is the best. You'll see for yourself soon enough. Is that so? A nasally, immature voice emerged from the direction of the sliding door. Connor and the others turned to see a pale, gaunt boy leaning against the doorframe, his striking platinum hair catching their attention. The blond boy was accompanied by two short, plump companions who mimicked his stance, arms crossed and heads held high, seemingly playing the role of bodyguards. The blond boy continued in a drawn-out manner, Gryffindor? My father informed me that Gryffindors are nothing but a bunch of brutes, lacking any semblance of wizardly grace. Fred, frowning, stood up. Who are you? I've never seen you around the school. George quickly intervened. Don't be rash. Just look at that dirty blonde hair. He must be from the Malfoy family. Dirty blonde? The boy's complexion paled further, and a hint of color flushed his cheeks. I know you. Blood traitors, the Weasleys. I've heard your family has so many children that you can hardly afford to raise them. Now, it was Jordan's turn to restrain the Weasley twins. Professor Connor is right here. Do you wish to disgrace Gryffindor? Indeed, the blond boy spoke slowly. If you wish to display Gryffindor's brutish nature, feel free to act. He sauntered up to Connor, performing a rather formal bow. Good day, Professor. I am Draco Malfoy, the sole heir of the Malfoy family. Professor, you must have just joined Hogwarts, so you should be cautious in choosing whom to befriend. Associating with those blood traitors will not benefit you. Connor nodded nonchalantly. This boy, Draco Malfoy, was attempting to project an air of maturity and social prowess, which could be succinctly summed up as rather pretentious. Which house do you belong to? Since you consider Gryffindor to be brutes, which house do you regard as superior? This question was of utmost importance to Connor. The information provided by Newt was outdated, and he sought to obtain current, genuine evaluations of the various houses from the students present. As a professor, he needed a more comprehensive understanding of the present state of Hogwarts. I have yet to enroll, Malfoy said, brushing a stray lock of hair from his forehead. But I shall be joining the illustrious Slytherin house, and only Slytherin. That is because your father is a Death Eater. Slytherin is most notorious for producing them. George scoffed. That is all in the past. Malfoy waved his hand dismissively. Professor, they are merely envious of me. Most of the students from Slytherin hail from noble backgrounds. Thus they are not burdened by the daily grind of securing their meals. Meanwhile, 3 Gryffindor students could no longer contain themselves, leading to a spirited exchange of banter between the two factions. With a professor present, physical confrontation was off the table, leaving them to engage in verbal sparring. The debate was intense, and Connor gleaned much about Hogwarts in the process. For instance, Gryffindor's common room is located on the 8th floor of the castle, requiring a considerable climb, whereas Slytherin's common room resides in the damp, chilly basement. Additionally, Gryffindor students often find themselves losing points due to their mischievous antics, while Slytherin has maintained a streak of winning the House Cup for several consecutive years. The origin of the Griffins' feud just became clear to him, though he had previously struggled to comprehend it. Grasping a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, he observed the unfolding drama. Despite the ongoing quarrel, neither side mentioned the other 2 houses. Meanwhile, Draco's 2 bodyguards seemed intellectually stunted, unable to contribute to the discourse, allowing Fred and his companions to dominate the conversation, rendering Draco's face and ears nearly crimson. Clearing his throat, Connor burst the bag of Bertie Bott's beans, startling both factions with a loud sound. Enough already. We are all students of the same school. Why do you argue as if divided by family? Why not mention the other 2 houses? Are they not scholars here? Fred, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, The Hufflepuffs are delightful. When we host parties in the evening, they're always eager to share their food from the tower. Draco scoffed. The Hufflepuffs have the largest number of students. Those deemed unworthy by the other 3 houses are typically relegated to Hufflepuff. Connor then opened a box of chocolate frogs and nodded, inquiring, And what about the other house? Ravenclaw, is it? Fred shrugged. They occupy the highest quarters and prefer to frequent the library, excelling academically, though they are generally average otherwise. Draco's demeanor softened as he resumed his usual tone. Ravenclaw is quite commendable. They, like us Slytherins, possess a refined quality. When faced with challenges, they ponder and weigh the pros and cons rather than recklessly charging ahead. From this discussion, Connor formed a preliminary impression of the 4 houses at Hogwarts. Gryffindor's lions are spirited, brave, and competitive, often indulging in mischief, which results in frequent point deductions, leading to other houses claiming the House Cup in recent years. Slytherin serpents are passionately invested in the House Cup, valuing honor above all. There seems to be a historical figure of great malevolence associated with them, which has tarnished their reputation. Hufflepuff, represented by the Badger, boasts the largest enrollment among the four houses. According to Fred, they are helpful and straightforward, embodying the archetype of the good-natured. Conversely, Ravenclaw, symbolized by the eagle, maintains a more aloof demeanor, residing in lofty quarters and exhibiting a fervent dedication to academics, thus achieving the highest grades among the four houses. The twilight descended rapidly, and the sound of an announcement resonated within the carriage, urging the students to don their uniforms and prepare to disembark. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was finally upon them. Chapter 39, Arrival. Outside the window, the sky had completely darkened, and the Hogwarts Express came to a halt at the platform. This platform bore the distinct characteristics of Wizards and Diagon Alley, with its bricks laid in an irregular manner. The platform was also rather narrow, compelling all students to gather towards the middle of the train to alight. "Professor Kono, aren't you coming with us?" Fred and George inquired in unison. Kono waved his hand dismissively. "You go ahead. I have no desire to experience the crush of the crowd." "That makes sense." Malfoy, who had initially intended to stand, sat back down, clearing his throat softly. "You all can squeeze your way out. I want to be following you." Humph. The three Gryffindor students were naturally indifferent to Malfoy, further irritated by his haughty demeanor. They waved goodbye to Kono and merged into the throng. The carriage was now left with Malfoy and his two bodyguards, who were rather incompetent, as they leaned against each other, soundly asleep. Malfoy's gaze fell upon Kono's white coat. "Professor, I assume that garment was not purchased from Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions? It appears to be crafted from the bespoke tailoring shop, more refined and suitable for those of our ilk." Kono raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the attire he wore was custom-made from that very shop, providing him with garments suitable for all seasons. He had contemplated wearing robes, but found the cumbersome nature of them intolerable. Thus, he had sketched designs at the bespoke shop, enlisting the tailors to create enchanted cloaks and shirts. The cloak possessed the essence of wizarding robes, garnering acceptance in the magical realm, while posing no risk when traversing the non-magical world. He realized that wizards, as beings akin to those with superpowers, seemed bound by certain legal constraints that limited their interactions with ordinary people, as he was about to become a professor at a magical school. And with extraordinary creatures and rare treasures only to be found in the magical world, adapting to local customs was inevitable. A hot pot? Malfoy regarded Kono with curiosity, having heard a rather peculiar name. It is a type of cauldron with many functions, capable of self-heating and such. He was also intrigued about what kind of designs could be tailored into a robe. Although he was aware of the bespoke shop, he had never ventured inside, as he was still young, and his clothes quickly became ill-fitting. Thus, he had only purchased his garments from Madame Malkin's. And what about its self-dusting feature? It requires no washing and emits a subtle lavender fragrance. If one prefers, other floral scents can be chosen. A set costs over 100 galleons. Malfoy exclaimed. "Over 100 galleons? You mean gold galleons?" "Indeed, galleons are rather cumbersome to say. Gold, silver, and bronze coins are much more agreeable." Malfoy rubbed his temples. Although he usually lacked for nothing, he had never spent 100 galleons on a single garment. This brought to mind his father's advice to cultivate relationships with useful individuals at school, as such connections would pave the way for a prosperous future. Observing the professor's lively demeanor, he noted a certain generosity in his attitude towards money, indicating that he was not a man of modest means. Furthermore, his position as a professor at Hogwarts suggested exceptional capability, making him precisely the kind of person his father had advised him to befriend. However, at this moment, young Master Malfoy, yet to participate in the sorting ceremony, remained blissfully unaware that his father harbored a grudge against the esteemed Professor Kono. The average elevation of the Scottish Highlands exceeds 600 meters, and with nightfall, temperatures plummeted to single digits. Kono was the last to leave the carriage, and as his foot touched the platform, a cacophony of popping sounds erupted from within. These sounds, now familiar to him, were the echoes of apparition. "What are you doing?" Kono's voice startled the house elves, provoking a chorus of sharp cries. The nearest house elf trembled as it hurried over, bowing deeply before speaking. "Good evening, sir. We are transporting luggage. The path here is treacherous, so we are assisting the students." "Well then, you have my gratitude." Kono nodded and stepped out of the carriage once more. "Not at all. Not at all." The house elf seemed taken aback by Kono's polite response, bowing repeatedly while exclaiming. However, Kono had little time to correct the creature's astonishment, for he realized he had lost his bearings. The students who had disembarked earlier had split into two groups, but after a moment of delay, it appeared both had vanished in a thin air. A gust of cold wind howled past, reminiscent of mocking laughter. How troublesome it is for someone about to become a teacher to be lost, Kono mused, stroking his chin as he resolved to follow his instincts along one of the paths. First-year students, follow me. Stay close. We are about to turn. A booming voice, reminiscent of a great horn, carried on the wind. There. Kono confirmed his direction and made his way toward the sound, arriving before a grand tree. He ascended cautiously, stepping onto its branches until he reached the highest point, from where he could see a group of students moving in the distance. At the forefront of this assembly stood an extraordinarily tall figure, clutching a large lantern. Kono estimated the leader's height to exceed 3 meters, a stature beyond the realm of ordinary humans. Yet, in the magical world, such wonders were hardly surprising, given the many marvelous creatures he had encountered. Chapter 40. Why aren't there streetlights here? First-year students, follow me. Stay close. We are about to turn. Hagrid bellowed, shaking the lantern in his hand. He serves as the custodian of the school's keys and the keeper of the grounds, while also taking on the role of escorting new students. The rationale behind Headmaster Dumbledore's arrangement stems not only from his profound trust in him, but also from his towering height of 11.5 feet, which is enough to intimidate the little ones. This year's escorting duty is particularly special, as the boy he holds dear, the renowned Harry Potter, will also be enrolling in the school. Harry, be cautious. The path here is quite treacherous. However, bear with it, for we shall soon arrive at the lake, where he must take a boat. Hagrid occasionally diverts his gaze from the path, ahead to glance at the small, clumsy boy walking beside him. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice interrupted. Excuse me, big fellow, are you also from Hogwarts? Hagrid turned toward the source of the voice and saw a figure glide past the moonlight, landing gracefully before him. A wizard? Halt! Hagrid immediately assumed a defensive stance, instinctively sensing danger from the man before him. He raised his lantern toward the man, clenching his other fist. Who are you? Why are you here? The man's hand appeared to possess no strength, yet it rendered Hagrid's arm powerless, as if he could not even grasp the lantern. Just as Hagrid felt his strength returning, he overheard the man speak. Are you the new martial arts professor? Professor Kono? I've heard Headmaster Dumbledore mention you. In truth, it wasn't solely Dumbledore who had referenced Kono. Hagrid had already become quite familiar with this peculiar wizard named Kono during his trip to Diagon Alley with Harry. The name Kono appeared on various establishments, from a front page of the orders at the Potage's Cauldron shop to the Quidditch supplies shop, where a slender broom was being prepared for delivery to a recipient named Kono. What astonished Hagrid the most was the diligent wand-maker, Ollivander, regardless of the customer before him, never ceased to scrutinize his design sketches, utilizing his height to his advantage. Hagrid had stolen a glance at the signature on one such design and found the name Kono there as well. Even Tom, the old bartender at the Leaky Cauldron, would occasionally murmur about a wizard named Kono. Were it not for his subscription to the Daily Prophet, one might easily assume that this Kono was quite a notable figure. Kono waved the lantern in front of Hagrid, who seemed lost in thought. Big fellow, what is your name? Oh, Hagrid here, he replied, taking the lantern. Good evening. Professor Kono, what brings you here? Kono rubbed his nose, contemplating whether to disclose his predicament of being lost. After much deliberation, he donned the indifferent expression he had previously exhibited in the presence of Newt and Dumbledore. I wish to glimpse what the future of the magical world holds. Then let us walk together. Hagrid nodded. This path is not easy to traverse, so you must tread carefully. The first-year students set forth once more, led by Hagrid, though this time accompanied by an unexpected guest. Hagrid, I have a query. Connor lifted a small boy who had nearly stumbled. Why must the newcomers traverse this path? These children are so young, relying solely on the light you hold. Have you not contemplated what would happen if they were to fall or collide, transforming from bright youngsters into foolish ones? Hagrid nearly tripped over his own feet, catching himself. Professor Connor, I'm not quite sure I understand your point. Connor reached out to grasp the collar of a little girl sliding down the slope and hoisted her up. I have heard Newt mention that this is the only wizarding school in England and indeed the finest in the world. Is this how you manage your infrastructure? Take this path, for instance. Surely, wizards could use magic to improve it, or at the very least, pave it to reduce danger. Just look at how many students I have had to catch from falling since we started. If not paving the path, at the very least, some street lamps would help illuminate it. Hagrid chuckled dryly, his laughter resonating like distant thunder. Ha, Professor Connor, I shall relay these concerns to the headmaster. Ha, pardon my amusement. Cough, cough. The little girl Connor was holding cleared her throat. Hello, Professor. There's actually a reason for this. Ah, I see, Connor nodded. You are quite an interesting young lady. What is your name? The girl's voice rose slightly, brimming with excitement. Hello, Professor. My name is Hermione. Hermione Granger. Very well. I shall remember you, Connor smiled. However, I still believe we ought to install some lamps. Otherwise, how can we clearly discern the path we tread? That would add significance. This question left not only Hagrid in silence, but also the little girl named Hermione. Yet, the silence did not linger long, as they finally descended the slope, stepping onto a more level dirt path. This path was several degrees colder than the sloped one, and before long, Connor spotted a lake at its end, adorned with numerous small boats. However, the most astonishing sight was not the boats gliding towards them, but the magnificent castle towering at the lake's far end. From its myriad small windows emanated a warm glow, and against the backdrop of a resplendent starry sky. Even the night that temporarily veiled the castle's true form imbued it with an enchanting, ethereal quality. Hagrid raised his arm high and turned to the little ones trailing behind him, exclaiming, "All right, we can take a break now. Prepare to board." Chapter 41. The Magic of Unblocking the Path. Thud, thud. Dumbledore glanced at the trembling door. Enter. Severus Snape, clad in a voluminous black robe, glided into the headmaster's office like a bat. His face was taut, and a flicker of anger gleamed in his narrowed eyes. Dumbledore set down his quill. "Severus, good evening. Why have you not yet gone to the Great Hall? I was hoping to start the feast once the first years are seated." Snape abruptly halted before him, his robes billowing as he confronted Professor Dumbledore. "I dare say, if I do not receive an explanation, I shall find this evening quite uncomfortable." His tone was somber, his words clipped, each syllable sharp as silver needles, laden with aggression. Dumbledore pushed aside the stationery on the table. Is it Harry? Have you perused Professor McGonagall's roster of new students? I must admit, I neglected to inform you." Snape, impatient, interjected, "I am aware he is enrolling this year. Such matters need no reminder. I refer to the new instructor, Quirinus Quirrell. Am I correct?" Dumbledore rubbed his temples. "I did see your application for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, but I believe it prudent to appoint Quirrell to that role." Snape leaned over the table, fixating his gaze upon him. "You know precisely who I am referring to. That wizard named Quirrell, an enigmatic individual. Why on earth would you bring him to the school? We are wizards. Why must we learn about brute force? Are those things not achievable with a mere flick of the wand? What necessitates a separate subject? I know you well. Professor Dumbledore, I see you harbor doubts about Quirrell, hence your decision to bring him to the school, thus facilitating your surveillance. Am I mistaken? Just as you have never fully relaxed around me, allowing me to teach while denying me the opportunity to pursue the Dark Lord's whereabouts. Severus, sit down and calm yourself." Dumbledore gestured toward the chair while beginning to rub his temples. He found that the mere mention of Quirrell's name caused his temples to throb. If you had encountered Quirrell, you would comprehend that the reality deviates significantly from your assumptions. I believe he possesses a long-lost form of magic. Snape remained silent, his expression dark, arms crossed, seemingly awaiting further elaboration. Dumbledore continued earnestly, "Severus, he is a druid I discovered in the mountains. If my judgment serves me correctly, he is likely the sole individual currently possessing the druidic heritage." He had pondered various explanations, but only this one resonated with magical authenticity and was most likely to convince others. After all, it was Quirrell's mysterious claims that had led him to recruit him as a professor. Druid? Snape raised an eyebrow. To my knowledge, druids had nearly vanished following the witch hunts. At that time, Newt Scamander was present, and Quirrell employed a druidic spell to render a Bowtruckle unconscious. That magic was too arcane. Even Newt could not revive the creature. Snape placed his hand on the table, tapping his fingers. Newt Scamander? The renowned magizoologist? Indeed. Dumbledore nodded. I witnessed Quirrell strike the Bowtruckle's neck with his palm, casting a spell known as Release the Pressure Points, and the creature, which had been in a stupor for days, instantly regained consciousness. Release the pressure points? Snape narrowed his eyes, leaning slightly back, intrigued. I have never heard of such magic. Not only that, but Professor Kono truly comprehends magical creatures. Newt recently wrote to me, stating that a portion of the magical creatures at the estate can now be considered for rewilding. Snape adjusted the table and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Rewilding? It certainly sounds like a concept that could only be proposed by a druid. He also possesses an extraordinary method of meditation. Newt has been employing this meditative technique, coupled with some peculiar movements, and his health has significantly improved." Meditation method? Snape's expression relaxed further, seemingly inclined to be persuaded. Such a practice is indeed reminiscent of something a druid would devise. The druids are a fascinating group. Although their magic shares a common origin with that of wizards, it possesses its unique characteristics. Longevity, health, tranquility, and mystery are all hallmarks of the druids. Typically, they reside deep within the forests, allowing them to cultivate a close relationship with nature. Furthermore, they have derived an exceptionally unique meditative practice from nature, capable of cleansing the mind of distractions, enhancing spiritual strength, and facilitating the casting of spells with greater ease. During the Middle Ages, Muggles exploited the Druids' affinity for nature, devastating their habitats. As the Druids lost their essential natural environments, they became increasingly rare, and their meditative practices gradually faded into the annals of history. If you doubt my words, you may peruse the textbooks he authored. Dumbledore waved his hand, and several textbooks slowly materialized in his grasp. Snape cast a glance at the two peculiar fonts on the covers. If the Druids no longer existed, whence came these texts? Naturally, they were authored by him. Dumbledore cleared his throat and blinked, having spent more than a month crafting this set of textbooks. I have reviewed them, and the knowledge contained therein is profoundly mysterious, with some theories being highly practical. I believe it is imperative for current students to study them. Very well. Snape's face returned to its customary calm. I shall accept them, and I hope he can indeed shoulder the responsibility of teaching this subject. Cough, that should be feasible, I presume? For some reason, Dumbledore suddenly recalled the golden snitch-like object he had glimpsed in Kono's mind while employing the legilimency spell. Why do you suddenly appear uncertain? Snape squinted again. You're trying to deceive me with those words, are you? Of course not. Dumbledore quickly adjusted his tone to one of utmost seriousness and certainty. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a silver streak cutting across the sky outside the window, resembling a meteor that had just graced the earth. Yet, the trajectory of this meteor was rather peculiar. Why was it ascending? Look, there's a meteor outside. Snape did not turn his head. Do you think I am still a 3-year-old child? A meteor, riding the wind with a sword, vanquishing evil between heaven and earth. Accompanied by that silver light akin to a meteor, an incredibly grandiose verse echoed into the headmaster's office. Chapter 42. The Trembling Novices. Professor Kono, I believe this is your first visit to Hogwarts, isn't it? Hagrid beamed with an endearing smile. Although his imposing height added an element of danger to his smile, Kono nodded in agreement, gesturing as if to gaze into the distance. He noticed a brightly lit room in the upper levels of the castle. What purpose does that room serve? Hagrid squinted, straining to see in the direction indicated by Kono, and after considerable effort, he replied uncertainly, it must be the headmaster's office, where Professor Dumbledore usually works. Kono nodded, confirming he indeed spotted Dumbledore. Your eyesight seems a bit poor, doesn't it? Eating more blueberries and purple cabbage would be beneficial for your vision. Oh, Hagrid quickly nodded, his tone growing more eager. Professor Kono, shall we cross the lake? It's getting colder by the minute. The night had fully descended, and being by the lakeside, a chilly breeze swept through, causing the first-year students to huddle their necks into their oversized robes, shivering in the cold. Look at how cold the children are. They're freezing like quails. Kono exclaimed. Have them stand together, hand in hand. I'll channel some energy to them. It will make them feel more comfortable. Hagrid scratched his head. Channel some, energy. Magic, blessings, auras, buffs, do you understand? Just have them hold hands and lean together, Kono instructed. All right. Hagrid clapped his hands, producing a sound akin to thunder. Children, stand together, hand in hand. Professor Kono is going to bestow a blessing upon you. With Hagrid's towering presence instilling confidence, the first years quickly huddled together, shivering as if they were little chicks curled up for warmth in winter. Perhaps by Hagrid's design, the child before Kono was a slender, black-haired boy with a uniquely shaped lightning scar on his forehead. Harry Potter, right? Even if Kono was not well-versed in the Harry Potter series, he recognized this boy as the protagonist from the books. Harry looked up at Kono, his bright green eyes sparkling. Professor, you know my name? Kono drew forth a cedar wand. Rarely used, fame has its reach. You are well known. Now grasp the wand tightly, utilizing the wand to channel energy, particularly one with a unicorn tail hair core, would render the energy gentle and less likely to harm these shivering newcomers. The Taoist principles of perception allowed his mind to attain a serene state. Naturally, should anger arise, he could wield the sword that could chill 19 realms. The wand's tip emitted a soft, gentle glow, reminiscent of the luminous moonlight during a full moon. The radiance began with Harry, passing from one student to the next until all the first years were enveloped in this warm light. Their pallid faces, rendered pale by the cold, regained color, their lips blossoming with a rosy hue, and their eyelids lifted to reveal expressions of astonishment. How marvelous! I feel so warm. My knees no longer ache. Yes. I'm not tired at all. I'm no longer cold, but I am hungry. Professor Kono is amazing. Professor Kono, you are my idol. Kono was oblivious to the joyous voices of the newcomers. his thoughts consumed by the notion of the martial Tao golden core within his mind. He discovered that the golden core had received a surge of faith power. Though it paled in comparison to the contributions of Dumbledore and Newt, it was sufficiently pure and required no refinement. Simultaneously, he confirmed a remarkable truth. The acquisition of faith power could be attained not only through the Heart of Tranquility Sutra, but also through genuine expressions of gratitude directed towards him. How astonishing! How wondrous! Hagrid, witnessing the extraordinary spectacle before him, couldn't help but clap his hands, as it was his first encounter with such a magical phenomenon. Approaching Kono, he shyly inquired, "Professor Kono, may I also experience this blessing for the newcomers?" "Certainly, no problem," Kono replied, glancing at Hagrid before turning around, presenting his back. Unlike with the newcomers, he felt no need for excessive caution with Hagrid, delivering a direct palm strike to Hagrid's lower back, providing him with the most immediate stimulation. Hagrid shivered, feeling an unusual force surge through his waist, entirely distinct from any magic he had previously encountered. A gentle warmth coursed through his limbs and bones, a sensation so profoundly relaxing that even the healing spells of St. Mungo's could not replicate it. Once the newcomers had boarded the small boat under Hagrid's guidance, dispelling their fatigue and chill, the little ones gazed wide-eyed at the tranquil lake's surface. Hagrid, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Professor Kono, please select a boat. We have no extras left. Here, we cannot employ apparition. Crossing the lake must be done via broomstick or small boat." "A broomstick, you say?" Kono suddenly recalled that earlier in August, the Quidditch boutique had delivered the custom flying sword he had ordered. He had forgotten to unwrap it amidst his busy schedule. Summoning the oiled paper package from the golden core, he prepared to traverse the lake on his sword, a scene he had once only dared to dream about. With a surge of energy, the oiled paper instantaneously disintegrated into countless fragments, revealing a magnificent silver-white sword in his grasp. The sword's blade was adorned with intricate patterns, and embedded within the guard was a fire-red gemstone the size of a palm, exuding a faint aura of the sun, with the characters Qi subtly visible along the blade. Unable to contain his admiration, Kono let out a whistle. It must be said that the craftsmanship of those fairies was indeed impressive, perfectly aligning with the specifications of his original design. "Professor Kono, what is this?" Hagrid asked, curled up in the small boat, his gaze fixed upon the sword. "A flying sword, custom-made from the Quidditch boutique," Kono replied, tossing the Qi sword into the air. The sword traced a flawless arc, then gracefully lay before Kono, gently undulating. With a length of 2.5 meters and a width of 30 centimeters, as Kono leapt onto the sword's surface, the Qi sword maintained a slight rise and fall, exhibiting remarkable stability. "What a splendid sword!" Kono exclaimed, further enamored by the sight. He felt a profound connection with the Qi sword, an affinity that allowed him to wield it with perfect control. "Let's go." Kono brandished his sword and declared, "We shall cross the lake." Chapter 43. Crossing the Lake on a Sword. The waters of the Black Lake were remarkably clear, even in the depths of night. One could discern the movements beneath the surface illuminated by the faint glow of the crimson flame sword. Aboard the small boat, the anxious freshman gazed with wide, sparkling eyes at Kono, who stood aloft on the giant sword with his hands clasped behind his back. Some of the more seasoned newcomers, well-versed in the magical realm, began to engage in animated discussions about the crimson flame sword, boasting of their knowledge regarding Quidditch. "Oh, Hagrid," Kono mused, intrigued by this pristine, unpolluted lake. "Do you know how many species of fish inhabit these waters?" "Fish?" Hagrid scratched the back of his head. "There's a merfolk colony at the bottom of the lake. Those little creatures with tentacles you see are the Grindylows, tamed by the merfolk." "Grindylows?" Kono followed Hagrid's pointing finger and spotted several green-skinned creatures lurking beneath the surface. The Grindylows swayed their tentacles, trailing the glow of the crimson flame sword, their eyes fixated upon its luminescence. As the water rippled, Kono sensed the emergence of new creatures from the depths. These beings possessed dull, grayish skin, somewhat coarse, and their heads were adorned with tangled, aquatic vegetation resembling hair. Hagrid whistled in excitement, exclaiming, "Look, we are truly fortunate today. We've encountered a mermaid." The mermaid brandished a spear seemingly crafted from shells and stones, glaring menacingly at Kono with her dark yellow eyes, before barking a few commands at the Grindylows with her toothy grin. Kono couldn't help but feel bemused. "Is this what you refer to as a mermaid?" "Ahem," Hagrid cleared his throat. "This is an Irish mermaid, known as a merrow. Since we are near a cold water lake, only this type of mermaid resides here. If you venture to Greece, you will behold the more enchanting sirens, whose beauty and elegance are truly captivating. Do mind the impressionable newcomers here. Kono interjected with a cough. I shall visit Greece myself to witness these wonders, as I have yet to see them. I am not inquiring about magical creatures. Rather, I seek to know what edible fish inhabit this lake. Coming from a background in China, I am naturally curious about the culinary potential of this pristine, unpolluted expanse. Furthermore, Hagrid mentioned that this is a cold water lake, and fish in such waters grow at a slower rate compared to those in warm waters. Consequently, their flesh is firmer, as they accumulate fat to withstand the cold, making them more delectable. Hagrid paused for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, before finally responding, I'm not particularly well-versed in that matter. Kono, somewhat astonished, remarked, Aren't you the gamekeeper? How could you not know these things? Moreover, isn't Hogwarts a boarding school? Don't you utilize the fish from the Black Lake for your meals? Hagrid again faltered, awkwardly replying, Well, actually we source our ingredients from Muggles. It has been quite some time since anyone fished in the Black Lake. Hagrid covered his face, shaking his head and nodding simultaneously. Professor Kong, may we converse about magic? Continuing this topic would be rather undignified. As a modern individual, Kong Nuo inadvertently employed some contemporary knowledge in his dialogue with Hagrid, the half-giant, successfully extinguishing the conversation. Suddenly, the new students pointed excitedly towards the distance, where bubbles were continuously rising from the depths of the lake. What is that? Look, over there. I've heard from my brothers that there are monsters at the bottom of the lake that will devour us. Silence. Silence. Hagrid bellowed, attempting to quell the commotion. There's nothing to fear. The Black Lake is quite safe. The depths are connected to the ocean outside. These bubbles may simply indicate that the lake is undergoing a water change. What a splendid place. Qinggong said. Being linked to the ocean means there might be seafood to be found in the Black Lake. It would be a pity not to explore its potential. As he pondered, an acute sense of danger suddenly enveloped him. A palpable threat that was directed at him. From the area where the bubbles emerged, a massive tentacle abruptly appeared, its suckers contracting and expanding menacingly as it swung towards Kong Nuo. When Cthulhu's name, Kong Nuo cursed under his breath. To shield the students from harm, he commanded the Crimson Flame sword to ascend. As he anticipated, the tentacle's target was him. As he altered his trajectory, the tentacle lunged at him like a colossal spear. The Crimson Flame sword, fundamentally a flying broom endowed with the craftsmanship of fairies, could achieve an instantaneous acceleration of up to 240 kilometers per hour. In the blink of an eye, he soared to great heights, surpassing even the Hogwarts castle's elevation. Gazing at the starry sky, he recalled a poetic line, riding the sword upon the winds, vanquishing demons between heaven and earth. Instantly, a surge of valor swelled within his chest. There were few things capable of instilling such a sense of danger in him. To think that upon nearing Hogwarts, he would encounter a tentacle that could evoke such feelings. How could he refrain from engaging in a proper battle against such an adversary? With this thought, he swiftly adjusted his course and dove towards the tentacle, channeling all his inner strength into his right hand. In mere moments, the tentacle, once again resembling a spear, was nearly upon him. With a straightforward yet powerful punch, he struck directly at the tentacle, which was nearly a person's width. Professor Kong. I can't bear to look. Let's run together. Hagrid. Hurry and help Professor Kong. The observing first-year students instinctively covered their eyes. To them, the disparity in size between the two was too great, akin to a needle colliding with a block of wood. They held a favorable impression of Kong Nuo, who had shown concern for them while they crossed the lake, bestowing upon them blessings to withstand the cold. At this moment, their thoughts were simple. They fervently hoped that Professor Kong would come to no harm and that assistance would arrive swiftly. Boom! Kono's fist collided with the enormous tentacle, producing a sound akin to the deep tolling of a bell. It lacked the exhilaration he sought. Although he could still exert force while flying with his sword, it was not as satisfying as engaging in battle on solid ground. His fist punctured a hole in the tentacle, and with a swift transformation from fist to palm, he unleashed a surge of hidden energy, cleaving the tentacle in two. From beneath the water erupted an eerie cry, reminiscent of a man's roar, yet also akin to a lion's growl. With the emergence of a vortex, bubbles began to multiply in the lake, and a colossal silhouette slowly ascended from its depths. Chapter 44. The Lion's Roar Disturbing the Black Lake. A vortex manifested in the lake, revealing an immense head that resembled a spear, its slick skin reflecting the moonlight above, exuding an aura both terrifying and sacred. It was an unprecedented giant squid, its portion above the water measuring over 10 meters in length, known colloquially as cuttlefish. This creature could be prepared in various delightful ways, be it stir-fried after being cut into pieces, minced into fish balls, or dried for soup. As long as it was not a true embodiment of Cthulhu, any dish crafted from this squid would be delectable. This was the first thought that surfaced in Kono's mind. Here, in the magical realm, thoughts were unbound. Moreover, he was well acquainted with a globally renowned zoologist and two unfortunate Aurors. The giant squid seemed to sense the malevolence within him. Its enormous eyes glimmered with rage as it extended its tentacles to thrash the water surface. The lake became increasingly tumultuous, waves rising and falling in succession. Behind Kono, the uninitiated newcomers emitted terrified screams. Hagrid, despite his formidable physique, was powerless on the lake's surface. Only able to roar, "Grab the small boat. Do not let go. Do not let go." The giant squid summoned a wave as tall as itself, crashing toward Kono with an unstoppable force. This was rather impolite. Kono furrowed his brow, realizing that these newcomers were his source of faith. No, they were his future students, and he could not allow them to be harmed. He opened his mouth wide, drawing in a deep breath with all his might, his body suddenly swelling like an inflated balloon. Then he unleashed a long, resonant howl, his cloak billowing violently, as countless golden rays emanated visibly from every pore of his body. The lion's roar. The crimson flame, soared beneath his feet, emitted a ringing sound, harmonizing with Kono's howl. This powerful cry unleashed an unending force. The lake's surface before him seemed to boil abruptly, surging and roaring as it churned in a chaotic embrace. Yet most astonishingly, the lake behind him had returned to calmness, with the previously panicked newcomers and the anxiously concerned Hagrid now standing there, mouths agape, gazing at the man before them as if he were a deity. As the waters before Kono boiled to their zenith, they suddenly erupted into an even greater spray of waves, surging forth with the same unstoppable momentum towards the giant squid. Two colossal waves collided, producing a thunderous roar that caused the entire dark lake to tremble, sending ripples cascading outward in successive layers. Kono once again unleashed his lion's roar technique, successfully repelling the approaching waves, and cast a cold gaze towards the suddenly still giant octopus in the distance. The creature's eyes were remarkably animated. Kono sensed that they first surveyed him, then shifted to the new students he had shielded behind him. The students erupted in cheers. "We won. That was terrifying. I've never been this scared, not even when I accidentally knocked over the candy jar last time. Wow, Professor Kono is incredible. He dealt with such a gigantic monster. What subject does Professor Kono teach? I can't wait for class to start." To his surprise, it had ended so abruptly. The fierce battle he had anticipated concluded in such a dramatic fashion that he found himself momentarily disoriented. It seemed his plan to savor squid balls had fallen through. With a deep sigh, he retrieved a wand from his martial arts essence. Just moments ago, the essence had absorbed a measure of belief power, likely drawn from the new students he had protected. This time, the belief power was indeed pure, yet it paled in comparison to the initial absorption, nearly diminishing by 3/5. This phenomenon was predictable. Akin to consuming supplements, the first dose often yields the most significant effects, while subsequent intakes grow increasingly negligible. What was that incantation? Kono's thoughts drifted to the tentacle of the octopus he had severed with his hand. The flickering glow. He cast the illumination spell and began to search the lake's surface for traces of the tentacle. However, within the crystalline waters, the only sights were the grotesque merfolk baring their teeth at him and the Grindylow drawn to the light at the tip of his wand. How annoying. Kono brandished another wand, and a golden dragon erupted from it, diving into the lake to capture a merfolk. Upon surfacing, the creature emitted a piercing shriek, rhythmic yet sparse. "Speak human language," Kono demanded with another wand, striking the merfolk's cheek fiercely. "Where have you hidden my ingredients?" The merfolk continued to struggle, only able to produce that rhythmic cry, unable to utter a single word. Suddenly, a melodious phoenix call resonated, accompanied by a flash of fire, and a bird the size of a swan appeared. Its fiery plumage dazzled even in the darkness of night. This was a phoenix, a magical creature known from J.K. Rowling's world of Harry Potter, which Kono had learned about in Newt's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. The phoenix had long beak and talons, and in its grasp was a human hand, belonging to none other than the long-missed Dumbledore. Good evening, Dumbledore," Kono greeted, turning his head, then continued interrogating the merfolk. "Speak quickly. Where is that tentacle you had?" The unattractive mermaid expelled her tongue, coated with a yellow-green film, while continuing to struggle and emit chaotic cries. "What is this ginseng fruit?" Kono furrowed his brow, still inclined to believe Dumbledore's words. Observing the enormous splash erupting from the lake's surface, he critically remarked, "If I were to rate this out of 10, I could only grant you a single point. It feels inferior to the Filipino fish fry team." Dumbledore felt a throbbing pain at his temples, and his grip on the Phoenix's hand had begun to ache, prompting him to suggest, "Shall we converse once we reach the shore?" He pointed at the massive sword held by Kano and inquired, "Is that a flying broomstick?" "To be precise, it is a flying sword," Kano corrected as he reversed the grip on the sword and sheathed it behind his back. Dumbledore watched in astonishment as the sword vanished behind Kano, the pain in his temple intensifying. Gazing into the distance, he pondered with a sense of melancholy. Have I become senile? How'd I ever admit Kano into school? Chapter 45. I should be under the car, not inside it. As a venerable centenarian, Dumbledore possessed a formidable spirit and equally strong resilience. He quickly adjusted his mental state and, accompanied by Kano, proceeded along the main path leading into the fortress. Before they could step into the grand entrance hall, two tall boys with red hair suddenly emerged, blocking their path. Fred and George, in perfect unison, bowed slightly and beamed with bright smiles. "Good evening, Headmaster Dumbledore." "Good evening," Dumbledore replied with a smile. Encountering the Weasley twins lightened his mood considerably. Despite Fred and George's penchant for mischief, he held a fondness for their spirited nature, being fellow graduates of Gryffindor House. "Professor Khan." They greeted him warmly before enthusiastically approaching Kano, who was observing the castle from behind. Fred grasped one of Kano's arms. "We just heard a tremendous noise." George nodded on the other side. Indeed, a colossal sound. It made the castle tremble. The twins began to chant in unison. "So, we ventured out to investigate, to see if the legendary mysterious figure had returned. We wanted to ascertain whether he had come back to assault this grand castle. Then we stumbled upon you, and with our wits engaged, casting aside all impossibilities, we quickly deduced that the commotion was surely instigated by you." In unison, Fred and George queried, "Are we correct?" "Good evening." Kano smiled gently. "Indeed, I just flew over from the Black Lake with Hagrid and encountered an attack from a giant octopus, resulting in a skirmish. However, it yielded no conclusion. I severed one of its tentacles, and inexplicably, it fled. Quite the pity. Stir-fried octopus or octopus balls would have made a delightful meal, but alas, I could not provide you with a feast." "Thrilling. Unbelievable," the twins exclaimed in chorus. And Fred added, "We are aware of that giant squid. It's rather friendly. Occasionally, when we go fishing by the lake, it tosses a few cod our way." George nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, the cod from Black Lake is exquisite. When we roasted it over the fire, we discovered its flavor surpassed even that of the fish served in the Great Hall." "Is that so? It seems you are quite familiar with the ingredients from Black Lake." Kono's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Pray, enlighten me. What types of fish inhabit that lake?" "The fish in this cold water lake must be far more delectable, both in texture and taste. They surely outshine those from warmer waters." "I just inquired with Hagrid, but he was utterly clueless," George remarked. "You must have posed a wrong question. You should ask Hagrid about the Forbidden Forest. He is well versed in that, along with the magical creatures. He and Professor Kettleburn are experts in this regard." Fred chimed in, "Indeed. When it comes to the lake, none know better than us. Mother often ventures to the seaside to fish, and we assist in the preparation." Kono blinked in surprise and said, "That's splendid. Let's have a thorough discussion. You mentioned cod. Is there lobster as well?" "I recall Hagrid mentioning that the lake's bottom connects to the ocean." Dumbledore observed the trio, engaging in their culinary discourse, and suddenly felt his earlier buoyancy dissipate. From their interactions, it was evident that they had already formed an acquaintance on the Hogwarts Express. In fact, their camaraderie suggested a familiarity that had blossomed during the journey. The Weasley twins were quite the characters, often engaging in clever contests of wits with Filch, concocting harmless pranks. However, he was wary of Fred and George mingling with Kono. Should these three unpredictable elements conspire, it could spell trouble. As a headmaster, one ought to employ more flattering terms to describe one's students and the professors one personally recruits. Words like conniving and colluding might be apt, yet they are hardly commendable. He sighed again. In his heart, he sensed that should these three conspire, it would not bode well. The wind today was particularly boisterous, especially as a few withered leaves danced past him, amplifying that sentiment. At last, the oak door loomed near. He gently rapped upon it, and it swung open. A tall, slender witch clad in a vibrant green robe stood within, her lips pressed in a serious line. Upon their arrival, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. "Headmaster, what brings you here? I thought you were preparing your opening address in the Great Hall." "Also, the castle trembled moments ago. Do you have any knowledge of what transpired?" Dumbledore nodded, gesturing towards Kono and the others. "Indeed, I was addressing that very matter. All is well now. Allow me to introduce our new professor of combat arts, Kono." The witch remained solemn as she extended her hand, saying, "Good evening. I am Minerva McGonagall, responsible for teaching Transfiguration." Dumbledore patted his thumb, which was about to rise, and at that moment, he could not help but commend Professor McGonagall's opening remarks. Good evening. Good evening. Kono approached with a sheepish smile, perhaps due to my previous seclusion in the mountains, rendering me somewhat unfamiliar with the intricacies of Outpost. That night, amidst a flurry of activities, I completely forgot about the letter. I sincerely apologize. It is all my fault. I shall certainly pay closer attention next time. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, and Professor McGonagall's demeanor softened considerably, her lips unclenching. Well, we are colleagues now. Let us proceed inside, for after the sorting ceremony, the feast shall commence. She widened her eyes, turning towards the Weasley twins, Fred and George, who were stealthily attempting to slip away. Why are you two sneaking out of the Great Hall? You should consider yourselves fortunate that the school year has not officially commenced. Otherwise, I would deduct 50 points from each of you. Do you truly wish for Gryffindor to remain without the House Cup for 7 years? Fred and George jumped in fright, their faces mirroring Kono's earlier sheepishness. Apologies. Apologies. Professor McGonagall, it is entirely my fault. We shall be more careful next time. Dumbledore, witnessing the exchange, felt momentarily dazed, realizing that the mischievous banter had been swiftly adopted by the twins. Chapter 46. The Hellish Song of the Sorting Hat. The Great Hall was adorned in resplendent grandeur, exuding a medieval charm, with thousands of candles floating in midair, imbuing the hall with an enchanting aura. Dumbledore led Kono towards the staff table at the far end of the hall, and the students, engaged in conversation, lowered their voices upon the headmaster's arrival. Their gazes were tinged with curiosity, particularly directed at the man in a white cloak who followed closely behind Dumbledore. Fred, George, and their good friend Jordan stood, waving towards Kono and exaggeratedly forming the shape of words to indicate that they were seated at the Gryffindor table. Kono nodded in acknowledgement, continuing to survey the layout of the hall. Occupying the majority of the space were 4 long tables for the houses, each adorned with gleaming golden plates and goblets. Opposite the table stood a modestly sized eagle statue, appearing remarkably lifelike. Yet, what captivated Kono's attention the most was the ceiling above the hall. It was made of transparent glass, revealing the splendid galaxy beyond. He marveled, the quality of this glass is remarkable. So transparent. Dumbledore smiled gently, explaining, it has been enchanted, allowing the stars to be visible. Kono closed his eyes to feel the faint magical energy emanating from the ceiling. Headmaster, may I inquire about the nature of this enchantment? Does it merely reflect the weather outside the castle, or can it alter the imagery based on the wizard's thoughts? Dumbledore pondered briefly before responding. It can indeed change according to the wizard's intent, though we typically refrain from excessive interference, allowing the ceiling to simply reflect the weather outside the castle. That is quite impressive, Kono exclaimed. Could you enlighten me on how to cast such a spell? It will be delightful for watching films. He was acutely aware that the mesmerizing ceiling was the result of magical craftsmanship. This was his first thought. The celestial river depicted above was so vividly clear that even the finest 2K and 4K displays of his past life could not rival its brilliance. No problem, Dumbledore said as he adjusted his sleeve. Allow me to introduce you to the faculty of the school. After the banquet, you may seek assistance from Professor Flitwick. Dumbledore led him to the long staff table, initiating introductions with the other educators. The study of charms encompasses a vast array of magical principles, and only by grasping these principles can one master the intricate and varied spells. Professor Phileas Flitwick, a master of charms, though diminutive in stature, standing at a mere 107 centimeters, epitomized the adage that great things come in small packages. His spell casting was nothing short of extraordinary, having won a prestigious wizarding duel championship in his youth. Dumbledore had presented Connor as a modern-day druid, a title that endeared him to most of the teaching staff, with the exception of one middle-aged man clad in black robes, whose slick hair and pronounced hooked nose marked him as Severe Snape. This man greeted Connor with an air of indifference, his cold gaze and tone devoid of warmth. His waxen face resembled that of a statue, utterly incapable of conveying any surplus emotion. The most unsettling of the faculty for Connor was Professor Quirinus Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts instructor. To put it plainly, Connor felt that this teacher bore an unsettling aura, as if he had encountered a ghost and lost his very essence, exhibiting an air of nervousness. Simultaneously, the martial arts essence within him reacted instinctively, causing him to shy away from prolonged contact with Professor Quirrell. Just as he was on the verge of shaking hands with the professor, Professor McGonagall suddenly flung open the great hall doors, ushering in the group of new students. Connor took a seat beside Professor Flitwick, eager to inquire about the magical tapestry. The newcomers, upon seeing the hall filled with people, initially appeared timid, but their expressions brightened upon spotting Connor at the end of the hall. The girl named Hermione waved at Connor, as did Draco, the boy he had met on the train, though his gesture was less exuberant. Unlike previous years when new students entered the hall trembling with fear, this year's cohort displayed a surprising confidence, piquing the curiosity of the other faculty members. They instinctively turned their gazes toward Connor, perceiving him as an approachable and genuine modern druid, possessing a certain degree of authentic talent. According to legend, druids were favored by nature, and all living beings would exhibit goodwill toward them. Dumbledore, however, held a contrary view. He knew that Connor was certainly not a druid, and was also aware that Connor had once single-handedly felled a thestral. Certainly, such matters shall not be broached again, particularly since Kono's conduct thus far has been commendable, and his interactions with other instructors have been quite amiable. At the very least, it marks a promising beginning. Dumbledore could only find solace in this thought. Professor McGonagall approached with a three-legged stool, upon which rested a tattered wizard's hat. Just as Kono awaited the next development, the hat abruptly perked up, and a seam, mended long ago, split open, emitting an exceedingly unpleasant sound from within. It was a voice that seemed to have emerged from the depths of hell, a melody no ordinary carbon-based creature could possess. Yet, upon further reflection, Kono realized that this hat was not a carbon-based entity, rendering its infernal song somewhat reasonable. Covering one ear with his hand, Kono leaned closer to Professor Flitwick and inquired, "Professor Flitwick, is this hat malfunctioning? Its singing is utterly dreadful. It lacks even a semblance of melody." Professor Flitwick, being quite loquacious, shared numerous amusing anecdotes about the sorting ceremony while the hat sang. He explained that the sorting hat was a magical artifact that had been passed down since the school's inception, infused with the essence of the four founders, thus enabling it to conduct the sorting ceremony. Furthermore, prior to the sorting, no one would disclose to the newcomers how it would be done, allowing for the delightful spectacle of their nervousness. Additionally, composing lyrics served as the sorting hat's daily amusement, and each year it would concoct a brand new song celebrating the four houses. After what seemed an eternity of singing, the sorting hat concluded its composition, and the majority of the audience responded with enthusiastic applause, some first years even weeping while clapping. Kono surmised that these tearful newcomers were likely overwhelmed by the song's sheer atrociousness. McGonagall unrolled a parchment, her voice flowing with practiced precision as she declared, "As I call each name, you shall sit upon the stool and await your house designation." She glanced at the parchment and called out, "Hannah Abbott, Chapter 47. Is it not said that one can order what one desires?" The sorting ceremony proceeded with impeccable order. Each time a new student was allocated to a house, the students of that house would erupt in the warmest applause. Kono observed that the sorting hat varied in its speed of designation for each newcomer. Some would scarcely place the hat upon their head before it would loudly announce their house name. Conversely, others would sit there for what felt like an eternity, their faces flushing crimson, until the hat finally proclaimed their house. For instance, the little girl Kono had previously encountered took nearly 4 minutes before the hat loudly declared her to be a Gryffindor. The ever-enthusiastic Professor Flitwick promptly elucidated. Each house has distinct requirements for its students. Thus, when a student embodies traits of multiple houses, the sorting hat may find itself in a quandary. It may deliberate and, based on its judgment, select a house, or it may consult the student as preferences before announcing the corresponding house. Magic is indeed wondrous. Kono marveled, "Professor Flitwick, how do you know so much?" Flitwick cleared his throat softly, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he remarked, "The sorting hat initially wrestled with my placement as well. Ultimately, I silently wished to be sorted into Ravenclaw, and it chose to honor my desire." He gestured towards Professor McGonagall, who was applauding in the distance. Minerva was truly a conundrum for the sorting hat. It took over 5 minutes before she was finally placed in Gryffindor. The term sorting conundrum has long existed in the annals of Hogwarts, reserved for those first-year students whose affiliations eluded the sorting hat for more than 5 minutes. Connor nodded, expressing his sentiment. It seems that those who can perplex the sorting hat are destined for great achievements. Just look at you and Professor McGonagall. Both have become heads of your respective houses. Upon hearing this, Flitwick's cheeks reddened visibly, and he hastily waved his hands in denial, exclaiming, "No, no, you flatter me too much. It has been a long time since I encountered such a kindred spirit among wizards." Once the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore adjusted his robes and stood behind the eagle statue, facing the seated students. The statue trembled noticeably, then unfurled its wings, transforming into an imposing podium. Dumbledore cleared his throat twice, his voice amplified by the eagle statue, resonating throughout the hall, before he revealed a smile and began to speak. However, Dumbledore was a man of his word. He had promised to bring Connor to the school to teach, and despite countless moments of regret, he never altered his decision. Thus, he succinctly uttered, "Fools, crybabies, dregs, twist. Thank you, everyone. Let the feast commence." Even Connor found himself clapping wholeheartedly, reflecting that this must be a commendable leader, as he truly meant what he said and kept his words brief. Before him, a peculiar ripple appeared on the plate, prompting Flitwick to quickly advise him. "Our dining experience differs from that of the students. Simply express your desire for a dish, and it shall manifest upon your plate. Allow me to demonstrate. Pumpkin juice. Roast lamb." Instantly, Flitwick's cup was filled with pumpkin juice, and a steaming plate of roast lamb drizzled with black pepper sauce appeared before him. After savoring a sip of the pumpkin juice, he continued, "Anything you wish to eat can be found here at Hogwarts." "Anything?" Connor questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. Yet he focused on the plate before him and slowly articulated, "Bean curd with literary inspiration?" The golden plate shimmered with a slight ripple, but then fell silent, revealing nothing but emptiness. Did he need to envision a specific dish? Connor stroked his chin, mentally conjuring a steaming plate of braised pork with preserved vegetables, and finally declared, "Braised pork with preserved vegetables." Still, the plate remained unresponsive. He glanced at the roast meats and fried fish on the plates of other faculty members. Letting out a soft sigh, Flitwick wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with a napkin, perplexed. "Connor, why aren't you summoning any dishes? Is it that you're not yet accustomed to this place and lack an appetite?" "I have made an effort, but to no avail," Connor replied. Kono gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle and softly remarked, "Isn't it said that one can order whatever one desires? Has something gone awry?" Flitwick picked up the serving platter and inspected it, finding no faults. The enchantments upon it remained intact and should function as intended. "What dishes did you select?" he inquired. "Wait, what tofu? And what kind of meat is koruk?" Simultaneously, he murmured, "Apologies. Apologies. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. I cannot provide you with the food you wish for, dear sir." Such a poor Dobby. It became evident that the culinary delights of Hogwarts were crafted by house elves, rather than conjured through mere imagination and magic. He promptly reassured the house elf, "It is entirely understandable that you have not prepared these dishes. Fret not. I shall order something you are capable of making." The house elf, named Dobby, had a swollen forehead, and his eyes, the size of tennis balls, brimmed with tears. Sir. Kono channeled his inner strength and gently massaged Dobby's forehead, declaring, "It is nothing serious. After all, it is merely food. Let us have clear water and roasted beef ribs." Indeed, upon ordering dishes that the English were accustomed to preparing, the cup and platter responded accordingly. Dobby blinked, touched his now reduced forehead, and bowed deeply to Kono, exclaiming, "Thank you, sir. Great sir. You are so selfless. So magnificent. Very well, you may go now. It is but a trivial matter, no need for such formality." Kono felt the essence of martial arts within him and gained a modicum of faith, albeit of a rare and pure kind. Flitwick chuckled, "My dear Kono, you are so refined and amiable. Truly the legendary druid. Seeing is indeed believing." In the distance, Dumbledore, upon hearing the term refined and amiable, nearly lost his grip on the knife in his hand, silently reflecting, "Flitwick, do not be deceived by his appearance. Refined and amiable? If only you had witnessed him stirring the waves and shaking the Black Lake, you would not utter such words." Chapter 48. The Sudden Disappearance of Kono. Had Rolex not been guided, the culinary skills of Hogwarts house elves would indeed surpass those of Rolex. The house elves learned rapidly, and within a month, the house elf from Newt's family had successfully grasped the fundamentals, able to prepare several authentic home dishes from China. After having resumed his Chinese culinary habits, Kono began contemplating how to train the Hogwarts house elves in their culinary arts. As the desserts from the long table finally vanished from the platters, the evening banquet approached its conclusion. The eagle statue transformed back into a podium, and as Dumbledore approached it, the hall quickly fell silent. He cleared his throat and began to speak slowly. "Now that everyone is well fed and satisfied, I shall announce this year's personnel changes, starting with the first item. The position of Professor of Muggle Studies will now be held by Professor Charity Burbage. Meanwhile, Professor Quirinus Quirrell will take on the role of defense against the dark arts teacher." Sparse applause echoed from the audience. After all, Muggle Studies was quite a niche subject, and most students were unfamiliar with Professor Quirrell. He continued, "Moreover, Hogwarts will introduce a new subject, the study of martial arts, abbreviated as the Martial Arts Department. The esteemed Professor Kono will take on the role of the department's head, in stark contrast to the previous announcement regarding staff changes. This news was met with an immediate and resounding applause. Notably, the clapping from the Gryffindor table was the loudest, and observing the mischievous glances exchanged by Fred and George, it was evident that their promotional efforts were not unrelated to this enthusiastic reception. All right. Dumbledore raised his hand, silencing the hall once more. He then shifted his tone, adopting a familiar cadence known to Professor Kono from his former life. Lastly, before we embark on a new academic year, I must address some important matters concerning the school. Upon hearing a few key phrases, Kono instinctively began to yawn. After all, he had attended countless meetings announcing school regulations in his previous life. The specifics of these matters were not of great concern to him, as they primarily pertained to the students, impacting their points and ultimately the allocation of the House Cup at the end of the year. Behaviors such as trespassing into the Forbidden Forest or venturing into the Black Lake were perilous, not only risking violations of school rules, but also potentially endangering lives. Truth be told, the magical world seemed to place little emphasis on safety. Dumbledore even failed to deliver these cautionary notes with the gravity they deserved. He took the time to wink at Fred and George at the Gryffindor table, as if offering them a subtle hint. Once the series of rules had been announced, Dumbledore's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. If you wish to avoid any unfortunate incidents, refrain from venturing down the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. With a flick of his wand, he conjured a long golden ribbon that floated under the candles, transforming into a flourish of ornate script. At this point, the speech for the opening banquet finally concluded. Kono noticed that Severus Snape, seated in the far corner, had begun to cast spells in his direction. Furthermore, the expressions of the other professors were less than cheerful. He quickly inquired, "Professor Flitwick, why do you all seem so displeased? Aren't we about to sing?" Flitwick covered his ears, bracing himself for the impending song. For the Hogwarts School song possessed no melody. As Flitwick's words trailed off, a cacophony of sound assaulted Kono's eardrums. What happens when a song consists solely of lyrics without a tune? The answer was evident. Each singer would sing their own rendition, influenced by those around them, leading to a disarray of discordant notes until the situation spiraled completely out of control, much like the current state of the hall. Everyone's eyes were fixated on the lyrics floating in midair, each person singing in their own familiar tone, as if a swarm of hornets were buzzing wildly throughout the hall. Covering his ears, Kono observed that at the faculty table, only Dumbledore seemed to revel in the chaos, even shedding tears of joy. Truly, the man who could be so frequently mentioned by his roommate was indeed extraordinary. With Kono's reflections, the opening banquet finally drew to a close. The heads of the 4 houses began to guide their students out of the hall, as Dumbledore's gentle voice resonated throughout the space. "Kono, please accompany me to the principal's office. You need to review the arranged class schedule. Additionally, your accommodation must be settled, or else you will find yourself without a place to rest tonight." The two walked side by side out of the auditorium, with Dumbledore's hands clasped behind his back. "So, Kono, what do you think? Is the cuisine not to your liking?" Kono gazed upward at a 45-degree angle, exclaiming, "In truth, it is quite delectable. However, I find myself yearning for home. I crave braised pork with preserved vegetables, with the martial prowess of a golden core." Dumbledore was oblivious to Kono's inner monologue and merely nodded in agreement. For home is indeed the most splendid place. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw resided in the upper levels of the castle, the 2 houses ascending the marble staircase one after the other. "Principal, are we not leaving yet? Which floor is the principal's office on?" Kono inquired. Dumbledore gestured toward the grand marble staircase, replying, "We may proceed now. The principal's office is located on the 8th floor, which is quite a distance." "The 8th floor, is it? Not too high, but the staircase is rather cumbersome." Suddenly, Dumbledore felt a gust of wind beside him. Turning, he discovered that Kono, who had been speaking moments ago, had vanished. Shortly thereafter, a gasp arose from above. "Wow, did you see that? Someone is flying. Is it a ghost? Or perhaps Fred and his friends are so bold as to ride brooms within the castle. Hey, we are still here. That is Professor Kono. Have you forgotten? Professor Kono? Where? It's splendid to be a teacher, able to ride a broomstick within the castle. Wait, I didn't see a broomstick. I only saw someone ascend. It must be a ghost. Professor Kono is flying on a sword. It must be sword flight." The innocent voices converged. "Professor Kono, take us with you. I want to fly too." Dumbledore raised his head, only to see the students leaning over the staircase railing, continually shouting at the moving stairs. He suddenly noticed a throbbing in his temples and pondered whether he ought to consult Madame Pomfrey to ascertain if the pain was merely an illusion or a genuine ailment. Chapter 49. Dumbledore and Kono learn lightness skills. "Wow, Professor Kano is flying down again. Wow, he is not riding a broomstick. Indeed, nor is he flying on a sword. What do you mean by sword flight? Ha! We shall not tell you. We even witnessed Professor Kano battling a squid as large as the castle. Yes, the lake was trembling at that time. How terrifying! As the students clamored, Dumbledore observed a figure darting from the moving staircase, swiftly descending. As Kano approached the ground, he suddenly decelerated, landing as gracefully as a feather. Dumbledore exhaled softly. His century of wisdom and experience tempered his astonishment. What magic was that? Oh, Dumbledore, he nodded. Can we ascend using some conventional means? Kano exhibited a puzzled expression. Are you not capable of apparition? The speed should surpass mine. And ordinary individuals would need to ascend the stairs, correct? Surely, you have the ability to soar upwards, do you not? I have yet to cultivate a martial arts golden core, hence I cannot fly. At most, I can utilize lightness skill to gain momentum. Yet it cannot compare to the convenience of magic. Dumbledore elucidated. That makes sense. However, Hogwarts is safeguarded by numerous magical protections, thus under normal circumstances. Apparition is not permitted here. Ah, I see. No wonder Newt declared this to be the safest place in the world. The protection is indeed thorough. Kanyuo's eyes sparkled. What if I teach you the lightness skill? Would that be inconvenient? Dumbledore felt a flicker of intrigue. He had initially presumed Kanyuo would be somewhat reserved regarding such magic. After all, in his view, the ability to traverse this locale at such speeds while disregarding constraints should be considered a closely guarded secret. Not at all. Kanyuo waved his hand dismissively. I will be incorporating this into the curriculum. Sharing such martial arts knowledge is essential for its future. Clinging to it selfishly is not the way. Well said. Dumbledore wholeheartedly agreed, marveling at the sentiment. What should I do next? Kanyuo drew forth a wand. I will first guide you with my internal energy. Do not resist or reject my influence. Dumbledore gazed at the distinctly colored wand, inquiring, is this your wand? It feels unlike the one I held by the lake. Suddenly, he recalled that Kanyuo had not merely possessed one wand at that time, but had wielded two, simultaneously casting two different spells. One was the Lumos spell, while the other was incomprehensible to him, astonishingly allowing him to pluck a mermaid directly from the lake. Ah, indeed. I purchased many wands, using whichever one I draw, Kanyuo replied. Dumbledore felt a deepening throbbing in his temples. This simply one tea do. I must consult Madame Pomfrey tomorrow. Kanyuo inquired. Headmaster, may we commence? With a sigh, Dumbledore unconsciously tilted his head upwards at a 45-degree angle, closing his eyes as he uttered, let us begin. Very well. Headmaster, remember the pathway of the internal energy as it emerges from your dantian, which you refer to as magical power. Kanyuo's voice resonated in his ear, the wand's tip resting against his right arm. Dumbledore felt a force, akin to magical energy, manifest from his right arm, traveling along a defined path to his abdomen, his so-called dantian. Goodness. Kanyuo whispered something peculiar in his ear, leaving Dumbledore bewildered. What is it? He asked. Ahem. Truly the greatest wizard of our age. I'm gradually comprehending everything, Kanyuo replied with a light cough. Let's proceed. We must begin now. Remember the route of my guided internal energy. Dumbledore sensed his internal magical energy being stirred. It was his first experience with the source of power emanating from his dantian. Previously, he had always concentrated his magical force from his entire being. This sensation was extraordinarily unique, a concept he had never encountered before. He felt his magical energy intricately dividing into multiple streams, coursing through his limbs and bones. The allure of the multiple strands of magic varied in intensity, with the most potent sensations coursing through his legs and extending to his feet, evoking a warm embrace. Do you remember? Kano inquired. I do, Dumbledore replied. This sensation was indelibly etched in Dumbledore's memory, having been so long since he had encountered anything so profoundly memorable. Very well. With Kano's affirmation, the inner energy dissipated within him. Kano continued, you may begin by attempting to channel your magic in the direction of the meridian flow, controlling its output. Try jumping to feel it. Dumbledore kept his eyes closed, nodding silently as he endeavored to recreate the earlier sensation. He summoned the magic through mental focus, allowing it to flow into his limbs. The warmth returned, prompting him to gently bend his knees and leap, a newfound lightness enveloping him. This sensation transcended the mere feeling of youth. It was a fundamental transformation, akin to becoming as light as paper. He heard the rushing wind beside him, followed by a resounding thud, and a sharp pain radiated from above. Only then did he open his eyes, astonished to find himself suspended in midair, having collided with the ceiling. "Merlin S. Beard," Dumbledore exclaimed, as a large soft cushion materialized beneath him, breaking his fall. "Ahem, you were instructed to control the magic output." Kano chuckled wryly. "Your reservoir of magic is astonishing. I previously advised you to exercise restraint." "I apologize. I believed I had been quite moderated," Dumbledore replied, still reveling in that ethereal sensation. "Let's proceed. We have lingered long enough," Kano urged, gesturing upward before effortlessly leaping to the second floor. Dumbledore landed beside him, yet lost control of his footing. Had Kano not caught him, he would have surely tumbled down once more. Kano explained, "You have only learned to utilize your inner strength for lightness. You must also synchronize it with your movements to navigate various terrains gracefully. However, mastering movement is no simple feat. Once your physical memory aligns with the flow of your inner energy, you will be able to employ lightness naturally, without conscious effort." Chapter 50, Dumbledore and I are evenly matched. Through this brief encounter, Kano had formed a foundational understanding of the current headmaster of Hogwarts. Setting aside the various accolades shared by his former roommate, the sheer magnitude of magic residing within Dumbledore could only be described with one word: master. If one were to speak of martial mastery, then Dumbledore embodied the essence of magical mastery. In essence, when merely comparing the latent power within their beings, they were evenly matched. The series of novels, Harry Potter, offered little discourse on the concept of magic itself. Thus Kano could only interpret everything through his own understanding. "Shall we continue?" Dumbledore suggested, his cerulean eyes sparkling with anticipation. Now, Kano feels compelled to elaborate on Dumbledore's merits. Beyond his formidable power, he possesses an additional trait: an exceptional capacity for acceptance. The greater one's ability to embrace new ideas, the broader the spectrum of knowledge one can acquire. Which explains why Dumbledore stands as one of the greatest wizards of our time. However, Kano must remind this eager centenarian to take caution, should he stumble. I would not be inclined to assist him. Thus, the once agile and graceful movements transformed into mere high leaps, as Kano had to pause after each ascent to ensure Dumbledore did not inadvertently tumble downstairs. Dumbledore progressed swiftly, although each leap required a moment of gathering strength. He no longer exhibited any instability. The two soon caught up with the two students from the other house, still ascending the staircase. The pair of twins Kano recognized were the first to exclaim, "Look, look, the headmaster is soaring alongside Professor Kano." Where? It's true. The headmaster is indeed flying. The lively little lions were easily captivated by such occurrences, immediately gazing in the direction of Fred's pointed finger. George cupped his hands into a trumpet shape and shouted, "Professor Kano, what kind of magic is this? Will we be able to learn it?" Kano felt the surge of faith power from his martial arts essence and could not help but smile, saying, "Of course, once you practice diligently, opportunities will arise." The Ravenclaw students remained comparatively quiet. They too witnessed Kano and Dumbledore leaping between the moving staircases, yet they refrained from making noise, their eyes inevitably betraying their yearning. Flight indeed surpasses running. Dumbledore had already reached the 8th floor, leaning over the railing to gaze down, while the students strained their necks to look up at him. "How marvelous," Dumbledore murmured. Perhaps the original positioning was erroneous. "Kano, let us proceed." Kano followed Dumbledore through corridor after corridor, finally halting at the end of one passageway. Before them stood a statue, a menacing gargoyle with wings folded and crouched upon a platform. "Since you're now a member of the school, take this." Dumbledore pulled a slip of parchment from his pocket and lightly tapped it with his wand. Kano felt a twinge of discomfort upon seeing Dumbledore's wand, sensing an unsettling aura that suggested it was not an entirely reputable wand. Dumbledore handed over the slip, likely having noticed Kono's peculiar expression, and inquired curiously, "What is it?" "Your wand feels rather odd," Kono replied. "It just seems ominous, and it doesn't quite match your persona. Is that so?" Dumbledore nodded calmly, displaying the wand with confidence. "Do you recognize this wand?" Kono raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Dumbledore's question. To him, a wand was merely a consumable item, particularly when fashioned from wood. By his standards, Dumbledore's wand clearly fell into the category of subpar craftsmanship, not solely due to its slender and elongated form, but also because the wand bore several uneven bulges that rendered it quite uncomfortable to hold. It was ill-suited for picking up any items. Such a wand, devoid of any compatible counterparts, was deemed wholly inadequate. For him, a truly fine wand was one that could be paired. He shook his head, unable to recognize it, and felt certain it was not a worthy object. Dumbledore, with unwavering gaze, inquired, "Have you heard of the Elder Wand, the Wand of Destiny?" Kono rolled his eyes. I only know about the fairy wand from the animated series Balala the Fairies. A cryptic expression flickered in Dumbledore's striking blue eyes. He seemed to exhale a sigh of relief as he tucked the peculiar wand into his pocket. Kono, let's not dwell on that. What does the note say? Read aloud. Kono, not giving the earlier incident much thought, took the note that had been handed to him. Gradually, a word emerged on the previously blank parchment. Kono read aloud. Bertie Bot S. Every flavor beans? At the utterance of this phrase, the grotesque gargoyle statue seemed to animate, leaping aside with agility. The wall behind the gargoyle suddenly cracked open, revealing a spiraling staircase that ascended into the unknown. Hogwarts Castle was vast, yet at its pinnacle and beyond. There were even more spaces, such as the headmaster's office located atop a turret extending from the castle. Dumbledore gestured to the note, stating, I shall distribute such a note to each faculty member. It contains the password to enter the headmaster's office, which occasionally changes. If the password is incorrect, refer to the note. Kono inwardly grumbled about the inconvenience. However, he would not voice such sentiments in front of his superior. Instead, he nodded in understanding and followed Dumbledore up the spiral staircase. As the headmaster's office of School of Magic, this locale was undeniably fascinating. Various peculiar silverware adorned the surfaces, some emitting comical sounds, while others released clouds of colorful smoke. At the far end of the circular room, portraits of numerous figures hung on the walls, each labeled with names. These were the likenesses of Hogwarts' former headmasters, many of whom had their eyes closed, their bodies gently undulating as if in slumber. Yet, these portraits were genuinely asleep. In a sense, they were alive, capable not only of sleeping and awakening, but also of greeting others, offering counsel, and even engaging in disputes. These were matters Newt had previously shared with Kono. Should one become lost within Hogwarts Castle, the portraits could be sought for assistance. Please, have a seat, Dumbledore said, conjuring a fine armchair with a flick of his wand. I need to revise the schedule. Please wait a moment. Chapter 51. I need a chef's knife. Dumbledore settled into the headmaster's chair, sifting through the thick stacks of documents on his desk before extracting a folder. He pushed a fruit platter forward, brimming with an assortment of snacks. Hard candies, soft sweets, chocolates, biscuits, and small cakes, an abundance of delights. He smiled faintly and recommended, These are my favorite delicacies. You might want to try this as well. The culinary skills of the house elves are truly remarkable. You may also feel free to explore the headmaster's office. Please wait for a moment. Glancing at the fruit platter, which was filled solely with an array of confections, he noted the absence of peanuts and sunflower seeds. He nodded in refusal and refrained from reaching for any treats. Rising from his seat, he began to pace the room, lost in thought. Isn't this excessively sweet? Do renowned masters possess peculiar eccentricities? Should I cultivate a unique quirk of my own? The intriguing silverware that emitted smoke and sound was captivating, offering a refreshing effect akin to incense. He picked up a silver vessel resembling a teapot and shook it gently, observing the faint brown liquid within through its crevices. If his intuition served him correctly, these liquids were potions crafted by a wizard, likely composed of various ingredients. Curiously, he inquired, Dumbledore, what precisely is contained within? Rosemary, holly leaves, mint, cinnamon? Why add lavender? Wouldn't it be better to use Blatilla striata? Dumbledore raised his gaze to meet his eyes widening slightly in surprise as he asked, Have you crafted such potions before? Your recipe is entirely accurate. Konyo nodded in acknowledgement. After all, one must engage with the art of alchemy to enhance one's physical well-being. Both exercise and dietary supplementation are indispensable. The legacy of martial arts encompasses much. Beyond techniques, it includes the mastery of potion-making and culinary arts, even delving into the secrets of artifact crafting. The adage wealth in martial prowess holds true. Aside from personal training, augmenting oneself with various rare materials is equally vital. Although he had concocted few potions, he had tasted many. He was well acquainted with the scents of various herbs and their combinations. It was merely a matter of familiarity. Dumbledore's eyes shone with appreciation, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Indeed, my adjustment of the curriculum was astute. Please bear with me a moment longer. The effects of the smoke-emitting silver vessels seemed uniformly similar. As the master of this chamber, Dumbledore appeared to require a substantial amount of invigorating potions. This realization instilled a sense of unease in Konyo, based on his 5.5 years of experience as a corporate worker in his past life. Such a demanding boss was unlikely to be lenient with his subordinates. The headmaster's office was replete with magical artifacts. Within an open black cabinet, he spotted a roughly carved stone basin, a tattered hat, and an exquisitely crafted silver sword. Instantly recognizing the tattered hat as the Sorting Hat, he sniffed it for any unusual odors. Finding none, he placed it upon his head. No reaction ensued. After removing it and examining it once more, he donned it again. After a while, a faint, raspy voice emerged, identical in tone to the hat's singing voice, equally displeasing. Pray tell, what do you wish to do? Sorting, I presume? Kanyo replied, somewhat perplexed. Are you not the Sorting Hat? The Sorting Hat fell silent for a moment, prompting, could you perhaps open your mind? If you continue to keep your thoughts closed, I will be unable to ascertain your rightful house. Open my mind? Kono raised an eyebrow, realizing that the sorting process resembled a data collection mechanism, utilizing big data to accurately determine which house a new student ought to belong to. The Sorting Hat seemed momentarily flustered by Kono's insight, repeatedly uttering the same interjection. I do not quite comprehend your earlier statement. Yet, Kono began to grasp the Sorting Hat's approach. He sighed, now understanding the mechanism behind its function. No wonder his roommate could ascertain, through an extensive questionnaire, that he would be sorted into Gryffindor upon entering Hogwarts. It appeared that the sorting process bore a resemblance to a psychological evaluation, with the Sorting Hat more adept at discerning the true, subconscious thoughts of new students to ascertain their affiliations. He had previously assumed the Sorting Hat to be a more magical artifact, one that would allocate students through an even more arcane method. This time, the Sorting Hat responded much more swiftly, hastily beginning to defend itself. I am undoubtedly the most exceptional magical artifact in existence. Not only can I sort, but I can also summon treasures. Summon treasures? Kono inquired, somewhat perplexed. How does one summon treasures? It is an exceedingly magical process, more enchanting than you can imagine. The Sorting Hat replied with pride. If you're truly a Gryffindor, you would be able to draw forth the sword of Gryffindor from me. Kono expressed curiosity. Is it truly that marvelous? How do I accomplish this? The Sorting Hat scoffed. It is futile. You have not yet been sorted. The sword of Gryffindor would not acknowledge you. How would you know unless I try? Kono grinned mischievously. Surely you are not deceiving me? Are you fabricating this because you believe I doubt your magical prowess? The Sorting Hat, now agitated, replied rapidly. Absolutely not. If you are indeed a true Gryffindor and require assistance, merely reach into the hat, and you shall retrieve the sword of Gryffindor. Let me give it a shot. Kono declared, removing the Sorting Hat and extending his right hand into it, beginning to search. The Sorting Hat was indeed a wondrous magical artifact. As he explored within, he felt no boundaries, yet he did not encounter the fabled sword of Gryffindor. Kono frowned. Could it be that I am employing the incorrect method? The gap in the Sorting Hat widened as it smugly proclaimed, give up. You are neither a student of Hogwarts nor a Gryffindor. You will not succeed. Silence. Kono shot the Sorting Hat an exasperated glance. You claim I require assistance, correct? He composed himself, pondering under what circumstances he might indeed need help. So far, he had encountered no adversaries he could not overcome, rendering him entirely incapable of grasping the sentiment of needing assistance. Thus, he decided to approach it from another angle. For instance, now he wished to prepare fish fillets but lacked a suitable kitchen knife. Indeed, that was a moment when assistance was warranted. Resolute in his determination, he concentrated on this desire for a knife, continuing to rummage within the hat. The space within the hat appeared to be boundless, yet he soon felt the cold, unyielding touch of an object at the edge of his palm. Without hesitation, he seized the item and yanked it out. A sharp clang resonated. The gleaming sword, adorned with a ruby the size of an egg, was drawn forth from the hat, radiating a silvery glow. The Sorting Hat, which had been chuckling moments before, suddenly fell silent and bellowed at the top of its voice. Headmaster Dumbledore. He has drawn the sword of Gryffindor. Chapter 52. Once one embraces the druid's essence. Not only Dumbledore, but also the portraits of former headmasters hanging on the walls and the phoenix perched on the perch behind the door were roused by the Sorting Hat's exclamation. Among them, a portrait of a dark-haired wizard in a green robe opened his deep-set eyes, stroking his goatee as he grumbled in discontent. This is the headmaster's office, not a place for your antics. Who dares to be so bold? Expel him. Beside him, a witch clad in a fiery red robe quipped. Phineas, are you really going to expel the Sorting Hat? If you do, there may be no one left to choose Slytherin. The goateed wizard seemed caught off guard, his agitation rising as he roared. Hogwarts only needs pure-blood wizards. Half-bloods and muggle-borns should be expelled from the school. More portraits joined the fray, echoing the sentiments of the witch in red, insisting, shut your foul mouth. Muggle-born? What a deplorable notion. Phineas, speak up, and no one will think you mute. Euphrasia, you lot. The goateed wizard's face flushed crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. Several other wizards in green robes also awakened, asserting, Phineas is right. Those vile muggle-borns, who learn magic only to slaughter us with muggles. ought to be driven out. The two factions clashed vehemently, while other awakened portraits, finding the commotion excessive, gradually faded into the canvas, leaving a void behind. Silence. Dumbledore commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. In an instant, all the portraits fell silent. Dumbledore turned to the black cabinet. The sword of Gryffindor had vanished from the shelf. He then glanced at Kano, who held the resplendent sword, causing Dumbledore to momentarily pause in astonishment. Only a true Gryffindor could extract the sword of Gryffindor from the sorting hat, and a genuine Gryffindor would at least have attended Hogwarts. However, Kano had seemingly appeared from the depths of the mountains, indicating that he could not possibly have been a student at Hogwarts, making it utterly implausible for him to draw forth the sword of Gryffindor. Yet here he was, grasping the sword firmly in his hand, a fact that rendered Dumbledore's mind momentarily blank. Tentatively, he inquired, "Could you draw it again?" Clang! The sword sang once more as Kano extracted it from the sorting hat. Dumbledore exhaled a long breath, retrieving his favorite lemon sherbet from the fruit bowl. With the sweetness soothing him, he felt the pain at his temples significantly diminish. Kano is indeed a rather peculiar talent, not only capable of unsettling the formidable Thestral single-handedly, but also recently causing quite a stir on the Black Lake. Moreover, Kono's peculiar mastery of magic has been frequently mentioned by Newt. Initially, Dumbledore harbored some skepticism regarding these matters, yet he was undeniably astounded by the magic known as lightness. Furthermore, Kono appears to possess a profound understanding of potions, as he can effortlessly discern the formula of invigorating elixirs merely by scent. Dumbledore felt as though he was becoming increasingly bewildered. He had been quite certain that Kono had not inherited the so-called Druidic legacy. Yet now it seemed that this was the only plausible explanation. After all, the Druidic heritage has long been extinct, leaving behind only fragments of descriptions in ancient tomes. Once he embraced the notion of Druidic origins, he need no longer grapple with Kono's true identity. By attributing Kono's extraordinary abilities entirely to the Druidic legacy, he could alleviate a significant portion of his inner inquiries. Indeed, by shifting all questions onto the Druidic heritage, every issue would be effortlessly resolved. Since the interactions that began at the Black Lake this evening, Dumbledore has come to realize that aside from his eccentricities, Kono is quite commendable in other respects. He exhibits a sense of responsibility towards the new students, bravely standing up to protect them in encounters with the giant squid. He treats his fellow professors with utmost courtesy and has even swiftly forged a friendship with Flitwick. This is a stark contrast to Severus Snape, who, during his years at the school, has engaged in minimal communication with other faculty members and has exploited his position as head of house to ensure Slytherin's prolonged dominance in the House Cup. Dumbledore is uncertain how many times he has received complaints from the other three houses regarding this matter. Additionally, he perceives that Kono harbors little selfishness, as he is willing to impart the formidable magic of lightness without reservation. Moreover, Kono is already an adult, possessing a complete value system and worldview, thus unlikely to replicate Voldemort's descent into madness, fervently pursuing immortality and dark magic. Dumbledore now believes that recognizing Kono's potential and recruiting him to the school was an exceedingly astute decision. Resolute in his thoughts, he called out to Kono, who was amusing the Phoenix Fox, urging him to come and discuss the curriculum, assuring him that he could rest shortly thereafter. Kono received a course schedule, scrutinizing the arrangements therein before glancing at Dumbledore, a frown creasing his brow. His initial suspicions were confirmed. If the leader is overly driven, then the subordinates would inevitably be compelled to follow suit. Dumbledore inquired, "What troubles you? Do you have any concerns regarding the course schedule?" Sitting upright, Kono clung to a final glimmer of hope and asked, "Is this the revised version? Or have you mistakenly provided the wrong schedule? Is there an issue with it?" Dumbledore's expression remained calm, though a hint of perplexity lingered in his brow. Kono unfolded the schedule, pointing to the numerous signs of revision, stating, "I'm uncertain how many times you have altered this. However, if we consider the initial scribbles, the positioning of martial arts education should be akin to that of flying lessons, serving as a course primarily for students' enjoyment and recreation." Dumbledore nodded, mentioning the OWL examinations, which indeed comprise only 12 subjects. "If it truly concerns you, I could promptly submit a request to the Ministry of Magic. It would take approximately a year to incorporate martial arts into the OWL curriculum, which should satisfy your expectations, correct?" Kono felt a headache beginning to form. He had initially hoped for a less burdensome teaching schedule, yet Dumbledore's revised timetable indicated he would be required to teach daily. Not only would he need to conduct classes every day, but each session would last 2 hours. Chapter 53, Operation Relaxation, Part 1. Kono gazed at Dumbledore's earnest expression and felt the throb in his head intensifying. Dumbledore seemed to hold him in high regard now, intending to elevate the status of martial arts to that of a core subject on par with charms. This meant that students would not only engage with the already intricate knowledge of magic, but would also need to absorb the vast expanse of knowledge pertaining to martial arts. Initially, Kono had envisioned selecting a few promising students from the school, nurturing their talents, and allowing them to develop their own lineage. His ultimate goal was for them to cultivate other students, achieving the remarkable status of a master at lightning speed. Was there anything amiss? Dumbledore rotated his wrist, gently blinking, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Having previously reviewed several of your textbooks and recently grasped the concept of a particular spell known as lightness, I have assessed that the significance of martial arts should indeed increase. Kono pinched the bridge of his nose, suddenly realizing that Dumbledore must have misunderstood, believing martial arts to be a form of magic that is easily accessible and immensely powerful. Do not underestimate martial arts. He retrieved his textbook from the Golden Elixir of Martial Arts, opened the Introduction to Martial Arts Manual to page 365, and pointed at the meridian diagram, inquiring, "Meridians? Acupoints?" Dumbledore flipped the book over, extracting a pristine piece of parchment. He meticulously transcribed the meridian diagram onto it, one hand wielding a quill for writing and drawing while the other explored the specific acupoints beneath the table. Observing Dumbledore's meticulous approach, Kono understood that he must have been an exceptional student in his youth. First, he transcribed the overall meridian diagram to grasp its comprehensive layout. Then he engaged in a tactile exploration while making adjustments. This was indeed a commendable method of learning. Just as Kono began to yawn, preparing to entertain the Phoenix, Dumbledore finally pushed the Introduction to Martial Arts Manual along with his extensively annotated parchment towards him. The delineated flow of the meridians and acupoints were accurate. It was hard to fathom that this was accomplished by someone who had just encountered the concept of martial arts. Do you now comprehend? Martial arts are far more intricate than you might imagine. Much like the concept of wandless magic, one must be thoroughly familiar with the fundamentals to master the multitude of techniques. Furthermore, the path of martial arts does not yield substantial power until one has completely internalized the foundational concepts. Not merely the content found in books, but also specific training methods, perseverance, dietary considerations, and other aspects must be taken into account. Dumbledore let out a long sigh, acknowledging, "I understand your point." In truth, martial arts resemble an advanced discipline akin to alchemy. One must master a plethora of knowledge to grasp its essence, correct? His gaze softened, revealing an apologetic smile as he humbly inquired, "How do you propose we approach this subject? I am eager to hear your thoughts, for my previous notions were indeed overly idealistic." Quite simply, we should prioritize experiential learning. Kono discerned that the reins of authority had shifted into his hands, with his goal of achieving a harmonious balance drawing near. Experiential learning? Dumbledore echoed, choosing to listen attentively without further comment. Kono raised a finger, stating, "First and foremost, this subject is a novel concept. We cannot expect all students to embrace it wholeheartedly, can we?" Dumbledore nodded, "Of course. However, I have faith in you. The new students have shown you great favor, even those from Slytherin." "Absolutely." Dumbledore continued to nod, recognizing that such sentiments indicated genuine concern for the students. The inaugural lesson requires thorough preparation. Kono rubbed his temples, pondering what Dumbledore imagined him to be. In truth, he was uncertain about how to instruct these novice wizards and wished to observe how other teachers conducted their classes, so he could adapt their methods for his own. Not copying. It's about drawing inspiration. One cannot call it imitation in the realm of academia. He corrected himself. "In my first lesson, there will be no distinction between houses. I shall not tolerate such divisions. Those unwilling to accept this can refrain from attending that day. Furthermore, for future classes, I will conduct only one session per week, which will be open to all students. Those unwilling to participate need not come." Dumbledore did not nod this time, instead clearing his throat to interject, "May I inquire about the purpose of such an approach?" Kono smiled faintly. "This is an entirely new subject, so I believe all students should commence from the same starting line. There is no need for excessive differentiation. Ultimately, I suspect that the number of those who persist will be countable on one hand." Dumbledore, resting his chin upon his hand, retrieved a pristine class schedule. "That reasoning does hold merit. How long do you anticipate this class will last?" "For hours," Kono replied after a brief cough, ultimately deciding on the duration of approximately half a day. Dumbledore glanced at the schedule, still somewhat hesitant. "But is one class per week not rather sparse? Will they truly acquire knowledge?" "Martial arts require not only talent, but also tenacity," Kono explained. To gain admission to Hogwarts signifies that they possess magical ability. They are not lacking in inherent gifts. Therefore, what is paramount is perseverance and dedication. The martial arts primer encompasses the majority of foundational knowledge. What remains is practice, continuous and unwavering practice. Whether it is the most fundamental stance or the absorption of the sun's essence and the moon's brilliance, all these practices require daily dedication. One must ponder how many students can truly commit to such discipline. Dumbledore, having once been an educator himself, might reflect on the number of students who can persistently practice the same spell daily until they achieve proficiency. Martial arts demand unwavering perseverance. I have not missed a single training session, regardless of inclement weather. What is to be completed must be completed. Only those who can endure these monotonous exercises are worthy of truly entering the realm of martial arts. Chapter 54. The Great Battle of Laziness, Part 2. The essence of deceit lies in its half-truths. A blend of reality and fabrication makes it less prone to scrutiny. Dumbledore could not help but applaud, acknowledging the validity of the statement. Indeed, persistence is the most crucial step in the pursuit of knowledge. Only through steadfast dedication can one achieve success. However, gathering the entire school together may be somewhat impractical. One must recognize that the Sorting Hat divides students into 4 houses. As a traveler from the lands of Huaxia, I have not experienced the foreign educational system, rendering me incapable of comprehending why this house system fosters such divisions. Moreover, there exists an entity known as the House Cup, which, from my perspective, resembles the transient honor of a class's moving red flag. Its attainment seems inconsequential. Dumbledore sighed softly and clapped his hands, suggesting that this matter likely traces back to the medieval origins of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As he recounted the history of the magical world, a set of tea utensils materialized on the table, the aroma of black tea wafting from the spout. Initially, he believed that wizards chose to conceal themselves, akin to reclusive sages residing in remote mountains, exuding a sense of tranquility and depth. Yet the harsh reality is that the number of wizards is quite limited, resulting in a significant numerical advantage for the ordinary populace, which ignited a fervent witch hunt. During these hunts, wizards suffered considerable losses, compelling them to unite and collectively sign a confidentiality law, thereafter retreating into obscurity. These wizards might choose to reside in a community exclusively for their kind or blend into ordinary villages. Should they opt for coexistence with commoners, they must fabricate a mundane identity to avoid detection. All children born to wizards possess the potential for magical gifts, even if one parent is a wizard and the other a non-magical person. However, if a child endowed with magical aptitude does not study magic or control their magical energy, they may inadvertently give rise to a dark magical force known as murmur. This formidable and uncontrollable dark magic typically manifests in wizards who do not survive beyond the age of 11. One of the reasons for establishing Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was to prevent these underage wizards from becoming vessels of murmur. As for the origins of the Hogwarts house system, it arose from the founders' desire to impose certain criteria on the students entering their respective houses, which led to the infusion of magical essence and thought into a hat. Even if all 4 founders were to pass away, the Sorting Hat would continue to honor their wishes by selecting suitable talents for each house. As a transcendent being shaped by traditional Chinese education, Kono found it somewhat difficult to comprehend this system. Nevertheless, he grasped Dumbledore's concerns. Dumbledore was indeed apprehensive that the 4 houses, when gathered together, might easily quibble due to their differing ideologies. Yet this is a realm of magic. Why be troubled by such trivial matters? As an essential preamble to the martial arts primer, every principle articulated therein possesses profound practical significance. Of course, the notion of imparting knowledge without discrimination cannot be stated plainly to Dumbledore. It must be couched in more nuanced terms. Kono cleared his throat and remarked, "It is precisely the existence of the sorting system that fosters their mutual division. I am aware of this, and I shall resolve the issue during the first lesson." Dumbledore beamed with satisfaction, saying, "You perceive the problem with great clarity. I have faith in your capabilities. If that is the case, I can grant you a week. I look forward to your first class next week." Standing by the window, Dumbledore gazed at Kono, who was leaping atop the tower in the distance, and exhaled a long, heavy sigh. For reasons unknown, he felt a premonition that Kono's arrival might herald transformative changes for this world. Dumbledore closed his eyes, attempting to immerse himself in a past battle, pondering how employing such movements against an adversary might yield varied results. Fawkes the Phoenix soared into the air, curiously observing Dumbledore's awkward leaps and turns within the office, and couldn't help but break into song. Had Kono been present, he would have recognized that Dumbledore had entered a rare state of transcendence, where self and environment became one. Suddenly, a cold, nasal, resonant male voice broke the silence. Snape watched Dumbledore's clumsy movements with growing suspicion, questioning whether the headmaster was under the influence of the Imperius curse, as he found the actions perplexing. Headmaster Dumbledore? Headmaster Dumbledore? Snape attempted to call out, and upon receiving no response, drew his wand, casting a widely effective counter-curse, Finite Incantatem. To his astonishment, Dumbledore evaded the spell with a clumsy turn. Unyielding, Snape cast the counter-curse twice more, but Dumbledore continued to elude him with his awkward maneuvers. Thus, Snape shifted his focus to Fawkes, who was hovering in mid-air, singing, "Could you awaken Headmaster Dumbledore for me? I have matters to discuss with him." Chapter 55, A Glimpse Reveals All. Fawkes's song ceased, and Dumbledore gradually emerged from his peculiar state, slowly opening his eyes. The air still shimmered with residual magical energy, as it seemed someone had cast a spell in the office during his enchanting reverie. Before him stood Severus Snape, draped in a flowing black veil, his expression somewhat peculiar. Albus Dumbledore adjusted his somewhat disheveled robes, having been deeply engaged moments ago. "Is there something amiss that requires your report at such a late hour?" Snape, showing no inclination to step further inside, spoke from a distance. Quirinius Quirrell is indeed a troubling matter. Wandering the 4th floor of the castle at this hour is uncharacteristic of him. During his Muggle Studies class, he was either teaching or found in his office or the library, never roaming the castle aimlessly. "I have a question," Snape continued. "Why have you admitted 2 peculiar individuals this year? One stands atop the tower, gazing at the moon in the dead of night, while the other meanders aimlessly through the castle." Dumbledore cleared his throat lightly. "Severus, why are you still awake at this hour? I recall you have a potions class with Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tomorrow morning." Snape replied quietly, "I do not require preparation. If those students could absorb every word I uttered, there would be no need for concern regarding the potions class. Rather, what plans do you have for the new course you have arranged? With 14 subjects already filling the curriculum, how do you intend to incorporate martial arts into the schedule?" Just now, Connor and I concluded our discussion regarding the first lesson. Dumbledore gestured towards the figure leaping from the tower. "The inaugural martial arts class will be postponed until next week. Connor needs a week to familiarize all students with this novel discipline. Trust me, this subject will exceed your expectations." Snape pressed his lips together, offering a sardonic remark. "Indeed, it is quite beyond my expectations, much like a strange and clumsy dance." Dumbledore, fully aware of Snape's sentiments, offered no rebuttal, gently shaking his head. "It is worth learning. The knowledge in that textbook is quite practical. Moreover, I recall there is a volume titled Introduction to Martial Arts, a guide to potion making, which discusses potion preparation. And the final states of the potions differ from our conventional understanding. Is that so?" Snape's expression shifted to one of contemplation. "At the time, I perceived it more as a culinary manual. Perhaps the house elves would find the textbook quite appealing." "That is merely a fraction of it," Dumbledore corrected. "Perhaps I perused it more thoroughly at the time. It contains a method of potion making known as Jadon, which allows the potion to be condensed into a thumb-sized pellet upon completion. This form is far more convenient for carrying, consumption, and preservation. It represents an unprecedented and innovative technique." As Snape turned to exit the headmaster's office, he remarked, "Well, I seem to be beginning to look forward to Professor Connor's first martial arts class." Dumbledore cautiously placed the introduction to martial arts into his drawer, intending to devote time to its study in the future. In his mind, Connor was no longer a source of concern, but rather a treasure waiting to be unearthed. He now needed to focus on how to address the matter of Quirinius Quirrell. It is quite surprising that Quirrell would proactively apply for a position in the still recruiting defense against the Dark Arts Department, as this is entirely uncharacteristic of him. Quirrell was originally a rather timid and cautious wizard, well suited for the subject of Muggle studies. Perhaps it is worth probing further. Dumbledore retrieved a copy of the Daily Prophet from another drawer, which featured a report on the theft at Gringotts. He then approached the bookcase and tapped one of its compartments with his wand. The compartment gradually vanished, revealing a translucent red gemstone within. This gemstone, known as the Philosopher's Stone, is an exceedingly powerful alchemical artifact with boundless applications. Not only can it transmute base metals into gold, but it can also concoct the elixir of immortality. The stone's creator, Nicholas Flamel, was his dear friend and a legendary alchemist who had lived for 6 centuries thanks to its magic. Dumbledore had received word that a goblin had gone missing from Gringotts, with the disappearance occurring in the Black Forest of Albania. This forest has long been shrouded in legend, suggesting that Voldemort did not perish when he fell, but instead fled to lie in wait within its depths. For this reason, after conferring with Flammel, Dumbledore resolved to relocate the Philosopher's Stone to Hogwarts for safekeeping. On the very day of its relocation, the theft at Gringotts transpired, compelling him to draw connections between these recent occurrences. Furthermore, during the summer, Quirrell had also visited the Black Forest. Perhaps there exists a certain correlation among these three events: Voldemort, the Black Forest of Albania, the missing goblin, the Gringotts theft, the Philosopher's Stone, and the elixir of immortality, along with Quirinus Quirrell. He traced a line between Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone, punctuated by question mark. Severus had mentioned that Quirrell was wandering about the castle, yet such behavior was decidedly uncharacteristic of him. He connected the terms Voldemort, the missing goblin, and the Philosopher's Stone, pondering whether Voldemort, still alive, had encountered the goblin on vacation and sought to learn the stone's whereabouts in order to resurrect himself. Quirrell had also ventured to Albania. Dumbledore drew two more lines, linking Voldemort, Quirrell, and the Black Forest of Albania. The entire web of connections gradually took shape on the parchment, allowing him to discern a rough causal relationship among these events. Of course, this was merely a bold hypothesis, and careful verification was now required. His remarks during the start-of-term feast were, in fact, a subtle test. Currently, the fourth floor held nothing of significance. Now, there was a suspect worthy of scrutiny. Consequently, the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor would necessitate some genuine arrangements befitting a restricted area. Dumbledore marked Quirrell's name alongside the Philosopher's Stone, whispering, "My dear boy, I truly hope you have not strayed onto the wrong path." Chapter 56, Braised and Stir-Fried. A splendid day begins with a delightful breakfast. However, one must first eliminate the option of a traditional English breakfast. To be fair, Hogwarts does indeed offer a breakfast of considerable caliber. With the aid of magic, Kono was able to discern the freshness of the breakfast ingredients. However, this was an English breakfast. Oatmeal, buttered toast, fried eggs, sautéed meats, and milk adorned the long table, creating a splendid display. In addition to these customary breakfast items, there are also numerous servings of pickled herring. Yes, the kind that comes in a can. The method for preparing pickled herring is not complicated. Clean herring is mixed with sour cream and light cream, then combined with finely chopped onions, black peppercorns, and diced apples. Stir together and allowed to marinate for 4 hours before serving. According to Flivvy, if there's a class in the morning and the teacher feels lethargic, this pickled herring would be the optimal choice to invigorate the mind swiftly. With this thought in mind, Kono resolved to experience firsthand this dish that purportedly awakens the senses. Pickled herring, he murmured as he gazed at the seemingly uncooked, pale fish on his plate. He scooped a small piece with a spoon and placed it in his mouth. Just that one morsel made him immediately comprehend why Flivvy extolled its revitalizing properties. First, his nostrils were filled with the lingering briny scent of the fish, followed closely by the sharp tang of the sour cream, creating a uniquely sour and fishy experience. Swallowing a bite of the pickled herring, the mingled flavors of fishiness and acidity felt as though a spoon were incessantly stirring within his mind. This was not merely a wake-up call. It was akin to a near-death experience followed by instant resurrection. Herring is a common fish, known in China as Qinggong. Although there are methods in China to prepare this fish as salted fish, they do not resort to such a simplistic and crude pickling method before serving it. However, the practice of cleaning the fish, adding a few seasonings, and presenting it at the table aligns perfectly with the English culinary approach that values simplicity and authenticity. Kono rinsed his mouth with several sips of milk, finally managing to banish the taste from his palate. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Flivvy and said, "Professor Flivvy, could you summon my house elf? I have some matters I wish to discuss with them." Flivvy clapped his hands and replied, "This method is quite simple. Any teacher within the school can summon a house elf with a clap and a call." No sooner had he spoken than the house elf, named Labby, appeared out of thin air, his eyes displaying a hint of trepidation. "Apologies, have we failed in some way?" Kono shook his head. "Labby, if I provide you with a recipe, would you be able to prepare the herring according to my specifications? Or must changes to the school menu receive the principal's approval?" Labby's eyes sparkled with delight. "You know my name? This is the first time a professor has accurately called me by name. I am eager to know how you wish to cook it. I will ensure that I do not disappoint the esteemed sir." Kono found Labby's manner of speaking somewhat overwhelming, so he briefly explained the methods of braising and dry frying, instructing Labby to prepare the herring using these techniques. Taking advantage of the moment while Labby was busy cooking, Flivvy curiously inquired, "Kono, how did you come to know the name of that house elf?" Isn't it rather easy to recognize? Kono took a sip of milk, recalling that the house elf who had come to apologize yesterday was indeed the one in question. Its distinctive nose, the width of its ears, and the size of its eyes made it easily identifiable. However, Kono's good mood had nearly been depleted by the pickled herring, and he now hoped that Labby would adhere strictly to the methods of dry frying and braising, giving the herring a chance at redemption. Before long, 2 golden plates appeared before him, showcasing the 2 herring dishes. One dish gleamed with a bright red sauce, steam wafting enticingly from the fish, making one's mouth water. The other was adorned with a scattering of green and red peppers, the alluring red oil underneath drawing an irresistible gaze. Most importantly, both dishes emitted a rich aroma that swiftly overshadowed the scent of breakfast. Fribby gazed at the 2 herring dishes with curiosity and asked, "Kono, what distinguishes these 2 dishes?" "They seem quite similar." Kono smiled slightly and pointed at the dishes, explaining, "The one with just oil underneath is the dry-fried herring, while the one with the glossy sauce is the braised herring. Furthermore, observe that the braised herring is marked with a straight incision, allowing it to maintain its shape while frying, preserving the fish's natural flavor, which is all about being tender and succulent. The dry-fried herring, on the other hand, features a cross-incision, ensuring the fish is thoroughly fried, allowing it to absorb the sauce, resulting in a rich and robust flavor." "That sounds delightful," Fribby said, his eyes fixated on the 2 plates, his nose twitching slightly, uncertain of the presence of bones. Although Fribby made a valiant effort to conceal his anticipation, Kono noticed the subtle movement of his Adam's apple. Thus, he took up the knife and fork, cutting 2 pieces of fish and placing them on a Fribby's plate. "Give it a try. You will understand what I mean." Labby had already removed all the bones, so there was no need for concern. Magic is indeed a marvelous thing, capable of eliminating bones and fish spines without compromising the meat's quality and structure. Fribby nodded and picked up a spoon to scoop a piece of fish. As he chewed, his eyes sparkled like illuminated bulbs, and he bobbed his head enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, I can truly feel the tenderness and succulence you spoke of. By Merlin's beard, how is this achieved? This magic called braising, why is it so extraordinary? I have never found herring this delectable. No, rather, it has been ages since I have experienced such joy from eating." The renowned couple, Newt and his spouse, had previously praised the soup dumplings Kono had made for Rolex, so Fribby's enthusiastic accolades felt less novel. Nevertheless, the martial arts essence in his mind remained diligent, eagerly absorbing the faith energy emanating from Fribby. Having finished breakfast, Kono was finally ready to embark on his first day of life in the castle. As the students departed from the auditorium, they picked up their textbooks and made their way to various classrooms, preparing to embrace the first lesson of the new academic year. Chapter 57, Observing the Potions Class. Kono retrieved his timetable, intent on selecting the classroom nearest to him for observation. After a brief survey, the potions classroom, located on the castle's lower level, proved to be the perfect choice. Not only was it in close proximity to the auditorium, but it also catered to first-year students. He was eager to witness how Professor Snape, with his prominent aquiline nose, would leave a lasting impression on the newcomers. Upon entering the potions classroom, Kono immediately sensed a stark contrast in temperature and atmosphere. It was decidedly more frigid than the auditorium. The spacious classroom was filled with numerous wooden shelves leaning against the walls, and the students' desks were cluttered with cauldrons, making the space feel rather confined. Rows of enormous glass jars adorned the shelves, each containing bizarre and grotesque specimens. Some were embryos, others internal organs, each varying in form, yet united by their immersion in a murky preservative potion. The specimens rose and fell unpredictably within the potion, creating an eerie ambience that complemented the inherently cold atmosphere of the underground classroom. As Kono stepped into the classroom, the first-year students, who had previously cowered, straightened their postures, turning towards him like sunflowers tracking the sun. He settled into an empty seat and waved at the students who turned to glance at him, saying, "Pretend I am not here. I am merely here to observe your lesson." A rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, seated closest to him, leaned in and inquired, "Professor Kono, when will your class begin? I didn't see it on the schedule for the first week. I am so eager to learn that enchanting magic. It feels so ominous here. I'm a bit frightened." Kono recognized this girl as Hannah Abbott, the first to undergo the sorting ceremony and join Hufflepuff. Seizing this opportunity to gather some positive energy, he encouraged the students to hold hands and huddle closer, bestowing a comforting buff upon the trembling newcomers before Professor Snape's arrival. He glanced at his magical watch, and just as the clock struck 9, the classroom door was abruptly flung open with a resounding bang. The noise undoubtedly startled all the first-year students, who quickly turned their attention to Snape, cloaked in his signature black robes. His attire appeared to mirror that of the previous day, and as he strode toward the podium, his cloak billowed in the wind, resembling a bat gliding through the air. Once at the podium, Snape interlaced his fingers and, in a low, detached tone, announced, "We shall commence roll call now. I trust there will be no imbeciles tardy for the first lesson." Kono began jotting down notes regarding Snape's earlier approach, contemplating how he might refine such a procedure. The act of forcefully pushing open the door effectively captured the students' attention, while Snape's distinctive gait and attire served to intimidate them quite effectively. Snape picked up the register from the podium and began calling the names of the students present. Once all the freshmen had responded, a brief exchange of glances occurred between him and Kono. Suddenly, Snape's expression became peculiar, as if he had encountered something extraordinary. He then cleared his throat and inquired, "Professor Kono, may I ask what brings you to this place, and why you're seated at a student's desk?" Kono, resting his chin on his hand, offered a slight smile. "I have come to admire Professor Snape's distinguished presence and observe your teaching techniques. I noticed you visiting the headmaster's office last night. Surely, he has spoken to you about my presence here. If my being here is a nuisance, I can take my leave at once." With a disdainful huff, Snape chose not to dwell on Kono, instead directing his cold gaze upon the freshman, who had begun to shrink back. "Let us dismiss any distractions and officially commence today's lesson. First and foremost, I must correct a misconception. Magic is not merely about mindlessly waving a wand. That is far too simplistic. You are here to learn the art of potion making, a discipline that demands immense talent, patience, and memory. Frankly, I do not expect many of you to possess a natural aptitude for potions. What you must do now is focus. Listen attentively. Adhere strictly to every step I inscribe upon the blackboard. Commit every word I utter to memory. By doing so, you will learn from me how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death." Kono diligently transcribed Snape's impeccable opening remarks into his notebook. Apart from the soft scratching of Kono's pen against the paper, the potions classroom was enveloped in silence, the freshmen awestruck by Snape's earlier speech. In less than 10 minutes of entering the classroom, Snape had established an undeniably authoritative presence among the students. However, Kono keenly sensed that Snape did not relish his role as an educator. He seemed intent on imposing potion knowledge directly into the minds of his students through this overwhelming demeanor. This perception arose from Kono's conversations with Flitwick, during which a spark would light up Flitwick's eyes whenever student-related anecdotes were mentioned. In contrast, Snape's eyes reflected only indifference and emptiness, his dark gaze resembling two endless tunnels. Overall, Kono gleaned a wealth of valuable insights from Snape's inaugural lesson. Seizing the opportunity while Snape stepped into the adjacent office to fetch materials for the class, Kono waved farewell to the freshmen and exited the potions classroom. Chapter 58, A Week of Observations. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and Kono was soon to experience his first weekend at Hogwarts. He had not squandered this week. During his visits to various floors and classrooms, he had encountered a multitude of teaching methods, yielding substantial gains. Severus Snape, the esteemed potions master, is indeed a singular entity within the realm of educators. His classes are notoriously arduous, and it can be asserted that, aside from the students of Slytherin House, the experience of the other three houses in Snape's classroom is akin to that of prisoners languishing within the confines of Azkaban. As the head of Slytherin, Snape not only exhibits blatant favoritism towards his own house, but also harbors a particularly harsh demeanor towards Gryffindor, surpassing even his disdain for Hufflepuff. A simple illustration of this bias is evident when a Slytherin student earns points, which invariably results in a deduction for a Gryffindor student. This was particularly evident during a potions class on Friday, when Snape posed several challenging questions to the new Gryffindor student, Harry Potter, leading to yet another loss of points for Gryffindor. Connor could only acknowledge the intricacies of the situation. Naturally, Snape's behavior breeds discontent among his colleagues. Aside from necessary professional exchanges, few teachers engage willingly with him. However, in stark contrast to Snape's extreme aloofness, there are educators such as Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout, whose warmth and friendliness shine brightly. Flitwick, having forged a swift camaraderie with Connor since their introduction by Dumbledore at the commencement of the term, readily shares insights about Hogwarts. Professor Sprout, too, is remarkably approachable, her rosy visage perpetually adorned with a smile, embodying the essence of a kind-hearted witch. On a Monday afternoon, Connor attended a herbology class shared by Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. At the conclusion of a lesson, Professor Sprout graciously presented him with several pots of magical lavender. urging him to place them in his dormitory. This enchanting lavender, with its subtle fragrance, possesses a soothing quality, making it ideal for promoting restful slumber. Sprout's profound expertise in herbology renders her an encyclopedia of magical plants, and Connor finds a wealth of common ground with her. Whenever he encounters a herb he does not comprehend, he seeks her guidance in the greenhouse, where she willingly elucidates the myriad effects of various magical plants. Amidst the multitude of subjects offered at Hogwarts, not every instructor possesses the same captivating allure. For instance, Professor Binns, the sole ghost teacher in the entire school and the longest-serving faculty member, teaches history of magic with a dismal lack of enthusiasm. Despite the intriguing nature of being a ghost and the rich tapestry of history encompassed in his subject, Binns' lectures have unfortunately devolved into mere opportunities for students to catch up on lost sleep. His teaching style mirrors his spectral existence, lifeless and monotonous. Whether recounting the bloody tales of goblin rebellions or discussing the historically significant international statute of wizarding secrecy, every word emanating from Professor Binns is delivered with an utter absence of emotional inflection, rendering him a mere automaton devoid of feeling. Connor harbors a strong suspicion that Professor Binns has remained at Hogwarts since its founding precisely because, as a ghost, he requires no salary from the institution. In a single word, inexpensive. Professor Trelawney, who teaches divination at the top of Hogwarts Castle, is not particularly easy to get along with. She is slender, adorned with a pair of excessively thick glasses that magnify her eyes, making her gaze appear quite pronounced. Her attire is embellished with an array of jewelry, coupled with a wild mane of hair, giving her a rather eccentric demeanor. One must admit, this peculiar aura aligns well with her role as a professor of divination. When Connor observed the myriad of necklaces around Trelawney's neck and the multitude of bangles and rings adorning her arms, he couldn't help but worry that these ornaments might overwhelm her fragile physique. However, when she greeted him with her soft, ethereal voice, all of Connor's apprehensions dissipated. His expression darkened. It was his first encounter with someone who greeted him in a manner reminiscent of a death knell. During the gathering on Friday night, he shared this experience with Flitwick and Sprout, both of whom erupted into laughter. Flitwick, while cleaning the spilled tea from the table with his wand, reassured him, "We've heard similar tales from students before. Do not be concerned. You are in better shape than anyone else and nothing ill will befall you." Sprout nodded in agreement. Indeed, Professor Trelawney often prophesizes for newcomers, typically about death. However, I must say, it is the first time I've heard such words directed at a teacher. Flitwick patted Connor on the shoulder. "Do not take it to heart. Perhaps she mistook you for a student due to your youth. It has been nearly a decade since we welcomed a young instructor at Hogwarts." Sprout sighed, alas. "The only young teacher we have is Snape, but he is truly difficult to engage with. Frequently, I hear complaints from the little ones. They insist they have done nothing wrong, yet he deducts points from them." Flitwick nodded in strong agreement. "My students are generally well-behaved, yet they too lose points for minor mistakes." He shook his head. "This is a matter of principle. If we respond in kind, it could easily exacerbate the already strained relations between the four houses." Indeed, Sprout concurred. Due to the presence of the Dark Lord, the tension among the houses is palpable, with Slytherin nearly isolated from the rest. Flitwick's expression turned nostalgic. "I recall when Dumbledore was still the defense against the dark arts teacher. The camaraderie among the four houses was splendid. Those were the days." Chapter 59. All is ready. Sprout gently tapped the table, interrupting Flitwick's musings. "Phileas, let us refrain from such heavy topics." She then turned her attention to Connor, who was busily tending to the stove. "Connor, how is your preparation for the first lesson coming along?" The newcomers have been buzzing about it for a week. Connor placed a large pot on the table, lifting the lid to reveal a delightful aroma of scallions and sesame oil wafting through the room. He was most familiar with Flitwick and Sprout, and, taking advantage of the weekend that lay ahead, they decided to gather together without the need to prepare for classes. Kono dried his hands and let out a long sigh. It was almost time. He had tested Professor Flitwick's magical curtain at noon, and the results were splendid. Perhaps to accentuate the imposing grandeur of the ancient castle that had stood for a millennium, all the utensils within Hogwarts were crafted from gold. He used a ladle to serve dumplings from a large pot onto the plates and presented them to the two professors, urging them to taste this delicacy, Chinese dumplings. They were surely unlike the dumplings they knew. "Dobby," he clapped his hands, summoning the only house elf he had encountered at Hogwarts. Upon appearing, Dobby executed a perfect 90-degree bow, his nose nearly touching the ground. "Professor Kono, how may I assist you?" Kono handed Dobby a plate of dumplings along with a recipe. "Try these, and please follow my recipe as closely as possible to replicate the flavor." "Can you manage that?" Dobby straightened up, carefully balancing the plate, while the recipe floated around him like a bird. I shall complete this task. You will not be disappointed. As Dobby departed, the two professors had already begun savoring the dumplings. A sheet of paper floated beside Flitwick, swirling like a fan, continuously dispersing the steam rising from the two plates. He had half a dumpling on his spoon, and a fragrant white steam wafted from the green-orange filling. Marvelous, Kono. I feel our friendship will soon render my robes too tight. He had not anticipated Kono's culinary prowess. Sprout, her eyes narrowed, exhaled white steam from her lips. Is this the dumpling you made with chives and salmon? The chives she referred to were, in fact, a familiar ingredient from Kono's previous life. Wizards would soak chives in alcohol to create a tincture, which they would then add to cauldrons along with other ingredients, concocting a potion effective against nausea. The unique aroma of chives had initially astonished Sprout when she learned that this herb was not only edible, but also delicious. The Black Lake was home to a variety of fish, yet the mackerel most suitable for pairing with chives could not be found here. Thus, Kono had substituted salmon, which, after being deboned and mixed with minced chives, though slightly less flavorful, still resulted in a delectable dish. Previously, under less fortunate circumstances, he had always been quite frugal with food. Now, with the vast resources of the Black Lake and the Forbidden Forest at his disposal, he had no reason not to take full advantage. Furthermore, with his improved rapport with Sprout, he could also utilize the greenhouses, paving a promising path free from hunger. Kono retrieved a pair of perfectly sized wands from his martial arts golden elixir, picking up a salmon chive dumpling. This is all thanks to you, Professor Sprout, for your assistance in cultivating the vegetables. Only your skill in tending to herbs could yield such splendid chives. Frivy gazed curiously at the wand in Kano's hand. Kono, if I am not mistaken, that should be a wand, correct? Kano chuckled softly and replied, as a wizard, one ought not to confine imagination. A wand should illuminate various realms, should it not? Frivy's expression grew serious. Indeed, a wizard cannot afford to lack imagination. Kono, your creativity is the most remarkable I have encountered among wizards. He gestured towards the paper that was still spinning energetically. To cool in such a gentle manner. If it weren't for your inspiration, I would not have devised the fan spell. Kano found it amusing. These wizards had likely been detached from the world of ordinary folk for too long, so what he deemed commonplace was to them a marvel. Just like that paper, which was the result of both the levitation and rotation spells. Kano had merely simplified the principle of a fan for Frivy, who promptly conjured such a spell. Wizards could directly strip temperature from objects using spells, yet this method was rather crude, simply reducing temperature to absolute zero, making it seldom employed. The fan spell emerged from Kano's insights, providing a scientific approach to cooling. Frivy even submitted a patent application to the Ministry of Magic, ensuring that more wizards would learn this spell in the future. The benevolent Frivy included Kano's name as a co-inventor on the patent, allowing Kano to share in any future profits. Before long, the three had devoured a pot full of dumplings. Washing dishes for wizards was remarkably simpler. Frivy used a cleansing charm, causing the grease and grime on the large pot and plates to vanish at a visibly rapid pace. A truly magical sight. This was also something Kano was currently studying. Practical magic offered few shortcuts. If the incantation was not uttered correctly, the desired effect would be unattainable. In contrast, attack spells, including the so-called curses and hexes, were far more straightforward. Kano could easily substitute them with his own fists. The visceral satisfaction of physical confrontation surpassed any magical assault. After the two professors departed, Kano resumed his routine, ascending to the tower's peak to absorb the moonlight. From this vantage point, he could see Dumbledore's office in the distance, its lights still aglow, while a phoenix danced above Dumbledore's head, twirling gracefully alongside him. Dumbledore had been practicing basic agility techniques, and his current form was becoming quite proficient, albeit still somewhat stiff, having shed the earlier clumsiness. This made Kano ponder deeply. The tenacity of such an exceptional individual was indeed formidable. Despite being hailed as the greatest wizard of his time, he humbly pursued new knowledge. Naturally, Dumbledore also remained committed to martial arts, for he would not have maintained his daily regimen of practice without the prospect of significant physical advancement. Now, with everything in place, Kano was merely in need of a sufficiently impressive teaching demonstration material. Through days of observation and contemplation, Kano resolved that his inaugural lesson must commence with a flourish akin to that of Severus Snape. Chapter 60, The AI Icebox. The nights at Hogwarts remained serene, and as he strolled through the ancient castle, leaping between the moving staircases, a unique charm enveloped him. Upon reaching the 5th floor, a shadow flitted past the end of a corridor. Come here. Ha ha ha. Look, you've starved your cat into silence. The shadow emitted a loud, piercing, yet somewhat ethereal laughter. Peeves, damn it, put Mrs. Norris down. A breathless voice followed closely behind. Kono took 2 quick strides to the end of the corridor, just in time to witness Argus Filch, the castle's caretaker, hunched over and desperately chasing the shadow ahead. Filch, who served as the custodian of Hogwarts, was essentially a jack of all trades. Whether it was cleaning duties or assisting in the transportation of textbooks, he was available for any task that required attention. Unfortunately, Filch suffered from rheumatism and his appearance was not particularly appealing, which led most, including the likes of Flitwick, to avoid seeking his assistance whenever possible. Kono had exchanged but a few words with his caretaker, and his impressions were largely shaped by Fred and George, alongside his observations throughout the week. During their conversations on the train, aside from enumerating the various faults of Slytherin, the twins frequently mentioned Argus Filch. While Filch held a respectful demeanor towards the teachers, he harbored a distinct disdain for the students attending Hogwarts. According to George's conjecture, this resentment stemmed from Filch's inability to perform magic. Although he could perceive the wonders of the wizarding world, he was deprived of the ability to wield it. This positioned him in an adversarial stance against those capable of mastering magic. As the twins remarked, Filch is simply envious. Envious that we can summon a bath with a mere flick of our wand, while he must risk his rheumatism to fetch water from the lake. Kono shared a similarly unfavorable view of the man, having witnessed Filch several times accosting students engaged in conversation, bellowing inquiries as to whether they were conspiring to breach any school regulations. The sounds gradually receded, indicating that Filch had pursued the shadow elsewhere. Yet before long, a loud, piercing, and ethereal voice rang in his ears. Aha! A new professor. Young one, do you know where I am? However, he had an alternative approach. If you can guess where I am, I'll give you some sweets. I know you. Fred and the others have mentioned you often. Could there be anyone more amusing than I? I must see. Before the voice could finish, Kono, with eyes tightly shut, dashed forward, grasping into the void. To his astonishment, he felt his hand clutch something tangible. How about that? Am I entertaining enough? He inquired with a grin. A gesture like dwarf suddenly materialized in his grasp, and Kono's hand was firmly clasped around the dwarf's neck. It turned out to be Peeves, only he possessed such a distinctive texture. The existence of Peeves at Hogwarts nearly rivals that of the ghostly Bins. However, unlike the other spirits inhabiting the castle, Peeves is not a manifestation of a living being who has succumbed to death. This peculiarity was revealed to Connor by Newt, who was intrigued by Connor's ability to use the Calm Heart Charm to dispel the Dementors lurking in the lower levels. The traits of Dementors and Peeves are akin, both being entities that transcend life and death. Thus, the absence of a clear concept of mortality renders them impervious to complete magical annihilation. Connor's Calm Heart Charm, akin to the Patronus Charm, appears to have a similar effect on the Dementors. In fact, the Calm Heart Charm seems even more potent, as it enabled a group of wandless Azkaban prisoners to repel the Dementors. This raises the question, could the Calm Heart Charm also affect a mischievous spirit like Peeves? Why are you so serious? I am merely a passing poltergeist. Peeves seemed to sense Connor's dark humor, seizing his wrist in a playful struggle. You're quite cool. Connor was taken aback to discover that Peeves' grip exuded an intensely cold sensation, reminiscent of an air conditioning unit. Cool? I can be cooler. Peeves appeared to believe he had frightened Connor, flashing a mischievous grin that stretched almost to his ears, emanating an indescribable eeriness. Ah, not bad. This could serve as a refrigerator. Connor was further astonished as he realized the chilling aura radiating from Peeves enveloped him, seemingly intent on freezing him solid. Such exceptional cooling prowess seemed a waste not to be harnessed into a refrigerator. As a modern individual, Connor preferred the convenience of a one-button appliance over the need for incantations. He appreciated machines that functioned autonomously. Peeves presented an effect that not only mirrored this convenience, but also promised to exceed it. Ah, it's so cold. Too cold. If it gets any colder, I might have to let go. Connor controlled his blood circulation and pores, allowing his body to respond with an authentic sensation of frostbite. Yet his hand remained firmly clasped around Peeves' neck. Ha ha ha. Now you recognize my prowess. I am the most amusing entity at Hogwarts. Fred and the others would certainly be disappointed to see you like this. The chilling aura emanating from Peeves intensified, and crystalline flakes resembling snow began to waft through the air, creating a truly enchanting spectacle. Witnessing this, Connor mused, at this rate, we must be nearing freezing point. If the temperature were to rise, wouldn't it then function as both a refrigerator and an oven? He began to grit his teeth, trembling as he exclaimed, It's so cold. So cold, yet I seem to be adapting. If it were to warm up a bit, would I boil like water? The glint in Peeves' eyes grew more pronounced, the pale halo surrounding him gradually transforming to pink, then orange, and ultimately to a fervent crimson. Kono could distinctly sense the surrounding air growing increasingly warm, causing the crystallized moisture on the ground to rapidly melt, even beginning to bubble. At this moment, the expression on Peeves' face shifted dramatically as he finally recognized something was amiss. His once boisterous voice had turned faint. What were you saying? What of it? Chapter 61. Deceiving Ghosts and Cultivating Serenity. This term need not be understood. Kono smiled slightly. Peeves, I hold you in high regard. Would you care to assist me? You wish to command me. I shall not allow you teachers to order me about. Release me at once, or I shall scream. Peeves protested vociferously. Yet his hands displayed no real effort to escape, nor did he emit any further heat or cold. Such demeanor was not merely a verbal denial, but a body that remained obedient. Perhaps a touch of additional aid was in order, such as the Heart of Serenity. The Dementor could be viewed as a conglomeration of all that is foul in the world. Thus, the Heart of Serenity, an embodiment of pure positivity, stands in stark contrast to the entirely negative essence of the Dementor. It is said that righteousness cannot be suppressed by evil. Hence, the Dementor would be restrained by the Heart of Serenity. As long as the prisoners sincerely recited the verses, they were assured that the Dementors would not continue to harm them. Furthermore, the Heart of Serenity possesses the power to cleanse the soul, allowing those prisoners, upon their eventual release, to emerge with much of their darkness dispelled, making it less likely for them to reoffend. Kono had witnessed all of this validated during his time in Azkaban, and now he could test whether the cleansing effects of the Heart of Serenity would resonate with a mischievous spirit like Peeves. He began to chant the Heart of Serenity in his mind, his tone softening. I'm not commanding you, but inviting you. I can perceive the hidden qualities within you, the commendable traits. The pale aura surrounding Peeves began to transform, softening as if touched by the sun. Not only that, but the portion of his neck Kono grasped also ceased to feel cold, warming instead. At this juncture, Kono could truly ascertain why. Since the establishment of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the so-called mischievous spirits had come into existence. Magic is wondrous. When numerous young witches and wizards gather together to learn and reside within a castle, a qualitative change inevitably arises from quantitative accumulation. As the young wizards became students, they would inevitably experience a myriad of emotions in their daily lives, which, when amalgamated, birth Peeves. Peeves embodies the negative emotions of the majority of Hogwarts students. Students often worry whether they speak loudly enough when communicating with others, fearing they might not be heard. Thus, Peeves possesses a loud, piercing voice to ensure that all can hear him and acknowledge his presence. Students also fret about being overlooked and are troubled by how to capture the attention of their teachers and peers. The appearance of the mischievous spirit, known as Pippi Guay, is invariably accompanied by a plethora of pranks, whether it be teasing others with chalk or tossing water balloons at unsuspecting victims. Students often harbor a disdain for the ever-watchful school administrators, who impose various restrictions on their behavior. Consequently, Pippi Guay harbors a particular animosity towards each successive administrator, channeling his most malevolent intentions towards them. In essence, Pippi Guay epitomizes the most extreme type of student, often striking without restraint. However, as long as he emerges from the student body, what he craves most is recognition. Were it not for Pippi Guay's incessant references to the mischievous twins, Connor might not have realized this. Pippi Guay frequently mentions Fred and his companions, fearing that Connor, this new and formidable teacher, might usurp the recognition they afford him. Of course, if it weren't for Pippi Guay's unique existence, he would not wish to reason with a non-human entity. What have you done to me? Pippi Guay's voice lacked its usual sharpness, and his eerie grin softened considerably. Am I truly special? He blinked, his tone becoming gentler. Indeed. Just look at your ability to move objects and to appear and disappear at will. Is that not extraordinary? Connor retorted. This inspiration came from the ghost bins. As such entities have no need for monetary gain and can be considered a form of free labor, an opportunity that must be seized. Teaching? Assisting those in need? Pippi Guay's eyes sparkled like light bulbs. Can I really do that? Can I be a teacher? Not merely a teacher, if the students adore you. You might even join in their festivities, Connor coaxed. Consider your absence from the opening banquet. Connor had previously overheard discussions among the ghosts, who feared that Pippi Guay's antics would disrupt such an important event, prompting the ghost Bloodman Barlow to restrict Pippi Guay's activities. Bloodman Barlow, a ghastly figure draped in blood, is one of the few in Hogwarts capable of monitoring Pippi Guay. Attend the banquet, Pippi Guay exclaimed, his voice resonant yet pleasant. I've always longed to partake in the festivities. I yearn for students to gather around me. With the guidance of the heart of tranquility, his once clownish appearance transformed from absurdity to an endearing charm. Professor Connor, will you teach me? I could do it all. I will surely become a great teacher. Hooked. Pippi Guay nodded vigorously. No problem. I am Pippi Guay. Of course, it's not an issue. Connor exhaled softly. Very well, let us begin. The master says, the way is marked by clarity and obscurity, stillness and motion. Clarity is the essence, while obscurity and movement are the outcome. By imparting the complete heart of tranquility to Pippi Guay, Connor aims to enable the spirit to purify himself daily, thereby simplifying matters considerably. Thus, one might ponder, does this equate to deceiving a ghost into reciting scripture? To calm the heart and mind? Upon reflection, it seems quite intriguing. Chapter 62, The Careless Hagrid. Gazing at the playful poltergeist, which resembled a small sun in hue, humming the Heart Sutra as it floated away, Kono was struck by how incongruous this whimsical scene appeared against the backdrop of the ancient castle of Hogwarts. Yet, such trivialities were hardly worth his concern, especially with Albus Dumbledore presiding as the headmaster. It seemed even Dumbledore's demeanor was undergoing a transformation. A pinnacle wizard dabbling in the art of lightness. At this rate, he might soon transition into a white-robed mage, akin to Gandalf, mastering both magic and martial prowess. As for wands, if only they could be rendered a tad more robust, they might indeed serve as effective instruments for striking vital points. No, Kono clenched his fists, resolutely deciding to strive for excellence himself. At the very least, he aimed to master domestic spells, envisioning a future where he could cook without the need to scrub pots. A delightful prospect indeed. As he leapt from the 5th floor to the 4th, he spotted a familiar figure. Though imposing in stature, the figure exuded a furtive demeanor, clutching a wooden barrel reeking of blood. Hagrid. Perhaps due to his earlier encounter with the poltergeist, Kono felt a playful impulse surge within him, and he floated softly behind the figure, delivering a hearty slap on the back. Ow! Hagrid exclaimed dramatically, nearly spilling the contents of the barrel. In that moment, Kono truly appreciated the robust nature of this half-giant. His slap could have easily toppled a horse, yet Hagrid barely flinched, merely letting out a pained cry. Professor Kono, you startle me. Hagrid's eyes, glistening like black beetles, blinked rapidly. What brings you out at this late hour? As he spoke, he discreetly tucked the barrel behind him, his bright eyes blinking even faster. Kono found it amusing. Hagrid was clearly not adept at deception, his gaze and fidgeting gestures betraying the presence of a secret. Raw chicken, and some meat from magical creatures, reminiscent of what a graphorn might consume, Kono remarked, easily discerning the gruesome contents within the barrel. Hagrid, you seem to be involved in something rather perilous. Those who consume such fare are likely to be as formidable as a graphorn. Hagrid chuckled heartily. Oh, Professor, I was merely passing by. But how do you know what graphorns eat? He deftly diverted the conversation, though Kono stood at an impressive 2 meters. In the presence of a half-giant like Hagrid, he could only pat his own arms. Clearing his throat, he replied, Hagrid, I have quite a good relationship with Newt. I used to assist him in caring for graphorns. By the way, my current residence is near Newt's estate. Newt? Newt Scamander? Hagrid gasped, astonishment evident in his voice. He is a renowned figure. I've had so many questions for him. Alas, I've never had the chance. His book on magical creatures is a treasure trove of knowledge, and he understands them all so thoroughly. It's truly remarkable. I would love to meet him. Indeed, there exists a possibility. Kono blinked, recalling that Newt would soon send over the collected blood of the horned beast. At that time, he could introduce Hagrid to Newt. Although Hagrid was not the instructor for the care of magical creatures class, Kono had witnessed his fervent passion for magical creatures firsthand. Currently, Professor Kettleburn, responsible for teaching the subject, had some mobility issues, thus Hagrid often assisted enthusiastically, managing the more perilous magical creatures. How splendid! Hagrid clenched his fists, excitement bubbling within him. The barrel behind him began to sway, the metallic scent permeating the air, causing him to restrain his movements. Kono reverted to his usual persuasive demeanor. Why don't I take a look at what magnificent creature you are nurturing? Let us assess its health condition. Hagrid hesitated, but it is truly dangerous. You are a friend of Mr. Scamander, and I cannot allow you to come harm. Kono raised an eyebrow, sensing the genuine concern in Hagrid's words, even though it might be tinged with self-interest. Do you believe my earlier slap could inflict harm upon me? Is there truly a magical creature that poses a threat to me? Let us not forget, those horned beasts would be mere dishes in my hands. This statement was not mere bravado. Had it not been for Scamander's intervention, the fate of that solitary horned beast would have been uncertain. Very well. Since you are so insistent, Professor Kono, let us proceed. Hagrid shrugged, but you should remain behind me. He lowered his voice, aware that some matters could not be discussed in such a public setting. Hogwarts could not afford to sustain any losses. Hagrid's unguarded revelation of a secret concerning the entirety of Hogwarts left Kono somewhat speechless. If carelessness were to be described as an adjective, then given Hagrid's stature, one might surmise that his faith was far more naive than the collective cunning of the entire school. Then speak less. He sighed, suggesting that it would be wise to refrain from certain discussions. You are fortunate to encounter someone as benevolent as myself. Should you meet someone with ill intentions, it would be all too easy for you to suffer. Hagrid's sparkling eyes glistened with unshed tears, an imposing half-giant shedding tears. Once, even Professor Dumbledore had expressed such concern for me. I never expected you to show me such kindness as well. I am profoundly grateful to you. He waved his arm to dry his tears, lifting the barrel as he led the way to the end of the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. A place once spoken of by Dumbledore. Hagrid cautiously assessed his surroundings before producing a crooked, handcrafted bone flute. Wait, someone. Kono squinted, brandishing his wand, and with a flick, unleashed a volley of magical energy that soared down the corridor. Several perfectly circular holes appeared in the wall at the corridor's end, smoke wafting through as it penetrated from one wall to the other. Meow! A feline cry echoed from the corridor's end, followed by several disheveled black cats leaping out the window. The frenzied Gorgon. It is indeed my first encounter with such swift magic. Hagrid marveled. Connor glanced at the window, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ah, it appears this school is even more intriguing than I had anticipated. However, such underhanded tricks can only deceive our somewhat oblivious Hagrid. Open the door, Hagrid. Allow me to witness the formidable creature you speak of. Chapter 63. The Three-Headed Dog as a Teaching Material. The reason Connor was eager to investigate further was that he had a faint inkling that the magical creature Hagrid was tending could serve as the subject matter for his inaugural lesson. Very well, Hagrid exclaimed, producing a key to unlock the door, while puffing up his cheeks to blow into a handmade bone flute. The sound emitted was a cacophony of sharp, jarring notes. What on earth? Connor thought, puzzled by Hagrid's sudden homage to the Sorting Hat. The shrill notes seemed beyond the capability of any carbon-based life form to produce. Hagrid gently shook his head, continuing to puff his cheeks as he walked towards the door, persistently playing the bone flute. Connor covered his ears, waiting until Hagrid ceased his auditory assault before stepping into the room. Professor Hagrid, kindly lock the door, Hagrid whispered, and after shutting the door, Connor beheld a colossal creature before him. This beast, possessing 3 heads, was slightly smaller than a thestral, its back nearly brushing the ceiling. At that moment, all 3 heads were closed in slumber, their bodies gently rising and falling, seemingly at peace. It was terrifying that such a punishing sound could lull it into a deep sleep. Is this the Cerberus? Connor inquired. Hagrid lowered his voice to a whisper indeed. This is a 3-headed dog. I acquired it from a Greek merchant at the pub. It is a rare magical creature, yet remarkably obedient. With just a melody, it can be soothed into slumber, as you see now. Connor struggled to filter out the internal hissing and murmurs to comprehend Hagrid's words. It truly is undemanding, capable of dozing off with merely a hint of melody, he mused, rubbing his temples. If anyone dared to disturb its slumber with such cacophony, he would ensure that person live the remainder of their life in comfort, their feet never touching the ground, enjoying the privileges of royalty, attended to daily. Yes, Lu Wei has always adored my bone flute. Hagrid beamed with the hopeful gaze and smile of a parent regarding their child. Initially, it was somewhat resistant, but eventually, it understood that this was the sound of its mother's flute. Connor felt a pang of sympathy for the 3-headed dog, named Lu Wei. In a past life, had any parents tormented their child with such ghastly tunes, they surely would have been prosecuted for child abuse. Having never been exposed to proper music, it was no wonder the 3-headed dog could so easily drift into slumber. One could truly empathize with its plight. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that this 3-headed dog perfectly met the criteria for Connor's first lesson, being sufficiently powerful and notoriously difficult to tame. The 3-headed dog occupies a position at the pinnacle of the food chain within the realm of magical creatures, rivaling the formidable dragon and the majestic griffin. Its hide is akin to that of both the dragon and the griffin, affording it substantial resistance to most magical damage, necessitating the combined efforts of multiple wizards to penetrate its formidable magical defenses. Furthermore, the creature's 3 heads enable it to launch simultaneous attacks from different directions, shrouding its offensive maneuvers in unpredictability. thereby complicating any defensive measures. Fortunately, the three-headed dog is itself a rare magical entity, akin to the dragon and griffin, and thus poses minimal threat to ordinary individuals. Hagrid, Connor exclaimed, gently patting Hagrid's arm. Could we discuss a matter? Hagrid placed a wooden barrel in front of Livy, then slowly stepped back and opened the door. Professor Connor, what is it you wish to discuss? May I borrow your Livy? My first class is in need of such a valiant creature. Hagrid hesitated. Professor Connor, don't be deceived by Livy's docility in my presence. It can easily cause accidents among the students. Connor blinked, but the headmaster has stated that I may seek any assistance within the castle to facilitate my first class. I have already approached Professors Flitwick and Sprout, and you're my third choice. Hagrid's face, obscured by his unruly hair, turned a shade of crimson. Am I truly honored to be your third choice? Raising an eyebrow, Connor replied, is that permissible? I can assure the safety of the students, and besides, the headmaster will be observing. With him present, is there really a chance for mishaps? Hagrid appeared torn, yet he noted, if you intend to bring it to class, you would undoubtedly need to exploit Livy's vulnerabilities, thus compromising its ability to guard the school. Connor waved his hand dismissively. First, I do not require a sleeping three-headed dog. Second, I promise Livy's secrets will remain confidential. I will employ my own methods to demonstrate the might of martial arts. At the very least, I must fulfill my obligations as an educator. Hagrid, biting his lip and inhaling deeply, remained conflicted. I trust in Professor Connor's capabilities. Yet one cannot be too cautious, Connor gently asserted. Next week, Newt will be in correspondence with me, delivering some supplies. I will ensure that your letter is included. Early on Sunday morning, a striking red poster appeared on the bulletin board of the four-house common rooms, detailing pertinent information regarding the inaugural martial arts class, including the specific time and place for assembly. Concurrently, a new class schedule emerged within the students' bedside cabinets. The first-year students were particularly exhilarated, anticipating the opportunity to witness Professor Connor wielding his imposing greatsword. Meanwhile, the upperclassmen harbored curiosity about this enigmatic Professor Connor. Though he had not taught that week, his presence in various classrooms had left a memorable impression on the older students, ensuring his distinction as a remarkable educator. The whispers among the freshmen have indeed reached the ears of the upperclassmen, who have discovered that the giant squid has vanished from the Black Lake, deepening their curiosity. Not only the students, but even those most acquainted with Quirrell, such as Flitwick and Sprout, are eagerly anticipating how Quirrell will conduct his inaugural lesson. Chapter 64, The Teacher's Leisure Time. As September arrives, even the picturesque Scottish Highlands transition from vibrant brightness to a more somber atmosphere. Although the rainfall in the Highlands during September is limited, the sun often remains elusive, leaving a chill in the air. However, Quirrell is fortunate enough to have scheduled his class for a Monday afternoon, coinciding with a clear, breezy day. This serendipity ensures that the students will not face the risk of slipping on wet paths while marveling at the surprises he has prepared for them. Severus Snape, observing the new students who have ventured out of the castle ahead of time, scoffs, these fellows, arriving early, as the newcomers are still unfamiliar with Hogwarts Castle. They frequently find themselves lost due to the sudden appearance of secret passages or the ever-shifting staircases, leading to delays in locating their classrooms. Thus, the teachers advise the freshmen to prepare in advance to avoid tardiness. Snape not only offers reminders, but also emphasizes the importance of this lesson through the deduction of points. Last week, the results were quite telling, with Gryffindor losing over 30 points, currently placing them at the bottom among the four houses. Yet the same group of students, who usually dawdle until the last moment, astonishingly takes it upon themselves to arrive half an hour early to position themselves on the grass for a lesson in martial arts. Were Quirrell aware of Snape's sentiments, he might have remarked, "You chose this, Professor Snape." The principle of treating others as one wishes to be treated is pertinent here. For Snape himself relishes arriving just a few minutes late to class, yet expects his students to be punctual. This afternoon is truly ideal for an outdoor lesson. A rare stroke of good weather. Albus Dumbledore's voice suddenly resonates behind Snape. Squinting slightly, Snape turns and inquires in a low tone, "Headmaster Dumbledore, what brings you here?" Dumbledore's face bears a subtle smile, his gait seemingly light, and his countenance, adorned with kind wrinkles, radiates a healthy glow. Of course, it is curiosity. Are you not curious as well? Last Sunday, Pomona submitted a supplementary application to me. Severus, you must be delving into Quirrell's textbooks regarding the theory of magical formation, correct? Have you made any progress? Oomph. Snape's cheeks contort slightly, revealing a complexity beyond his expectations. The theoretical aspects differ significantly from potion making. In essence, while they may converge, I'm still navigating the path to that convergence. Even you find it challenging? Dumbledore appeared somewhat astonished, then gazed into the distance. Clearly, we were not the only ones intrigued by Kano, as it was a rare occasion for the heads of all 4 houses to gather together. Having conferred with Dumbledore the previous week, Kano had afforded the faculty of the castle a rare moment of respite from their weekday duties. Fortuitously, the weather was splendid, prompting them to take a leisurely stroll on the lawn, while also getting acquainted with the previously unseen martial arts course that Kano was preparing to teach. Good afternoon, Headmaster Dumbledore. Good afternoon, Pomona. Good afternoon, Headmaster Dumbledore. Good afternoon, Sylvanus. It seems your leg is giving you some trouble. Recovering nicely, replied Sylvanus Ketterborn, the professor of care of magical creatures. He, like Hagrid, harbored an exceptional fascination for perilous magical beasts. However, he was merely an ordinary wizard, lacking Hagrid's robust constitution, having sacrificed 1.5 legs and an arm for his passion. Oh, much better now, Sylvanus remarked, adjusting his wooden legs. Hagrid has taken a 2-day leave. I believe he is visiting his idol, Newt Scamander. Thus, I've been rather exhausted these past few days. Dumbledore nodded. I granted him a 2-day holiday. Though I am uncertain how he came to know Scamander. I seem to have overlooked your sentiments. Should there be any need during the class, I would be more than willing to assist. Not at all. Sylvanus chuckled heartily. You are far busier than I, Headmaster. The light in your office shines particularly brightly at night, akin to a morning star. Dumbledore was always the most industrious among us. Flitwick and Sprout had also arrived. Dumbledore sniffed, detecting a sweet aroma of honey emanating from Flitwick. He turned to Flitwick and noticed several specks of a white substance on his beard, the source of the honeyed scent. Phileas, you have something on your beard. Flitwick, somewhat surprised, touched his beard and revealed an embarrassed smile. My apologies. How rude of me. Let me guess, was this food prepared by Kano? Dumbledore inquired with a smile. Indeed, Flitwick replied, pulling out a handkerchief to meticulously clean his beard. Kano had concocted a potion by mixing seawater with various potion ingredients, resulting in a liquid capable of solidifying soy milk. The resultant solidified soy milk was dubbed tofu brain. Although the name might seem rather gruesome, it was remarkably delicious, especially when paired with honey. I prefer to add some nuts for an enhanced flavor, Sprout added. Pair with honey, you say? Dumbledore mused, gazing towards Kano's quarters. Is he the only one capable of such culinary feats? He was aware that Kano had spent the previous week not only observing various classes, but also teaching the house elves an array of cooking techniques. While the students' menu had yet to be widely adopted, the faculty had already begun to savor some uniquely flavored dishes. For instance, the popular dish among the teachers for dinner, the dry-fried herring, had been disseminated from Kano and his neighbor, Flitwick. Flitwick nodded in agreement. Thus far, that is indeed the case. Though I have already communicated the potion-making methods to the house elves, they should be able to master it quite soon. Dumbledore felt a tinge of regret for not being able to indulge in the delightful culinary creation that could be blended with honey at the earliest opportunity. However, he quickly regained his spirits, confident that the house elves of Hogwarts were undoubtedly the finest in all of England, and would soon master the methods taught to them by Connor. A potion made from seawater? Is it merely for consumption? Snape stroked his chin thoughtfully. Professor Sprout, could you enlighten us on how many potion ingredients he utilized? Just as Snape inquired about the production of brine, a tabby cat suddenly transformed into human form, appearing among the group. Good afternoon, Minerva. I didn't expect to see you here. Dumbledore greeted with a smile. Good afternoon. McGonagall nodded slightly. Those young Gryffindors keep mentioning Connor, so I thought I should come and see for myself. I can't let that energetic bunch become even more unmanageable. Minerva, you are far too strict with the Gryffindor students. Dumbledore chuckled softly in response. Chapter 65. The first lesson of the school year. McGonagall sighed. Of course, they need some discipline. Those young lions have boundless energy. If they aren't kept in check, they might very well blow up the castle. Dumbledore, wearing a teasing smile, remarked, if it were the Weasley twins, they would undoubtedly say at this moment, blow up the castle? We've never tried that before. Snape, who had been deep in thought, felt a twitch on his cheek, while the teachers familiar with Fred and George erupted into merry laughter. Class is about to begin. Why hasn't T. Connor arrived yet? Snape inquired. Dumbledore turned to Flitwick and the others. You have the best rapport with him. Do you know what Connor has prepared? Flitwick shrugged. I'm not entirely sure. Connor is a fascinating and enigmatic individual. He sought my assistance in crafting a few alchemical trinkets, which he seems to intend to use during class. I happen to know a bit more, Sprout interjected, clearing her throat. He possesses a notebook that greatly admires Professor Snape's teaching methods. Even McGonagall's typically stern visage softened, her eyes narrowing slightly, reminiscent of a cat being stroked along its back. Kettleburn laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. What a delightful young man. Truly amusing. Dumbledore also wore a smile as he suddenly gazed upward, pointing to a small dark spot in the sky. It seems he has arrived. Connor, glancing at the magical watch on his wrist, noted that the descent to the ground would align perfectly with the start of class. Observing the throng of students below, he felt assured that his decision was indeed wise. Only Snape's approach could instill the necessary awe in them. Where is Professor Connor? Why hasn't he shown up? Fred and George cupped their hands against their brows, peering around. They scanned the surroundings but found no sign of Connor. Could he be in the sky? I recall Ron mentioning that Professor Connor possesses a gigantic sword capable of flight. Both of them looked up simultaneously and spotted a shadow in the sky. Look up at the sky. Professor Qinggong is up there. The two exclaimed in unison. It was the students from Gryffindor who first reacted, quickly directing their gaze skyward to behold the ever-growing shadow above. The Hufflepuff students, noticing their Gryffindor counterparts gazing upwards, soon followed suit, all eyes fixated on the descending silhouette. Before long, nearly the entire student body was gazing skyward, their eyes unblinking as they watched the ominous figure plummet. Those two rascals. Kong Nuo had keen hearing and easily caught the twins' calls. Simultaneously, he cast aside the sword of flames, plummeting earthward like a javelin. But what of Professor Kong's great sword? Why wasn't he wielding his wand? Surely he would fly. Patience, trust in Professor Qinggong. Are you certain? He has no wand in hand. An apparition is prohibited within the school. It would be wise to contact Madame Pomfrey. Just as the students concluded that Kong Nuo was devoid of any means of safety and would soon crash to the ground, he executed a somersault, gently tapping the tips of his toes on a tiny blade of grass before gracefully landing. As the students exhaled in relief, a massive sword descended from the heavens, embedding itself less than half an inch from Kong Nuo's side. Grass clippings and dust swirled around, leaving both students and teachers in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, it was an extraordinary entrance. Dumbledore gasped, Severus, how would you rate this opening? A normal wizard could not achieve such a feat. To fall from such a height without any magical protection and emerge unscathed was remarkable. Didn't Headmaster Dumbledore mention this before? It is a legacy from the Druids. Flitwick remarked. It diverges from our known magical systems, considering it has been lost for so long. Kong Nuo's understanding of herbology also differed from ours, Sprout added. For us, potions are mere medicaments, while he can transform herbs into culinary delights. Such a simple act of entrance sparked discussions among the teachers, of which Kong Nuo remained blissfully unaware. Addressing the throng of students, he declared, My surname is Kong. My given name is Nuo. You may call me Professor Kong. Kong? A cluster of upperclassmen from Slytherin murmured among themselves. Have you heard of that surname? It doesn't seem like that of a pure-blood family. As a friendly reminder, I can hear your whispers. Kong Nuo turned to the small group of Slytherins. If you have any questions, feel free to voice them publicly. The murmuring students fell silent. Kong Nuo continued, Without further ado, let us commence today's lesson. First, I pose a question. Those books have been sitting for quite some time. Has anyone done any preparatory reading? Or perhaps peruse them as extracurricular material to pass the time? Can anyone summarize the patterns discovered? The hands raised from Ravenclaw outnumbered all others, and Kong Nuo also noticed that a girl named Hermione Granger from Gryffindor had raised her hand. Zhang Xiu spoke up, expressing that martial arts seemed to diverge significantly from the magic he was familiar with. It appeared not to be a means of altering external phenomena, but rather a transformative journey within oneself, remarkably unique. Kong Nuo, taken aback, had not anticipated that a student in this magical academy could distill such a concept to this extent. It was indeed a rarity. Was it perhaps a gift or a lineage enhancement? Well said. 5 points to Ravenclaw, he exclaimed. In truth, grasping this concept is sufficient. I would assert that martial arts differ fundamentally from all forms of magic as you know them. It transcends the classification of a mere discipline. It ought to be regarded as an entirely new realm, necessitating a fresh lexicon, which is duly presented within the textbooks. Chapter 66, Unyielding Destruction, Professor Kong. At that moment, an incongruous voice erupted from Slytherin House, impatiently interjecting without raising a hand. Hey, if it differs from the current magical system, why should we bother learning it? The speaker was a tall boy, sporting prominent incisors akin to a rabbit's, with malicious gray eyes and a face marred by coarse freckles. He smirked, prompting laughter from his nearby peers. Kong Nuo had anticipated such a scenario and secretly welcomed the emergence of this provocateur. He was certain that if he revealed the boy's name, it would likely summon the ire of Slytherin's troublemakers. After a week of observation, He had discerned that the Slytherins placed immense importance on their so-called bloodlines, which set them apart from the other three houses. "I'm not forcing you to study," he replied, winking. "You're Marcus Flint, right? A fifth-year student, soon to sit for the OWL exams at the end of this academic year. I know of you. You stand out quite well. Are you wearing a wig now? Or has your hair finally grown back? I recall, during Professor Flitwick's class last week, you singed your hair with the Incendio spell. Do you know what boiling milk looks like? I wonder if that Incendio spell has made your brain swell, like boiling milk? A swollen brain would serve you well. At least it could enhance your appearance, making it as imposing as your physique. By the way, I wouldn't particularly desire a student like you in my class. After all, if your brain ignites merely from preparing for exams, how could you possibly dedicate your focus to embracing this novel domain? In fact, you may leave now. Some things are contagious. I would not wish for someone who struggles with exams to transmit any undesirable traits to the other students." Fred and George could not help but whistle, exclaiming, "Cool." Typically, only Snape would target other students in class, particularly those from Gryffindor. Now, witnessing a Slytherin student being similarly confronted by Kong Nua, the Gryffindors became instantly animated. The Hufflepuff students, however, displayed no overt reaction. Their discussions remained centered on the textbook content, primarily deliberating the applications of various herbs. Ravenclaw appeared somewhat more invigorated than before. Yet their aim was Connor, eager to demonstrate that the wisdom of Ravenclaw could seamlessly embrace this entirely new discipline. As for the students of Slytherin, they seemed more subdued than previously. Those standing beside Marcus Flint took several steps away, wishing to distance themselves from him. PUA, also known as CPU, is an exceedingly effective tactic, particularly when faced with these young wizards still entrenched in the late 20th century, unacquainted with the information explosion. It is akin to a dimensional strike. Compared to the astute miners of previous lives, these students of the magical school are rather naive, making them particularly susceptible to the PUA method. Should Marcus Flint choose to depart now, it would signify that he was indeed rather dim-witted. However, remaining would subject him to ridicule from students of the other three houses, placing him in a precarious position. Connor observed Marcus Flint's face redden and gently shook his head. The PUA strategy was inspired by none other than your own headmaster. If you truly wish to cast blame, direct it towards your headmaster. No, no, the students shouted in unison. Then let us proceed. Connor tossed an object resembling a metal canister into the air, which stretched and elongated into a 6-meter iron rod. With a soft rustle, a vast white cloth descended. This was an alchemical apparatus that Connor had requested Flitwick to assist in crafting, operating on principles akin to those of a projection screen. A grand and extraordinarily detailed anatomical diagram emerged on the cloth, with myriad threads radiating from the lower abdomen, dispersing throughout the body's meridians. Connor organized the students to sit cross-legged upon the grass and inquired, "Can you see the content on the screen? If so, raise your hands." A synchronized array of arms shot up, including that of Marcus Flint. "Marcus Flint, your sacrifice is indeed worthwhile. Now, let us commence our discussion on the three concepts of internal power, techniques, and mental methods." In the distance, Dumbledore gazed upon the enormous magical screen, falling into deep contemplation. After a soft murmur, he asked, "What do you think? What are you referring to?" Snape's gaze sharpened on the group of Slytherin students, his expression far from amicable. "I find it rather commendable. It is quite an achievement to gather so many students at once and effectively organize them." McGonagall adjusted her glasses, clearly acknowledging the overall orchestration of the class. "Surely it must be Professor Snape's exemplary demonstration?" Kettleburn laughed heartily. "It seems I'm witnessing that band of little snakes falter for the first time in a decade." Flitwick's voice rose with enthusiasm as he pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "This is my creation. It requires the combination of the magical screen spell, the seamless extension spell, the magical illumination spell, the resizing spell, and the water and fire resistance spell." He rattled off more than a dozen household spells in one breath, his speech slightly breathless. This alchemical device was remarkably ingenious. How describe it? If it were not for Kono's design sketches, I would have been utterly incapable of integrating all these life magics. Much like the fan spell he previously conceived. A fan spell? Dumbledore inquired with curiosity. What manner of magic might that entail? The levitation charm and the rotation charm. Flitwick elucidated the principles succinctly, picking up a leaf to demonstrate. Quite marvelous, isn't it? If the magical energy is sufficiently potent, it could even rival the Gale Force spell. The most crucial point, the Gale Force spell necessitates continuous casting, whereas the fan spell does not, allowing it to be sustained indefinitely, observing the leaf spinning and generating airflow. Dumbledore felt a profound sense of wonder. He never anticipated that Kono, having been in the castle for merely a week, could already have incited such intriguing occurrences. This is merely the beginning of the class. One wonders what further surprises Kono might have in store. Though his spirits were high, an inexplicable throbbing began to manifest in his temples. What could possibly be amiss? Chapter 67, Clarifications. Following Kono's inaugural comprehensive presentation of the martial arts concept, participants were nearly overwhelmed by a sense of suffocation. From Dumbledore's erudite perspective, the study of martial arts seemed an extravagant use of resources, if Kono were so inclined. He could easily establish an entirely new school based on the martial arts system. Martial arts encompasses far more than merely inner strength, techniques, and mental discipline. It also necessitates the study of medicine, potion-making, and dietary supplementation. The first three concepts form the general framework of martial arts, resembling a stable, triangular structure. The latter three concepts serve as supporting pillars, solidifying the entire notion of martial arts. The breadth of martial arts is extensive, suggesting that even 7 years of study at Hogwarts may only suffice to reach a rudimentary understanding, akin to the study of magic itself. What are your thoughts, Severus? Dumbledore queried, seeking Snape's perspective as the headmaster. Do you believe the Slytherin students can embrace this? I do not believe so. Snape, seemingly possessed by McGonagall, pursed his lips tightly. In contrast, McGonagall appeared somewhat more relaxed, seemingly reassured by Kono's teaching, at least for the time being. Snape continued. They initially held skepticism towards Kono. I do not believe this will change. Is that so? Dumbledore nodded, noting Snape's confidence. Of course. Meanwhile, Kono had concluded his foundational concepts. This encapsulates the overarching concept of martial arts. You all seem rather perplexed by your expressions. In light of this, I shall grant you 3 minutes to select a representative from each house, with each representative permitted to pose a question. Among the 4 houses, Ravenclaw and Slytherin displayed the most composed reactions. Ravenclaw engaged in quiet, orderly discussions, seemingly accustomed to such extensive deliberations. Slytherin, on the other hand, had several students rise, including Draco Malfoy, whom Kono had met on the train. They huddled together, whispering softly, leaving only Malfoy standing at the forefront. Rather than a discussion, the Hufflepuffs appeared to be conveying opinions, encircling a tall, handsome young man in their midst, engaging in continuous dialogue around him. This slender and striking individual was Cedric Diggory, seemingly quite popular within Hufflepuff House. Last week during a break, Kono had observed at least 2 girls presenting Cedric with love letters. The Gryffindors were in a state of chaos, with several students eager to stand out, their method of resolving disputes remarkably straightforward. The Weasley twins produced a handful of indistinguishable candies and offered them to the last few contenders. Several students simultaneously consumed the candies, and, aside from Fred, the others turned pale, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Thus, Fred emerged victorious, becoming the representative for Gryffindor, while the representatives from the other houses stood at the forefront, timing impeccably synchronized. Let's start from the last place. Kono pointed at Fred Weasley. Regarding what I just mentioned, is there anything you do not understand? Fred glanced back at the Gryffindor students. When can we fly? Just like after the feast, when you flew around with Professor Dumbledore. We want to learn that. That is not flying, Kono corrected. It is an art of agility, a technique enabling high-speed movement and swift evasion using external objects, categorized within the 3 fundamental concepts. Can you demonstrate it? How far can one move? Not only did Fred's eyes light up, but the expressions of the Gryffindor students mirrored his eagerness. Kono turned to Cedric, standing in front of the Hufflepuff formation. Now it's your turn, Cedric. With a flushed face, radiating youthful vigor, Cedric was met with a chorus of sound from several girls behind him. They wish for me to inquire about the significance of alchemy and dietary supplements. Are these the focal points of martial arts class? Ah, good question, Kono mused softly. To put it simply, one must be resolute. The 3 fundamental concepts are paramount, while the rest serve as auxiliary. If one wishes to expedite the mastery of these concepts, alchemy and dietary supplements are highly effective, while medicine aids in understanding one's opponent, albeit requiring experience. Next, Malfoy. Our question is quite simple. Malfoy cleared his throat and, with an air of confidence, inquired, how can martial arts help U.S. establish glory? We seem unable to perceive this. That is a valid point. Kono suddenly leaped forward, arriving amidst the Slytherin formation, lifting Marcus Flint with ease. Flint's eyes were filled with confusion, barely registering the event. No one discerned Kono's movements. They merely felt a gust of wind, followed by its abrupt cessation, only to witness Marcus Flint suspended in midair like a quail. Do you understand now? Kono adjusted the hem of his cloak, and, as Flint swayed with emotion. He asked, "Do you feel any glory now?" A collective gasp echoed among the students. Whether or not Marcus Flint still harbors any glory is uncertain. However, one thing is abundantly clear. This professor possesses a penchant for holding grudges. They could only gaze at Marcus Flint with pity while silently reminding themselves to never provoke Kono. "I am not one to bear grudges." Kono released Marcus Flint and even assisted in adjusting his robe, merely noting that he found you particularly special. "I hope that is not an inconvenience." Slytherin gains a point. In the distance, Snape's expression darkened, and he had already drawn his wand, sparks flying from the tip. The heads of the other three houses could hardly contain their amusement. Even the usually stern McGonagall wore a faint smile. Kono remarked cheerfully, "Students, glory is something you must earn for yourselves. I am merely a professor, not your parent. The type of glory you wish to achieve must depend on your own efforts. If you could have defended against me and brought me down, wouldn't that be glorious? You could boast, 'I just bested a professor from Hogwarts.' A gentleman's authority is not established without strength. One cannot comprehend the severity without experiencing it." Kono suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Is there any doubt regarding this?" "None. None at all." The students hastily shook their heads. After such statements, who would dare to question further? Chapter 68, As a Wand. Kono nodded in satisfaction. "Now it remains for Ravenclaw. Zhang Qiu, please speak." Zhang Qiu responded, "Professor Kono, while we all perceive martial arts as a profoundly intricate discipline, we still struggle to grasp how to approach it, and we cannot form a coherent understanding. Ravenclaw's representatives were the quickest to select, and their discussions were more efficient than those of the other three houses, leading to a question that resonated with their academic style. Some claimed that magic is a weapon, enabling them to triumph over adversaries. Others asserted that magic is unique, only accessible to those with innate talent. Yet others suggested that magic could render life more convenient, as numerous tasks could be effortlessly accomplished with it. "Enough," Kono interjected. "You see, none of you possess a clear concept of magic. Each individual holds their own interpretation. The same applies to martial arts. Magic is intangible. It is the power within your body, released through a tangible wand, transforming into a tangible force. This is how you can perform the spells you just mentioned, conjuring flames or freezing water into ice. All of this is the manifestation of magic. Martial arts are no different. If magic can directly affect the external world through the wand, then what if it were to affect the body? To influence oneself?" It was still Zhang Qiu from Ravenclaw who spoke, her innate talent formidable indeed. "Precisely." Kono grinned. "Ravenclaw gains 5 points. Martial arts involve transforming your body into a wand. You may even release the power within you without the need for a wand." "Professor Kono, how does transforming the body into a wand differ from wandless magic?" a student inquired. Kono replied, "That is a topic you will encounter in your 6th year. You should be more aware of the limitations than I am. If magic were to be performed without a wand, its effects would be significantly diminished, and many spells would be rendered uncastable, would they not?" This has been his achievement over the past week, as he has thoroughly contemplated all conceivable questions that might arise from students across the 7 grades, thus equipping himself to handle any inquiry with ease. Observing the nods of the older students, he continued, "By advancing martial arts to a more profound level, one can transcend the limitations imposed by wandless magic. For instance, with arms outstretched, a tempest erupted around him, and a shimmering golden aura materialized before him. The wand, akin to a key unlocking a door, was no longer a necessity for him. He could now project his aura freely. However, the wand had not entirely lost its significance. With its enhancement, the potency of his aura could reach even greater heights. You may test this and discern how it differs from your iron shield charm," Kanyo remarked. Noticing the lack of immediate action, he added, "If you can breach my aura shield, I shall award the Academy an additional 100 points, I assure you," tempted by the prospect of extra points for their academy. Several students drew their wands and unleashed a variety of spells upon the aura shield. The fireballs, ice shards, and beams of light merely caused the shield to ripple slightly before dissipating, akin to moths drawn to a flame. The older students were taken aback. Having already encountered wandless magic, they understood that the iron shield charm could not be cast without a wand. This revelation indicated that if martial arts could be cultivated to a deeper level, it would indeed circumvent the drawbacks of wandless magic. They began to grasp what it meant to transform one's body into a wand. As the body itself became a wand, it naturally required no constraints. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 4 transparent glass vials from the essence of martial arts, each containing capsules as crimson as blood. Shaking the vials, he announced, "Representatives from each academy may come forth to collect the elixir It will aid you in swiftly mastering the fundamentals. Subsequently, the backdrop behind him shifted, and the chaotic lines of the human anatomical diagram diminished significantly, leaving only the robust blue threads of meridians extending from the dantian throughout parts of the body. This world exhibits a bias. Beings like wizards in the so-called magical realm inherently possess a higher starting point than others. The displayed portion of meridians had been deliberately designed, being the most robust and easily guided. By utilizing the blood essence pills he had prepared, students could swiftly grasp the basic applications of lightness techniques. These techniques, albeit elementary, were still superior to the fundamental lightness steps that even Dumbledore practiced in secret each night. Nevertheless, they were not entirely devoid of merit. They could enable one to run at an extraordinary speed, akin to a frantic dash for survival. Konyo began to elucidate, "This is my method of alchemy. The blood essence pills I have concocted will allow one of your meridians to directly experience the flow of magical energy. Embrace the flow of this magical energy. Then engage in meditation, feeling the power surge from your dantian and traverse along the entire meridian. I shall grant you 10 minutes for this practice, after which a rather enjoyable game awaits, harmonizing with the meridian you are currently experiencing." During this 10-minute meditation, the observing teachers commenced their discussions once more. What game is he referring to? Dumbledore sensed an ominous undertone and promptly inquired. Flitwick shook his head, suggesting that he had unearthed some instructional material on Friday evening, which he had been fine-tuning over the past couple of days. Fine-tuning instructional material over the weekend? Kettleburn interjected suddenly, recalling that he had seen Flitwick visiting Hagrid's hut, gathering various body parts, seemingly to feed something. Feed what? Dumbledore's realization struck him. Newt and Kono were acquaintances. Hagrid's absence was to meet Newt, implying that Kono had indeed introduced Hagrid to him. This further indicated that Kono must already be aware of Hagrid's three-headed dog. Just then, an intense tremor emanated from the castle, followed by a catastrophic noise of destruction. Intermingled with this chaos were several barks and a resounding, somewhat familiar laughter. "Come on, everyone. Professor Kono needs your assistance." Ha ha. Chapter 69. The Three-Headed Dog and the Ghost Rider. The tremors from the castle roused the meditating students, who turned their gazes toward the distant structure, witnessing a cloud of dust emanating from the fourth floor, causing them to panic. What was that sound? Was a dark wizard attacking the castle? It must be the Dark Lord. Indeed, he has not yet fallen. Don't be foolish. This is Hogwarts, the safest place in the world. The Dark Lord has long since been defeated. We still have Potter, the savior. Come on, everyone. Professor Kono needs your assistance. Ha ha ha. As the debris from the crumbling castle cascaded down, a loud and audacious voice rang out. Fred and George sprang to their feet, recognizing Peeves' voice. "Peeves has blown up the school. How can we not be involved in such an event?" Kono gestured behind him, offering a friendly warning. "You two, mind your words. Do you not fear for your lives?" The twins followed Kono's pointing finger, their ears turning as red as their hair. They beheld Professor McGonagall in the shade of the trees. Whether it was the shadow of the trees or McGonagall's genuine displeasure, her face was dark with fury. "Oh no, this likely means another complaint from the parents." The twins lamented in unison. "Seeing you still animated brings me comfort," Kono remarked, traversing over the heads of many individuals until he reached the twins. He placed his wand upon their necks, as if taking their pulse. "Well, you two may be rather unruly, yet your talents are surprisingly impressive. This will be quite enjoyable." Enjoyable? Fred and George chased after Kono, who nimbly leaped among the four houses, leaving them unable to catch up. The two individuals chose to wait at the very edge of the Hufflepuff formation. When Kono put away his wand, they approached him once more, curious about the amusement at hand. "Not bad. You've absorbed a portion of it. It seems this is the essence of talent," Kono exclaimed, extending his hand towards the distance. "Let me show you the wonders of lightness. Look over there, where the real fun lies." All the students followed his gesture towards the castle, witnessing what could only be described as an ineffable sight. A ghost, radiating the luminous glow of the morning sun, sported an exaggeratedly comical grin as it laughed heartily. The spectre's form undulated as it perched atop a colossal magical creature. This beast, equally imposing, bore 3 heads, each shrouded in a covering that obscured its 6 eyes and 6 ears, leaving only its wildly flapping tongue free. For any student who had attended this class, even years later, the memory would evoke sentiments of nostalgia. I recall the exhilarating run beneath the castle that day. It was the essence of our fleeting youth. Even in death, entombed within a coffin, I would transform into a ghost, recounting this day's adventures to passers-by. Kono offered a friendly reminder. "Remember the pathways of your meridians. They will aid you in running faster and allow you to fully embrace the benefits of martial arts. He added, if you manage to endure until the end, the academy that stands victorious will earn 50 points. Let the adventure commence. With that proclamation, which was hardly necessary given the students' inherent fear of the formidable magical creature, they began to scatter. A three-headed dog. It's a three-headed dog. This is an XXXXX level magical creature. Why is it here in the castle? The Hufflepuff students, being well-informed, quickly identified the creature and recognized its danger level. Magical creatures are classified into 5 categories, the most perilous being the XXXXX level beings, which include various breeds of dragons and the three-headed dog. These creatures pose a threat capable of vanquishing wizards and are notoriously difficult to tame. In stark contrast, the lowest classification, X level, encompasses magical creatures akin to cockroaches and ants in the Muggle world, annoying and seemingly endless. Upon hearing the Hufflepuff student's exclamation, the others hastily inquired, "How do we deal with the three-headed dog? It's charging at us." "I don't know," the Hufflepuff student shouted back. "All I know is that it's an XXXXX level creature. Think of dragons. They belong to the same category. We cannot defeat it with our mere strength. By Merlin S. Undergarments. It's on par with dragons." The students, pursued by this formidable beast, felt their only recourse was to continue their frantic escape. "Split up. At least that might increase our chances of survival," suggested a Ravenclaw student. "There is truly no need for fear. This is Hogwarts, and the professor shall not remain idle." Another student from Ravenclaw added, "Cedric, you and your group head in one direction, while we shall proceed in the other." This was uttered by Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. "Very well. Splitting up is also an option." Cedric, accompanied by a cadre of fellow students from his house, and Wood, leading another group, ventured forth in divergent paths. "Isn't this somewhat dishonorable?" "Dishonorable? Professor McGonagall taught us. Glory is earned through one's own efforts. We stand while they lie down. We seize all the glory in house points." Each of the 4 houses adopted their characteristic approaches. The Ravenclaw students scattered, heedlessly racing across the Verdant grounds. At this moment, the students lamented the vast expanse of Hogwarts, the rapid pace of the three-headed dog, and, most egregiously, that Professor Quirrell had chosen to hold class right in the center of the expansive lawn. "Ha ha ha, my dear Weasleys, Peeves is here." Suddenly, from behind the Gryffindor ranks, the resounding laughter of Peeves echoed. "Don't come any closer," the Weasley twins shouted, covering their faces. Above them loomed a massive shadow. It turned out that Peeves had summoned the three-headed dog to leap from the ground, now suspended in midair. Boom! Chapter 70. The Resurgence of Dumbledore's Headache. With a tremendous crash, although the three-headed dog did not pounce upon any Gryffindor student, the immense force still knocked them all to the ground. "Relax, children, relax," Peeves called out, darting off in another direction. "Dear little badgers, Peeves is here." Hufflepuff faced the same fate as Gryffindor. Shortly thereafter, Peeves, once again accompanied by the three-headed dog, turned his attention towards the Ravenclaw formation. Ravenclaw's strategy was to scatter, thus their ranks were the most loosely organized. Peeves, with great patience, herded them together, compelling them to eventually form a moderately sized formation. Then came another aerial assault. The drool from the three-headed dog created a splendid rainbow in the sky. With a boom, Peeves emitted a cacophony of sounds as he rushed towards the Slytherin ranks, which are drawing ever closer to the professors. Upon hearing the roars from behind and Peeves' maniacal laughter, the Slytherin students shouted, "Is Hogwarts abandoning us? This is an XXXXX level dangerous magical creature, not some flobberworm or puffskein. We shall perish." "Not at all, not at all." In an instant, Professor Quirrell appeared before them. "How could I allow you to be harmed? This is merely a game. You shall experience the benefits of agility in this game. Look, are you not running quite swiftly now?" They followed Quirrell's pointing finger, and, to be fair, it did seem they were indeed running much faster than usual. As they briefly lingered on this thought, a shadow loomed larger and larger. Boom! The three-headed canine specter descended from the heavens, causing all 4 academies to collapse in unison, achieving a tacit understanding to a certain extent passively. At this moment, barely 20 minutes had elapsed. Kono glanced at his watch, suddenly feeling a headache. With half an hour of class still remaining, the combat prowess of the poltergeist combined with the three-headed dog exceeded his expectations. Although they had merely been toppled by the shockwave, it could indeed be considered a complete rout. Perhaps he could gather them all in the center and attempt it again? However, doing so might forfeit the element of surprise that Snape's class typically held. If the students were privy to Kono's thoughts, they would surely indignantly exclaim, "Snape provides no instruction worth having. It's truly detrimental." Kono withdrew his wand and pressed it against Malfoy's neck. Sensing that his internal blood energy had nearly been depleted, he employed the same method to assess the necks of the other students, confirming that everyone had exhausted their blood energy before nodding in approval. Though the process was somewhat casual, the outcome was satisfactory. The primary objectives of the first lesson were twofold. Presently, it appeared that they had barely been achieved. The second goal was simpler, to ensure that all students could fully digest the effects of their blood energy within a single class, thus eliminating the need for after-class assignments. Yet, would it not be better to have them write a reflective essay? Perhaps something akin to Professor Kono's first class? Kono rubbed his nose, lost in thought. Ultimately, he abandoned this notion, recalling the arduous experience he had endured with first-class reflections, vowing not to become a tyrant and to remain true to his principles. He must also show appreciation for these diligent students. Kono beckoned to the Slytherin students. Come, Gulme, join hands, little serpents. Allow me to bestow upon you a buff. No, wait, a blessing. I shall inspect the damage to the castle. McGonagall's voice was low and grave as she transformed into a tabby cat, the first to depart from the shade of the trees. This is the most fascinating classroom I have ever witnessed. Catterburn laughed heartily, pondering how Kono had managed to tame the three-headed dog. Such a formidable creature is not easily trifled with. An auspicious beginning, coupled with a conventional classroom explanation, culminated in a uniquely exhilarating chase. The remarkable aspect of this pursuit was that its instigator was none other than a three-headed dog alongside a poltergeist. How did Kono manage to tame the poltergeist? Why did it emit a golden light? A typical mischievous sprite would radiate a pearl-white glow akin to a ghost. And that three-headed dog, it was as docile as a genuine pet. Suddenly, he recalled Sprout mentioning that Kono had spent the previous weekend in the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor, presumably engaged in the taming of the three-headed dog. Had he not been preoccupied with his own discoveries in basic light-footedness during those days, he might have noticed Kono's peculiar activities. In this light, it becomes abundantly clear that Kono has bestowed upon Hogwarts an overwhelming array of gifts, a novel discipline known as martial arts, alongside three fundamental concepts that emerge from this notion. Setting these aside, there are also a plethora of culinary delights. He finds himself eagerly anticipating the tofu pudding. What exquisite flavor and texture might it possess when blended with honey? There is a tinge of impatience as he wonders when the house elves will unravel the mysteries of this dish. Kono gathered individuals from each house, hand in hand, to offer blessings and soothe their startled spirits. Besides the teachers and students, there was an additional presence, a ghost. Peeves, the corporeal poltergeist, was able to remove the muzzle from the three-headed dog. Once unrestrained, the dog extended its three tongues simultaneously, eager to express affection towards Kono. With a gentle push, Kono distanced the creature, ensuring that its drool did not taint his coat. He proclaimed loudly, "You may now experience this. Attempt to channel your magical energy to stimulate the movement of your meridians and observe the effects." They promptly closed their eyes, attuning themselves to the changes brought about by their circulation. Spread out, run, feel the exhilaration of speed. Kono observed the excited expressions of the crowd and reminded them, "Do you not sense a newfound lightness? Indeed, it feels peculiar, almost akin to a levitation charm. Yet, the levitation charm is only effective on inanimate objects." Finally, adopting the tone of a physical education instructor, Kono concluded, "All right, take a moment to appreciate the changes in your bodies. You have 10 minutes for free activity before class concludes." Suddenly, Hermione from Gryffindor raised her hand, inquiring about the homework. "Hey!" Many students turned to glance at her. Kono shrugged, declaring, "No homework today. You have all worked hard." Chapter 71, a minor post-class commotion. No homework today. You have all worked hard. Should you have any questions regarding the concepts or practices, feel free to approach me. If anyone wishes to prepare in advance and encounters uncertainties, you may also seek my guidance. Upon hearing this, the majority of students erupted in cheers. Is there anything more delightful for a student than the absence of assignments? Particularly in such an expansive subject as martial arts. They had previously harbored concerns that Kono might suddenly demand a foot-long reflection by next week. Gryffindor was the most vivacious group on the lawn, reveling in the sensation of their newfound agility, while the Weasley twins intercepted the gleaming Peeves. Ravenclaw students formed small circles, engaging in discussions about the flow of meridians, even planning to visit the library to verify their hypotheses. Hufflepuff exuded a relaxed atmosphere, smiles adorning their faces as they centered their conversations around the preparation of blood-chi pills, speculating about the materials involved. Meanwhile, Slytherin observed the raucous Gryffindor from a distance. ensuring that the creases of their robes were impeccably smoothed and free of grass clippings. For maintaining one's appearance is of utmost importance. Kono has accomplished his goal of mastery and is now poised to embark on a period of leisurely freedom. However, just as he was about to cast his spell, he was intercepted by McGonagall, her lips pressed into a thin line, and Dumbledore, his expression relaxed, in front of the castle. The lesson was captivating, rife with uncertainties. Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, remarked that had he not surpassed the school age, he too would be tempted to savor the taste of that potion. This blood-chi pill, with its mild properties, is quite suitable for the elderly, given that the ingredients were provided by the school. Kono swiftly produced a small vial of the blood-chi pill. Dumbledore took the potion, his demeanor visibly more at ease, ready to utter something, when he was abruptly interrupted by McGonagall. "Professor Kono." McGonagall's expression was grave. "I must concede that your lesson was indeed astonishing, but the method employed warrants further deliberation. In the event of an unforeseen incident, it could easily lead to calamity." Hut, hut, hut. The ground began to tremble as the three-headed dog, upon hearing Kono call its name, bounded toward him with exuberance. Thus, Lu Wei squatted behind Kono, creating a balance in numbers. McGonagall and Dumbledore found themselves facing a vast shadow that obscured the sunlight, appearing somewhat disadvantaged. McGonagall adjusted her glasses and continued, "Although there is but one class a week, I believe Professor Kono's approach need not be so radical. We cannot allow the three-headed dog to breach the castle walls. Indeed, it does appear rather chaotic." Kono nodded. The three-headed dog, seemingly aware that the discussion pertained to it, emitted a whimper. This degree of restoration would necessitate the hiring of craftsmen for repairs. McGonagall withdrew a piece of parchment from her pocket, inscribed with a series of numbers. "Isn't there a repair spell for wizards?" Kono queried, retrieving a wand from his martial arts elixir. "What incantation is it?" "Restore to its original state." "I fear that may not suffice, as the magic protecting this castle derives from an ancient form, rendering a simple repair spell ineffective." McGonagall abruptly fell silent, her gaze fixated on the trembling debris strewn across the ground. The shattered bricks appeared as if someone had pressed the rewind button, ascending toward the sky at the speed of Newton's tears, gradually coalescing at the sight of the castle's breach. Kono felt the internal energy within him flowing ceaselessly through the wand into the castle. The entire edifice resembled a parched traveler who had unexpectedly encountered spring, desperately drawing in his energy. This scene was unprecedented for Kono, and not just for him. Even Dumbledore and McGonagall were witnessing such a phenomenon for the first time. "Woof!" Lu Wei barked at the now restored wall. How could it be repaired so directly? McGonagall adjusted her glasses again, brandishing her wand. She cast a transfiguration spell on a nearby blade of grass, which transformed into a husky. "My magic is intact, yet what transpired earlier was indeed ineffective against the castle." Suddenly, she grasped why Headmaster Dumbledore often rubbed his temples when conversing with Kono. It was quite peculiar. "Something is amiss. Why should I allow the castle to exploit me? Is it preparing to absorb my strength and attain sentience?" Kono secretly resolved to take action, decisively breaking the wand in his hand. The core of the wand was shattered, severing the exploitative bond established between Kono and the castle. The repair spell is truly a remarkable thing. Restoration, as before. Kono produced another wand made from unicorn hair and cast a spell upon the broken wand. Professor McGonagall offered a friendly reminder. "Professor Kono, wands cannot be repaired with the restoration spell." As Kono's wand, now in a fragmented state, began to reassemble, Dumbledore withdrew his own wand, gazed at it for a couple of seconds, then returned it to his pocket with a long sigh. "Professor McGonagall, since it has been restored, can we consider this matter concluded?" "It seems the castle has suffered no harm," Kono remarked, pointing to the completely mended wall. Not only had it not been harmed, but the castle appeared to have regained much of its former vigor, as if it had become slightly rejuvenated. "Incredible." McGonagall lowered her hand from her temples for the third time and adjusted her glasses. "Professor Kono, your first lesson was quite successful, but I hope the following ones can be a bit more stable." "After all, ahem," Dumbledore interrupted McGonagall. "Minerva, having such a teaching style isn't necessarily a bad thing. Each subject possesses its own pedagogical approach. In fact, incorporating more practical content could be beneficial." Following Voldemort's downfall, the Ministry imposed excessive restrictions on the school, leading to significant modifications in our curriculum. Perhaps, as Professor Kono suggested, we can consider this matter settled. Furthermore, we need to address this large fellow before sending it to the room on the 4th floor. McGonagall sighed. "Very well, but safety remains our primary concern." With no classes in the afternoon, she decided to seek out Madame Pomfrey for a checkup. Perhaps the day's excitement had been a bit overwhelming, as her temples throbbed. After all, with age comes the necessity for self-care, unlike Headmaster Dumbledore, who often stays up late and has a penchant for sweets. Chapter 72. The Castle's Secret Entrance. Dumbledore took out his wand and rapped 3 times on the oil painting. The castle depicted within the painting suddenly began to rotate, the brown door growing larger until it filled the entire canvas. He grasped the handle of the door, stating, "This castle possesses a certain sentience, Kano. It can bestow abilities reserved for headmasters, such as this very door." Beyond the door lay a pitch-black tunnel. Dumbledore illuminated his wand and led the way, while Kano followed, channeling his energy. Dumbledore noticed a brilliant light behind him, far brighter than his own wand's glow, and gestured for Kano to proceed ahead. "You go first. I shall follow the guidance of the light." Kano, however, was unconcerned, "But I do not know the way." "No problem. Just continue down this path," Dumbledore replied. Initially standing in the middle, Dumbledore found himself at the back of the line as Rhodey sought to closely follow Kano. Dumbledore began to contemplate internally. Creatures of the XXXXX level of magical beings had all been tamed. Even Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist known for leading students astray and disregarding authority, exhibited a surprising compliance. Furthermore, those castles which could not be easily restored by mere mending spells had, astonishingly, been repaired as well. The key lay in the noticeable changes upon the walls. Such was the marvel of the Druids. He continued to hypnotize himself with this notion until his spirits were once again lifted, embracing a renewed sense of optimism. Guided by the little golden idol, a light emerged from the torch ahead, accompanied by the sound of bricks shifting, leading them to the forbidden area for students on the 4th floor. Kano pointed towards the secret trapdoor and inquired, "Are you on guard against someone? Or are you preparing to lure someone here? Why is there a door in this location?" During his solitary training with the Room of Requirement, he had discovered this trapdoor, which led to an empty corridor interconnecting several rooms. Dumbledore did not deny the existence of a suspicious individual, though he was still in a period of observation. He suddenly produced a new note, his expression grave as he said, "If one day this note bears news, I hope you can assist me. Come here and help me drive that person away." Kano did not take the note, remarking, "I am merely a professor, a civilian. Matters of dealing with wrongdoers should be left to the Aurors." He continued, "How about this? You keep the note, and if the time comes when you wish to act, I will compensate you adequately according to the level of danger at that moment. Discussing money feels rather impolite. Who are we to each other? You are my headmaster." Kano finally accepted the note, realizing that, as a member of the school, it was his duty to assist in such matters. "Excellent." Dumbledore produced a key and unlocked the door to the room. "Let us depart. We should be on our way. What if I still need to use the Room of Requirement as a teaching tool? Should I come to you each time?" Kano asked. Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed. You may inform me in advance. Otherwise, such a startling entrance may provoke some objections from Minerva." Kano inquired, "Is there no way to grant me any headmaster privileges? I only need access to this room to avoid complications." Dumbledore shrugged apologetically. "That privilege is exclusive to the headmaster. This castle is no simple matter. Each headmaster must be nominated and ultimately approved by the castle itself before assuming the position. You are the headmaster. How am I to know?" Kano sighed. "At that moment, I was leading the way when I encountered a wall and thought we had finally arrived, only for it to open." Dumbledore was perplexed. "Try going through again. If you possess the privilege, simply think of opening the door, and the wall will part for you." Kano stood before it, merely standing there, doing nothing, yet the wall, akin to the one in Diagon Alley, began to shift, bricks moving swiftly until it transformed into a grand opening. Dumbledore felt a sense of discomfort. Peeves had previously shown respect solely to Blooded Barrow and himself, yet now there existed another, Corno, who could command Peeves. This privilege, which rightfully belonged to him as the headmaster of Hogwarts, was astonishingly granted to Corno. What a perplexing situation. Whose Hogwarts is this, after all? Let's venture forth and test it. Dumbledore waved his hand, gesturing for Corno to proceed ahead, and they descended to trial the door. Should you manage to unlock it, it would greatly facilitate matters in the future. Hud, hud, hud. Each knock resonated within him, and at the moment the door failed to appear. A small stone within his heart was set down. Thud, thud. A rhythmic series of 5 knocks caused the castle to shift, and the door began to expand. Thus, the small stone in his heart was lifted once more. However, this did affirm one truth. The castle still recognized him as the headmaster. It merely seemed that there was now a co-sharer of its secrets. Let's explore other areas. This castle harbors many mysteries, which even I cannot fully unravel. Dumbledore led Corno to the 5th floor, where a painting of sunflowers adorned the wall. "Corno, See if you can open a passage from here. Using the same method, he knocked thrice upon the painting. Hut, 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 hut. This time, Dumbledore exhaled deeply. It appeared that the castle's privileges remained his. Albeit a small back door to the fourth floor had been granted to Corno. Having established this, he quickly deduced that it was likely due to that remarkably unique restoration spell that the castle recognized Corno's presence. Corno's spell was effective in that fourth floor room. Hence the castle had only bestowed access to that specific area. The necessity of 5 knocks indicated that this privilege was indeed lesser than his headmaster's authority, which was the most crucial point. Dumbledore patted Corno on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Corno, do not hesitate to speak up if you require anything within the castle. Feel free to ask to go wherever you wish. Do not attempt to dismantle the structure on your own." Corno shrugged. "Wouldn't that be somewhat troublesome?" "Not at all. Not at all. It is merely a minor issue." Chapter 73, Voldemort's Manipulations. During the week that Corno began his break, the majority of discussions within the campus still revolved around him and the martial arts class he taught. Unlike other subjects, in this class, all students were on equal footing. It was precisely this equality that allowed them to freely engage in conversations with one another about martial arts. Moreover, Corno's prowess commanded respect from all. After all, how else could one tame a 3-headed dog? Remarkably, he could even make this beast, comparable to a dragon, exhibit the affectionate demeanor of a sheepdog. However, this assertion was quickly corrected. It is well known that sheepdogs are meant for herding, so if a 3-headed dog were to act as a sheepdog, it would lead to students fleeing in all directions during that lesson. Silence. You've said quite enough already. Refrain from further comments next time. Not only the students were engaged in discussion, but the teachers were also involved, among whom Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts instructor, exhibited a particular interest in various aspects of martial studies. Regrettably, whenever he approached the discussing students, they would scatter as if confronted by a plague. The ambience of his office mirrored his pallor. It was equally grim and cold. The once spacious window, which used to bathe the room in sunlight, was now sealed off with large wooden boards. The only source of illumination came from a distant desk, where a candle, nearly burnt out, emitted its final flickers of light and warmth. Obstacles abound. The scene was dizzying. Quirrell continuously cast an array of spells designed for defense, aimed at preventing eavesdropping and surveillance. In the presence of students, he resembled a stuttering jester, lacking not only talent, but also any remarkable appearance. Yet at this moment, he exhibited the qualities expected of a proficient wizard, speaking fluently without a trace of his usual stammer, each incantation crisp and decisive, with bursts of magical light emanating from the tip of his wand. Only after completing these protective measures did he exhale in relief, pocketing his wand and stepping into the center of the room. The furnishings of the office were minimal. Aside from a bed tucked in the corner and a desk not far from it, the room contained merely a large trunk and 2 reflecting mirrors. Positioned opposite each other, these mirrors allowed Quirrell to glimpse the back of his head in the dim light of the candle. Slowly, he unwound the purple scarf from his head, and with each coil released, the stench of rotting garlic intensified within the room. Once entirely stripped of the scarf, a viscous liquid clung stubbornly at its edge, refusing to drip. This head was far too pungent to keep. Suddenly, the candle flame flickered, prompting him to gasp in surprise. The serpent face that emerged from the back of his head sighed deeply. "Quirrell, it has been half a month, yet you still startle so easily. If you're truly afraid, why seal the windows? Coward, why must I, Voldemort, be burdened with such a useless fool? Despite bestowing upon you so much arcane knowledge, you remain as timid as an armadillo. And why can't you maintain some semblance of cleanliness? The stench of rotting garlic pervades this room." However, Quirrell squinted, his face contorting like a shriveled eggplant. "I wanted to wash my hair, but you have been sleeping incessantly." Voldemort interrupted sharply. "Silence. Is this your attitude towards addressing problems? Why can you not excel at anything? Do you possess even the slightest desire to become a Death Eater? I once held great hope for you, yet you now disappoint me gravely." Quirrell's expression twisted further in distress. "I apologize for not being able to do anything." "Well," Voldemort brusquely cut him off. "Enough. Tell me what transpired in martial class the other day. What is your perspective on this subject?" Quirrell nodded in response. "Do not nod. I feel dizzy." Ceasing his nodding, Quirrell began to recount in intricate detail the entirety of the previous day's lesson to Voldemort. Voldemort's serpent-like crimson eyes seemed to glimmer with an intensified brilliance. "Are you suggesting that even Dumbledore has commended the blood vitality elixir, and that the physical prowess of the students has indeed improved? I recall his rather displeased demeanor during the opening feast. Do you believe he has already discerned my anomaly?" "Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable, Voldemort declared emphatically. My disguise is imperceptible even to Dumbledore. This is the essence of immortality, a concept beyond your comprehension. Do you understand? I do not comprehend. I understand perfectly. The great master. Excellent. Voldemort began to contemplate. Possessing a potion capable of enhancing physical attributes implies that perhaps Dumbledore has entrusted the Philosopher's Stone to Quirrell. Quirrell inquired, but surely no one would conceal secrets within their own dwelling? My power is insufficient for such matters. You must devise your own solutions. Have faith in yourself. You will undoubtedly surmount all obstacles and fulfill your mission. Voldemort spoke with earnest gravity. These trials are my testament to you. You must realize that anyone worthy of being one of my Death Eaters is undoubtedly a formidable warrior. This is your moment of reckoning. Very well. Quirrell displayed a look of gratitude. I shall not betray your trust. Voldemort yawned. Dumbledore's explicit mention of that location indicates it harbors significant issues. Otherwise, why would Snape be stationed there? Do you understand? Understood, Master. I vow to accomplish the task. Splendid. I have great faith in you. Strive diligently. The crimson hue in Voldemort's eyes faded, and he fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 74. The identity of the Azkaban prisoner revealed. When a figure of considerable notoriety emerges, while many may express their admiration, there will inevitably be others who harbor jealousy, seeking to unearth any scandal associated with them. Fred chopped the sneeze wort, glancing back to see Snape reprimanding Lee Jordan hurriedly. What do you suppose Professor Quirrell will teach in the next class? George donned his gloves, placing the chopped sneeze wort into the cauldron, one hand with his wand tracing circles above it, while the other stirred with a spoon. I know you are anxious, but please, do not rush. Have you heard? There are rumors that Professor Quirrell was once a prisoner in Azkaban. Who informed you of this? Fred picked up another ingredient, this time chopping it haphazardly, even mixing in some roots of dirt. The Slytherin Quidditch captain. Flint? That oaf? Is he spreading rumors? Do not forget how he was treated by Professor Quirrell on Monday. He was lifted like refuse. It might be true. I inquired with those from Ravenclaw, and they mentioned seeing an article in the Daily Prophet during the summer, though it seems there are further developments, so we must wait. Fred raised an eyebrow, retrieving a mortar and pestle, placing in some bloodroot, preparing to crush it into a juice. The summer? Impossible. A freshly released Azkaban prisoner. Their mental state would not be so stable. Do you remember? At the onset of the academic term, he seemed to have claimed to be an Auror. Moreover, if he had just been released from Azkaban, he would surely have spent the past few months in a state of deep melancholy. Wouldn't he? Back then, we two had fancifully declared ourselves as Percy and Charlie. George poured a concoction of bad bloodgrass juice into the cauldron, ultimately adding an entire sprig of deadly nightshade, continuing the stirring process. However, he indeed appeared to be the antithesis of someone who had experienced the depths of Azkaban, for one would typically expect to see their joy siphoned away by dementors. Yet, just look at his countenance. He radiated more happiness than any of us. Happiness? Severus Snape's ominous voice cut through the air from behind Fred and George. 5 points from Gryffindor. Today's lesson concerns the Confundus potion, hence joy is not required. He approached their cauldron, observing the muddy yellow and interspersed red-green potion within. Tell me, Weasley, what color should successfully brewed Confundus potion manifest? The twins instantly recognized their predicament. Azure, magenta, bright yellow, and ebony, each hue distinctly apparent. Snape pointed at the remnants of soil clinging to their roots. Why did you not remove the dirt? 5 points from Gryffindor. He raised his wand, effortlessly clearing the failed mixture from their cauldron. You have half an hour remaining. Just enough time to brew a Confundus potion. Should you fail, I shall still derive a measure of joy from your misfortune. Ha, 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 ha. In the distance, Marcus Flint emitted a laugh akin to that of a brutish troll. However, it was not long before Flint, the purveyor of dubious rumors, found his laughter abruptly stifled. There were 2 reports regarding Connor's incarceration in Azkaban. The first was issued by the Auror office, declaring that Connor had been imprisoned for assaulting an Auror. Just 4 days after the initial report, a new one emerged, far more substantial and nearly occupying half a page of the Daily Prophet. This announcement not only refuted the previous claims, but also included numerous supplementary details. Among these was a statement from the renowned magizoologist Newt Scamander, who personally vouched for Connor, asserting that the incident was merely a misunderstanding. Furthermore, the 2 Aurors who had been attacked issued a statement indicating that their wands had accidentally misfired, resulting in an unintentional injury to Connor, and out of concern for their reputations, they had sought to frame him. Though the connection between the assault on an Auror and a magizoologist remained enigmatic, The students who were privy to the truth sensed that Connor's background was undoubtedly intricate. Upon learning this news, Harry was taken aback, causing the overcooked potatoes on his fork to plummet onto his plate, splattering gravy everywhere. What inside information do you possess? The Weasley twins, who had been engaged in light-hearted banter with Ron, shifted to flank Harry. Did you hear that Hagrid met with Mr. Scamander? Indeed, Harry nodded, withdrawing a vibrant, lime-green quill from his textbook that looked exceptionally striking. This was a gift from Hagrid. Astonishing. Just look at Flint's expression. Do you think he LL managed to eat his lunch today? Fred stood up, mimicking Flint's laughter. Ha, 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 ha. Look, Professor Connor is approaching. George nudged Fred with his elbow, suggesting they inquire about his experiences during those days at Azkaban. Kono and Fred waved in greeting, taking their seats as they contemplated what to have for lunch. The dining conditions at Hogwarts had yet to be fully transformed, rendering this decision rather daunting. How about we indulge in some deep-fried fish balls? They had just learned how to make them a couple of days ago, and the eels were currently at their succulent peak, making it an ideal choice. Deep-fried fish balls, a renowned delicacy from Qinggong, are crafted by finely chopping and mashing eels or other fish, then mixing the paste with sweet potato flour. A clear chicken broth appeared in a golden bowl, with plump, glistening fish balls bobbing atop, dancing gracefully with the chopped green onions, reminiscent of a ballet in water. Professor Kono, we have something to ask you. The voices of the Weasley twins chimed in unison. Well, go ahead. Kono nodded, scooping up a round fish ball and savoring the delicate collision of flavors as it met his lips. With a bite, the outer layer of the fish ball revealed a crisp texture, while its tender interior offered a rich, nuanced taste that was utterly irresistible. The twins swallowed in unison before inquiring, Professor Kono, did you really spend time in Azkaban? Indeed, Kono replied, scooping another fish ball. Just a few days. But the food was dreadful. Mashed potatoes and peas every day. They mentally scoffed at his concern. Fred then asked, what about the Dementors? Have you encountered them? They seem terrifying, capable of draining happiness. I have seen them and managed to drive them away, Kono affirmed, feeling the fish balls lacked a bit of variety. Braised pork will be delightful. Drive them away? Did you use the Patronus charm? George inquired, intrigued at the thought of Professor Kono wielding such power without a wand. Chapter 75. Poor meals? Does that mean Hogwarts is akin to Azkaban? Not at all. Kono shook his head, explaining that he had only heard of the Patronus charm. He was still mastering various household enchantments, such as spells for automatic laundry folding, dishwashing, and boiling water. To him, these charms were immensely practical and suited his needs well. The efficacy of martial arts paled in comparison to magic, which indeed compensated for certain shortcomings. As we understand, only this ancient magic can repel Dementors, Fred remarked. Professor, did you employ another spell? The Heart of Tranquility. Feel it for yourselves, Kono responded, silently reciting the mantra in his mind. Suddenly, he sensed that in the safety of the Great Hall, merely reciting it with inner strength would not yield the same effect as in Azkaban. Thus, he intensified his focus, allowing his magical aura to radiate outward like sunlight. In an instant, not only did Fred and George perceive it, but the nearby faculty and even the students in the front rows experienced it too. They felt a profound sense of peace and tranquility, akin to the warmth of a gentle afternoon, reclining on a sofa, basking in the sun's embrace. George slapped his cheek with a heavy hand, relishing the comforting sensation. Yet a sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had experienced this before. Fred, do you recall? Fred shook his head, replying, I too find it familiar, but cannot remember where I encountered it. They both chose not to dwell on it further. George continued, chuckling, this is splendid. We were genuinely worried about you enduring the Dementor's torment in Azkaban. Oh, Kono exclaimed, were you actually concerned for me? Fred grinned, indeed. Moreover, we just finished our classes and sought out our Ravenclaw friends. It turns out Flint has been spreading rumors. We shall clarify the truth for more people shortly. Seeing the twins' sincere smiles stirred something within Kono. After enduring the life of an office worker for so long, it had been ages since he encountered anyone so eager to advocate for him. At that moment, steaming braised pork appeared on their plates. The aroma, a delightful blend of spices and caramelized sweetness, wafted through the air. The alluring caramel hue, gleaming with rich fat and the substantial chunks of meat, accented with a sprinkling of vibrant scallions, made for an enticing presentation. The Weasley twins' Adam's apples bobbed uncontrollably as they swallowed several times, their stomachs beginning to rumble. They had yet to eat all day, having been preoccupied with gathering first-hand information from their Ravenclaw classmates before seeking out Kono. Upon hearing the protests from their bellies, Kono softly inquired toward the plate, Robbie, is there more braised pork? If so, I would appreciate another serving. Soon after, An equally glistening portion of braised pork appeared, accompanied by its plate. "Take it," he urged, considered a consolation. "I noticed the hourglass for house points has already slipped twice. I assume Snape deducted points from you in class again? Those are mere trifles. Old Bat frequently does that." The twins beamed once more, not hesitating to take the plate. Exclaiming, "Thank you, Professor Khan." They strolled around the Slytherin long table, the golden plate in hand. Fred, with a mischievous grin, gestured towards Kano while exchanging a few words with Marcus Flint, which visibly irritated Flint. Having dismissed 2 Gryffindors, an influx of more Gryffindor students soon arrived. Their inquiries largely repetitive, revolving around 3 questions. How did you enter? How did you exit? And what was the environment like inside? If the attack on the Aurors was indeed true, and it involved 2 at once, it suggested that neither Auror was a match for Kano. Just how formidable was Professor Kano, they wondered. As for the 3rd question, Kano's assessment of Azkaban was surprisingly that the food was subpar. They observed Kano enjoying fish balls, steaming braised pork, and a fragrant egg fried rice, a delightful medley of red and green. Indeed, not only was Azkaban's fare lacking, but it seemed that the food served at their student table was not particularly impressive either. Comparisons could be disheartening. Even a few young lions have made audacious remarks, lamenting the poor quality of the students' meals, comparing them unfavorably to those in Azkaban, suggesting that Hogwarts is akin to Azkaban. A flock of lions retreated, and the soaring eagles of Ravenclaw descended upon Kono's side. Their inquiries diverged from those of Gryffindor, primarily fixating on how Kono intended to confront the Dementors, those creatures that siphon joy. Kono recounted his conversation with the Weasley twins and presented the heart of serenity. The eager eagles expressed keen interest in the teachings Kono wished to impart, eagerly engaging with the introduction to martial arts. Simultaneously, as Kono compared the textbook, a grave realization struck him. He had neglected to include phonetic annotations in the introduction to martial arts. Without these annotations, the heart of serenity was utterly unpronounceable and thus unteachable. He had previously attempted this during his time in Azkaban, and if they were to recite it in English, it would be as futile as plowing with an ox. This was what compelled the prisoners to master the phonetic system in merely 3 days and learn a chant. Observing the glimmering excitement in the eagle's eyes, juxtaposed with Professor McGonagall's stern demeanor from days past, Kono felt that such amiable interactions were not suitable for them. Consequently, the content of the next lesson was determined. "Why?" the eager eagles inquired. "What about the points?" they asked again. Kono chuckled. "I am quite generous with points, adhering to the usual practice. If you can surpass the other houses, you shall receive 50 points. Zhang Xiao, having just arrived in the Great Hall with her textbook, suddenly noticed the unusually fervent gazes of her classmates. "Hey, is there something you need? Why is everyone looking at me?" She took a few steps back, vanishing once more into the hall. Chase her. Chapter 76. I teach phonetics at Hogwarts. The students of Ravenclaw had dashed away, and the students of Slytherin closed in. The Slytherin contingent, primarily composed of first years, had developed a favorable impression of Kono due to receiving his blessing. The Slytherin students were quite intriguing. They approached Kono not to inquire about experiences or teachings, but solely to ascertain whether points could once again be accrued, and if they could earn 50 points in one go. Noticing the Slytherin hourglass, with their scores soaring ahead, Kono gained a more nuanced understanding of Slytherin House. These little serpents prioritized honor, relishing the feeling of superiority. While one might argue about other aspects, there are no excuses in the competition for the House Cup. The scores on the hourglass served as irrefutable evidence. What? You say Professor Snape loves to deduct points? And what of your head of house? Surely they wouldn't deduct points from their own house, would they? In contrast to Ravenclaw's insatiable thirst for knowledge and Gryffindor's pursuit of adventure, Slytherin tends to pursue goals that are more specific and well-defined. Naturally, Hufflepuff cannot be overlooked. What once took Connor merely a few minutes to resolve over lunch now extends nearly half an hour. They're quite eager, inquiring about the potion ingredients used in the dishes Connor had prepared for Fred and George, curious as to why the flavors are so distinctive. Hufflepuff students likely share the closest bond with house elves, and the newly introduced dishes among the faculty are eagerly discussed among this group of badgers. They have already begun to envision the future, skipping the next lesson on mental exercises and preparing for a new round of selecting courses. Eager to delve into potion making and nutritional studies, whether driven by a love for food or a sense of duty to heal through potion making, their urgency is palpable. Once the students surrounding Connor dispersed to attend to their own pursuits, he finally felt a slight sense of relief. "Connor, you are truly popular," exclaimed Flitwick cheerfully. Connor swept the last remnants of fried rice in his mouth and sighed. "I've been trying quite hard to remain low-key. After all, I've only taught one class. Look at what you're saying. Flitwick patted Connor on the shoulder. The impression you left on them from that single lesson is far more profound than what we have managed to convey. Are you familiar with Madame Hooch from the flying class? She came looking for news about you, eager to witness what a flying giant sword is like. Connor shook his head. Madame Hooch? I know the flying class teaches students to ride broomsticks, but I have yet to meet her. Flitwick explained, Madame Hooch is quite busy. When not occupied with school matters, she serves as a Quidditch consultant outside. The pleasure derived from the meal began to wane, while worries about the upcoming lesson started him out. Given that his course must cater to the entire student body, he may need to devise something new, a method suitable for all to memorize phonetics. Yet this task is considerably more challenging than instructing the inmates at Azkaban on phonetics. Firstly, the number of inmates pales in comparison to the student population at Hogwarts. Secondly, he had engaged in warm and friendly interactions at that time to reinforce their learning, allowing the inmates to grasp the material swiftly. Faced with a group of students, and with other teachers potentially observing, the situation may not be quite as appropriate. Connor scratched his head, pondering that the usage of phonetics is ingrained in his very DNA, without proper organization. Commencing the lesson from scratch might lead to a rather chaotic scenario. How could this happen? This is B. Bo, why are you reading it incorrectly? Student, promptly responding B.O. Connor interjected. Listen to me read it. B. Not like you. You must first do this, and then this. Do you understand? Student, B. Connor corrected. No, it's not like that. As the scene unfolded in his mind, Kono felt a throbbing pain in his head. However, it also prompted him to recall something, the children's phonetic alphabet. Yet, this was a unique creation of Huaxia, so he could easily associate the sound of you with a fish, sketching it out and providing instruction. But here he was in England, facing not Huaxian students, but purebred locals, for whom such associations held no significance. He needed to make some localized adjustments. Upon this realization, his headache intensified, and before he knew it, night had fallen. Although his body no longer benefited from the moonlight, habits are habits, and a good habit should not be neglected. As he descended from the tower, the clock had silently struck midnight, and the once tranquil corridor was unexpectedly filled with the voice of Peeves the poltergeist. Old Filch, come catch me. I'll take you to those insomniac students. Don't run. The voice grew fainter, but as Kono reached the 5th floor, a warm, yellowish spirit appeared before him. Peeves, why are you teasing Filch again? Kono inquired, puzzled, for he expected Peeves to have matured beyond his previous antics with Filch. Professor Kono, Peeves chuckled, leaning in closer. I'm helping a few students who sneaked out tonight. Otherwise, they'd be caught by Filch. Just as Kono was about to ask Peeves if those students were the Weasley twins, he spotted several freshmen hurrying down the corridor. This corridor led to the forbidden area. And under normal circumstances, if Kono and Peeves weren't present, Ru-Wei would still be focused on his duties as the guardian. However, noticing that the freshmen bore no signs of blood, it seemed they were unscathed. Still, Kono leaped down to the 4th floor, positioning himself in front of them. The group gasped for breath, exclaiming, Professor Kono. Kono looked at the boy with hair as fiery as his name. Saint Tiske. It appears that mischief runs in the family. Not just Fred, but you as the younger sibling have inherited the family's fine traditions, Ron. Chapter 77. I was merely commenting. Ron's face nearly matched the hue of his hair. All 4 were Gryffindors, out past curfew from the forbidden corridor. Kono bent slightly, still smiling. You're unharmed. It seems my lesson had a positive effect. Seeing Kono's cheerful demeanor, the students' eyes began to well up. The round-faced boy, slightly plump, even sniffled twice. Peeves, I will find you. I must find you. Filch's frantic, breathless voice echoed from the staircase on the 6th floor. The 4 freshmen exchanged anxious glances, instinctively scanning their surroundings. Kono said, Peeves, could you draw some fire? Help these kids out? No problem, Professor. Peeves replied, eager to assist. Peeves the poltergeist exaggeratedly bowed, his head and feet touching to form an O shape. Ascending into the air, he directed a mocking taunt at Filch. Is that not Filch? What brings you here so late? Those students are nearly crawling into the common room. Kono cast a glance at a shadowy corner before turning back to the 4, observing their typically well-behaved demeanor now transformed into wild recklessness, dashing into forbidden territory by the 2nd week. It appeared that Peeves had successfully drawn Filch's attention away, and with Kono's tone suggesting a penchant for chaos, the 4 calmed down, collectively wiping away their tears, looking rather pitiful. They animatedly recounted their day's misadventures to Kono, detailing a quarrel between Harry and Malfoy during flying lessons, which unexpectedly led to Harry's extraordinary selection for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Malfoy then returned to mock them, challenging Harry and Ron to a duel that evening in the trophy room. Hermione, having overheard their conversation, decided to follow them out that night to intervene. However, instead of Malfoy, they encountered Filch patrolling with his cat. Upon hearing this, Kono couldn't help but chuckle. He had already inferred who had summoned Filch. Indeed, these Slytherins, like serpents, preferred cunning ambushes over direct confrontation. It was no wonder Gryffindor and Slytherin were adversaries, each resembling warriors and assassins, unwilling to yield ground. Hermione exclaimed, "I told you, Malfoy was deceiving you. Why would you believe him? If it weren't for Professor Kono, we would have already been caught by Filch." The three boys lowered their heads, their silence suggesting a desire to distance themselves from her. Suddenly, a faint sound of fabric brushing against the wall caught Kono's keen ears. The four shared an expression of disbelief, mouths agape, as they stared at him. "I am not your headmaster," Kono laughed, "and besides, what good does suppressing your nature do? It is far better to teach you a few strategies. If someone challenges you again, make sure to deliver a bold proclamation first, then agree on a time and place. When you declare your intent, do so loudly enough for everyone to hear. If they refuse or turn away, it merely indicates their intention to deceive you. So be clever. Do not fall into their trap." Yet, the group appeared hesitant. Kono gestured towards the staircase, remarking, "Those little snakes from Slytherin cherish their house points dearly. Do you truly believe they would risk losing them by dueling you?" The image of Filch the ghost, accompanied by his spectral cat, suddenly emerging from the wall to frighten them, flashed through their minds, causing them to shiver in unison and hurriedly scurry away. Once they had departed, Kono turned towards the shadowy corner he had previously observed. "Headmaster, why are you still awake at this hour?" he inquired. "I did not expect you to notice me." Dumbledore replied calmly, "There's a child I am quite concerned about, so I came to check." "That famous one? Harry Potter?" Kono speculated. Since this world is the realm of Harry Potter, it is only natural that most matters revolve around him. Dumbledore gazed deeply at him before slowly nodding. "What do you think of him?" Connor raised an eyebrow. His impression of Harry was still marred by the memory of being questioned by Snape, resulting in a significant loss of points. It seemed that aside from Professor Snape, who harbored little fondness for him, both Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout held favorable opinions of Harry. Indeed, everyone spoke of him as a good boy. Dumbledore rubbed his brow, appearing somewhat fatigued. "And you? What is your perspective?" "From any angle, one can see he is constantly pursued by Peeves and the three-headed dog. With so many students in the school, and having only been here for less than 2 weeks, what else could one expect?" Connor shrugged, employing a perfectly standard response. "Harry Potter is a well-disciplined, humble child who interacts harmoniously with his peers." Dumbledore instantly donned an awkward smile. For such words seemed premature for a boy who had just emerged from the Forbidden Forest. Connor added, "In truth, children should be allowed to play and learn as they will. As long as their moral compass is intact, there is nothing of great concern. Moreover, you wizards, a rather peculiar lot, will never find yourselves starving wherever you go." Within the realm of magic he was studying, there existed some peculiar laws, including 5 major exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. These exceptions encompassed food, life, magical artifacts, gold, and substances that wizards themselves do not comprehend. Wizards are incapable of conjuring these items through magic, yet they can summon food and similar objects through spells like the summoning charm. Even the freshwater charm does not truly conjure water, but rather transports it from nearby sources. Thus, wizards do not produce food and water. They merely act as transporters of resources. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed, we should not overly interfere with his development. We merely need to guide him in the right direction at pivotal moments." He then patted Connor on the shoulder, affirming, "Indeed, allowing you into the school was my wisest decision." Connor felt a bit bewildered. He was merely jesting, wondering why it seemed as though he had become a life mentor. Chapter 78, The Outfit of a Villain. Since Professor Connor began teaching the Tranquil Mind Sutra, over half a month had elapsed, and October was now in its early days, although there had been some twists along the way. With the aid of magic and diligent effort, the students had nearly all mastered the reading of the Tranquil Mind Sutra. The terms magic and diligent effort referred to the brain-boosting potion and the talent potion. The brain-boosting potion enhances the dringer's intellect, essentially making them smarter with improved memory. The talent potion bears a similar effect, but emphasizes the ability to apply knowledge in new contexts, thus distinguishing it from the brain-boosting potion. However, few potions are truly palatable. Among them, 2 invigorating elixirs provide a sensation akin to imbibing the elixir of life. The use of castor oil as a primary ingredient leaves a slick feeling in the throat. Thus, despite their efficacy, these potions remain underutilized. Consequently, Kono, incorporating essential oils, borrowed silverware from Dumbledore's office. He poured the brain-boosting potion and the talent potion into it, employing a nebulizing method to unleash their effects. This approach proved remarkably effective, albeit visually unappealing. To achieve the desired nebulization, Kono conducted his lessons within the school's auditorium. Surrounded by students, their eyes glazed and murmuring sounds such as B, P, M, F, D, T, N, L, the scene, shrouded in mist, resembled a fantastical realm. It exuded an air of irreverence, even bordering on the sinister, reminiscent of an unorthodox cult gathering. Yet, this did not meet Kono's standards as the students lacked practical skills. They needed the ability to recite the Heart Sutra amidst real-life distractions. In martial arts, theoretical knowledge devoid of practical application is futile. It is preferable to engage in physical training and potion consumption, which at least presents a formidable exterior. Thus, Kono envisioned a scene of himself crossing the sea on his sword, preparing to revisit Azkaban to capture a suitable boggart for educational purposes. Since the students expressed interest in how he could use the Heart Sutra to counter the boggart, it was the perfect opportunity for them to experience it firsthand. The map he held was a rough guide, generously provided by Williamson and Putlaw, both former Aurors who had escorted prisoners to Azkaban. Although the island housing Azkaban was unchartable, they managed to outline a general route. Unfortunately, the North Sea was vast, and even with the flame sword, traversing it demanded considerable time. Indeed, after residing at the school for over a month, the martial arts elixir, marked by fissures, began to self-repair, revealing a peculiar ability for reasons unknown. This ability required the blood of various magical creatures, each imparting distinct powers. In summary, this ability was far from conventional. It was extraordinarily fantastical. It remained uncertain whether this extraordinary power stemmed from the influence of wizarding faith, but after the elixir's restoration by such strange forces, it bestowed upon him wondrous capabilities. Should he acquire sufficient blood from creatures such as the Fluffball, the Tree Guardian, and the Goblin, he possesses particularly whimsical abilities such as cuteness, scratching, and burrowing. Given that creatures of XX level are generally diminutive in size, even if he wishes to utilize his cuteness ability, he would likely need to extract a considerable amount of fluffy blood to meet the required dosage. However, he now has a superior alternative, the blood of the Horned Beast. Newt delivers a regular supply of Horned Beast blood each month, and he has actively begun to advance the process of their rewilding and release. For the large Horned Beasts, this blood has little impact on their physiology. Rather, it can stimulate positive feedback responses in their bodies to adapt to their environment. By using the Horned Beast blood to manifest abilities, he can gain a protective keratin layer akin to that of the Horned Beast. If he employs a significant quantity of this blood, he could entirely fabricate a suit of armor from the keratin generated. As it is only October, the amount of beast blood available for Konyo to utilize is limited, preventing him from constructing a full suit of armor. However, crafting a helmet is still quite feasible. A helmet will suffice, as it merely needs to cover his face. With the inherent magical resistance of the Horned Beast, he need not worry excessively about the various enchantments set by the Ministry of Magic at Azkaban. His primary concern lies in the possibility of those spells revealing his visage. If news were to spread that a prominent professor from Hogwarts had suddenly found himself in the prison once more, it would tarnish his reputation significantly. Unbeknownst to him, Konyo has reached the epicenter of the North Sea, where the scenery has grown ominously somber, with vast, distorted clouds swirling ominously about, creating an eerie atmosphere. After flying onward for a time, he finally glimpses a towering spire piercing the clouds. Azkaban is now within sight. This foreboding fortress, etched into the memories of all adult wizards, requires no more than 2 wizards to guard its entrance, rendering additional sentinels unnecessary. Gazing upward, he notices several elongated figures, resembling tattered cloaks, drifting at the pinnacle of the spire. Wherever they pass, even near the seaside, the moisture-laden air becomes despondent, transforming into icy particles or snowflakes that gently descend. With a sigh, Konyo retrieves a bucket of beast blood from his martial arts golden elixir, the peculiar aroma wafting from it gradually filling the air. Ah, quite fresh. The martial arts golden elixir preserves various items, but cannot sustain living creatures. Otherwise, Konyo would have long ago cultivated crops within that little world, a regrettable limitation. He immerses his hand in the beast blood, which instantly transforms into a radiant golden hue, taking on an appearance reminiscent of a fluid yet solid substance, levitating as he moves his hand. With a gentle flourish above his head, the beast blood cascades down, slowly forming a grim, angular helmet of a purple-gray hue. Seizing this moment, Qinggong also directs the beast blood toward his flying sword. The originally resplendent silver-white flame sword has transformed into an enchanting sight, its intricate patterns resembling strands of blood. The fiery red gemstones on the guard have shifted to a deep crimson hue. The once luminescent blade has fallen into a complete silence, exuding a faint aura of purplish-gray gloom. Chapter 79, Dazed and Collapsed Physical. With the helmet ready and the flame sword's new paint job completed, the next step was to address the external features. His chest heaved rhythmically as he began to regulate his breath, stretching his body. The sounds of his sinews and flesh cracking echoed like the rustling of husks. The towering figure, originally 2 meters tall, suddenly shrank by 20 centimeters, yet his physique swelled. The inner lining stretched taut, and his muscles rose distinctly like hardened stone. He coughed, controlling his throat to stretch it as he inhaled and exhaled, his previously slightly hoarse, resonant voice becoming even more piercing and resonant. Ah, this is the quintessential voice of a classic villain, he mused with satisfaction. After a thorough inspection, Qinggong retrieved a similarly purplish-gray cloak from the Martial Gold Corps, replacing his original white cloak. These cloaks were custom-made at the ethereal garment shop, woven with various enchantments that adapted perfectly to the wearer's form through rapid transformation. With everything in place, it was time to set off. Qinggong soared toward the beach on his sword. However, the moment the tip of the flame sword exceeded the sandy shore, it abruptly halted mid-flight and fell to the ground. Simultaneously, a cacophony of buzzing sounds emerged from Azkaban, these noises imbued with magic that, while harmless to the body, tormented the spirit. Ah, magic! Qinggong glanced into the distance, spotting 2 wizards donned in gray hats hastening toward him. As they ran, they brandished their wands at their throats, issuing warnings that drowned out the buzzing. Halt! Raise your hands! Surrender your resistance! Any defiance now will only exacerbate your punishment within the confines of Azkaban. This proclamation stemmed from the fact that most buildings frequented by wizards were lined with Muggle-repelling charms, ensuring that passing Muggles remained oblivious to the existence of wizarding structures. Thus, only wizards could enter places protected by such charms. Noticing Qinggong's silence, they ceased speaking and began casting spells while running. Magical bursts whizzed past Qinggong, crashing onto the beach and splashing into the waves, creating plumes of water. The master of human outlines, Qinggong, found himself perplexed. Did these 2 believe that casting spells while running would enhance the visual spectacle, or were they merely attempting to create an illusion of ferocity in their attacks? As he strolled leisurely as if window shopping, the 2 wizards' aim grew increasingly erratic, resembling a 2-person fireworks display. The reason for this was that the 2 wizards had begun chanting spells from the prison's gate, and by the time they approached him, Qinggong noticed their lips had turned pale. Qinggong sighed, pondering why the gatekeeper, who should possess formidable strength, appeared so feeble. In truth, this was a reflection of his ignorance regarding the circumstances of the Ministry of Magic. He was unaware of the implications of being a guard at Azkaban. Compared to being stationed in the Centaur Liaison Office, a position at the fringes of the Ministry, serving as a guardian at Azkaban was a genuine ordeal. Typically, wizards assigned to guard Azkaban were those who lacked mastery in magic and had made errors in their previous roles. Additionally, the Dementors occasionally sought to indulge in a morsel of fresh joy, venturing from Azkaban to the nearby beach. They would engage in mild interactions with the guarding wizards, exchanging joy for negative emotions in a remarkably amicable manner. However, these wizards, deprived of joy and burdened with negative emotions, would find their already inadequate magical skills deteriorating further. As their internal magical energy waned, as Qinggong approached, he suddenly raised his wand and bellowed at one of the wizards, cackling. Sleep! The tip of his wand emitted a swift red beam that struck the wizard squarely on the nose before dissipating. Before the bewildered guard could comprehend why nothing had happened to him, a fist the size of a cauldron abruptly loomed before his eyes. The next moment, darkness engulfed him as he collapsed to the ground. Another guard, having rushed over, beheld his fallen comrade and, gripped by fear, let out an anguished cry before fleeing. Cackling! Sleep! Qinggong shouted, delivering a resounding blow to the fleeing wizard's head. Having dealt with the 2 guards, Qinggong looked skyward, where several gaunt figures draped in tattered cloaks began to materialize. These elongated silhouettes appeared devoid of substance, intertwining with one another, resembling an indescribable filth. The already murky sky grew increasingly somber, reminiscent of the ominous calm before a tempest, as clouds seemed to be drenched in ink. The incessant buzzing from the beach of Azkaban continued to disrupt the air with its harsh clamor. From the tower, An increasing number of these gaunt figures first peeked out, then squeezed through the newly opened windows of Azkaban. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the terrifying ambience of a ghostly procession from a bygone film, where the gates of hell swung wide open. The dark clouds overhead appeared affected by these figures, as they began to release flurries of snowflakes. Simultaneously, within the tower, the absence of Dementor restraint gave rise to even louder cries and maniacal laughter. This creature, with its unsightly appearance and numerous scars, made my scalp tingle in discomfort. How could it be so severely decayed? Surely, if I were to capture it, I could wring it out for juice. And why was this one's mouth so indecorous? It was truly grotesque. What manner of being were you? The Dementors floated around Kono, incessantly parting their wrinkled, gaping mouths, yearning to siphon joy and all positive emotions from him. Ah, if only you were not so diminutive, I would have chosen you. Kono mused as he appraised each Dementor in a seemingly endless parade, ultimately selecting one that barely met his expectations. This particular Dementor bore a cloak that was tattered in a remarkably orderly fashion, its size appropriate, with the scabs exposed on its exterior not overly conspicuous. It was, after all, the most aesthetically pleasing of the lot. You shall be the one, Kono declared, stamping his foot and leaping into the air to seize one of the Dementors. Chapter 80. Reforging the glory of the Dementors. We must not falter. I recall the days when a new sustenance arrived, ultimately triumphing over the Dementors. I witnessed the lower-tier Dementors ascend to the mid-level, weeping inconsolably. In that moment, I resolved that if I were to encounter that sustenance again, I would conquer all. Now that the sustenance has indeed presented itself, I must ponder whether this might be my singular opportunity in life. I firmly believe that the reason Dementors instill fear is due to our exceptional ability to absorb joy. Reforging the glory of the Dementors is a duty we cannot shirk. With this thought, the Dementor spotted the man adorned with a grotesque helmet suddenly leap into action, emitting a chilling sound as it lunged towards him. Hissing and sputtering, it was as if this Dementor were eager to surrender itself, not even requiring a change in posture, as its neck was already offered into his grasp. The sensation was akin to grasping a ghastly creature. Both were cold to the touch, yet the Dementor, draped in its ragged cloak, also bore a rough texture. Moreover, these so-called beings that transcended life and death appeared to genuinely fear nothing at all. Previously, the ghastly creature had provocatively approached him, and now this Dementor audaciously presented itself, as if extending a welcoming gesture. Not only Kono, but even the prisoners peering through the small windows of the towering fortress were taken aback. Although the Dementors encircled the helmeted figure, none dared to make a move, not even approaching, as if caught in a moment of hesitation. Such collective trepidation among the Dementors was unprecedented, even for those of us who had spent nearly a decade in Azkaban. Traditionally, it was the wizards who feared the Dementors, compelled to learn the Patronus charm to fend them off. It was unheard of for Dementors to exhibit fear of wizards, merely clustering together in trepidation. In the presence of an intruder in Azkaban, Dementors could act without restraint, bestowing their chilling kiss to extract souls, just as they were engulfed in confusion. One Dementor finally launched an attack, only to find its throat seized by the helmeted figure, its cloak swaying like a marionette in the breeze. How preposterous! This was the genuine sentiment of all the observing prisoners. Yet, this was not the end. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted below. Immediately, they witnessed a large, elongated, purplish-gray object soaring past them, accompanied by a thunderous boom from below as the helmeted figure ascended into the sky after the strange object. The prisoners, seizing the opportunity while the Dementors flitted about outside, began to converse. Surely, there exists a magical barrier prohibiting flight here? Have you considered why a wizard would intrude upon this place, finding nothing but fleeing with a Dementor in hand? Did you catch sight of that golden radiance moments ago? Are you suggesting it pertains to those individuals below? Over 2 months prior, the Dementors confined to the lowest depths of Azkaban suddenly surged upwards, exacerbating their already bleak existence. In recent weeks, they occasionally peered down, yearning to uncover what transpired in the depths to prompt such a mass ascent of the Dementors. During the stillness of night, the peculiarities of the lowest level became starkly evident, with a faint golden aura shimmering and the haunting echoes of cryptic incantations reverberating through the air. Escape. The prisoners, liberated from the Dementors' oppressive presence, felt hope rekindle within them. If only they could flee, then they could search for their master. Lower your voices. That individual is watching us. The conversing prisoners fell silent, their attention drawn to a man with long black hair. His features were largely obscured, revealing only a pair of gray eyes that hinted at a profound disillusionment with life. He seemed indifferent to their gaze, collapsing onto the bed as if in a state of lifelessness. "Ignore him." A sharp female voice erupted in laughter. "He has no soul left. We need not concern ourselves with him. Let us focus on devising a plan to escape and continue our search for our master." Sensing an abundance of positive emotions in the air, the Dementors eagerly began to savor the atmosphere, as if the previous events had never transpired. Exhausted, they lamented daily, questioning why their master had yet to rescue them. "Useless." The piercing female voice resounded again. "We must take matters into our own hands. Our master awaits us." The Dementors inhaled with greater ferocity. Their hunger intensified. The sharp voice softened, suggesting they could listen for sounds later in the evening. If nothing else, it could serve as a lullaby, easing them into slumber. A new Monday dawned at Hogwarts, inside the Great Hall. Ravenclaw students balanced bread in one hand while clutching phonetic symbols in the other, diligently familiarizing themselves with their studies. Additionally, the eager eagles would quiz one another on these phonetic symbols or draw content from the Kamhart Sutra to pose questions. Fred, engaged in practical matters, glanced towards the head table, wondering if they were to face the three-headed dog from their last encounter. "Do we frighten it to death?" George pondered seriously. "I doubt it would mind listening to some music before dinner." "Professor Quan ventured into the Forbidden Forest yesterday," Harry remarked as he swallowed a piece of bread with effort. "Hagrid informed me that he seemed to be searching for new textbooks." "How exciting! New textbooks!" Fred and George both let out a whistle, as Professor Kong consistently unveils unexpected teaching materials, creating an atmosphere of eager anticipation. In Chapter 81, they were treated to a taste of sweetness. Recently, in their martial arts classes, they remained within the hall, basking in the enchanting ambience filled with swirling smoke. However, this time they had wised up, gathering at a spot less than 20 meters from the castle gates to assemble. This was a strategic decision to avoid any new tricks from Professor Kong. Should a three-headed dog or a ghostly knight make an appearance, they could swiftly retreat into the castle. Once inside, they could leverage the terrain to restrain the three-headed creature, ensuring their safety. In an unusual turn of events, Kong appeared before them even before the clock struck 2. "Select a few students to assist me in moving the tables. We shall bring out the long tables from the hall," he instructed the students from the 4 houses. The students exchanged glances, uncertain of what antics Kong might have in store. Consequently, during lessons that involved a considerable amount of memorization, other teachers had taken to borrowing silverware from Dumbledore to vaporize the brain-refreshing potion and the Talon elixir. The 4 long tables delineated the areas of the 4 houses, and Kong cleared his throat, declaring, "Let us first assess your grasp of the Heart of Stillness." As anticipated, Ravenclaw and Slytherin exhibited commendable mastery, while Hufflepuff performed adequately, and Gryffindor experienced some stumbles during the random recitations. Overall, each house demonstrated reasonable proficiency in their recitations, leading them to the much-anticipated dessert time. The course's pace had taken an unexpected turn. Kong clapped his hands, and suddenly an array of glass bowls emerged atop the long tables, accompanied by jars of sweets and rows of straws. Additionally, a sparkling goblet appeared before each student. Following this, enormous oak barrels with taps emerged, releasing a delightful aroma of milk tea that wafted through the air. "Professor Kong, what is the meaning of this?" Nearly everyone sniffed the air, greedily inhaling the enticing scent of milk tea. Could it be that they felt their efforts warranted a reward? Indeed, Kong clapped his hands again, and a variety of candies, fruits, and snacks appeared within the glass bowls. Some bowls contained a blend of fruits and finely crushed ice, exuding a mesmerizing beauty. Others held the magical candies they typically procured from the honeyduke. There were also round, bead-like treats, with the smaller transparent beads being a fraction of the size of the larger brown ones. Furthermore, an assortment of ice creams filled a large bowl, seemingly waiting for the students to take their spoons and delve in. "You may create your own milk tea according to your preferences. Watch as I demonstrate." Kono approached the long table, where a crystal-clear goblet awaited him. He lifted the goblet and first moved towards a large bowl filled with round, glistening pearls. "These are called pearls, and these are sago. Do give them a try. Their texture is delightful." Next, he scooped a bit of fruit, culminating with a touch of chocolate. He then approached a sizable bowl brimming with chocolate liquid, picked up a brush resting on the bowl's edge, and coated the interior of the goblet with the rich chocolate. Finally, he turned on the tap, allowing the liquid to flow into the goblet. The milk tea swirled exuberantly within as the varied ingredients melded into a harmonious blend. The vibrant fruits danced alongside the sago and pearls, transforming what seemed like mere milk tea into a treasure freshly unearthed. "Come, Headmaster, Do take a sip of this concoction. Kono offered the milk tea to Dumbledore. It was then they noticed that, unbeknownst to them, Dumbledore had quietly slipped into the Gryffindor table. What a remarkably creative approach to dining. So imaginative. Dumbledore exclaimed without a hint of hesitation, seizing a straw from the table and taking a hearty sip. He exhaled deeply. The icy air released from the slushy, transforming into a spectrum of colors in the air. The flavors of the pearls and sago are exquisite. I encourage you all to explore this further. The house elves had assisted Kono in preparing an array of milk tea accompaniments, each a genuine product of the magical realm. The slushy could produce color-changing vapors, while certain candies elicited a buoyant levity, allowing one to float momentarily above ground, showcasing a myriad of enchanting effects. With the headmaster's endorsement, excitement surged among the students, all eyes turning eagerly towards Kono. As he turned to them, his back now facing the eager crowd, he instructed, "I shall fetch a few items. Remain here and do not wander." In this unexpectedly expansive classroom, Hufflepuff was particularly elated, as they instinctively began to utilize the chocolate liquid to create artistic designs on their translucent goblets. Observing Hufflepuff's enthusiasm, students from other houses were spurred into action, seeking out their ideal milk tea companions. Dumbledore, watching the lively scene unfold, felt a wave of nostalgia. It had been ages since he had witnessed such camaraderie among the four houses. Hufflepuff, often the unsung hero due to their numbers, was now in the spotlight, bustling around the tables of the other houses. Even the usually stern faces of Slytherin's students softened as they painted elegant, serpentine designs with their brushes. Ravenclaw students pondered the proportions necessary to savor all types of milk tea accompaniments without choking. Meanwhile, Gryffindor students, with Hufflepuff's assistance, adorned their goblets with patterns, eagerly stuffing in their favorite companions, each style distinctly individual. However, as the assortment of candies dwindled, Dumbledore suddenly felt a familiar throbbing at his temples. It seemed that the expenses incurred would need to be borne by the school. For the magical candies meant to be shared with all students could hardly be sourced from muggles. They would require a substantial expenditure of galleons. Although this lesson has somewhat fostered the relationships among the four colleges, it remains a bittersweet experience, as it can only be attained through monetary investment. Contemplating this, he drained his cup of milk tea and began to concoct his own blend, adhering to the methods of Kono. Now, in the realm of fantasy within Kono's domain, he resolved to set aside his worries. Chapter 82. The Rule-Based Folklore of Hogwarts. Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a novel discipline unprecedented in its nature, where you find yourself on equal footing with all others. For your safety, please adhere to the following regulations. 1. Should you find it challenging to memorize the phonetic symbols, procure a nebulizer and mix the brain awakening potion with the talent elixir in a 1-to-1 ratio. This will facilitate your swift retention of the phonetic symbols. 2. Remember, if you're attending classes indoors, all lessons are deemed safe, albeit somewhat ethereal, posing minimal risk. 3. If outdoor lessons are necessary, remain vigilant and select gathering spots in close proximity to Hogwarts Castle. 4. Follow each procedure outlined by Professor Kono meticulously, maintaining a heightened sense of alertness. Do not allow the relaxed and jovial atmosphere of the class to lull your defenses. 5. If Professor Kono is present, you may proceed confidently with each step, no matter how perilous, for he shall ensure your safety. A line of text has been obscured. Although the process may be somewhat thrilling, your lives are not in jeopardy. After a little over 10 minutes, most students had successfully crafted a cup of milk tea and were savoring their creations. Just as they began to prepare their second cup, Kono emerged from the castle, cradling a large chest in his hands. This chest appeared remarkably antiquated, suggesting it was at least a century old. Given that Hogwarts Castle itself has a history nearing a millennium, the presence of such a chest elicited no surprise among them. What captured their attention was the appearance of the poltergeist, Peeves, who had undergone a complete transformation in his attire. His mouth, grinning mischievously, did not extend to the roots of his ears, and his comically large eyes sparkled with a playful glee. Upon sighting Peeves, the students felt a sudden tightening in their chests, instinctively activating the magic of their foundational meridians, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Fear not for today. The Reaper will not make an appearance, Kono declared as he set down the chest, which, though it stirred little dust, caused the ground to tremble slightly. The last time, Professor Kono had amiably permitted them to rest for 10 minutes, only for a three-headed dog to leap forth from the castle. Merlin alone knew what might emerge from this imposing chest. Kono clapped his hands and pointed to the magical watch on his wrist, stating, "You have 3 minutes to prepare your milk tea, preferably with an extra dose of chocolate. The impromptu quiz will commence thereafter. This chest, originally a weapon storage case, was an antique from the school's inception, designed to hold various arms. Thus, despite its wooden exterior, it was composed of substantial granite slabs within. However, observing Kano's actions as he transported the object with sheer physical strength and no hint of magic, one could sense his familiarity with such feats. He had always perceived Kano to possess the potential of a humanoid fire dragon. Thus the mere act of moving a stone box appeared trivial. All gathered around the long table dispersed, forming 4 large formations, positioning themselves around the box. "How many of you are adept at the Patronus charm?" Kano inquired from the center, prompting those who could raise their hands. Only a scant few responded. Among the upperclassmen, merely 20 or 30 students were familiar with the Patronus charm. Yet, at that moment, a palpable restlessness began to ripple through the students, as they seemed to sense the challenge that lay ahead. Kano glanced at his left hand, urging, "Let us begin from my left side. Hufflepuff, you shall stand before the box, and once the Dementors emerge, commence reciting the calm Heart Sutra." A chorus of dismay erupted from the 4 house formations, with some students who possessed a keen understanding of Dementors already grimacing, their faces contorted in a manner suggesting tears were imminent. "What is there to fear?" Kano reassured, tapping the box. "Isn't your intention to learn this precisely to prepare for encounters with Dementors in the future? Picture this scenario. You're out in the wilderness with loved ones and suddenly face a Dementor. You stride directly towards it. While others doubt your capabilities, you merely gaze at it, silently reciting the calm Heart Sutra. And lo and behold, the Dementor flees. How many praises would your family bestow upon you? Take a moment to envision that. Others must wield wands and chant spells to repel Dementors, while you need only stand before them and they will retreat. Imagine the transcendental feeling that would evoke. The clamor among the students began to diminish, particularly among Gryffindor members, who seemed eager to participate. Even the Slytherins could conjure the vivid imagery Kano had painted in their minds, whether through wandless magic or banishing Dementors. These feats were worthy tales of glory to share with others. Indeed, painting such vivid pictures proved to be an exceptionally effective strategy, especially when addressing a group still ensconced within their academic ivory tower. Yet, it was evident that a bit of incentive was also required. Kano continued, "The house that endures the longest will not only earn an additional 100 points, but may also propose a request within the realm of martial arts, which I shall endeavor to fulfill." What are you hesitating for? Do you wish to disappoint the headmaster? Upon hearing these rewards, the Hufflepuff students quickly gathered, poised to accept the challenge. Present were not only Professor Kano, but also Headmaster Dumbledore, who observed the unfolding drama while sipping tea. The presence of these 2 esteemed figures assured them of safety. Thus they were willing to embrace the challenge. "You may begin now," Kano declared, forcefully pushing the lid aside. In the next moment, from the perspective of the Hufflepuff students, the surroundings seemed to dim instantaneously. The once brilliant afternoon sunlight vanished, replaced by the foreboding gloom that precedes a tempest. Chapter 83. The Dementor's Grasp. This storm-like somberness swiftly spread, soon manifesting on the faces of the Hufflepuff students. Moreover, the entire atmosphere appeared to shift down a tone, transforming into a deathly blackness, even with a hint of frost creeping along the ground towards the edges of their vicinity. The students' thoughts seemed to drift into another dimension of void, where no life could be perceived and not a trace of warmth could be felt. Everything was frigid. Suddenly, a pair of withered arms emerged from this dimension, the skin wrinkled with growths resembling tree knots. Although these protrusions were not overly pronounced, had they been slightly more conspicuous, they would have been all the more chilling. A figure of moderate stature slowly floated out from the box, its tattered cloak swaying rhythmically. As this figure moved, the students felt as though their chests were constricted by an abruptly materialized block of ice, rendering them unable to breathe. This coldness spread from their chests throughout their bodies, nearly paralyzing their capacity for thought, leaving them only to witness the spectral figure emitting a rasping sound. With the emergence of this sound, memories of their earlier wanderings among other houses became hazy, as if something had been stripped away from their minds. "All right, everyone, gather around and listen to me. Recite along with me. The old sage says, the way consists of clarity and murkiness, stillness and movement." A voice resonated, akin to a razor-sharp sword, forcefully cleaving through the void, severing the stasis and chill. At that moment, the voice appeared to possess the power of manifestation, as described in the Heart Sutra of Purity, with one half of the split dimension ascending higher and the other descending lower. A glimmer of light emerged within the dimension, followed by an abundance of radiance. as the previous darkness seemed to be the shadow before dawn. Now, dawn had arrived, heralding the light. The students finally found their anchor, following this voice to begin reciting the Heart Sutra of Purity. The old sage says, the way consists of clarity and murkiness, stillness and movement. Purity is the foundation, while murkiness and motion are the conclusion. Thus, yang is clear and yin is murky, yang is in motion and yin is still. They felt the once void dimension become a haven, guiding them through the interplay of clarity and murkiness, drawing them closer to the dawn. Kulme, the poltergeist shall warm them. The voice of Kanyo intertwined with the students' voices in the void. Above them, a warm sensation enveloped them. However, this warmth seemed excessive, inducing a burning sting along their backs. Kanyo sensed the discomfort and promptly commanded, enough. Lower the temperature. Lower it. At that moment, the students finally realized, raising their gazes to the source of warmth above them. At this moment, Papigi truly resembled a small sun, his golden form floating gracefully in mid-air, slightly tinged with red, emanating a warm hue reminiscent of an orange-hued heater. The natural warmth radiating from Papigi, combined with the afternoon sun's gentle rays, swiftly dispelled the chill that had settled in their hearts. It was then that they realized the vigor of Professor Kong was indeed beyond their youthful comprehension. With one hand, Kong Nuo seized the Bogget's neck and forcefully stuffed it into the large box, while his other hand pressed down on the rumbling lid to seal it shut. Is it better now? If all is well, go and calm your nerves. Kong Nuo glanced at his magical watch and remarked, if you all maintain this pace, there will be time for another round. Since we are pursuing excitement, let us fully commit to it. He appeared unfazed, even offering praise. You all performed admirably just now. You simply didn't notice it yourselves. None of you faltered, and in the end, did you not manage to shake off the Bogget's grasp alongside me? Take a moment to rest, and then we shall reinforce your skills. He moved to the center of the students and whispered, with 100 points for your house and a condition, you are now ahead of them in resting. This increases your chances of earning those rewards. The little badgers collectively gasped, questioning whether this was appropriate. No worries, just complete the first round, Kong Nuo chuckled, noting the earnestness of the little badgers. You may rest now. Confronting a Bogget is not as daunting as you think. Do not equate it with the Patronus charm. What you need to do is recite the incantation, ensuring that every word resonates from your heart. Take a moment to absorb this. Once everyone is finished, I will review it thoroughly. The performances of the other three houses were quite similar. The Bogget's withered hands clutched the edges of the box before it leapt forth. The instant the Bogget fully emerged, the surrounding light genuinely dimmed, and the air around that spot felt as if it had solidified, transforming into a sharp winter chill. The second to face the test was Slytherin. They stood still, similarly unable to begin reciting the Heart Sutra at the first opportunity. Professor Kong intervened, radiating a brilliant golden light as he grasped the Bogget's neck, proclaiming the same words. All right, students, everyone, listen to me. For some inexplicable reason, the Hufflepuff students suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the Bogget. During the assessments of Slytherin and Ravenclaw, the Bogget's demeanor remained relatively stable. However, after being stuffed back in the box for the third time, when it was Gryffindor's turn to be tested, the lid of the box was already ajar, yet the Bogget still did not emerge. It was not until a gaseous golden dragon manifested in Kong Nuo's hand, plucking the Bogget out, as if from a claw machine, that the creature finally appeared. At that moment, not only Hufflepuff, but students from the other three houses also felt a twinge of pity for the Bogget. Perhaps for this reason, a few Gryffindor students had not completely lost their ability to act and even managed to guide others in reciting the Heart Sutra. Just as their endeavor commenced, an unforeseen incident occurred. Harry Potter, the boy who had captured the attention of the entire school and was dubbed the one who could not perish, suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 84, diagnosed with multiple soul syndrome. The Gryffindor students were momentarily taken aback as the same golden dragon materialized, swiftly pulling Harry beside Connor. Harry's complexion was ghastly, 2 streaks of tears marking his cheeks, with a few droplets glistening at the corners of his eyes, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. Connor first checked for breath, then pressed on his neck, before finally flipping Harry's wrist to take his pulse. At that moment, Dumbledore approached briskly, inquiring, "What is the matter? Is he all right?" Connor nodded, feeling a mix of trepidation and concern, noting the child appeared malnourished, slender as a twig. By the way, the pumpkin and lamb should ideally be prepared using a water bath. Consuming roasted pumpkin and lamb may be detrimental. Remember, he propped Harry up, retrieving a wand made from unicorn tail hair from his martial arts elixir, and pressed it against Harry's temple. The wand's tip emitted a gentle silvery glow, and as the light enveloped him, Harry's pallid face quickly regained its color. Connor continued to wield the wand, employing acupuncture techniques on several pressure points atop Harry's head. In less than a minute, Harry began to stir, his eyes reflecting a hint of terror and confusion. Dumbledore's voice was gentle as he asked, "Harry, what transpired?" Harry shuddered, fear in his eyes deepening. "I felt as though I was drowning in freezing water, and then I heard someone screaming. She seemed to be in great pain. I desperately wanted to help her, but the screams grew louder, and I felt increasingly powerless until I lost all awareness." He then glanced at Connor. "I think I should take this child to Madame Pomfrey for a thorough examination. Would that be all right?" "Take him away," Connor replied, palms open. Given his current condition, attending class was not feasible. It would certainly be permissible for him to see the school nurse. Moreover, there is something else I must mention. This child seems to exhibit symptoms of a soul separation syndrome, albeit not entirely characteristic. I am uncertain. It would be wise to consult a specialist. Soul separation syndrome? Dumbledore furrowed his brow. "Could you elaborate?" Connor stroked his chin, pondering how to articulate this. "It is somewhat akin to an incomplete state of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, yet his case is quite unique. Perhaps it should be referred to as multiple soul syndrome, as if something extra resides within his mind. However, I am more adept at acupressure than medical theory. My understanding is merely rudimentary. The martial arts elixirs contain similar medical texts, but they are not particularly advanced, merely touching upon complex ailments without offering concrete solutions." Dumbledore regarded him with a knowing glance, then smiled slightly. "Thank you immensely. I believe I have grasped the situation." Once Dumbledore departed, Connor clapped his hands, summoning the students from 4 houses back to his side. "A minor incident. Mr. Potter has accompanied the headmaster to the infirmary. There remains half an hour. Let's make another attempt to see if we can wield the Calm Heart Sutra to fend off the Dementor's onslaught." The recent incident did not incite much chaos. These young wizards possess considerable psychological resilience. To them, encountering minor mishaps during their learning journey is entirely commonplace. From Connor's observations, the round-faced boy from Gryffindor had detonated his cauldron during the very first potions lesson, yet he remains unscathed. This child, named Neville Longbottom, appears to possess quite commendable physical stamina. During the last flying lesson, he suffered a fracture, yet he was still lively enough to accompany Harry and the others on their escapade into the Forbidden Forest later that night. In the second round of testing, it once again commenced with the students of Hufflepuff. The process unfolded smoothly. The Dementor only exerted a brief suppression upon them, and soon the upperclassmen commenced the recitation of the Calm Heart Sutra successfully. The circumstances for Slytherin and Ravenclaw mirrored this pattern, as they too, after a brief suppression, completed the test without incident. However, once again, an unexpected event arose within Gryffindor. Even when Connor forcibly extracted the Dementor from its box, it merely floated listlessly in place. Devoid of vigor, even after some time, it retained that spectral demeanor, showing no inclination to alter its surroundings. Upon reflection, this behavior is indeed understandable. If the Dementor's sustenance is joy, then Connor's impromptu test essentially allowed the creature to feast. Yet, each time the Dementor became overly indulgent, Connor would grasp its neck, compelling it to regurgitate the joy it had consumed. Since it could not truly savor anything, it might as well abstain from feeding altogether, thus avoiding the torment of expulsion. Professor Connor, the Weasley twins, accompanied by the entire Gryffindor house, protested, asserting that it was not their failure to complete the test, but rather the Dementor's own refusal to act. At this juncture, a sense of achievement surged through all 4 houses. They had long heard of the Dementor's fearsome reputation. Yet here, they had subdued it within the confines of their classroom. The creature had seemingly lost its will to resist. Even its instinct to absorb joy had waned. Connor grasped the Dementor's robe firmly and returned it to the box for some much-needed reflection. "You are the most disappointing Dementor I have ever encountered." The fat friar shook his head, casting a sympathetic gaze towards the box containing the Dementor. Being a being that transcends life and death himself, witnessing the Dementor in such a state evoked an unusual pity within him. How about this? Connor devised a plan. Given that Gryffindor had already spoken up in the first round, this time it would be considered a tie. Thus, each house would receive an additional 25 points, and every house could pose a question to me, serving as a reward for the successful completion of this impromptu test. The students from all 4 houses nodded in agreement. While the points may have been diminished, the opportunity for each house to pose a question was wholly acceptable. Let us commence with the first question. Hufflepuff, as the earliest finishers, what inquiries do you have? After a brief discussion, it was still Cedric, the dashing young lad, who blushed as he posed the question. Professor Kong, we would like to know the recipe for the dish that Fred and the others took last time. Are you sure you don't want to change it? Qinggong raised an eyebrow, feeling that the group was being somewhat unfair to themselves. This bunch of honest badgers had asked such a simple question, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Chapter 85, Classroom Inquiries. At that moment, being somewhat moved by the Weasley twins, he had sent a portion of braised pork to the two who had yet to eat. Cedric shook his head, stating that this was a consensus among the classmates, and they did not feel deprived in any way. Very well, Qinggong nodded, retrieving paper and pen from the Marshall Dow Golden Elixir to write down the recipe for the braised pork. As it was now late October, with winter approaching in England, he also added a few medicinal dishes suitable for autumn and winter nourishment. Upon receiving the recipe, Cedric's face lit up with delight. To consider the well-being of his honest companions, Qinggong gestured for silence, reminding them that these rewards were personal and should not be shared in class. Of course, I'm referring to during class hours. If you wish to share with other houses after class, I wouldn't mind, as these are your own decisions. The second house to make a request was Slytherin, just as Qinggong had anticipated. The little serpents approached him, and just as they were about to speak, he took the initiative. Raising his arm in a prohibitive gesture, he said, "Professor Trelawney advised me to avoid contact with anyone bearing flint, as it may bring misfortune. Is there anyone among you?" Several Slytherin students exchanged glances, their eyes landing on Marcus Flint, who stood in the middle. They all understood that given Professor Kong's prowess in handling demeanors, he was hardly likely to fear the kind of prophecy that Professor Trelawney might utter. Marcus Flint also realized this, feeling a twinge of regret over the day's events, and prepared to leave, covering his face. Upon hearing this, the little serpents nodded in agreement, even adjusting their posture, standing tall before they began to quietly inquire. "Professor Kong, we wish to learn the techniques of flying broomsticks. Is there a way?" Qinggong stroked his chin, pondering the request regarding flying broomstick techniques. "Indeed, we wish to learn how to better maintain balance during high-speed flight and ensure that the quaffle is not easily intercepted while being passed." There were two aspects to this inquiry, thus making it two questions. Qinggong raised an eyebrow, stating, "To better maintain balance, or to better pass the quaffle. You must choose one." After much deliberation, the Slytherin students ultimately opted for improving their balance. Qinggong then retrieved the Introduction to Martial Arts Manual, flipping to page 152, which detailed the foundational stance, and in conjunction with the Calm Heart Sutra, began to instruct them to maintain balance on a flying broomstick. The most crucial element is the unity of the waist and horse. Only when the body's center of gravity is coordinated with the limbs can one effectively mobilize the entire body to maintain equilibrium, achieving the harmonious integration of body and spirit, particularly when coupled with the principles of the Heart Sutra of tranquility, can lead to a profound unity of self. Attaining such a state would allow one to effortlessly soar through the skies like the legendary wizard Kono. However, as the novices commenced their foundational training in standing meditation through inquisitive questioning, Kono, without any formal guidance, earnestly cautioned them to progress gradually in their practice, lest they risk bodily harm. Professor Kono, a man of temperament, places great emphasis on maintaining order within the classroom. It is imperative to approach his lectures with the utmost care and respect, ensuring that the sanctity of a learning environment is preserved. Next, it was the turn of Ravenclaw, whose inquisitive young minds posed fascinating questions, particularly regarding Kono's recent rescue of Harry. Their curiosity about the underlying principles was piqued. Ravenclaw, known for its diligent scholarship, raised inquiries about the technique of acupuncture used in healing, information that, notably, is absent from the Introduction to Martial Arts, Medical Edition. This particular volume, the thinnest among the textbooks, primarily serves to familiarize students with acupoints and meridians, both of which are crucial in both practice and combat, necessitating a methodical approach. To ensure their safety, Kono posed simple questions to ascertain whether the students had at least a fundamental understanding of acupoints. Given that the young scholars had self-studied to this extent, imparting this knowledge was undoubtedly appropriate. Observing their delight as they departed with a chart of acupoints, Kono felt a sense of bittersweet reflection. The adage that a teacher opens the door, but the student must enter themselves rings true. The young wizards are already burdened with a plethora of magical studies. Kono does not expect them to devote excessive attention to martial arts. The breadth of magical content is already ample for their learning. Even if they were to stretch their efforts, it would still be insufficient for mastery. Recognizing this reality, Kono has adopted a teaching model that renders learning less ethereal, allowing for immediate gratification. Through a variety of engaging instructional methods, he aims to create lasting memories of the lessons and ignite the student's passion for learning. This progressive approach, akin to the concept of an inaugural lesson followed by a guided exploration of the blood chi pill and culminating in the appearance of the three-headed dog, enables them to experience a tangible enhancement in their abilities. Moreover, after dedicating over a month to teaching them mental techniques, despite the assistance of brain-stimulating potions and talent elixirs, the process remains somewhat tedious. Thus, Kono devised a strategy to introduce the Dementor, a creature that transcends life and death, into the classroom. By uniting the collective strengths of the academy against the Dementor, not only did he foster camaraderie among the students, but he also provided a vivid demonstration of their learning outcomes. Chapter 86, The Approach of Halloween. At last, it was the turn of the young lions, who had their own unique inquiries. They wished to learn a method akin to that of Kono, enabling them to cast the amplification charm without the aid of a wand. This charm, known among wizards, is not overly complex but requires a resounding incantation to be effective. It is a somewhat perilous spell, as its execution necessitates the wand being pressed against one's throat. Consequently, numerous incidents recorded in the archives of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries pertain to the amplification charm. Most of these mishaps arise from various Quidditch matches, where commentators, passionately narrating from the stands, are unexpectedly struck by a bludger, leading to unfortunate outcomes. Such insights often find their application in rather peculiar contexts. Kono's method for amplifying sound was derived from the lion's roar technique, and since it merely involves the augmentation of sound, the training regimen is far less intricate than that of the lion's roar. Kono meticulously documented the training approach, supplementing it with stringent stipulations. Should any of these young lions manage to persevere, they would not only master the amplification charm, in a martial sense, but might even learn the lion's roar, thus becoming true lions in a certain light. However, Kono harbored doubts regarding their success, as the very first requirement of practicing the lion's roar is notably challenging. Practitioners must rise at the break of dawn, between 3 and 5 o'clock, to seek out a tranquil location for their exercises, come rain or shine. As the end of October approached, they were on the verge of the Halloween feast and some minor changes. Foremost among these was the change in weather. Being in close proximity to the ocean and at a high altitude, the average elevation of the Scottish Highlands is around 1,000 meters. A damp chill enveloped Hogwarts. Most students would don scarves or thicker cloaks during classes, yet they still found themselves shivering from the cold winds that intruded through the windows. The majority of students were affected by this, with the exception of those from Hufflepuff. Thanks to the autumn-winter dietary regimen provided by Kono, a delightful aroma frequently wafted through the first floor. It was not merely the scent of various spices, but also the mingling of lamb's aroma, composing a warm ode. Even Severus Snape would occasionally pause to analyze the myriad potion ingredients present. At such times, one could discern Hufflepuff students by their rosy complexions, those with vibrant visages, even clad in fewer layers than their peers, undoubtedly hail from Hufflepuff. While Ravenclaw students may not exhibit the same rosy hue, they too appeared invigorated. As the house most devoted to intellectual pursuits, Ravenclaw thrived on mental sustenance. The acupressure charts obtained from Kono helped them remain alert at all times. The changes within Slytherin were less pronounced yet equally conspicuous. To an uninformed observer, it might appear as though they were diligently practicing some technique imparted by Professor Kono. In truth, these Slytherin players, in their eagerness to master the fundamental stance training, have become rather reckless within the confines of the school castle. However, observing their expressions, it seems that the foundational practice may indeed enhance their performance in Quidditch. Occasionally, some individuals venture to the Quidditch pitch to either spectate the team's training or gather intelligence. Regardless of their motives, one cannot help but notice the tangible improvement among the Slytherin players, who now fly with greater steadiness and swiftness than before. As for Gryffindor House, they are undoubtedly the most boisterous group within the entirety of Hogwarts. Standing on the moving staircase of the 6th floor, George suddenly realized he had forgotten something on his arm, prompting him to call out towards the 8th floor. "Fred, please fetch the textbooks from the table. I left them behind." Not only did his twin brother hear him, but students near Fred were also aware of his oversight. While Gryffindor students may struggle academically in a formal classroom setting compared to Ravenclaw, they undoubtedly possess an exceptional talent for whimsical distractions. Originally, a vocal technique devised by Professor Quirrell for class has been repurposed for their various shouts. Previously, if a little lion forgot something, they would ascend to retrieve it themselves. However, times have changed. They now simply yell towards the common room, confident that a housemate will retrieve the forgotten item for them. But what if everyone has exited the common room and no housemate is available to assist? In such cases, one must ascertain what subject's materials were neglected. If it pertains to Professor Quirrell's class, one must hastily dash upstairs to retrieve them, for Professor Quirrell is known for his temperamental nature, and one must not disturb his teaching order. Yet, it is precisely because of the Gryffindor's incessant noise within the castle that they have become prime targets for Filch. Thanks to the meridian pathways taught by Professor Quirrell in their first class, even first-year students are not easily caught by Filch. Even if Filch were to suddenly emerge from a corridor, aided by Mrs. Norris's stealthy ambush, Gryffindor students could swiftly evade the scene of their mischief. Consequently, Filch has conducted extensive research and ultimately concluded that these changes among the students are a direct result of Professor Quirrell's arrival at the school. He promptly sent an order to the Leaky Cauldron for an entire set of textbooks compiled by Quirrell, intending to employ their wisdom against them. Chapter 87. The First Tofu Brain Meeting. Halloween Eve, the final day of October, marks a grand banquet at Hogwarts, rivaling the scale of the opening feast. To prepare, Dumbledore convened a meeting at noon on the 30th, gathering the teaching staff to discuss a simple plan for the forthcoming Halloween banquet. The conference room is situated on the 8th floor of the castle, often resembling an abandoned classroom. However, when a need for a meeting arises, Dumbledore would move a dining table from the side. As Halloween Eve approached once again, it was customary to first extend a warm welcome to Professor Qinggong, the newest member of our team. Dumbledore announced, leading the applause. Suddenly, amidst the resounding claps of the other teachers, a golden bowl materialized. To the astonishment of several faculty members, a bowl of silky tofu topped with honey and crushed nuts appeared before Dumbledore. The sweet aroma of honey and the rich scent of nuts gradually permeated the modest room. Dumbledore felt a pang of anxiety, realizing he had forgotten about this. Since he often had to attend to official matters after meals, dessert would only be presented when he clapped his hands. While this was merely a personal preference, its appearance at this moment felt somewhat misplaced. He noticed that Professors Flitwick and Sprout wore faint smiles, while Kong appeared to be stifling laughter. McGonagall looked somewhat stern, her lips pressed together like a straight line, and Trelawney seemed lost in a daze, her pupils lacking focus. Snape's gaze was peculiar, though it seemed directed solely at the bowl of honeyed tofu. Does the honey and nuts offend you? Dumbledore mused. With years of experience as headmaster, he considered such unexpected occurrences to be trivial. He cleared his throat and nudged the bowl of tofu forward, addressing the group. Ladies and gentlemen, this is called tofu pudding, a delightful soy product. Its introduction is primarily due to Professor Kong's creativity. This year, we are fortunate to welcome fresh talent to our team, and overall, our academic progress has gone more smoothly than in previous years. Thus, after a private discussion with Professor Qinggong, we decided to treat the students to this dish. He placed one hand beneath the table, resting his index finger on his middle finger, while extending his other hand in a welcoming gesture. I must admit that I am not very familiar with this dish, and today is my first encounter with it. Therefore, I invite you to elaborate on it for everyone. As he observed Kong's smile fade, Dumbledore understood that joy is contagious. When it disappears from one person's face, it often reappears on another's. Me? Kong rubbed his brow, initially believing he was merely an observer, there to assist with his duties as a professor. Since Dumbledore had asked him to explain, he felt compelled to address the matter directly. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a fondness for battle, he proclaimed. Colleagues, allow me to elucidate this dish, which our headmaster is entirely unfamiliar with. Kong clapped his hands, emphasizing the word unfamiliar. A house elf then appeared before him, exclaiming, Professor, Dobby is delighted to serve you. Dobby. Good afternoon. Kono greeted everyone, gesturing towards the tofu pudding on the table, inquiring if each professor could be provided with a serving. Additionally, he requested honey, specifically red bean syrup, as well as crushed nuts, chili flakes, and braised sauce. He enumerated a plethora of sweet toppings for the tofu pudding, followed by a substantial list of savory additions. Once the house elf presented all the dishes and the enticing aromas filled the room, the nature of this impromptu luncheon transformed. Prior to his arrival, Hogwarts Kitchen had adhered to recipes passed down since its inception. Although Hufflepuff students had long assisted in refining flavors, the repertoire had never expanded. Thus, this tofu pudding was a novelty for most of the faculty. He added some red bean syrup and pumpkin pearls to Dumbledore's bowl of tofu pudding, pushing it forward. Notably, McGonagall's lips relaxed, as the students' recent performance in class had indeed improved, enhancing their efficiency in learning magic. True to her role, Professor McGonagall continued to analyze matters from both a teacher's and a student's perspective. At this moment, Dumbledore and Kono's thoughts aligned harmoniously. Dumbledore, seizing the opportunity, stood up and remarked, We still have over half an hour. It's perfect for a post-meal treat, so let us not be shy. With the headmaster's encouragement, The previously restrained faculty members sprang into action. However, lacking experience, most imitated Flitwick and Sprout, adding honey, crushed nuts, and other sweet toppings to their tofu pudding. In contrast, Snape expertly reached for the bowl of braised sauce, skillfully scooping a spoonful into his bowl, followed by chili oil, crushed nuts, and a handful of cilantro. It appeared Snape had long since experimented with tofu pudding on his own, and surprisingly, he preferred the savory variant. Beside him, Kettleburn emulated Snape's method, successfully joining the savory faction. After consuming several spoonfuls of the savory tofu pudding, he exclaimed, "This tofu pudding is truly invigorating. It feels like dancing with a fire dragon. Delightful." Dumbledore efficiently delegated tasks for decorating the castle the following day, thus concluding the meeting. Chapter 88, The Hot Pot arrives. Early the next morning, as the students awoke and made their way to the Great Hall, they could scent the rich and alluring aroma of soy milk wafting through the air. Upon entering the hall, the first sight that greeted them was Professor McGonagall, who was brandishing her wand, casting spells on the decorations adorning the walls. What were once simple white circles transformed under her transfiguration magic into tiny skeletons dancing in peculiar rhythms. Though these skeletons were diminutive, their skeletal structure was strikingly realistic, showcasing Professor McGonagall's remarkable prowess in transfiguration. Professor Flitwick raised his head high, his wand pointed towards the ceiling, transforming the once blue sky into an impenetrable darkness. Almost immediately, a brilliant moon emerged, yet it failed to illuminate the entirety of the night. The scene appeared somewhat eerie and grotesque, yet it perfectly aligned with the theme of Halloween Eve. Professor McGonagall called out to Professor Flitwick, subsequently casting a shower of tiny paper scraps into the air. As the scraps danced in the air, she continued to enchant them, turning the once pristine white paper into a deep black, gradually shaping them into bats that even emitted squeaking sounds. Professor Flitwick signaled an OK gesture, and as McGonagall transformed the scraps into bats, he too waved his wand, causing the faux bats that had fallen to the ground to instantly levitate. However, not entirely satisfied with the floating bats, he flicked his wand upward once more, and the once lifeless bats sprang to life, flitting about the ceiling as though they were indeed living creatures. Observing this spectacle, the young eagles eagerly exclaimed to Professor Flitwick, "Professor Flitwick, I want to learn this." "Of course, no problem," Professor Flitwick cheerfully replied. "This afternoon, there happens to be a class, a joint session with Gryffindor, during which we shall teach the levitation charm." With a thud, Hagrid carefully lowered an enormous pumpkin, causing the floor of the Great Hall to tremble upon its landing. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he said, "Professor Kono, I truly owe you one. Otherwise, it would have taken me ages to bring all these pumpkins into the hall." Professor Kono silently set down an equally massive pumpkin and waved his hand dismissively. "Your pumpkin is quite substantial. It serves as excellent exercise." Yesterday, for reasons unknown, Dumbledore had refused to assign him any tasks concerning the decoration of the castle. Thus, Professor Kono had opted to fish by the Black Lake early that morning until he spotted Hagrid carrying an enormous pumpkin towards the castle. Since both fishing and other activities were merely ways to pass the time, this led to the previous scene. At that moment, a multitude of owls suddenly swooped into the Great Hall, soaring through the sky in search of their respective recipients. These owls, too, were magical creatures. Much like the distinction between ordinary people and wizards, there existed a difference between these owls and their mundane counterparts. The owls that could integrate into the magical world possessed a unique ability, allowing them to locate recipients without an address, provided the recipient did not deliberately conceal their whereabouts. If, however, the recipient employed magic to mask their presence, the owls would lose their sense of direction. "What a colossal package!" exclaimed the students, eyeing the owls. At that very moment, a parcel, being carried by 5 owls in unison, slowly ascended above Professor Kono's head. The owls appeared utterly exhausted, their feathers ruffled and disheveled, their figures seemingly doubled in size. The pitiable child Hagrid displayed a semblance of sympathy. This package must have endured considerable tribulations during its journey. Whose parcel could this be? Kono pondered, scrutinizing the package sprawled upon the ground. He noticed an imprint on its side. Below the imprint was affixed a letter. "Dear Mr. Kono, the cauldron you ordered from our shop, equipped with automatic heating, stirring, separation, cleaning, timing functions, and the capability for cooked food to effortlessly sort into a bowl, has been completed. Kindly accept this delivery. Should you find it satisfactory, we would appreciate your assistance in promoting our establishment. Upon a successful transaction, we can offer a 3-point rebate. Yours sincerely, your Packy." The hot pot had finally arrived. This was undoubtedly the highlight of Kono's day, if not his entire existence. The hot pot, was a significant ritual in itself. Now that winter had set in, he, despite possessing a naturally resilient constitution, was not impervious to the chill. However, winter without indulging in a hot pot seemed to lack a certain flavor. Moreover, this was not an ordinary hot pot from his past life, but a truly magical one. His only responsibilities were to prepare the broth and ingredients. All tedious tasks could be entrusted to magic. Fortuitously, he had left his fishing gear by the Black Lake earlier that morning, and today's activity would be to catch a substantial fish to serve as the main ingredient for that evening's hot pot feast. Unfortunately, perhaps due to his restless heart, the fish seemed to sense the slightest tremor of the hook. Kano sat by the Black Lake for an extended period, without so much as a nibble, leading him to suspect that the merfolk were playing tricks on him. Once assured that the merfolk were not deliberately interfering, Kano resumed his position by the shore, casting his line once more. Perhaps the adage of fishermen never returns empty-handed held some truth, despite not hooking a large fish. He did manage to reel in a rather dilapidated small box. The surface of the box bore an inscription of magical runes, and though it appeared worn, it was not significantly damaged. Alhamra, Kano invoked, adhering to the principle of countering magic with magic. However, the box resolutely resisted the spell. With a thud, he relinquished his wand and opted for a more tangible approach, easily unlocking the small box. Inside lay a piece of jewelry resembling a pendant, crafted from a silver-like material, intricately engraved with a lioness head, its mouth clasping a brilliant ruby, which appeared quite exquisite. The castle reverberated with the sounds of hurried footsteps, accompanied by the shouts of students exclaiming that a giant was approaching. "Run!" they cried. Chapter 89. No giant, no fun. He felt that the misfortune of his fruitless fishing expedition could be dispelled in an instant. What sort of game was Dumbledore orchestrating? Was it akin to a temple escape scenario, with a giant chasing students throughout the castle? This was the magical realm, after all. Wizards were known to engage in some rather wild escapades. After all, their most beloved sport, Quidditch, necessitates soaring into the skies for participation. Injuries, such as fractures or breaks, require merely an afternoon for healing. Thus, there would be no disruption to the following week's classes due to student injuries. Upon entering the Great Hall, he encountered a torrent of students pouring out, each face etched with terror and panic. Among them was a Slytherin student. Connor deftly executed a dragon catch, pulling a young boy to his side. "Don't grab me, please." "Professor Connor?" Malfoy struggled, flailing as he realized the person before him was Connor, calming down only then, the flush of fear still lingering on his cheeks. "Where's the Slytherin elegance?" Connor quipped mercilessly. "Aren't you all in a troll evacuation?" Once Malfoy regained his composure, he quickly aligned with Connor's thoughts. "Professor, a troll has truly appeared. Professor Quirrell just came in to report it." Connor raised an eyebrow, posing a piercing question. "Why are you frightened of a mere XXXX level creature? Haven't you encountered a three-headed dog before?" "All right," Malfoy exclaimed, but immediately shook his head. No. A troll is something even adult wizards struggle to handle. And you weren't at the feast just now, so... Students, come, gather in the Great Hall. It's just a troll after all. You faced a three-headed dog before. Why fear a mere troll? Most students halted upon hearing his voice. The leading prefects refrained from acting independently, casting inquiring glances at their head of house. He turned to Slytherin, asking, "Where is your Professor Snape? Why isn't he here?" The girl named Gemma Farley, the Slytherin prefect, responded. "Then I shall take charge now. Shall we go find the troll? Any objections?" Connor inquired. Connor continued to command. "Excellent. Now, quiet down. We need to ascertain the troll's movements." Instantly, all students fell silent. McGonagall began to rub her temples, pondering how this energetic group of lions had never been so obedient before her. In the hushed castle, murmurs arose alongside the creaks of wood against the floor. Connor raised his finger and declared, "Let us go," in the direction of the girls' lavatory. "Utilize the meridian pathways I taught you in our first lesson and advance at full speed." The students dashed out behind Connor, leaving the three heads of house in disarray. "They certainly have spirit," Flitwick remarked, "and their speed is quite remarkable. Perhaps I should examine Connor's textbooks myself?" Sprout smiled enigmatically. "I perused the recipes he wrote for my students. Adding those potions has greatly improved their physiques. However, the preparation must not be demonstrated in front of Professor Snape. I shudder to think of the consequences." McGonagall sighed. "I wonder where Professor Dumbledore has gone. His presence would certainly provide me with greater reassurance." Fruby glanced ahead, recalling that he was among the first to depart, likely just up ahead, already preoccupied with confronting the troll. In the distance, the girls' lavatory lay in disarray, its walls marred by several gaping holes, accompanied by the incessant thuds of blunt instruments striking the walls and the shouts of several students. It was Ron's voice. Ron was inside. The Weasley triplets cried out in alarm. And Harry. I could also hear Harry's voice, and Hermione's. Who would have thought a troll would be lurking here? Truly remarkable. Gryffindor is indeed a place of extraordinary talent. Not only do we have the Weasley twins, but now there are 3 fledglings in the lavatory as well. Boom! Countless fragments erupted as the door was blasted open, hurtling towards Kono and the students. Ha! Kono bellowed, a massive golden barrier enveloping him. In the astonished and exhilarated gazes of the students, Kono dashed forward into the doorway. Goodness! Kono could hardly dare to utter such a phrase. The stench within the lavatory was overwhelming, akin to a ghastly amalgamation of pickled herring and rancid socks, culminating in an olfactory assault that was nothing short of extraordinary. The danger posed by this troll was of such magnitude that the foul odor could inflict both physiological and psychological distress, undoubtedly enhancing its menace. Release that troll. Allow me. Kono executed a grappling maneuver, pulling Ron, who was on the verge of becoming troll paste, to safety beside him. Ron stood frozen in shock, utterly bewildered. The troll towered nearly 4 meters high, its body encased in a thick skin resembling granite, suggesting formidable defenses. The troll, oblivious to the unfolding events, swung its club with a resounding crash, sending debris flying. So cumbersome, Kono leaped into action, delivering a powerful kick to the troll's back, swiftly pivoting to unleash a fierce 3-legged strike against the troll's callous thigh. With a series of cracking sounds, the troll wailed in agony and toppled forward, crashing to the ground. Wow, that was incredible. Idle. The students, having just reached the lavatory entrance, witnessed Kono's airborne assault and erupted in astonishment. But as they inhaled deeply, their expressions soured, and they knelt, retching uncontrollably. What on earth is that smell? Chapter 90, Ventriloquism and Acupressure. Kono approached them, exclaiming that one need not truly retch to call him an idol. The small eagles, covering their noses, immediately noticed that Kono's voice had altered and was not emanating from his mouth. Observing Kono's expression, it was evident he was entirely unfazed by the troll's foul odor. Having spent over 2 months with Kono, the small eagles quickly surmised that this was yet another extraordinary magic derived from martial arts. They had previously learned a spell known as the bubblehead charm, which rendered speech indistinct while encasing the head in a bubble reminiscent of a fishbowl. Far from elegant. Their interest in this new magic was instantly piqued. Professor Kono, I yearn to learn this art without uttering a single word and without perceiving any foul odors. Connor leaped beside the struggling giant, seizing a piece of its flesh and dragging it before the students. This is the art of ventriloquism. Next month, when I commence teaching internal energy cultivation, should you grasp it swiftly, I shall impart this skill to you. As for breath control, that is even simpler. I can teach you right now. First, step outside. Open the windows. He then cast a glance at Harry and Hermione, who were supporting each other. Come, younglings. Hasten forth. Remaining inside for too long may shorten your lifespans. The giant continued to writhe, and he gently tapped its head, urging it to settle down. You all sit cross-legged and silently recite the Sutra of Tranquility, calming your minds. This is the first step. Excellent. Next, while the air remains uncontaminated by the giant, take a deep breath. Use your magical essence to feel this breath as it flows through your energy center and then direct it to your lower dantian. He began to gesture, moving his hands along the central line of his chest and then down to his abdomen. Once this breath reaches the lower dantian, it should feel akin to swallowing a mouthful of water. Maintain this energy within your dantian without letting it disperse. Remember to relax and approach this with a natural demeanor. Splendid. Do not cease the recitation of the Sutra of Tranquility, for it will assist you in this process of relaxation. When you feel on the verge of asphyxiation, inhale once more and repeat the earlier steps. Do not succumb to despair or refuse to breathe. I do not wish for a ghost to attend my class in the future. At this point, many students who had entered a focused state burst into laughter, breaking their concentration. Hold it. Connor raised an eyebrow. Now we have a perfect teaching moment. Allow me to demonstrate how to deal with this behemoth. He pulled the giant away from the students to a safe distance, a warm glow enveloping his hand as a powerful blessing descended upon the giant's head. The giant slowly awakened, uttering a low rumble, and upon seeing a human standing at its chest level, it became exhilarated. Since being released by another human, it had not feasted, and humans were undeniably the finest delicacy on its menu, promising the utmost enjoyment. It eagerly swung its arms, spreading its palms to seize this food, but the human deftly sidestepped, evading its grasp while emitting a sound. Its movements were sluggish, and even the basic energy circulation techniques taught in the first class sufficed to avoid its attacks. Harry, Hermione, Ron, were you three employing that energy circulation method to dodge the giant just now? A simple nod will suffice. The giant, undeterred, swung its lengthy arms once more, this time exerting itself with both hands, yet still failing to catch the human. Did you see that? As long as you maintain your speed, such a clumsy creature poses no threat to you. So why did Harry and his companions ultimately find themselves in peril? Most of the students nodded in agreement. Wrong. The coma spell is only effective against foes of the same stature, and as long as your strength is sufficient. Employing that method of meridian circulation to dash forward and deliver a punch will yield equally impressive results. What is required at this moment is the repulsion spell. Qinggong deftly retrieved a wand from the martial arts golden core and finally proclaimed, "Repel at full speed." Bang! The invisible repulsion spell took effect, causing the colossal creature, which was poised to swing its long arms in retaliation, to completely lose its balance and crash to the ground. This is a practical technique known as acupoint striking. By targeting the enemy's weaknesses, it can inflict considerable damage not only on foes of equal size, but also on those much larger. Witnessing the giant being felled by a mere repulsion spell, the students collectively gasped, accompanied by a chorus of retching sounds. The creature's foul stench spread rapidly, saturating the area in front of the restroom with its distinctive odor. Whirlwind cleanse. Flivvy conjured a domestic spell, transforming an invisible whirlwind into an unsightly greenish-yellow hue, which swept the giant's stench out of the window. Thanks to Professor Flivvy for the assistance. Now, I will select a few students from each house to apply the techniques I just demonstrated in practical combat. Qinggong swiftly chose several upperclassmen from each house and delivered another firm strike to the giant's knee, using his internal energy to help alleviate its bruising and restore mobility. Come now, channel the Tranquil Heart Sutra and maintain a calm and composed mindset. Remember, staying cool-headed will give you an advantage over others, with Qinggong supporting them. The upperclassmen felt assured of their safety, each gripping their wands in readiness. The giant rose once more, casting a timid glance at Qinggong before lunging at the humans before it. However, these humans were equally swift, evading its attack, and the first among them even cast a spell that emitted a glow upon their knee. I used to relish devouring humans like other giants, until my knee was struck by magic, and I turned to a vegetarian diet instead. Now, together, direct the repulsion spell at the glowing orb on your knee, commanded Qinggong. Repel at full speed. The students shouted in unison, their collective energy formidable. 8 repulsion spells struck the giant's knee simultaneously, producing a resounding crack of bone. The giant let out a tormented scream, collapsing once again to the ground. It lay there, murmuring in despair, seemingly having lost the courage to rise. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a thunderous applause erupted from the direction of the auditorium. Chapter 91. The Advancing Hufflepuff. Dumbledore and Snape approached the girls' restroom, hearing the giant's continuous murmurs. Dumbledore remarked, "The giant is pleading for mercy, asking not to be struck again." In his youth, he had a profound fascination with knowledge and studied the languages of various sentient beings, be it the language of giants, mere folk, or fairies. He could comprehend them to a reasonable extent. Dumbledore cast a curious glance at Qinggong, puzzled by his sudden elation, when Mingming encountered him by the Black Lake that afternoon. His countenance was as grim as the darkest coal. Apart from Harry, Ron, and Hermione, along with Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, the other individuals had vacated the girls' restroom. Before departing, Kono kindly employed a repairing charm to restore the restroom to its former state. Fortunately, the location was rather mundane, devoid of secret passages. Otherwise, Dumbledore would undoubtedly have summoned professional repair personnel for maintenance. As Hagrid arrived to remove the unconscious giant, McGonagall was admonishing the 3 little lions. Hermione, with a pouting face and tears welling in her eyes, exclaimed, "They all came to find me. Professor McGonagall, if you intend to expel someone, let be me." Harry and Ron were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief. They quickly reacted, positioning themselves protectively in front of Hermione. "Professor McGonagall, it's not like that. It's all my fault this afternoon." When Dumbledore observed the trio defending one another, he interjected timely, preventing Harry and Ron from continuing. He turned to the 3 little lions and inquired, "Will you repeat this transgression?" "No, no." They hastily shook their heads in unison, a harmonious display of understanding. This remains perilous. Moreover, one must consider the feelings of other students. McGonagall's expression remained stern, Her words pointed. Of course, right, children? Dumbledore gazed at the trio once more. They nodded vigorously, reminiscent of chicks pecking at grains. As the 5 Gryffindors made their way to the Great Hall, they could already hear a vibrant voice resonating in the distance. Kono announced loudly, Come, those who favor sweet sit on the left, and those who prefer savory on the right. And those who enjoy spicy? You shall sit at the back for now. Let us see how many of you there are. Oh, it seems the numbers are a bit scant. Otherwise, you could mingle with the savory faction. This way, the numbers would be more balanced, and you could exchange opinions. All right, your factions are now established. Let the assembly commence. Sweet faction, you may take the floor first and share your perspectives. Professor Sprout, would you kindly cast an amplifying charm? As Kono concluded, a student's voice emerged, proclaiming, Sweet tofu pudding allows one to savor the true essence of tofu pudding. Its delicate and sweet texture is simply unparalleled. Whether garnished with white sugar, maple syrup, or chocolate sauce, they meld perfectly with the tofu pudding. Kono's voice rose again. Excellent contribution. Now, let the savory faction present their views. Professor Sprout, I kindly ask for your assistance once more. Another student's voice followed. The satisfaction derived from savory tofu pudding is unmatched. The collision of minced meat, crushed nuts, cucumber shreds, and gravy creates an explosion of textures. Can you feel it? And if one adds a spoonful of chili oil at the end, it awakens the body's vitality. I feel as if I could take on a giant right now. Dumbledore had just entered the hall when he noticed Snape standing in the shadows by the door, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Severus, what are they arguing about? Dumbledore inquired hastily. Snape raised an eyebrow. I feel quite sorry for Quirrell. The only strategy he could devise was a rather pathetic diversion, yet it seems that this is not your primary concern. Dumbledore sighed softly. He will gain nothing, for I have not yet placed anything within. I wish for you to keep an eye on Quirrell, as I fear he may harm Harry. Snape spoke in a measured tone. As long as Mr. Potter studies under Professor Quirrell for another 2 years, he should be able to bring Quirrell to his knees. Vigorously rubbing that foul-smelling head, Dumbledore chuckled lightly, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the knowledge imparted by Professor Quirrell is remarkably practical. I trust you have experienced this yourself. Snape shifted his stance, remaining cloaked in shadow. Professor Quirrell is adept at manipulating emotions. It is astonishing that the earnest Hufflepuffs could quarrel over something as trivial as tofu pudding. Is that so? I must see for myself, Dumbledore declared, glancing at Harry and his companions as they passed by, following them towards the Gryffindor table. He gathered the details from the Weasley twins. For the other 3 houses, this was a novel dish, allowing them to choose toppings according to their preferences. Gryffindor made very conventional selections, opting for combinations reminiscent of their previous bubble tea experiences. Slytherin and Ravenclaw were similarly inclined, though Slytherin preferred the savory tofu pudding, aligning excellently with Snape's tastes, while Ravenclaw opted for both. First sampling a small portion of the savory pudding before switching to a small serving of the sweet variety. However, the peace at the Hufflepuff table suddenly erupted. Being near the Hogwarts kitchens, Hufflepuffs undeniably held expertise and influence regarding food. Tofu pudding was no secret to them, as it had long been a privilege reserved for a select few teachers, never brought to the forefront. As the students began to enjoy the tofu pudding, Professor Quirrell suddenly posed a question. Students, which do you find more delicious, the savory or the sweet? In an instant, the Hufflepuffs divided into factions, passionately discussing the merits of both flavors. Thus, an enthusiastic Professor Quirrell initiated a debate. Chapter 92. Let the music play on. Let the dance continue. Do not look at us. Dumbledore was somewhat taken aback by this. He had not anticipated that Pomona would not intervene in this rather frivolous debate. There's nothing to stop, Fred remarked dismissively. Professor Sprout said she hadn't seen the Hufflepuff students so spirited in ages. Indeed, George quickly added. Professor Sprout also mentioned that it has been many years since all 4 houses were this harmonious. TSK, Fred spat, exclaiming that those Slytherin students were indeed peculiar. Surely, the sweeter version was far more delicious. The Weasley twins had resumed their playful antics. Yet their words unexpectedly instigated a sensation within Dumbledore akin to an explosion in his mind. Indeed, it had been ages since such a harmonious scene had graced the 4 houses. The Slytherin students no longer exuded their typical indifference. Rather, they appeared as if they were outsiders, isolating themselves with an air of detachment. They now scooped out bowls of soft tofu pudding, allowing the rich sauce to seep into the tender tofu, while observing the ongoing debate with keen interest. In those days, the rivalry among the 4 houses was merely an occasional squabble, unlike the tense atmosphere of the past decade. All right, cheered the jester Kono, clapping his hands. Since both sides have such compelling arguments, beautifully articulating both sweet and savory combinations, let us commence a period of free debate. His words ignited a fervor akin to a lit fuse. The Hufflepuff table erupted in a cacophony of voices. Professor Kono, why did you play sweet last? Do you believe sweet tofu pudding inferior to its savory counterpart? You are biased. Kono, ever the cheerful provocateur, remained silent. He relished the chaos of conflict. So what? This merely indicates Professor Kono's discerning taste. As the creator of tofu pudding, his preference for savory first grants us the right to declare our victory unilaterally. Really? A unilateral declaration of victory, you say? Then we can assert that Professor Kono seated those favoring sweet tofu pudding on the left, implying his initial endorsement of the sweet variety. Moreover, have you considered that your savory supporters are scarce and require reinforcement from those who enjoy spicy tofu pudding? Unlike our sweet tofu pudding, which enjoys widespread acclaim, it must be sweet. Choosing savory would mark you as a heretic in the Middle Ages, likely to be bound to a cross by muggles and burned alive. Of course, one must choose savory. It was the wizards' indulgence in sweetness that led to their identification by muggles, resulting in their crucifixion. Honestly, if I desire savory, why not indulge in a beef-filled Yorkshire pudding? Only sweetness can bestow upon me such unique pleasure. By my reasoning, if I crave sweetness, why not savor a cauldron cake? Only the savory flavor can grant me a sense of life's meaning. Surely not. Can there truly be individuals who prefer savory? How does that differ from troll? Enough. Those who favor sweetness are akin to mere pests. No wonder they are so bothersome. At least trolls are classified as XXXX level creatures, while those pests barely reach XXX. Kono furrowed his brow, clearing his throat to regain control of the room. Free debate does not equate to free insults. Please exercise restraint and strive to articulate your arguments persuasively. Should anyone tread upon the minefield again, I would not hesitate to ensure you share your quarters with a Dementor Knight. Picture it, Peeves as the warm breeze and the Dementor as the cold draft, providing you with an extreme experience of both icy and fiery contrasts. Although they had triumphed over the Dementors, it was through the strength of their collective efforts. The nature of such creatures was beyond the capability of any single individual to confront with ease. Thus, the debate quickly transformed into a harmonious and amicable gathering. They began to showcase their unique talents, engaging in the preparation and explanation of tofu pudding, striving to persuade one another in a forthright manner. However, their opponents remained unconvinced, while students from other houses were captivated instead. One by one, they craned their necks, eager to glean insights and replicate the ingredient combinations displayed by the Hufflepuff students. What was initially perceived as a contest destined to conclude with a clear victor ended in an utterly absurd manner. They not only added taro balls and sweet red bean paste to the tofu pudding, but also drizzled a spoonful of chili oil, a spoonful of beef sauce, and a scattering of cilantro on top. Approaching the long table of Hufflepuff, they began to observe closely. The sweet flavor of the red bean paste and the rich taste of the beef sauce instantly captured the attention of the savory, sweet, and spicy factions. Their eyes were fixated on the Weasley twins, who were oblivious to the unfolding situation and proceeded to scoop a spoonful of soy sauce onto their concoction. After slurping a mouthful, one of them queried, "Why the silence? Let the music play and the dance commence. Do not gaze at us." This time, even the most easygoing Cedric appeared somewhat irked, pointing at the golden bowl in George's hand and inquiring, "George, could you enlighten us as to the nature of the unidentifiable contents in your bowl?" This, George slurped another bite, listing taro balls, pearls, sweet red bean paste, honey, maple syrup, and a chocolate frog. "What else did I add, Fred?" Fred took a slurp as well, adding a spoonful of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, chili oil, chili rings, beef sauce, soy sauce, gravy, and what else? We included numerous ingredients, culminating in a handful of Sol cilantro. I can see that your feedback on tonight's tofu pudding is exceedingly positive. How about this? This delightful dish will be incorporated into the official menu, and you may relish it as a dessert. Absolutely not. It was Gabriel Truman, the head of Hufflepuff, who spoke up, raising his hand. "Professor Dumbledore, your proposal is indeed splendid. However, I cannot endorse the notion of tofu pudding as a dessert. If it is to be served, it must be as a savory dish post-meal." Dumbledore quickly cast a glance at Kono, signaling, "You must resolve the chaos you have instigated." Kono shrugged and clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. "Since we are nearing the conclusion of the banquet, allow me to summarize. Tonight's debate has been quite entertaining, and it is evident that you all possess a genuine affection for this dish. Given this shared passion, whether one prefers sweet or savory, both are delightful. Each flavor has its admirers. Therefore, as long as you enjoy your meal, there is no need for contention, correct? Yet, the student still appeared hesitant. Kono, wearing a warm and friendly smile, proposed, "Why not share a room with the Dementors tonight? Does anyone have any objections?" "No, none at all." Chapter 93. The Subtle Thoughts of Chilo. Although Halloween has concluded, the war over the sweet and savory tofu pudding flavors among Hufflepuff students continues unabated. Evolving from small badgers to hardy echidnas, they greet friends from other houses with an exceedingly polite inquiry. "What type of tofu pudding do you prefer?" Initially, students from other houses responded candidly, expressing their preferences for either flavor. However, they soon wised up and countered with the question, "And you? What type of tofu pudding do you favor?" Upon revealing their allegiance, the badgers would be met with enthusiastic affirmations. "Ah, indeed. I too enjoy that flavor. Let's have that for lunch." Each badger boasts a unique concoction of tofu pudding toppings, far surpassing the haphazard combinations devised by students from the other three houses. Thus, adhering to the principle that both sweet and savory are delightful, students from the other houses eagerly befriended the still naive badgers, leading them to the great hall for a hearty feast. Mornings were spent indulging in savory dishes, afternoons were dedicated to spicy delights, and evenings concluded with sweet treats. Gradually, this catchphrase spread among the students of the other three houses, who became aware of its origins. The badgers, too, recognized that perhaps the debate was ultimately trivial, merely reflecting slight variances in individual tastes. What truly mattered was the deliciousness of the food. Eventually, this quarrel began to subside, and the true instigator, the playful Connor, chose to remain momentarily silent. True to his Halloween Eve promise, he would commence teaching the students about cultivation next month. He feared that if salty or sweet partisans were to have a sudden crisis during internal energy lessons, resulting in a surge of magical energy and a violent outburst, it would be catastrophic. In the 2 months leading up to the Christmas holidays, he needed to instruct the students on how to properly harness their internal magic to facilitate the flow of their energy. This process is intricate, and any misstep could harm the meridians. Thus, Connor's teaching approach was notably steady, ensuring that no student fell behind. Thanks to the efforts of the house elf, the Great Hall during Connor's lessons became the warmest spot in the entire castle. The elf would soar to the ceiling, transform into a vibrant orange hue, and whirl around the hall, dispersing warmth to every corner. Even the teachers would gather at the faculty table, allowing their house elves to serve steaming bowls of tofu pudding, turning the occasion into a delightful break from their duties. Of course, according to the law of conservation of magic, when a portion of the populace revels in joy, the discontent tends to manifest in another segment. Presently, the most discontent individual in the entire school is likely Professor Chilo, who teaches defense against the dark arts. Moreover, following Halloween, he finds himself facing the wrath of Snape, who unleashes a torrent of venomous attacks, leaving him utterly speechless. Most crucially, the day of Voldemort's awakening has arrived once more, and he finds himself at a loss on how to proceed. To displease Voldemort is a profoundly terrifying prospect, especially considering that he looms ominously over one's very existence. Should Voldemort find himself dissatisfied, he would unleash his magical wrath upon the already diminished intellect of his servant. With practiced ease, he brandished his wand and cast an anti-scrying charm at the door, ensuring that no prying eyes could invade the sanctity of his chamber secrets. Having completed this precautionary measure, he approached his desk, tearing away the outer packaging of a parcel and vanishing it with a disillusionment spell. Upon revealing the martial arts textbook within, he exhaled a long sigh, whispering to himself, "Today, may I be spared from torment. All hinges upon you." Bolstering his resolve, he immediately set to work, employing his wand to age the new materials. As a former professor in the Muggle Studies Department, Quirrell understood that there existed a Muggle technique for antiquing, lending certain items an air of age and, consequently, greater value. He now sought to employ a similar enchantment, rendering the pristine textbooks seemingly ancient. At the very least, he must ensure that Voldemort does not discover these volumes are freshly acquired. Why does it smell so foul? Why is it growing worse? Just as he completed the aging charm, an uncomfortable itch tingled at the back of his head. He hastily waved his wand, repositioning the desk to the center of the room, standing with his back to it. "Stay calm. My magical prowess is insufficient for him to penetrate my thoughts. As long as I remain composed, I shall be fine." As he removed his headscarf, Voldemort's serpent-like visage was revealed. "Excellent, Quirrell. I am quite pleased with your performance this time. It seems you have achieved satisfactory results." "Yes, Master. I have thoroughly investigated the myriad obstacles they have established to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Now, if we can eliminate the three-headed dog guarding the entrance and divert Dumbledore's attention, the stone shall be ours. Oh, it appears you have indeed been diligent in your endeavors. The honor of the Death Eaters beckons you. Voldemort's tone took on an unusual theatrical flair. Now, tell me how you intend to accomplish this. Quirrell eagerly began to recount his plans, embellishing the mundane details with a touch of dramatic flair. It seems those old fools are already wary of you. Voldemort's tone grew grave. As I previously advised, do not attempt to test Harry just yet. We must avoid alarming the unsuspecting. Is that three-headed dog not the same creature that Connor utilized in class? Voldemort inquired. Are you unable to overcome it? No, Master. Connor is far more formidable than we anticipated. Quirrell recounted the tales of Connor's prowess against a troll and his confrontation with a Dementor. Voldemort's anger flared suddenly. So that is the source of the odor upon your scarf. It was from your clandestine spying outside the window. Quirrell felt a surge of panic. Wait, Master. There is one more thing I must tell you. Please, just a moment. With gritted teeth, Voldemort's countenance grew even more menacing. Speak. Quirrell swiftly waved his wand, flipping open the aged textbooks that lay upon the desk. Master, I risked my life to infiltrate Connor's office and acquired the original texts. Please take a look. I believe this will also aid in your recovery. Chapter 94. I am no longer a conventional teacher. Chilo is confident that he can divert Voldemort's attention with these textbooks. After all, these volumes are not merely for students. Even a busy teachers find time to delve into their studies. The miraculous effects of martial arts have gradually begun to reveal themselves within school. Voldemort gazed at the books, each imbued with potent traces of magic, their materials appearing ancient. Chilo, cast a magical illumination charm. I wish to see more clearly. Why do you always insist on keeping the room so dim? Did I not instruct you last time not to seal the windows? You are incorrigible. Truly, you are the worst servant I have ever had. Chilo dared not let Voldemort discover his antiquated magic. Instead, he deftly waved his wand, causing the books to float into his hands. Master, allow your servant to read for you. This is a rare ancient edition from Kono, which I have studied for several days. Otherwise, given your current condition, you may struggle to endure the entirety of the text. Very well. It appears you still possess some semblance of servant. Voldemort grunted, patiently awaiting further exposition. Chilo did not merely read. In sections adorned with illustrations, he employed magic to display the content within a mirror, facilitating Voldemort's viewing. Meridians? Acupoints? Mental techniques? Internal power? What novel concepts these are! Though Voldemort's eyelids began to droop, his voice bore no trace of fatigue. I sense a new possibility for my path to immortality. These ideas could fundamentally alter the corporeal framework I have constructed. Chilo, I am fully aware of your efforts. Persevere. The esteemed position of my chief Death Eater shall undoubtedly belong to you. Upon hearing this, Chilo's heart swelled with joy. He envisioned a future where he stood as Voldemort's foremost Death Eater, relishing the exquisite experience of wielding such power. Yet in the next moment, Voldemort shifted his tone. However, you must remember to fulfill your tasks. Whether it pertains to the study of martial arts or understanding the three-headed dog, you must comprehensively investigate. Chilo shuddered involuntarily. But I do not have that much time. My schedule is fully packed with defense against the dark arts classes. Voldemort brusquely interrupted. Do not offer excuses. You're merely in your 30s. What reason do you have to seek excuses? Am I not accompanying you to class? But you can sleep. I truly must face those students, Chilo murmured. You are still young. Enduring hardship will benefit you. When you ascend to the position of Chief Death Eater, you will understand just how invaluable the time you carve out for yourself truly is. All right, I shall grant you another hint. Based on my knowledge of him, Hagrid, as the owner of the three-headed dog, is also a target from whom you can extract information. Procure some dangerous magical creature offspring and approach him. You will be able to exchange for useful intelligence. He cannot keep his mouth shut. I know him well. With these words, Voldemort finally exhausted all his energy, slowly closing his eyelids, falling silent. In the absence of Voldemort's scrutiny, Chilo became somewhat more composed, beginning to devise his next course of action. The prospect of befriending Kono appears exceedingly slim. A teacher who works tirelessly 6 days a week finds little common ground with him. Currently, the only avenue left is to focus on Hagrid. The younglings of dangerous magical creatures are primarily classified as contraband, rendering conventional means of acquisition utterly futile. To engage with those unscrupulous merchants, one must possess a substantial sum of money. Regrettably, due to Voldemort's possession, all of his galleons have been expended on potions for recovery, leaving him with scant savings. Alas, since his graduation, he has remained at the school, tasked with instructing the Muggle Studies course, acquiring only a smattering of dubious methods for earning money related to Muggles. However, as the saying goes, where their essay will, their essay way. And the day of the Quidditch Cup has now arrived. During one of Quirrell's strolls through the corridors, he chanced upon the Weasley twins engaged in conversation. He overheard them mentioning the cup, and, most crucially, the term, galleon. The impression these twins left on him was indelible. Had it not been for them, he would not have enchanted his scarf to prevent them from tugging it away. He cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and carefully approached the twins, eager to discern the nature of their discussion. Their dialogue, though brief, revealed quite unusual content. Quirrell learned that whenever the Quidditch Cup approaches, wizards of concealed identities host betting pools at the Hog's Head in Hogsmeade. Given the inn's eclectic clientele, such peculiar enterprises are rather commonplace. The wizards conducting the betting purchase information from students, determining odds based on factors like the lineup of both teams, thereby facilitating wagers among other wizards. With Harry Potter's name resonating throughout the entire magical world of England, hailed as the boy who lived, and being an exceptional first-year student recruited into the team by Professor McGonagall, the odds for Gryffindor this year appear exceedingly favorable. The Weasley twins are contemplating whether they should dip into their private funds to partake in the betting, as this could expedite the launch of their prank product enterprise. However, due to explicit school regulations prohibiting student participation in such activities, they find themselves hesitating. Though the Weasley twins are notoriously mischievous, they often tread the fine line of rule-breaking without incurring significant penalties. It is merely Filch's disdain for them that fuels his antagonism towards the twins. However, Quirrell is not a student. He is a bona fide teacher. No, wait. With Voldemort now residing in his head, his purity is compromised, thus disqualifying him as a legitimate teacher. Since he is no longer a pure educator, he may as well indulge in such dealings. Reflecting on his student days, he recalls being an exceedingly well-behaved student, never once receiving a deduction in points or engaging in any thrilling escapades. At this moment, his yearning for such an adventure intensified, igniting a sense of exhilaration and anticipation akin to that of savoring forbidden fruit for the first time. In truth, he had yet to experience this forbidden fruit. It was merely a simplistic metaphor. With this thought, he suddenly solidified his resolve. If Voldemort deemed himself still young, then he should indulge in some reckless, youthful folly. Chapter 95. The unyielding old cat lady on a Sunday morning. The Quidditch Cup, eagerly awaited by the entire student body, was set to commence. The entertainment options for wizards were rather limited. Aside from the foul-smelling blast-ended scroats, the explosive exploding snap, and the combative wizard chess, Quidditch remained the sole highlight. Quidditch is a match devoid of a fixed duration. As long as the seekers from both teams have yet to capture the golden snitch, the game persists indefinitely, with one match famously lasting 3 months. Compared to football and basketball, Quidditch involves only 7 players per side, and, barring extraordinary circumstances, these 7 must endure the entirety of the match. Though the number of players is modest, the variety of balls used in Quidditch is considerable. Each team has a seeker, typically the fastest and most agile member, tasked with finding the golden snitch to secure 150 points and conclude the game. Before the seeker can capture the snitch, all scoring must be accomplished by 3 chasers, who must pass the quaffle through the hoops to score 10 points per successful throw. The role of the keeper is straightforward. They guard their team's goal to prevent the quaffle from entering any of the 3 hoops. Additionally, 2 beaters are required, responsible for striking the bludgers, which are enchanted to behave like frenzied beasts, relentlessly targeting players. Connor himself was not well versed in the rules of Quidditch, but he was fortunate enough to be seated next to Flitwick. The head of Ravenclaw House, despite his unsuitability for the sport, possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of its regulations. This aligns with the style of the Ravenclaw team, known for their adeptness in leveraging the rules, often identifying infractions that even referees overlook. Connor and Flitwick sat at the back of the spectator stands, engaged in light conversation. Noticing Professor McGonagall's eager expression, Connor couldn't help but chuckle. I had thought Professor McGonagall would disapprove of such a fiercely competitive sport. Surely she would prefer her little lions to be well-behaved at all times. Fleetway waved her hand with a light-hearted gesture, although she usually maintained a stern demeanor towards her students. It was precisely due to Minerva that the Gryffindor Cubs had not turned the school into a battleground. However, when it came to Quidditch matches, she yearned for her house's victory more than any Gryffindor player. Is that so? Kano expressed mild surprise. After all, Professor McGonagall tended to impose stricter penalties on Gryffindors and Slytherins when both houses broke school rules. Her adherence to discipline was a hallmark of her character, as well as a guiding principle for her students. This stood in stark contrast to Snape's approach. Leaning closer, Flitwick lowered his voice to a whisper only they could hear. This was shared with me by Pomona. Minerva was once a member of the Quidditch team herself. During her 7th year, she suffered a concussion and several broken ribs due to a foul committed by a Slytherin player in a match that determined the fate of the Quidditch Cup. That match was lost without question, and ever since, she has kept a keen eye on Gryffindor's games against Slytherin, hoping to witness a decisive victory over them. Moreover, having been sidelined due to a foul, she desires for Gryffindor to triumph with honor and integrity. Kano touched his nose contemplatively in that case. I would recommend Professor McGonagall refrain from attending this match. It may elevate her blood pressure. Flitwick raised an eyebrow. Is it because of the inquiries posed by Slytherin? Indeed. Well deduced, Professor Flitwick, Kano commended. Flitwick exhaled deeply. I have perused your textbooks. They contain numerous areas worthy of exploration, particularly the section on acupressure, which enlightened me greatly. By the way, is that related to standing meditation? I suspect that may be the most beneficial aspect for flying. It could explain the Slytherin team's unfortunate display after last month's training. Kano chuckled. They were too eager. Had they not been in such a rush, they wouldn't have strained their groin. Yet, judging by their demeanor now, the training seems to have yielded positive results. MS. Hooch arrived at the center of the pitch with her broomstick, and both teams swiftly approached her. Although the match had not yet officially commenced, the tension between them was palpable. As Ms. Hooch blew the whistle, both teams took to the skies. Lee Jordan, a close friend of the Weasley twins, was responsible for today's commentary, unabashedly showing his bias towards the Gryffindor team throughout the match. At that moment, Professor McGonagall's role became evident. She would intervene whenever Lee's enthusiasm became excessive. The match unfolded with fervor. Whenever Gryffindor scored, McGonagall would reveal her passionate side, cheering and clapping with unbridled enthusiasm. Apart from Harry, who had received the latest Nimbus 2000, the other players were still using brooms that were over a decade old, a fact that inherently put them at a disadvantage compared to Slytherin. Whether it be the intricate tactics of the double-team technique akin to a pair of pincers or the more efficient defense of the double-8 ring maneuver. These are specialized actions reserved for professional players. Yet, the current Slytherin team manages to mimic them with a resemblance of at least 60%. Kano may not grasp these terminologies, but the commentator Lee Jordan certainly does. Wood successfully blocks the goal, and Elia secures the ball. She must not lose it. The spectral ball reaches Angelina's hands, who maneuvers around Slytherin's towering figure, preparing to launch. Blatch astonishingly executes the double-8 ring maneuver, rendering Gryffindor's offense futile. By Merlin's broomstick. Is this the same Slytherin team from last month, which moved like a scorpion? This young man of African descent displays his innate talent, articulating the match with remarkable clarity and even incorporating rap into his commentary. Chapter 96. The Jester Thrives on Chaos. Lee Jordan continues his fervent commentary, as Slytherin now leads by 150 points. However, as long as the Seeker fails to catch the Golden Snitch, Gryffindor still has a chance. Look, Harry and Slytherin's Terrence Higgs have spotted the Golden Snitch. He suddenly exclaims, drawing the audience's gaze upward. The Golden Snitch is exceedingly small, resembling a ping-pong ball with wings. Thus, the Seeker must possess exceptional vision to capture the rapidly flying Snitch. Both players nearly discover the Snitch simultaneously, yet Harry's smaller stature and superior broomstick grant him a swifter approach than Slytherin's Seeker. Harry accelerates. He grows faster and closer to the Golden Snitch. Go, Harry! Lee Jordan's veins bulge as he exclaims, saliva flying. However, just as Harry dives to grasp the Golden Snitch, his broom inexplicably begins to tremble violently, plunging abruptly and nearly throwing him off. The elevated Harry inadvertently allows Slytherin's Seeker to evade him, while the Golden Snitch seizes the fleeting opportunity to vanish from both Seekers' sight. Oh, by Merlin's beard, what on earth has transpired? The Golden Snitch has vanished once more. Lee Jordan is even too rushed to rap. During this harrowing moment, Harry nearly gets flung off entirely. In this precarious instant, Kano notices Harry beginning to chant under his breath. Well done, lad. Kano chuckles with a reprimanding tone. Your training has not been in vain, knowing that remaining calm is paramount at this moment. Although Harry's broom continues to shake violently beneath him, his previously tense expression has transformed into one of composure, allowing him to breathe rhythmically. Kano surveys the scene and observes that only Snape and Quirrell, seated beside him, exhibit peculiar behavior. Their expressions are grave, muttering incantations, their eyes fixated intently on Harry's erratically flying broom. Just as Kano prepares to unleash a spell upon the two, Gryffindor's Phoenix takes flight. Hermione charges directly at Quirrell. Knocking him down, and then unleashes flames at the hem of Snape's cloak. After a few seconds, the flames on the robe began to spread, prompting Snape to hastily rise and draw his wand to extinguish the fire. "Quite commendable. Alas, not a Ravenclaw," remarked Flitwick with a cheerful glint as he observed Hermione's retreating figure. "Which house, then?" asked Connor. "Slytherin." Flitwick sighed, noting that with Headmaster Dumbledore present, their hands were tied in terms of intervention. "What a peculiar game." Connor rolled his eyes, swiftly grasping the underlying implication of Flitwick's words. Dumbledore's presence at the school meant the situation was firmly under control, rendering their involvement unnecessary and unwelcome. The competition continued, and taking advantage of Harry's earlier broom mishap, Slytherin once again scored, gaining 30 points. Perhaps due to Hermione's earlier interference and Snape's decision to sit beside Quirrell. The latter refrained from further action, even displaying a hint of smugness as he applauded Slytherin's goal. Ultimately, Harry, in a most dramatic fashion, caught the golden snitch with his mouth during a rapid dive, thereby concluding the match. Though capturing the snitch awarded 150 points. Slytherin triumphed with a score of 210 to Gryffindor's 190. After the match, the three young Gryffindors sought out Connor. Harry bore an expression of disappointment, while the other two appeared somewhat anxious. "Professor Connor, could we speak in a different location?" Hermione inquired, her demeanor shrouded in mystery, with the two boys nodding in agreement behind her, following them to the changing room adjacent to the Quidditch pitch. Connor noted that the Gryffindor players had yet to vacate the area. The Weasley twins approached first. "Professor, have you imparted some secret strategy to them? I cannot fathom why we fell behind by such a margin." Historically, the Slytherin team relied on their advantage with broomsticks and the 150 points awarded for catching the golden snitch to secure victories. Yet, despite possessing such a talented seeker this time, they suffered a devastating defeat, truly perplexing. "Isn't this what you chose for yourselves?" Connor shrugged, aiming to use the sonorous charm without a wand. "Just a few days ago, when he was on the 7th floor while the other lingered on the 3rd, taking turns with Peeves, and you seemed quite content." Fred covered his face, lamenting, "Joy is indeed contagious, and now it is transferred to that bunch of Slytherins." Connor remained unconcerned, stating that mastering the basic stance was fundamental training. "Once your internal skills are sufficiently developed, I will guide you through the stance exercises. I only hope you do not find them tedious by then." Once the Gryffindor players were dismissed, the three young Gryffindors finally had the opportunity for a serious discussion. All wore expressions as though they bore an extraordinary secret. Hermione leaned against the changing room wall, listening intently before whispering, "Professor Connor, we suspect Professor Snape intends to harm Harry." The incident that just occurred with Harry was orchestrated by Professor Snape. Harry displayed an expression of lingering trepidation. Had it not been for the timely recollection of Professor Kong's teachings, which compelled him to recite the Heart of Tranquility Sutra during moments of anxiety, he would have surely faltered and perhaps fallen. Ron interjected, "Harry, Hermione is right. He is this, ist." Kong, stroking his chin, preferred to eschew enigma and speak plainly. Someone indeed sought to harm Harry, but that individual was neither Snape nor Quirrell. Rather, it was your defense against the dark arts professor, Quirrell. Professor Quirrell. The trio's expressions aligned in astonishment, as if they had been presented with a fantastical tale. The notion exceeded their wildest imaginings, prompting Harry, Hermione, and Ron to share their impressions of Quirrell. Yet, Professor Quirrell appeared so feeble. No knowledge was gleaned from his classes. He was frequently bullied by Fred and the others. Thus, one might wonder why Gryffindor's talented individuals could navigate perilous situations with such precision. Kong immediately illustrated, "One must not judge by appearances. Consider Professor Flitwick, who, despite his cheerful demeanor, was once a dueling champion in his youth." Noticing the trio's contemplative expressions, he decided to stoke the flames further. "You may investigate this matter yourselves. I'm also a newcomer and possess limited knowledge." "That makes sense. Thank you, Professor Kong." The trio bowed respectfully, assuring him of their thorough investigation and promising to return with their findings. Chapter 97, Dumbledore's Calculations. The day following the Quidditch match, McGonagall arrived to provide feedback. From Kong, Harry learned of Quirrell's malicious intentions. According to Festinger's law, once misfortune begins to manifest, similar occurrences tend to follow in rapid succession. Shortly after McGonagall's departure, Hagrid came to inform him that he had inadvertently revealed the name Nicholas Flamel. This was somewhat expected, as he had intended to relay this subtle hint to Harry through Hagrid. Understanding Hagrid well, he anticipated that Harry would ultimately glean such hints from him. However, when he heard Hagrid mention that Harry was inquiring about Quirrell, he felt a twinge of unease. This indicated that Harry and his friends placed considerable faith in Kong's words and had already commenced their investigation. such as the nature of Gryffindor, inherently drawn to perilous endeavors. He could not stifle these children's instincts while simultaneously ensuring their safety. Especially when Harry unexpectedly climbed atop the troll's head, he admitted to feeling an acute sense of panic. He certainly did not wish for Harry to become a mere shadow of himself. Thankfully, Kong arrived swiftly and successfully rescued the 3 young lions. Otherwise, he had been prepared to intervene. The thought of Kong caused a sudden ache in Dumbledore's temples, as memories long buried surged forth. He perceived the sweetness of the tofu pudding in his hands diminishing, the fragrances of honey and maple syrup waning. With his wand, he crushed the sizzling honey candy into powdered sugar, stirred it thoroughly, and savored a sip. Although the honeycomb candy imparts a delicate, almost ethereal sensation, the flavor remains somewhat off. Connor's influence on Hogwarts has undeniably been positive, steering the 4 houses towards a fruitful evolution, allowing each to shine in various domains. However, the school's expenditures have surged considerably, and the students of this academic year seem to possess a greater appetite than their predecessors. Coupled with the assortment of ingredients paired with tofu, pudding, and milk tea, many of which are potion components and magical confections, expenses are depleting the budget at a faster rate than in previous years. Hiss, why does the mere thought of Connor always lead to such distractions? Ahem. Dumbledore gently tapped his head, attempting to banish the images of milk tea and tofu pudding from his mind. While he remained uncertain about the lingering effects of Voldemort's reign of terror on the magical world, and when the repercussions at Hogwarts would be entirely eradicated, it was certainly a commendable beginning. Yet, as long as Voldemort remains a threat, his return will inevitably cast a shadow over the school. This concern heightened Dumbledore's attention regarding the prophecy between Harry and Voldemort. Dumbledore was certain of Voldemort's continued existence, yet the means by which he had survived remained a mystery. Given that Lily's protective charm could only safeguard Harry until he turned 17, it was imperative that he continue to nurture Harry to avert the worst possible outcome. Naturally, if Voldemort could be dealt with before Harry reached adulthood, then Harry could graduate from Hogwarts without having to confront Voldemort directly. Knock, knock, knock. Dumbledore, I'm here. Connor's voice echoed from outside. Just a moment. Dumbledore called out hastily. He rose to retrieve the sorting hat and the sword of Gryffindor from the cabinet. Approaching the perch where Fawkes resided, he whispered, Fawkes, could you please take these 2 items away? Huh? Fawkes looked at him with a puzzled expression, seemingly questioning the necessity of such an action. With a soft chirp, Fawkes vanished in a burst of flame, carrying the sorting hat and the sword of Gryffindor. Only then did Dumbledore open the door. Apologies, I was attending to some personal matters. Connor shook his head. Not a problem at all. I have plenty of time. Indeed, it seemed that frequent meetings with Connor often left a dull ache at his temples. Connor was undoubtedly the most leisurely teacher in the entire school. Even Quirrell struggled under the weight of a full schedule. Yet Connor still found time to fish each day. After a few inquiries, Connor finally revealed that he was hoping to catch the giant squid that had resided in the Black Lake since the establishment of Hogwarts. However, after encountering the giant squid on the first day of term, it mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace in the vast lake. Come, let us sit and chat. Dumbledore beckoned Connor to take a seat. How are you finding life here? Are you adjusting well? He then added, oh, by the way, the teachers exhibit kindness, and the students are obedient and eager to learn. Dumbledore quickly discerned that this was merely a facade, a matter that had long caused him some consternation. Each of Connor's lessons brimmed with quality, yet when the conversation shifted towards work-related topics, he became exceedingly perfunctory, as if harboring some past trauma that rendered him resistant to such discussions. However, once the subject changed and other topics were broached, he would spring to life, brimming with vitality, as if awakened from slumber. There was a palpable sense of engagement whenever such diversions occurred. The crux of the matter lay in Dumbledore's attempts to employ the legilimency spell to glean the thoughts hidden within Connor's mind, only to find himself gazing at a radiant golden orb in vain. Clearing his throat to alleviate the awkwardness, Dumbledore rose and approached a colossal object draped in gray cloth. Pulling the covering aside to reveal a magnificent mirror that soared to the ceiling, its gilded frame resplendent. Supported by 2 intricately carved dragon claws, the mirror stood steadfast. This was the mirror of Ariste, capable of reflecting the deepest, most fervent desires of those who gazed into it. Would you care to try? From Harry's experiences and Connor's earlier demeanor, Dumbledore understood that, with someone like Connor, straightforwardness was often the most effective means of communication. Is there such a thing? Connor mused, turning without hesitation to face the mirror of Ariste. A look of confusion crossed his features as he questioned, are you certain it can reveal one's most urgent, fervent desires? Dumbledore inquired, what did you see? Surely, he couldn't admit that he bore a martial arts golden core embedded within his mind, especially one with a cracked ice pattern. It was as though the golden core sensed his thoughts, flickering twice before vanishing, leaving only his reflection in the mirror. Nothing much, just an ordinary mirror. Devoid of the profound revelations you spoke of, Kano remarked, brushing aside his bangs. He and T engaged in a genuine battle for quite some time. Even the giant he was currently modifying failed to invigorate him. The issue was that, within the confines of the school, he was surrounded only by teachers and students, making it rather difficult to unleash his true potential. To actively provoke a challenge would contradict his cultivated persona as a refined and affable educator. It was indeed a source of frustration. Dumbledore displayed an expression of mild surprise, nodding gently. The reason I summoned you today is to show you something. He approached a bookcase and tapped one of its compartments with his wand. The compartment slowly vanished, revealing a crystal-clear red gemstone. Kano, merely by observing it, could discern that this ruby was extraordinary. Compared to substances like the blood of a chimera, it seemed trivial by comparison. Dumbledore placed the stone on the desk, facing Kano directly. Do you know what this is? He asked. Kano replied candidly, I have never seen it before, but I can sense its remarkable power. Indeed, it is extraordinarily powerful. Indeed, Dumbledore replied with a faint smile. This is what Quirrell seeks, the fabled Philosopher's Stone, which Muggles also refer to as the Sorcerer's Stone. Despite the differing nomenclature, descriptions of the stone are remarkably similar. Primarily, it is an alchemical creation with its fundamental ability to transmute base metals into gold. However, what captivates Quirrell, or rather, the shadowy figure behind him, is its power to concoct the elixir of life, granting immortality. Kano nodded, suddenly recalling that his roommate had once mentioned the concept of the Philosopher's Stone, merely touching upon its two abilities, gold transmutation and the creation of the elixir of life, before leaving the subject. It seemed that Nicholas Flamel, the alchemist who crafted the stone, had met an untimely end shortly after introducing this artifact. Not only had Flamel perished, but the stone itself had been destroyed. This implied that it was merely a one-time tool for luring others, playing a negligible role throughout the Harry Potter series. As Kano gazed upon the shape of the Philosopher's Stone, he was reminded of the gem systems in the online games he had played in his previous life, realizing that the stone would indeed be suitable for embedding. If the stone were as powerful as rumored, it ought to be classified among the finest gems. May I attempt it? He inquired, pointing at the stone, while retrieving an 18-inch staff from his arsenal. After approximately 6 months, Ollivander had finally crafted a wand that met Kono's specifications. However, it bore a significant flaw. It lacked a core. According to Ollivander, the wand size was too great, causing the core to have poor contact during the transmission of magical energy. Kono likened this to a staff resembling a cannon, while the cores Ollivander produced could only be compared to bullets for a handgun, mismatched in caliber. Ollivander racked his brain to devise a solution, carving a groove into the center of the staff and conceiving a module to integrate the wand cores. He intended to stack the cores within this module, hoping to achieve a perfect transmission of magical power through a quantitative change, leading to a qualitative transformation. However, sourcing compatible core materials required Kono's assistance. As Kono was currently occupied with teaching at the school, they agreed to search for suitable materials together during the summer break. Dumbledore observed Kono suddenly produce a perfectly smooth and lustrous staff, resembling ivory, from an unknown part of his person, causing a sharp pang at his temples. Or had he concealed it? He had not seen any magical items related to the disillusionment charm. Nevertheless, he noted the groove in the center of the staff. Did Kono intend to embed the Philosopher's Stone within it? Dumbledore's mind began to whirl with possibilities, torn between the decision to allow Kono to proceed with this endeavor. Kono was a remarkable individual, yet many things that passed through his hands tended to spiral into unpredictability. Even indulging in a simple bowl of tofu pudding could transform the badgers of Hufflepuff into creatures of mischief, causing quite a stir within the school for days. How much more so with this stone, revered as a legendary alchemical artifact. Yet, curiosity tugged at him. He yearned to witness what Kano would conjure next. Dumbledore tentatively inquired, "What do you intend to do? And what purpose does that stick serve?" This wand, devoid of a core, was crafted by Ollivander at my request. He mentioned that existing cores were incapable of conducting magical energy, and thus, he is devising a solution. Kano divulged all he knew about the wand to Dumbledore. Dumbledore stroked his beard, his curiosity piqued. Firstly, this was a giant wand specifically designed by Ollivander. How formidable would it be once the core integration module was completed? Could it rival the Elder Wand? Secondly, The Philosopher's Stone had caught Voldemort's attention, and once his fishing expedition was concluded, he intended to destroy the stone. A plan previously discussed with Nicholas Flamel. With a gesture of invitation, he proposed, "Why not give it a try? There is little to lose. Is that wise? What if something goes awry?" Kano hesitated, reminiscent of the last time he had drawn the Sword of Gryffindor. "You are beginning to exhibit foresight." Dumbledore internally chuckled. Although he felt a flicker of apprehension, he waved his hand dismissively, assuring, "It will be fine. I shall bear the consequences should anything go wrong." With that, Kano ceased his reluctance, grasping the Philosopher's Stone from the table and slotting it into the recess of the staff. Let's see how it embeds. The recess had ample space, causing the stone to remain unanchored, even producing clattering sounds. Just as Dumbledore's anxious heart was about to ease, the stone unexpectedly emitted a gentle crimson glow. Suddenly, the recess of the staff seemed to come alive. The wood within began to grow, enveloping the Philosopher's Stone snugly. Ding! The gem has been successfully embedded. Philosopher's Stone 1. Dumbledore, your wand is in trouble. Ding! The gem has been successfully embedded. Philosopher's Stone 1. Kano anticipated the arrival of some system notification, yet none materialized. These words were merely figments of his imagination. Nevertheless, the Philosopher's Stone was indeed affixed to the staff, which began to undergo transformation as well. The originally ivory-white staff's ends began to alter, sprouting golden veins reminiscent of leaf patterns, gradually extending towards the luminous stone at its center. The vein-like patterns stretched forth, albeit at a deliberate pace, allowing both individuals ample time to contemplate what was unfolding. They both spoke in unison. "Should you go first?" Displaying an uncanny synchronicity. Before they could utter more, a greater anomaly emerged. Now, not only was the Philosopher's Stone glowing, but the staff too began to radiate light, and even the castle trembled in response to the pulsating brilliance. How should one characterize this tremor? It is somewhat akin to the gentle purring sound that a cat emits while being stroked, accompanied by a slight quiver of its body. Firstly, I have not provoked any of you. Kano initiated his skill preemptively. This staff was bestowed upon me by Ollivander. Should you have any inquiries, I suggest you direct them to him. Moreover, this staff was procured with my hard-earned gold. Dumbledore, you are surely aware of the price of a custom wand. And this is indeed an extraordinary bespoke creation. Dumbledore listened patiently to Kano's words, poised to respond, when yet another knock at the door interrupted him. He cast a glance at Kano and called out, "Enter." Kano swiftly stowed the staff into his martial arts core, just as the door swung open to reveal McGonagall. Her expression grave and lips pursed, striding into the headmaster's office. "Headmaster Dumbledore, it appears there have been some peculiar changes within the castle." McGonagall nearly stumbled over her words. For at that very moment, the tremor ceased. With her lips pressed together, McGonagall remained silent, standing still to ascertain whether it had been an illusion. Just moments before, the entire castle had indeed been quivering. Perhaps the students and some of the faculty might not have perceived such subtle vibrations, but she certainly belonged to the latter group. Yet the castle now lay tranquil, as though it had just experienced a death. After a brief pause, McGonagall adjusted her glasses and remarked, "It appears so. Perhaps I have indeed been overworked lately." Dumbledore chuckled dismissively. "Minerva, might I ask you to step out for a moment? Kano and I need to discuss matters of education." "I hope that is the case." McGonagall sighed deeply, recalling how Professor Snape had docked 30 points from Gryffindor for Harry and his friends attempting to trespass into his office. A cough nearly escaped Kano, but he suppressed it, forcing it to transform into a cough instead. McGonagall remained unperturbed, continuing to address Dumbledore. "I believe that matter must be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, I genuinely fear for Harry and the other's safety. The situation is not as dire as it seems." Dumbledore tapped his forehead with a finger and patted his chest with another hand, reassured that as long as he remained at the school, they would not dare to act recklessly. Once McGonagall departed, Kano retrieved the staff once more, and the glow persisted, the tremors of the castle returning. Dumbledore advised, "Please put it away. We cannot allow such disturbances to continue. Regarding the wand's anomalies, we can consult Mr. Ollivander directly. He is the expert." Indeed, the aberration of the staff and the castle's tremors are intrinsically linked. As long as the glowing staff remains exposed, the castle will tremble in tandem. Though styled with ice-crack motifs, it must be said that this martial arts core possesses numerous advantages. Were it possible to cultivate crops with it, that would be splendid. Dumbledore scattered a handful of flue powder into the fireplace, the flames instantly transforming to a vibrant green, and he leaned in, calling out, "Ollivander, are you there?" The flue powder serves not merely as a means of transportation, If one were to immerse half of their body into the emerald flames tainted with the powder, they could engage in real-time conversation, provided the other fireplace is similarly connected to the Floo network. Soon, Dumbledore withdrew from the fireplace, and Ollivander's face materialized within it. Encircled by flames, Ollivander appeared to be in good spirits, albeit slightly thinner than the last time Connor had seen him, his cheeks gaunt as if stretched over aged skin. He surveyed the surroundings, surprised, and greeted Dumbledore. And Connor too. What do you mean by Connor? Why the exclamation? Connor leaned closer to the fireplace, exclaiming, "Your wand is in trouble, serious trouble. You must prepare for compensation." Ollivander was indeed taken aback, stammering an explanation. Has it exploded? That can't be right. The material of this wand is undoubtedly the most ancient among all the woods I've worked with. I merely refined its outer profile without compromising its essence. The groove was carved using the natural hollows of the tree eyes. It should be intact. He hastily continued, "The issue lies with the wand core. We inadvertently placed the Philosopher's Stone into that groove and can't retrieve it." Cannot retrieve it? The topic of wands immediately captured Ollivander's attention. Did you forcibly jam it in? Or use some potion adhesive? These were trivial matters. As long as you bring it to my shop, I can resolve it with ease. Then he suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, Dumbledore, are you referring to the Philosopher's Stone, the alchemical artifact? Only Nicholas Flamel truly created it, capable of turning stone to gold and granting immortality? Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. Wait for me. I shall come at once. Please enable the Floo network's transport privileges. A gleam sparked in Ollivander's eyes before he vanished from the fireplace. Dumbledore retrieved his wand and tapped the fireplace several times, sparks flying from the wand's tip. Soon, the flames transformed into a vivid green, and Ollivander, clad in a robe dusted with witch shavings, emerged from the fireplace, using the Philosopher's Stone as a wand core. Unbelievable. Where's the wand? Show it to me. Chapter 100. The End of Everyday Life? Dumbledore quickly intervened, reminding Ollivander to uphold the esteemed demeanor of an exceptional wand maker from England. With a clap of his hands, in a dazzling burst of flames, the Phoenix Fox appeared before the trio. Dumbledore instructed them, "Let Fox take you to Hogsmeade Village and see if any anomalies persist at the castle." In a flash of fire, Connor and Ollivander found themselves in the snow-blanketed Hogsmeade Village. The Phoenix is a remarkably rare and difficult creature to tame, and Connor, exhilarated, could not resist stroking its feathers all the way to the tail. Upon closer inspection, the Phoenix bore no scent of ordinary birds or beasts, exuding a warm, peaceful fragrance reminiscent of sunlight. Moreover, the temperature is quite astonishing, although it cannot serve as a warm air device like the mischievous spirit. Cradling it in one's arms provides a comforting warmth akin to a heated blanket, making it particularly suitable for the winter season. How to articulate this? One might liken it to the experience of sleeping in on a winter's day, where the gentle rays of the sun filter into the room, enveloping the space in a cozy, languorous ambience. Fox, standing in the palm of Kono's hand, seems to sense Kono's subtle intentions, and its striking, ruby-like eyes reveal a hint of human-like reproach. It flutters its wings lightly, attempting to leap from Kono's grasp. However, despite its efforts, it remains firmly in place. The beautiful eyes now display a deeper sense of human-like confusion. An inquisitive huh? Nearby, Ollivander observes with a touch of bewilderment, noting how the Phoenix flutters in Kono's hand, yet cannot take flight. The scene resembles a playful interaction between the Phoenix and Kono, suggesting a bond of closeness. Kono smiles broadly, having employed a slight technique to diffuse the force. Every time Fox attempts to leap, he subtly releases the pressure in the direction of its thrust. Deprived of a sufficient leverage point, Fox is compelled to continue fluttering obediently in Kono's hand, unable to ascend. Nevertheless, this is a realm of magic, and suddenly, a dazzling flame envelopes Fox, only to vanish in an instant. The ability of apparition is indeed enviable. Kono sighed, and under Ollivander's eager gaze, he retrieved the ember staff. When the staff appeared in his hand, both Ollivander and Kono were momentarily taken aback. The staff, adorned with uneven textures, lacked the meticulous craftsmanship of artifice, but instead radiated a natural, comforting allure. Simultaneously, the staff ceased to shimmer, instead adopting a gentle, jade-like luminescence, embodying an innate elegance. Ollivander circled Kono, each step accompanied by an exclamation, "Merlin's beard! A perfect state! A perfect state!" After orbiting Kono like a satellite, Ollivander finally halted and, with a cautious tone, inquired, "May I have a touch?" Kono handed the staff over, his expression bemused. "Could you please adopt a more conventional tone? Your manner comes off as rather flamboyant." Ollivander's subsequent actions were equally flamboyant. He closed his eyes and extended his calloused, wrinkled hands to caress the staff, seemingly intent on imprinting the sensation in his memory. Yet, this gesture revealed Kono's understanding of Ollivander's intent. During his periods of rest, Ollivander was not merely fishing each day. He absorbed knowledge from the magical world like a sponge. Now, he sought to recall the transformed staff through sight and touch. With a sigh, Ollivander returned the staff to Kono, his expression complex. This may be the proudest creation of my life, though, regrettably, it cannot truly be deemed my creation. Is this staff not made of ash wood? Kono raised an eyebrow, recalling that he had advised using the finest material, white ash wood. Ollivander shook his head, asserting that this was certainly not the case. If a wand of such dimensions were to be crafted from white ash, it would require wood that was at least a millennium old, a rarity indeed. However, the traditional craft of wand making cannot adequately carve such material. The Ollivander family has perpetually endeavored to refine the art of wand making, aspiring to one day tame this elusive wood. Have you succeeded? Kono inquired, twirling the wooden stick into a flourish, his affection for the wand reaching its zenith. This stick, now transformed in appearance, though uneven to the touch, felt remarkably comfortable, perfectly suited for casting a myriad of spells. Moreover, he sensed that this wand possessed a semblance of life, resonating in harmony with his very breath, creating an intimate bond. It evoked a sense of mutual pursuit. Ollivander's expression was complex as Kono, almost instinctively, wished to attempt to deconstruct it once more, employing the same wand-making techniques. This deconstruction was an unmitigated success, proceeding with an unparalleled smoothness, as though the wand had been awaiting this moment. Do you understand? My theory is not flawed. Although other wands I create will heed your command, only this wand is truly suited to you, is it not? Kono stroked his chin, observing the intense gaze of Ollivander, and gently nodded. By the way, Ollivander, what is the name of this wood? Kunlun wood, Ollivander pronounced, albeit clumsily, yet Kono discerned the Chinese term Kunlun. At this moment, his heart was not merely tumultuous but akin to a cataclysm. Could it be that this world transcended the realm of magic, venturing into the domain of immortality? Otherwise, why would such an ethereal realm as Kunlun emerge? In a burst of flame, the Phoenix Fox arrived, accompanied by Dumbledore. Fortunately, after you departed, the castle did not undergo any further changes. Chapter 101. This world is quite different. There are myriad ways to traverse the magical realm. Apparition is considered a rather sophisticated mode of travel. However, when journeying to other countries, one must contend with the risks of splinching and gastrointestinal distress during successive uses of apparition. Should a wizard unfortunately splinch themselves on a busy thoroughfare, they may as well bid farewell to their vacation. Due to the existence of the International Confederation of Wizard Secrecy Statute, such an incident, which could leave ordinary people profoundly shaken, could also result in a rather dismal stay in a cell. Traveling by broomstick follows a similar rationale. Should an ordinary person happen upon a wizard mid-flight, capturing them as a UFO or urban legend, that wizard would, under the same secrecy statute, also find themselves facing a dreary prison sentence. In contrast, using a portkey is regarded as a relatively low-risk and expeditious means of travel. However, when Kono realized that utilizing the door key for travel necessitated arriving at a designated location within a specified time frame, he resolutely opted for the most convenient mode of transportation, flying. Perhaps having spent an extended period at Hogwarts had rendered him somewhat disconnected from the outside world, nearly causing him to forget that it was indeed the 1990s, an era when the transportation means of ordinary people had become remarkably advanced. Through a cursory review, he discerned that the accounts of ordinary individuals regarding China had diverged significantly since the inception of records over 130 years ago. Although foreign warships had forcibly breached China's gates at that time, they were met almost immediately by a formidable group of individuals who exacted a heavy toll from the intruders. Consequently, no one dared to challenge these powerful beings, redirecting their ambitions elsewhere. In a similar vein, over the subsequent 30 years, with the assistance of this powerful group, the feudal dynasty in China was peacefully overthrown and subsequently re-established as a new nation. Thereafter, China embarked on a path of vigorous development, with its technological advancements keeping pace with those of other nations. Thanks to the presence of these potent figures, even during the tumult of the two world wars, China remained largely unscathed, consistently advancing on the global stage. At this juncture, it is essential to mention the small territory adjacent to China. The events that transpired in this diminutive land also deviated from Kono's memories of his past life. This nation participated in the World Wars, and over 50 years ago, its entire population inexplicably vanished, leaving behind only a solitary island. Investigations were conducted not only by ordinary citizens from other countries, but also by wizards from the magical realm. Their findings were unexpectedly unanimous, revealing an inexplicable phenomenon beyond the grasp of contemporary knowledge. It was at this moment that Kono realized the existence of powerful individuals was the very reason for the enigmatic perception of the Eastern nation. In the annals of the magical world, wizards and these powerful beings were not regarded as the same category of individuals. Furthermore, when Newt had mentioned the sudden inability to enter, he was not referring to the nation itself, but rather to the inaccessible wizarding sanctuaries within China. The enactment of the International Wizarding Federation Secrecy Act has resulted in minimal interactions between wizards and ordinary people. Those graduates from magical schools who cannot find employment within the magical realm are guided by the Ministry of Magic to assimilate into the mundane world through arduous means. They often find themselves relegated to assembly line jobs or enter the service industry as waiters or attendants. These wizards, integrating into the Muggle world, typically engage in leisure activities solely within wizarding enclaves such as Diagon Alley, avoiding ordinary entertainment venues to protect their identities. Under such constraints, the inaccessibility of China's wizarding sanctuaries aligns perfectly with Newt's assertion of a sudden inability to enter. The peculiar aspect of the sudden inaccessibility of this place mirrors an occurrence that transpired over 50 years ago. Upon grasping this, Kong Nua exhaled deeply. Although he found himself in an extraordinary realm, the knowledge that the once bustling land had become desolate instilled in him an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. He mused that he ought to acquire a wooden fish to strike. Alas, the invention of the smartphone had yet to come to fruition. Otherwise, he could have downloaded an electronic wooden fish app to automate the task, thus sparing himself the effort of manual engagement. As Kong Nua understood, the historical narrative of Huaxia had been rewritten in this world. Even in the relatively modest province of Xinjiang, the streets appeared vibrant and lively. Lined with an array of shops both large and small, these establishments exuded a distinctively classical Chinese charm, contrasting starkly with the cold, steel forests of his previous life. The midday sun cast its radiant glow upon the red bricks and green tiles, as well as the vividly colored eaves of the pavilions, enriching this spirited city with a sense of depth and gravitas. Amidst the bustling thoroughfare, the locals not only communicated fluently in their native Chinese, but also conversed effortlessly in English with visiting tourists. This, perhaps, epitomized the most significant difference between this world and Kong Nua's former existence. The Huaxia of this realm radiated confidence, an assurance that emanated from within. Prior to his journey to Huaxia, Ollivander had recounted the location where his ancestors procured the Kunlun wood, situated roughly in the vicinity of the Kunlun Mountains bordering Xinjiang. Subsequently, Ollivander unearthed notes left by his forebears, which included a rough coordinate to guide Kong Nua to the precise location. Thus, Kong Nua arrived with a clear objective, intending to spend merely half a day on procurement before embarking towards Kunlun Mountain the following day. Yet, he endeavored to suppress the growing unease within him, casually locating a place that offered incense and offerings, where he purchased a wooden fish to strike. The nights in Xinjiang were equally vibrant and bustling, with the distant sounds of grand shopping malls enthusiastically promoting their wares, accompanied by the enticing scents wafting from various barbecue stalls and eateries. Chapter 102. Is this a game you cannot afford to play? During his exploration of the snack street the previous night, Kong Nua had conducted a thorough investigation of the entire city. As Newt had remarked, within this vast urban expanse, no trace of a wizarding realm could be found. Even Kong Nua could not sense the presence of those endowed with extraordinary powers. Neither wizards nor those purportedly possessing great strength were detectable to him. This sensation was jarringly incongruous, akin to encountering someone drinking bean juice amidst a crowd savoring soy milk, and moreover, the bean juice had been heated. However, the more pronounced the incongruity, the more resolute his determination became to investigate Kunlun Mountain, even as his unease intensified. Speaking of the Kunlun Mountains, in Kong Nua's prior life, they were adorned with numerous titles, such as Kunlun Su, the foremost divine mountain of China, the mountain of 10,000 ancestors, Kunlun Hill, or Jade Mountain. In essence, throughout the annals of Huaxia's history, Kunlun Mountain has perpetually been regarded as the progenitor of all mountains, and it is also revered as the ancestral vein of dragons. As he soared above Kunlun Mountain on the fiery sword, he was enveloped by the majestic sight of snow-clad peaks stretching into the heavens. Gazing down from the lofty heights, he was struck by a profound sense of righteousness that compelled him to pay his respects. Yet, an undercurrent of apprehension lingered. As he remained vigilant against the possibility of the fiery sword losing its potency, reminiscent of the wizarding realms of Azkaban, where flying was often prohibited. If indeed there existed a wizarding enclave amidst Kunlun, it would be reasonable to expect similar restrictions on flight. However, the sight of birds soaring alongside him, maintaining their formation, assuaged many of his concerns. As he neared his destination, he unexpectedly noticed that the sky had darkened ominously, resembling a pool of ink. Dense clouds loomed overhead, accompanied by the rumble of thunder and intermittent flashes of lightning. Which fellow cultivator is undergoing tribulation at this moment? In the interest of safety, Qinggong directed his sword downwards, heading straight for his intended location. Just as he approached the ground, a brilliant flash of lightning arced across the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. A chill ran down his spine as he felt every hair on his body stand on end, prompting him to maneuver the fiery sword aside. Barely evading the strike, a bolt of electricity, the size of a bowl, crashed down where he had just been. The overwhelming sensation of trepidation surged within him. Could it be that my meditation on the wooden fish yesterday was insufficient? Qinggong muttered under his breath, deftly guiding the fiery sword downward while continuously altering his course. Meanwhile, the frequency of lightning and thunder behind him escalated. Each bolt narrowly missed him, creating a deadly dance around him. With a thunderous crash, Qinggong nearly collided with the ground, creating a massive crater upon landing. He quickly grasped the fiery sword and scrambled out of the pit, dodging the relentless strikes of lightning as he cast his gaze toward the distant destination. The mountains loomed in harmonious layers, their fierce demeanor dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of grandeur. Notably, while the surrounding valleys crackled with electricity, the valley itself remained untouched by any trace of lightning. At that moment, Qinggong's stubborn spirit ignited. This was the first time he encountered such phenomena in this lifetime. The inexplicable heart palpitations and the erratic lightning strikes were disconcerting. Yet, fortunately, his masterful physique allowed him to react swiftly, sparing him from becoming a mere charred remnant. As he executed agile maneuvers amidst the flashes of light, he swiftly approached the valley, the life and death thrill morphing into an exhilarating rush that propelled him into a heightened state of awareness. This state defies easy description. Some might refer to it as a flow state, while others might call it a harmonious union of body and spirit, or the forgetting of self. The label is inconsequential. What mattered was that Qinggong experienced an unprecedented excitement, a thrill unlike any he had felt before. Upon stepping into the valley, he felt the sweat on his body evaporate, forming wisps of mist around him. At that moment, he cast a glance at the valley. Although the majestic aura of the valley remained unchanged, there was an undeniable absence of vitality. Yet, he paid little heed to it, letting out an exuberant shout. He could scarcely discern whether the rapid thumping of his heart stemmed from exhilaration or the unsettling sensation of trepidation. Just as this feeling reached its zenith, the sky seemed to transform into a blinding white. Not only did the heavens turn pale, but the valley also succumbed to an overwhelming whiteness, enveloping the surroundings in a blanket of white mist. Qinggong looked up, his pupils narrowing to mere pinpricks as an indescribably vast lightning descended silently. If the earlier lightning was merely the size of a bowl, this was now on the scale of an aircraft carrier, leaving him with no avenue of retreat. When he realized the lightning was perilously close, a thunderous roar that threatened to rupture his eardrums followed suit. Drawing the crimson flame sword from his martial golden core, he pointed it defiantly at the sky, as if challenging the heavens. Aware that this might be his final moment, he assumed a striking pose with the blade raised toward the sky. After an indeterminate passage of time, Qinggong regained his senses, only to find himself surrounded by an expanse of blinding white, the nature of which eluded him. Something felt amiss. This was the territory of Huaxia, and even if it were not the underworld, it should at least resemble the celestial realm. What was this overwhelming whiteness? A parody of paradise? He patted his body, discovering that both his physical form and spirit remained intact, albeit with a vague emptiness in his mind, as if something vital had slipped away, leaving him unable to recall it. Nevertheless, his masterly intuition persisted, guiding him steadily in a particular direction. After traversing several hundred meters, he noticed a transformation in the scenery, with various inscriptions emerging around him. These inscriptions bore a striking resemblance to the magical scripts hidden within the wall of Diagon Alley, albeit more grandiose and ancient, reminiscent of a fusion between clerical and oracle bone script. Continuing forward for 100 meters, the scene shifted once again. The inscriptions began to outline ethereal doorways, surrounded by a chilling black mist, while the ground was shrouded in a swirling purple vapor. Kong Nuo stroked his chin, sensing something was amiss. He could discern that the source of his unease emanated from the eerie black mist encircling these portals. As his focus shifted away from the mist, he noticed, seemingly from nowhere, a figure emerging from the largest portal. The silhouette appeared to belong to an ancient era, adorned with a tall crown and flowing robes, leisurely approaching him with measured steps.